Chapter 111. Immediately, the officials of the Island Survival Zone have taken action. They are going to contact their official personnel in the game directly later. Although the selection of players in the Doomsday game is random, they still have a lot of official personnel who are randomly selected. Later, they contacted them in reality through props, and made great contributions to reality with their excellent performance in the game. Of course, many people died in this process. Now, they just hope that with these new times, fewer players will be sacrificed. At this moment, when Hanhai's bus was still moving forward, and the number of people in his live broadcast room was growing rapidly. Although he was also suffering in reality, the overall order was still intact. After hearing about the game, everyone came to join in the fun. But there was more excitement. I heard that the players in this live broadcast room can hear our conversation. Is it true? Is it intentional to attract attention? Didn't someone do this intentionally in exchange for some rewards before? But it was soon exposed. What about this? This is definitely true, because he has been answering our questions one by one, in real time. It would be great if it is true. Is our world saved? It's a bit exaggerated. After all, they only stayed for a month, but they definitely helped a lot. Yes, if we can connect to reality, we can unite the players in the game and make it easier for them to survive. If they can survive, they can help reality. What about foreign players? We are lucky to be able to take care of ourselves for now. That's right, they have the ability to find people to cooperate with. We won't help to lead. When there is a disaster in our country, they gloat over it on the internet, although they also suffered a great loss later. Think about it, these things of theirs are really amazing. Yes, the bus can actually float on the water. More than that, it seems that the monsters in the sea can't break through the defense of the bus? Is it true? Really, someone just saw a shark monster, and it hit the bus but couldn't move it. I don't know if this bus is expensive. I want to buy it. It will definitely be very useful both in reality and in the game. Can it be sent to reality? Of course it can. Aren't there cards for sending supplies? Just send the vending machine and the purification trash can directly, and you can buy the goods in the Doomsday Resort town in reality. Actually, sending an invitation letter is fine. But you need points to buy these things, right? If it's real, you have plenty of points. Ah, I'm so excited. I saw hope instantly. When Hanhai looked at the audience in the live broadcast room who treated him as a savior, and he felt a little emotional. The Doomsday game has really dragged countless worlds into dire straits. Within your ability, help as much as you can. Boss, we're here. At this time, the driver spoke up, and this boss was also directed at Hanhai. They were all picked up one by Hanhai on the bus last night. Of course, they also paid the toll to the Doomsday Resort town. The reason why they followed Hanhai later was because they saw Hanhai's strength. First, they dared to be the first to travel safely from the island to the Doomsday Resort town, and second, they could have a large amount of points to buy an amphibious bus. If you follow such a person, you will definitely get something to eat. When Hanhai listened, and got off the car with the rest of the team, and then said to Luzaheo, who was acting as the driver, "We will get off first, and you will send the other players to their islands and come back." Okay. Luzaheo nodded. Afterwards, when Hanhai and his team got off the car. As soon as he arrived on the island and knew the coordinates of his island, the real official quickly notified other official personnel of this matter by special means. When Hanhai didn't know what the real official was doing. As soon as he entered his own island, the first thing he did was to build a shelter on his own island. This is a shelter we can buy in the Doomsday game. The initial area is about 100 square meters. The shelter can resist external attacks. While speaking, when Hanhai placed the position in the middle. As soon as the shelter was built, other players started to move. The signal tower, mobile phone stall, vending machine, and purification trash can were arranged first. Then, there was the infrastructure suitable for players to live in. Obviously, after understanding the situation of this game area, the players knew that they must stay on the island in the early stage of the game. Because on the island, they can collect enough supplies. These supplies, for them, are huge wealth. No one is willing to give up. We are ready to form a team to fight together, and our islands will soon be merged together. When Hanhai continued to speak. As he spoke, the screen in front of him showed the news that other players merged their islands into his island. After he confirmed it, the area of his island continued to increase. There was originally a small wooden house in the center of the island, which was the initial building of the island. In addition, there was a fishing platform. After merging other islands, this cabin is constantly upgraded, from a cabin to a 3-story stone house. In addition, The fishing platform has also changed from one to many, according to the number of people. Seeing this, the players took out the fishing rods they got when they entered the game, and put them on the fishing platform. After all, this game is to use fishing rods to catch things in the sea. You can catch all kinds of fish, and you can also catch all kinds of treasure chests, which are divided into 3 levels: gold, silver and bronze, which include all kinds of daily necessities, various materials, special cards, etc. Daily necessities can be used by players in daily life, and can even be materialized in reality in large quantities. Materials include multiple types, including ores, iron blocks, etc., which can be used to build islands and improve the island's defense and attack capabilities. Special cards have special functions, some of which can improve the player's own abilities, and some can act on reality, covering all aspects. Wanhanhai and his friends value these picked things. For them, the ocean is a huge treasure house. If they can suppress the disaster brought by the island, they will definitely make a fortune. The audience in the live broadcast room was really shocked when watching the scene. This is the fastest player I have seen to upgrade. With so many players cooperating in the action, how can it not be fast? Excited, I saw the signal tower and the mobile phone. There are also vending machines and purification trash cans. These things can bring hope to the players and us. I was afraid that their words might be false before, but now I completely believe it. I believe it too. Ah, the official has contacted the players in the game, and they are coming to this island. Great, great. So excited. When I saw the shelter being built, there seemed to be a protective shield outside. Like a special effect, it must have a protective effect. If the shelter is in the real world, can it also resist disasters? It should be able to. This way, when a disaster strikes, not so many people will die. It's best to arrange for all cities. After all, disasters come randomly. Haha, why do you want everything? Who wouldn't want good things? When Hanhai looked at the information revealed by the audience in the live broadcast room. After completing the initial construction of his island, he sat on the fishing platform and started fishing. Of course, he was also waiting for the arrival of the NPCs. Soon, more and more NPCs found that player teams, like Wanhanhai, were not uncommon among new players. Islands were built one after another. These islands were equipped with vending machines and purifying trash cans. Of course, there were many other individual players who were attracted by the rich supplies in the island survival area. After all, with the existence of the Doomsday Forum, they could easily know the current situation of the island survival area. Soon after they arrived, they obtained different supplies of different sizes from the ocean one by one. When they obtained them, they directly shared their gains on the Doomsday Forum. At this moment, they are really excited. The newly released game Island Survival Zone is really the paradise of players' dreams. There are a lot of supplies in the island zone. While fishing, I caught a silver treasure chest worth 1,000 points. The Island Survival Zone is recruiting people. There is strength in numbers. What is the Island Survival Zone? Will the Doomsday game be so kind? Similar posts are emerging in the Doomsday Forum. The players in countless game zones are so envious and jealous. I thought this new game zone might be dangerous, but I didn't expect it to be a benefit. Ah, I was so jealous when I saw them showing off. I would also like to join such a game zone. Where are the game zones you can choose from? But according to their analysis, although such game zones have high risks, the returns are also good. Which game zone doesn't have high risks? The dangers of the Island Survival Zone are nothing compared to other game zones. There will always be a chance to meet them. Is this a welfare venue? Woo woo woo, I can see it but I can't touch it. On the Doomsday Forum, countless players focused their attention on the island survival area. After learning about the specific situation of the island survival area, the players in the Doomsday Resort town were envious. Because they can see and touch it, players who can touch the island survival area, they are on the scene and see them rushing there with their own eyes. Are you going to the Island Survival Zone? Free pickup and drop off, 5 points per trip. I want to go to the Island Survival Zone. Can I leave immediately? I want to form a team. Is there anyone who wants to join? I have an amphibious bus. Anyone who wants to join the team? Just 50 people. We have 200 people in the team, and there are 28 places left. The players in the Island Survival Zone are enthusiastically forming teams in the Doomsday Resort town. Now, it's time to pick up money. They must cherish it. Players in other game areas, watching the players in the Island Survival area drive out one bus after another, also have some emotion on their faces. When will such benefits be ours? Yes, looking at the news shared on the Doomsday Forum, I am really envious. In fact, Other game areas are not bad. The insect plague area also has a lot of points. The plant area is not bad either. There are also jobs to find. Think about it, every game area is not bad. Accumulate well, there will always be a day when you will meet the right person. Yes, don't stare at others, just do your current job well. Yes. Woo woo, but I'm still envious. I think if it weren't for the crime detector of the Doomsday Resort town supervising me, I would definitely do something bad. Haha, actually, can I say that I am the same? Sometimes, we have to thank the Doomsday Resort town for keeping us on the bottom line. While the players in the Island Survival Zone rushed to the Island Survival Zone, the NPCs in the Island Survival Zone were also rushing to the sea after receiving the news. Chapter 112. Captain Ling, is the news true? On a kayak, a group of NPCs looked at the endless sea and spoke hesitantly. The islands are far apart, and it takes a long time to see them. And in the process, they will encounter various dangers. They are considered to be players who have persisted for a long time in the game. Especially their captain, who provided a lot of supplies to the real world. If they gain something, it will not be a pity even if they die on the way. But if it was a lie, they would really feel that they had lost out. And he was a little skeptical about the authenticity of the news, because the content was really beyond their understanding. Even if they participated in the Doomsday game and entered a new world, he still couldn't believe it wholeheartedly. The most important thing was that the other party's existence was simply a pie in the sky. How could he not doubt it? Ling Tianxing was silent when asked. I don't know either, but I believe that the country will not let us take risks just because there is no substantial evidence. I'm afraid the country has also been deceived. Yu Jichen muttered subconsciously when he asked. The cards that can be used to connect to the game are very important. The country will not use them easily. Is the country so easy to be deceived? Similar things have happened in other countries before. It's normal to be more suspicious. Anyway, it's not a big deal to be careful. After staying in the game for so long, one way to survive is reasonable suspicion. Other NPCs also spoke up. Most of them also had doubts, but no one dared to say it out loud like Yu Jichen did. Captain Ling, are there other teams going? Yu Jichen was satisfied to see that there were still many people who agreed with his point of view, and then continued to ask. All the teams affiliated with the national team went. Ling Xingyu replied. That's a lot of determination. Yu Jiechen's eyes flickered, but with so many people going, if there is really a trap, they won't be wiped out. The others listened and glanced at Yu Jichen. What a bad mouth. Yu Jichen looked normal. Although his words were not pleasant to hear, he also pointed out the consequences in advance. Anyway, everyone just needs to be careful, and Yu Jiechen's words did have some effect. Everyone clenched their weapons tightly, and quietly equipped all the equipment that could be equipped. In the live broadcast room, that they could not see, the audience was also sighing. Alas, the players are really too difficult. They have to be careful about everything. Yes. After all, they have no personal experience, so it is normal for them to doubt the existence of the Doomsday Resort town. Even us, we only know about the existence of the Doomsday Resort town from other players, and have never seen it with our own eyes. But I've just been paying attention to Wenhanhai's live broadcast room. His island construction is really good, and the things are really good. Not only Wenhanhai, but other players also have a lot of good things. Monsters can't hurt them, but they get a lot of benefits. They seem to be stronger. According to what they said, life in the island survival zone is like picking up money on the ground. So, it's difficult for them too? It seems that they don't encounter Doomsday Resort every time. Many people encounter it for the first time, and have only heard of it before. What is Doomsday Resort like? Will we have a chance to see it? It seems that there is a protection mechanism. The live broadcast room will fail when it is close to Doomsday Resort. I will go to another live broadcast to see, and also remind the players of Doomsday Resort that people are coming. It would be great if the players of Doomsday Resort could pick them up. Their amphibious buses are really awesome. Yes, if Su Jingyun and his team hadn't happened to run into the bus, several players would have died. The audience was sending comments in the live broadcast room, and soon they changed the live broadcast room. Relatively speaking, they now prefer to go to the live broadcast room of the players in the Doomsday Resort town. Because those players can interact with them, and at the same time, they can also use this interactive platform to rescue their compatriots, which is relatively more valuable. At this time, in Wenhanhai's live broadcast room, the audience enthusiastically reported to Wenhanhai the progress of other teams. Many teams are heading towards your island, but some were intercepted on the way. In addition to the official team, there are also many individual players following the official team. 5 kilometers northwest of you, our players are in trouble. Can you help them? 3 kilometers northeast of your island, there are also players in trouble. When Hanhai looked at the worried words of the audience in the live broadcast room, and he didn't feel impatient. He sent messages in the chat group one after another. The players who can come to their side are potential customers. Of course, his own bus has been sent out long ago, not only to pick up the team, but also to distribute flyers to the surrounding islands. The number of people who can be notified in the country where the island survival zone is located in the real world is definitely limited, and he himself also needs to expand the customer base. In addition, he wanted to use the travel method to see if he could find out the area of the island survival zone, or at least the terrain and distribution of the nearby islands. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. This is also one of his wisdoms for survival. At this time, there were already many NPC players strolling on the island. They were all players from nearby islands. After knowing that when Hanhai was doing business, they came to check the situation. As a result, after coming here, they could no longer move their feet. There were really too many good things, some of which were even better than those provided by the game. They stopped to get information. I want to know where these players, who suddenly appeared, got all these good things in their hands. Do you think it is possible for us to team up and seize this island? In the corner, a burly man spoke subconsciously, staring at Wen Hanhai, obviously knowing that Wen Hanhai is the owner of this island. Don't overestimate your own abilities. With so many good things, and dare to take them out openly, can it be an ordinary existence? Another person refuted without hesitation. But they only have a dozen people. If we gather them together, maybe we can have dozens of people. The burly man said without hesitation. It was because his luck was really bad. Every time he caught fish, he only caught some food and drinks, which could only meet his own living needs. Other aspects could not be met at all. In the end, he had no choice but to rely on others. Therefore, he really wanted to do a big job and get more things. Others shook their heads. We dare not. They have ore and other materials in their hands. After exchanging them, they can buy a lot of things here. It's a peaceful trade. Why do they need to take risks? Hong Feng wanted to stir up their greed, but he was wrong. Hong Feng, the burly man, listened to their words, his face changed, and finally he could only collect his thoughts. Without someone to help him, how could he defeat them? Seeing that Hong Feng didn't mention it anymore, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Feng was self-aware. At this moment, a rubber boat stopped at the port of the island. Hong Feng and his group looked over subconsciously. Players who can use rubber boats in the game are not simple. Looks familiar, someone said. Others also looked carefully. The ones who made them feel familiar were not only their relatives and friends, but also the high-level players they saw in the live broadcast room before entering the game, and even the national team members. It's Ling Tianqing from the national team. Is it really him? It's him. I recognized him. He is the first on the player list. Many people know him. It's impossible to make a mistake. But how could he be here? The island he is on is quite far from here. The news can't possibly spread so quickly. But he's here. The national team also discovered the specialness of this island, so they sent someone to inform Ling Tian, okay? It's good to have the country as a backer. Fuck, Tian Miaomiu is here. She's the European emperor of the national team. And Wan Jingyuan, the queen of the national team. So many official teams. Just as they were chatting, 2 more rubber boats arrived. One after another, they were all familiar faces. Those who were familiar to them were basically players who had lived long enough, and living long represented their strength. Of course, the most important thing was that even if some of them were not in the national team, they would later join the national team. With their own strength and background, they were also the dream of ordinary players. On weekdays, they were lucky to meet one, but today there were so many of them gathered. It seemed that this island was more valuable than they thought. While Hong Feng and the others were thinking, Ling Tianqing and his party got off the boat. After getting off the boat, they immediately put away their things, and then their sharp eyes searched around the island. Finally, their eyes were fixed on Wen Hanhai, who was guarding the mobile phone stand, and they walked towards him. Wen Hanhai looked at these aggressive players, and his mouth corners slightly raised. People are coming. Finally, they have joined together. So many national teams. So excited. Now players can buy without hesitation. The products on the vending machine are really suitable for players. Actually, I am curious whether players can live broadcast in the Doomsday Resort town after receiving the invitation letter. I want to see the style of the Doomsday Resort town with my own eyes. Actually, shouldn't you be most curious about whether the products they purchase can be materialized in reality? Of course, the national team has been buying materialization cards at high prices. The higher the multiple, the more valuable it is. I have hoarded a lot of them. Can the product materialization cards of the Doomsday Resort town be used? The audience in the live broadcast room couldn't wait any longer. The national team they were discussing was walking and observing the surrounding environment. When they saw the signal tower, mobile phone stand, vending machine and purification trash can really appear in their field of vision, their heartbeats skipped a beat unconsciously. At least, the 4 objects mentioned by the country and them really exist on these 4 islands. So will their functions be the same? Chapter 113. While Ling Tianqing and the others were thinking, they had already arrived in front of Wenhan Hai. Hello. Wenhan Hai took the initiative to say to the others, I am Wenhan Hai, a tenant of the Doomsday Resort town and a player of the Doomsday game. In fact, he already knew that only a few people had come to the island, and the others were waiting on the boat outside. It seemed that if their island was unreliable, they would immediately escape. This showed that although they accepted the official order, they still wanted to judge its authenticity. Very vigilant. Not bad, not bad. Ling Tianqing and others were stunned for a moment after hearing what Wenhan Hai said, and then they reacted and greeted him. Ling Tianqing. Tian Miao Miao. Wan Jingyuan. Wenhan Hai paid attention to the captains of these national teams. There were almost the same number of men and women, and there were even more girls. This also proved that in addition to strength, wisdom is also very important in the island survival zone. Just like when they met female players in the game zone before, none of them should be underestimated. Wenhan Hai didn't say why he didn't bring everyone here, and directly said to Ling Tianqing and his group, I take you to understand what the Doomsday Resort town has funded the game area this time. Now that we are working for the Doomsday Resort town, we have to promote the reputation of the Doomsday Resort town. Anyway, the game area that knows about the Doomsday Resort town will definitely not suffer in the future. While he was waiting for others, in addition to understanding the situation of the island survival area, he was also understanding the situation of the other 5. The situation in the other 5 areas was very good. Basically, they knew about the existence of the Doomsday game early and were prepared. Both the officials and residents responded actively, especially those who knew about the existence of the Doomsday Resort town, and at least tried their best to exchange their things for hard currency such as gold. Therefore, on the first day of the game, the feedback from players in all game areas was good. In particular, players can also earn points in the game area and achieve a win-win situation with the officials and players. Compared with the game areas they encountered before, it is simply a world of difference. The Doomsday Resort also plays a huge role in this. Groups of players buy special goods in the Doomsday Resort, and then disperse to different game areas one by one, covering an increasingly wider area. He has a hunch that with the rise of various game areas and the spread of Doomsday Resort players, the damage of the Doomsday game to the game area will become less and less. Perhaps, one day, they can really defeat the Doomsday game. Of course, this is a matter of the future, when Wenhan Hai's attention returned to reality. Then, he took out his own mobile phone, and after operating it for a while, the real network page appeared directly on the mobile phone screen. When Ling Tianqing and others saw it for the first time, their pupils shrank unconsciously. Because the software on it was all real software that they were very familiar with. This is impossible, someone said subconsciously. Wenhan Hai looked indifferent and handed the mobile phone in his hand to Ling Tianqing. You can log in directly with your own account, and you can also contact your relatives and friends in reality. Ling Tianqing was stunned for a moment, but still took it, and then gave it to Tian Miao Miao. You try it. Continue with the other things. The functions of the phone had been verified by others, so he took the time to learn about the other things. After Tian Miao Miao took it, she moved away and started to operate it. There were several other players around him, who also wanted to verify the authenticity of the phone. On this side, the others and Ling Tianqing followed Wenhan Hai to the vending machine. At this time, there are 10 items displayed on the vending machine. These are the products of the Doomsday Resort town, which have been selected in advance and are suitable for your game area. The amphibious bus can travel on the water and underwater, and has a certain degree of protection, but the unit price is relatively expensive. Other cheaper ones include rubber boats and ships, which are all means of transportation. The remaining 7 items include waterproof suits, drinking water, food. If you want to buy more, you can enter the Doomsday Resort town to buy. There are more comprehensive products, and even if you want to build a sea base that can accommodate all players, it is possible. After a brief introduction, Wenhan Hai introduced the purification trash can next to it. This is used to recycle garbage. There were zombies in the game area of the Doomsday Resort town before, and it was used to recycle zombie corpses. Later, it was discovered that after putting in corpses, points could be obtained, and thus a tourist card could be obtained. Later, it was discovered that other metals, such as scrap iron, could also be entered to obtain certain points. Although it would be lower than the purchase price of the Doomsday Resort town, it could at least be transported to other game areas. Therefore, it began to flood and became the first choice for players to bring goods. If you have something on hand, you can consider exchanging it for points. Of course, if you have a large amount, I don't recommend you. You can go to the Doomsday Resort town to exchange it. Of course, if you are in urgent need of money, I think you can also consider selling it to me. My price will be lower than that of the Doomsday Resort town, but higher than the purification trash can. After listening to Wen Hanhai's introduction, Ling Tianqing and others were immediately attracted by the vending machine and the purification trash can. They knew very well that if the function was accurate, it would play a huge role in both the island survival zone and the real world, saving countless lives. Wang Jingyuan was the first to lose patience and stood in front of the purification trash can and said, "Let me try." The next moment, she took out a mineral selected in the island survival zone and threw it in. Get reward, 150 points. Along with the notification, there was also a tourist card. Wang Jingyuan picked it up immediately, and saw her information on the tourist card. Tourist name, Wang Jingyuan. ID number, XXXX. Points, 150. Tourist number, XXXX. The information on it is mine, that's right. Wang Jingyuan said, and took the card directly to the vending machine, picked it up, and chose the waterproof suit. The price of the waterproof suit was exactly 150, and it was useful to them, so it was relatively worthwhile. After the purchase, a flawless white waterproof suit came out from under the vending machine. When I unfolded it, I found it was a complete set, from head to toe, and it looked very smooth. This waterproof suit is very effective. You can use it as a diving suit. However, if you need to stay under the sea for a long time, I suggest you buy oxygen supplement potion. As long as the red light appears here, you can add oxygen supplement potion and continue to use it. As for the period of use, it depends on the time and depth you stay underwater. When Hanhai on the side spoke up, and the products of the Doomsday Resort town can be said to be easy to talk about. I try the effect first. Wang Jingyuan said without hesitation. The next moment, she put on the waterproof suit directly outside herself, and then went to the ocean beside her without hesitation. In the live broadcast room, the audience was shocked by this scene. You actually started trying it right away? I'm looking forward to the effect. Did any players buy it just now? How was the effect? No, it's quite expensive. The players who come here just buy some food and drinks to try it out. Who dares to buy expensive ones? Yes, every bit of the supplies in the island survival zone must be spent wisely, otherwise it will be difficult to survive the difficulties again and again. But this automatic vending machine can make things appear out of thin air, which is essentially a different dimension. It's really amazing. The city I used to live in was flooded by the ocean, and there is still a complete city supply inside. If this waterproof suit is real, diving into the seabed to find the gold medal inside will definitely accumulate a lot of points. Hurry up and materialize it into reality. I want it. I don't know if it's true yet. It must be true. Please make it true. The audience shouted in the live broadcast room. Wang Jingyuan had tied a rope and jumped into the seabed, and some players were guarding with ropes. As for Ling Tianqing, he continued to look at Wen Hanhai. What about the invitation to the Doomsday Resort? Wen Hanhai listened, took out a backpack grid without hesitation, and handed it directly to Ling Tianqing. One invitation letter per person can directly see the existence of the Doomsday Resort, but the Doomsday Resort is connected to this game area and cannot be used in the real world, so there are 9,999 invitations here, and the upper limit is 10,000, so there are so many. You can share them with other players. Ling Tianqing was stunned holding the backpack grid. It was not until he got it in his hand that he realized that it was actually a space prop. In fact, they also had backpack grids, but this kind of materialized backpack grid was the first time he saw it. 10 grids, each grid is 999. This grid must have a lot of points. At this time, the players in Wen Hanhai's live broadcast room were a little curious. Isn't it an invitation? Why is it a backpack? It feels a bit strange. 9,999 invitations can fit in this backpack. Can it fit? Is this space equipment? I think so. Are space equipment just given away like this? Wen Hanhai looked at the excited faces of the audience in the live broadcast room and spoke calmly. To answer Xiaowanzi's question, it is indeed a backpack grid, which can be sold in the Doomsday Resort town. This is my gift to you players. After Wen Hanhai finished speaking, he looked at Ling Tianqing and said, I am answering the audience in the live broadcast room. Obviously, Wen Hanhai wanted to tell Ling Tianqing that he could see the content of the live broadcast room. Ling Tianqing looked at the grid of the backpack in his hand, then looked at Wen Hanhai, and pursed his lips. It was also at this time that Tian Miaomiu spoke up. Captain Ling, he can indeed communicate with the audience in the live broadcast room. As she spoke, Tian Miaomiu placed her phone in front of Ling Tianqing. I clicked on the live broadcast room he was broadcasting in reality, and I have been watching it just now. On the screen, it was Wen Hanhai's live broadcast room, and a bunch of viewers who were communicating with Wen Hanhai. At the same time, Wang Jingyuan had also come out of the ocean. When she walked towards them, there was no trace of water on her waterproof suit. Most importantly, Wang Jingyuan did not show any symptoms of difficulty breathing. After opening the mask, he said directly, the waterproof suit is also real. One thing after another made Ling Tianqing certain of one thing. The goods in the Doomsday Resort town are real. What these people said is also true. Chapter 114. At this time, Doomsday Resort town. In addition to the island survival area, officials from the other 5 game areas arrived at Doomsday Resort town one after another. After entering the Doomsday Resort town, they were really stunned by the vastness of the Doomsday Resort town. When they heard the name of the town, they felt that it was really the size of a small town, but after entering, they found that it really had nothing missing compared to the city. More importantly, when many cities suffered disasters and had lost their original charm, the Doomsday Resort town was still brightly lit, with beautiful scenery and many buildings of different shapes. It really looked like a resort. The most important point is that the sky is clear and the temperature is comfortable. Such a place is really the place everyone dreams of living, because all natural disasters seem to have nothing to do with it. Of course, in addition to the environment, looking at the players coming and going, the group of people also unconsciously murmured in their hearts. Tang Fenghua, the official person in charge of the sinkhole area, calculated the current number of people in the Doomsday Resort town, and looked at Min Xueli on the side. The number of players here seems a bit too much. Min Xueli listened and reacted immediately, then said, because there are a total of 6 zones of players here, there are currently hundreds of thousands of people staying in the Doomsday Resort town, and the number is still increasing, so it is really normal to see so many people. Tang Fenghua listened, was stunned for a moment, and then said, that's good, with multiple game zones, we can save more people and more worlds. Min Xueli listened, and also had a little understanding of the minds of these official leaders. Then, he didn't say anything more, but walked forward with his people. At this time, a figure was looking at them in shock and soon came towards them. Tang Fenghua, is that you? Chai Shuquan was walking out of the Doomsday Resort town with his people, and ran into Tang Fenghua head-on, and was a little bit unbelievable. Tang Fenghua was also shocked and said, why are you here? After that, after the two communicated, they both confirmed one thing. They connected to the Doomsday Resort at the same time. They were really lucky. This time, the 2 game areas combined their strengths, and could definitely get a lot of supplies from the Doomsday Resort. How come you are so fast? Seeing that Chai Shuquan had already bought something and came out, Tang Fenghua was a little surprised. Chai Shuquan listened and smiled. I built an air base outside the Doomsday Resort and hired many players to help migrate the survivors. I exchanged more points and paid the players as wages. Chai Shuquan's approach is to save the lives of the survivors as quickly as possible. Players have been through many battles, and with all kinds of equipment to protect themselves, it is easy to fight an earthquake. Tang Fenghua was shocked when he heard Chai Shuquan's approach. Why didn't I think of that? If the airbase is moved to the Doomsday Resort town, it will be much more convenient. I just got lucky, and it will be safe for only this month. After the Doomsday Resort town leaves, I don't know if it will be convenient or not, but relatively speaking, maybe we can stand firm in a month. Chai Shuquan said calmly. At present, he is mainly protecting the entire game area. Now that we have you, we can discuss it properly. Tang Fenghua just sighed. There is nothing wrong with the location he chose now. As the core of the city, it is at least much more convenient to search for supplies. It is unknown how much land will be left in the sinkhole area in the end. It is the hard truth to make use of resources before they disappear completely. Yes. Chai Shuquan was also very happy. Then let's contact each other later? Okay. Tang Fenghua nodded. Now they are busy, so it is best for them to deal with the affairs first. Then the two separated. But later, Tang Fenghua still met the heads of other game areas on the road. Luo Pingying from the insect disaster area, Xia Jianwei from the ice and snow area, and Bu Yunlan from the plant area. The reason why he recognized them at a glance was because these official heads were accompanied by some soldiers. At the same time, their temperament is also different from that of the players. Players are relatively casual in the Doomsday Resort town. Except for those who come and go in a hurry, most of them are leisurely and know how to enjoy life. On the contrary, the survivors in the game area are curious about everything in the Doomsday Resort town. They are looking around and are shocked by the Doomsday Resort town while exploring. So the difference between the two can be seen at once. The team gradually grew larger. The Earthquake Zone and I are from the same world. He opened his base outside the Doomsday Resort town. He is quite busy right now. I will introduce him to you later and see if we can exchange information. Tang Fenghua said seriously. Of course. Insect Disaster Zone, Luo Pingying said without hesitation. I heard that the insects in the Insect Disaster Zone can be exchanged for points? Tang Fenghua asked with envy in his expression. Hearing Tang Fenghua's words, Ice and Snow Zone Xia Jianyue and Plant Zone Bu Yunlan looked at Luo Pingying with envy. Points are a major criterion for measuring the strength of the game area. Being able to continuously obtain points is really enviable. Insect-infested area, Luo Pingying looked at the envious look of others and said, It's lucky. I didn't know what to do with the endless insects before. Insects, mosquitoes, ants, cockroaches, bees, etc. are all wandering around the city in groups, penetrating everywhere. They will also attack people and buildings, and even the ground has undergone some mutations. If there is no pesticide and the ability to exchange points, our game area is afraid that it will be difficult. It can only be said that high risks are often accompanied by high returns. When the others heard this, they realized that the disasters in the insect-infested area were indeed complicated compared to their own disasters. In the Doomsday game, everyone has their own disasters and their own sorrows. There is really nothing to compare. Tang Fenghua sighed. Everyone is a victim. If there are areas where our game areas can help each other, we can communicate well. Luo Pingying from the insect-infested area continued. At the beginning stage, it is not difficult yet. We are all preparing. Xia Jianwei from the ice and snow area responded. Me too. The most important thing is that we have the Doomsday Resort town and the players, so we can prepare in advance. Botanical area, Bu Yunlan also said immediately. At least so far, everything is under their control. Let's communicate more in the future and discuss the experience of managing the shelter. Tang Fenghua said immediately. The others nodded. But not now. Didn't they say there are 6 game areas? What about the other one? Insect disaster area, Luo Pingying asked with a little curiosity. When she came, she learned about the situation of Doomsday Resort town from the players, and she naturally did not miss the matter of the 6 game areas. Just now, she was also subconsciously looking for the official personnel of other game areas, but unexpectedly, she really met them. It can only be said that everyone came to Doomsday Resort town for the first time to meet them. Tang Fenghua subconsciously looked at Min Xueli. Others also looked at the players accompanying them. Min Xueli and others looked at each other, and then looked at the Doomsday Forum. After understanding the situation, Min Xueli spoke first. The last game area is the game-based island survival area. The situation there is quite special. A certain number of people are drawn from this world to enter the game for survival. Each player has an island and a fishing rod, and can obtain resources in the ocean. These resources can be materialized in the real world, and the real world is also suffering from various natural disasters. They even need to rely on the supplies and volunteers of these game players. Listening to Min Xueli's introduction, all the official leaders on the scene were silent for a moment. Is this another new way of playing? This is also a new way of playing that we have recorded, and many players have encountered it for the first time. Record? Everyone's eyes flashed. So the players in the Doomsday Resort town really have game categories and strategies in their hands. They have to find a way to buy these too. But now the players in other game areas are very envious of the players in this game area, because the supplies caught in it can easily be exchanged for a large number of points, and everyone is rushing in like crazy, and they don't want to come back at all. Also, through live broadcast, our players are connected to their real world, and the real world may also obtain supplies for the Doomsday Resort town through their players. They have players from the official team, and now they have bought an amphibious bus and are heading towards the Doomsday Resort town. If you have a lot of supplies, I think you can exchange them for points. They will have a lot of points in the future, but they will definitely lack supplies. Min Xueli and other players actively reported information. Tang Fenghua and others also understood the situation of the island survival zone through these words. Then, the specific situation of each game area also came out. Everyone was thinking about whether there was any point of cooperation in the future. When they got closer and closer to the apartment, the group was ready to go their separate ways. We're here, we talk later if we have a chance. Tang Fenghua took the initiative. Luo Pingying, Xia Jianwei, and Bu Yulan all nodded. They also need to quickly redeem points to build a safe shelter. After a while, the four teams walked towards four different apartments. They were extremely relaxed. They all firmly believed that with the Doomsday Resort town, they would definitely survive this Doomsday disaster. While the official heads of various game areas were trading in the Doomsday Resort town, Gu Weiwei's points were also rising crazily. The points in the previous game area increased very quickly. This time, there were more connected game areas, and the increase was even faster. But what made Gu Weiwei happy the most was the degree of reaction of these game areas. Everyone is getting more and more used to the Doomsday game. Whether it is NPCs or players, the death rate is getting lower and lower. Even the resistance to the Doomsday disaster has increased a lot. Looking at the huge points, Gu Weiwei is ready to move again. She plans to convert these points into various commodities. The stronger the strength of the game area, the more she wants to equip more commodities to improve the strength of the game area and the strength of their world. When thinking of strength, Gu Weiwei's mind moves slightly. What else is better to do it in one step? The next moment, she took out and began to search for the definition of level 2 civilization in each world. At this time, Gu Weiwei didn't know that she was revealing 3 words all over her body. Make trouble. Chapter 115. After Gu Weiwei investigated, she found that although the development levels of different worlds were slightly different, the standards for level 2 civilizations were very similar because of their similar backgrounds. 1. It is a star system civilization that can use all the energy of the host star. 2. It can freely migrate between neighboring star systems, and its activity range is about 10 light years. After learning the information, Gu Weiwei let out a long sigh. It is easy to summarize in words, but it is so difficult to do it. Most worlds are still in the stage of developing space. And now, it has been terminated due to various natural disasters. After all, there is not so much energy. However, according to Gu Weiwei's investigation, there are opportunities. These opportunities lie in the natural disasters suffered by various worlds. For example, the virus zone encountered in the previous world. The energy of the zombie crystal core is high-quality energy. If it is used and developed, it can replace a variety of energy sources. At the same time, it is durable and can maintain the long-term operation of satellites and detectors. As long as humans can create space carriers that operate in space, the energy developed by the crystal core can support it. Therefore, the world where the virus zone is located has an advantage. And there are many worlds like the virus zone. Now, because of the natural disaster, they are overwhelmed and give up exploration. But if they know that if they continue to explore, they can get rid of the threat of natural disasters and even have the opportunity to settle accounts with the people behind the scenes, will they be willing? She thought, they will. Then, Gu Weiwei began to open the Doomsday Landlady system mall. Most of the goods are related to infrastructure. Of course, because of the last upgrade, there are many more defensive and offensive buildings, which makes Gu Weiwei realize the potential of the Doomsday Landlady system mall. There are no offensive hot weapons against individuals here now, but Gu Weiwei thinks that there may be some in the future. However, she still has to make sure. The next moment, Gu Weiwei called the system in her mind. Yes, it is. After a moment, the system appeared. I want to know why there are no hot weapons for individuals in the mall. Many players have exchanged with NPCs in the game area. I think they can earn these points. What do you think? Gu Weiwei asked. You don't have enough authority for the Doomsday Resort town at present. The system said simply. Gu Weiwei listened and paused. What authority do you need? It's enough to upgrade from a level 3 town to a level 1 city. It really needs to be upgraded. Does the higher the level, the more authority you have? Yes. Apart from the level, are there any other permissions? Gu Weiwei continued to ask. Yes, the number of tenants, the number of points earned, and all factors that are conducive to the development of the Doomsday Resort town are the criteria for measurement. So what you said, the Doomsday Resort town can help Blue Star advance to level 2 civilization in the end. In other words, as long as the Doomsday Resort town develops fast enough, at least in the game area, can it also help the world where the game area is located to advance to level 2 civilization? Yes. The system was a little surprised. The host was more perceptive than he thought. Thank you for your answer. After getting the answer she wanted, Gu Weiwei hurriedly thanked him. You're welcome. He also gained a lot of benefits from Gu Weiwei. If Gu Weiwei's side develops well, he will benefit more. And Gu Weiwei didn't ask any more questions and looked at the conditions for the next promotion. Condition 1. Serving 1 million tenants satisfied. Condition 2. 100,000 points satisfied. Condition 3. Buildings *3000 not met. Condition 4. Landmark buildings *4 not met. The first 3 conditions did not change much, they just became more. That is, Condition 4 changes from a special building to a landmark building. This is a headache for Gu Weiwei. What kind of building can be considered a landmark building? Gu Weiwei intends to upgrade this world to a Doomsday Resort city, so that the worlds where the 6 game zones are located can have the opportunity to buy more advanced weapons and technology. In this case, the landmark building issue must be resolved. System: what is a landmark building? The host can benchmark the miracle building in the Blue Star world. The system did not hide anything and spoke directly. Gu Weiwei was shocked when she heard this. The requirements are so high? For the miracle buildings, the only ones that Gu Weiwei could think of were the 8 miracles, and each of the 8 miracle buildings has a rich historical background. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for the Doomsday Resort town to obtain it. At least it needs the system's approval. Gu Weiwei understood that it required a distinctive, unique building. Can it be combined with the buildings in the system mall? Gu Weiwei continued to ask. After all, the special buildings were all put together by her. Requires a certain cultural background, cannot be synthesized. Do we have to build it ourselves? Gu Weiwei was surprised that this shortcut was gone. No, you can consider getting the building blueprints from the game area and let the system build it. The system pointed it out directly. Gu Weiwei listened and breathed a sigh of relief. If calculated in this way, the difficulty should be reduced a lot. She thought that the buildings in the Doomsday Resort town should also be built according to the building blueprints. She thought it would not be difficult to obtain the architectural drawings from the game area. She would have to talk to the authorities when the time came. After deciding on the direction of the next move, Gu Weiwei was not in a hurry at all. This game had just begun, and she had plenty of opportunities. Of course, she also needed to be wary of the Doomsday game. In the last game, the Doomsday Resort town did lose a lot of points due to the difficulty at the last moment. But fortunately, the monsters in the fog area and the zombies in the virus area added a lot of points. In this game, how will the Doomsday game target the Doomsday Resort town? But no matter which one, she will not relax. Browsing the control panel of the Doomsday Resort town. The goods are being sold steadily, and the points are rising steadily. The public buildings are also maintained by staff, and Gu Weiwei's eyes return to the Doomsday Forum. Entering the intermediate field, how come it suddenly feels much easier? Now the game area and NPCs know that the Doomsday game exists. There is a shelter in the game area, which gives me a full sense of security. Buying Doomsday Resort town merchandise with a large sum of money. Not to mention the game area has a shelter. Many game areas have Doomsday Resort town merchandise. I was dazzled, and I actually saw Doomsday Resort town vending machines appear in the game area. For Doomsday Resort town vending machines appearing in major game areas, you have to thank the selfless players. Ah, Doomsday Resort town is the god of players. Wow, there is no resort town in my game area. I just hope that the Doomsday Resort town merchandise can expand faster. Gu Weiwei looked at the homepage and realized belatedly that Doomsday Resort town had dominated the screen without her noticing. Those players who had been in the Doomsday Resort town were really spreading hope with their own actions. Very good. Gu Weiwei continued to play in a good mood. In addition to killing time, she also needed to see if there was any news she had missed. Posting on her behalf, damn, I met players from other worlds in my game area. They were as far away from their original worlds as we were. They played games in other worlds. Their fastest players had already entered the advanced field, but the situation was not good. Almost all the players who entered the advanced field were wiped out. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei was stunned. Players from other worlds? Advanced field? These are all very crucial news. The next moment, Gu Weiwei clicked on it without hesitation. This information was forwarded on behalf of someone else. It has been deleted and is being reposted. Please check it out quickly. No more information? What is the meaning of total annihilation? Deleted? Who would delete it? Administrator? I remember I clearly saw this post before, but it disappeared very quickly. I thought it was an illusion, but it turned out to be true. The high-level field was completely wiped out. Does it mean that the high-level field is very difficult? If the high-level field is very difficult, and no player can complete it, Does it mean that we will never be able to pass it? Then can you tell me what the game area of the high-level field looks like? ####. What does the above mean? Why is it garbled? It has been published. Before, the whole post was deleted. Now, it is directly blocked. I don't know why. There is nothing to say. Being blocked, does it mean that the entire Doomsday Forum is under surveillance? Was it done by the administrator? At admin, was it you? At admin, I hope you can come forward. If it was you, why did you block it? At admin, this news is crucial. When Gu Weiwei saw this, she was at her own words. Gu Weiwei paused, then posted it directly. Administrator, it wasn't me. I didn't know anything about it. Just after Gu Weiwei stood up, the following post quickly appeared. Fuck, if it wasn't the administrator, then it must be Doomsday Game? Doomsday Game can actually monitor the entire Doomsday Forum? Will our words be known to the other party? Doomsday Forum is originally the work of Doomsday Game. Isn't it normal for it to monitor? So when we meet players from other worlds, we can't even learn from their experience, right? It was the Doomsday Game that didn't let us know. Not letting us know means it's very important. Can it be spread among players through other means? Too difficult. I suddenly lost confidence. No one of the Doomsday Resort town in the previous game area was targeted by the Doomsday Game. Really? Yes, at that time, many players gloated over it. But now, we have already felt the benefits of the Doomsday Resort town. Don't let the Doomsday Resort town disappear. I feel that if Doomsday Game can monitor Doomsday Forum, with so many people praising Doomsday Resort on the homepage, Doomsday Game will hate Doomsday Resort. Don't do that. I survived one game zone after another by relying on Doomsday Resort's products. Many worlds survived because of Doomsday Resort. I am an insider. I feel that Doomsday Game blocked me not because it didn't want players to know, because players can't do anything about it even if they know. So, the Doomsday Game is targeting the Doomsday Resort? Of course, now because of the Doomsday Resort, the survival rate of players has increased by who knows how much. Take the Doomsday Resort game for example. It connects 6 game areas, 1.2 million players, and 6 game worlds. If these players and worlds become stronger and dispersed, how many lives can be saved? Let the Doomsday Resort be careful. But the Doomsday Resort is in reality. Why does the Doomsday Game block the news on the Doomsday Forum? There is only one possibility. The Doomsday Resort town or its owner can also see the news on the Doomsday Forum? Seeing this, Gu Weiwei's pupil shrank slightly. She thought of what the players could think of. She did have a feeling that the Doomsday Resort town might have changed its target. It was not only targeting the Doomsday Resort town, but also preparing to target her. Moreover, it was related to this high-level field. It already knew that she, as the owner of the Doomsday Resort town, was also a player. Otherwise, as the player said, such news would not need to be blocked. Chapter 116. Gu Weiwei was calculating, and her vigilance against the Doomsday Game had reached its peak. If it was really as she thought, then the plan might have already been laid out. For example, she could be allowed to enter the advanced field. If the number of people in the advanced field was small, then she could only leave the Doomsday Resort town to perform a solo show. The above situation was her speculation based on the existing information, and it was also the worst-case scenario. And she had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Even if there is too much preparation, it is not a waste, because sooner or later we have to deal with it. In this case, one thing she has to do now is to build the Doomsday Resort town into the Doomsday Resort city as soon as possible. By then, more goods will be available to arm the Doomsday Resort town, the players, and the game area. The plan gradually formed in Gu Weiwei's mind. Then, her eyes were once again on the post just now. The floors continued to stack up. The players' imaginations were really open. From the players' responses, we can see that there are many smart players. Also, under the strong pressure of the Doomsday Game, those who cannot adapt can only face death. After closing the Doomsday Resort town, Gu Weiwei went out. She had to see if the Doomsday Game had started to attack the Doomsday Resort town at the beginning of the game. At the same time, she had to find out from the major game areas whether there were any special buildings that could become the landmark buildings of the Doomsday Resort town. After a while, Gu Weiwei appeared in the sight of many players. When she first appeared, Gu Weiwei was not recognized. After all, most of the players came to the Doomsday Resort town for the first time. Although they knew of Gu Weiwei's existence, they didn't know what she looked like. They only heard of her name, but not her. When Gu Weiwei appeared, there were still a few players gathered together to discuss. As they listened, Gu Weiwei unconsciously joined this circle. Have you read the post on the Doomsday Forum? Did you read the one posted on my behalf? I have read it. There are victims like us. According to the number of games they are playing now, they were victims earlier than us. It was only after I knew that NPCs are not data but real people that I realized that there are so many worlds and people persecuted by the Doomsday game, too many to count. Yes. Looking at the situation in the advanced field, I feel a little panicked. After 4 primary games, I entered the intermediate field. Now I have experienced 2 intermediate games. Maybe I will enter the advanced field soon. The high-level field must be very difficult. Well, we have to face the difficulty. But the players in the other world, according to the information, did not encounter the Doomsday Resort, but we did. Maybe our ending will be different. Yes, after arming myself in the Doomsday Resort, I feel that I am terribly strong. I think so too, and there is still a month to make us better. Not only do we have to make ourselves better, but we also have to bring more things so that more players and game areas can have Doomsday Resort products. Everyone contributes a little bit of their own strength, and the future will become better. But is the news that Doomsday Resort is being targeted also true? It is most likely true. Doomsday Game can block the news on Doomsday Forum. Doomsday Resort has been making its presence felt on Doomsday Forum for so long. How could they not know? Hey, I don't want Doomsday Resort to get into trouble. No one wants it to, but I feel that Doomsday Game will definitely not be able to deal with Doomsday Resort. If it could, it would have suppressed Doomsday Resort long ago, and would not let Doomsday Resort become stronger and stronger. That's why some people on the forum speculate that the Doomsday Game will not only deal with the Doomsday Resort town, but also the owner of the Doomsday Resort town. By the way, does the owner of the Doomsday Resort town know this news? He should know, otherwise, the Doomsday Game would not block the news on the Doomsday Forum. If there is a chance, I still have to tell Boss Goo. Do you know who Boss Goo is? No, does anyone know him? At this point, the players looked at each other in bewilderment. It was because the boss of the Doomsday Resort was too low-key. Now there were tens of thousands of players hanging out in the Doomsday Resort every day, and there were probably hundreds of thousands at the peak. It was too difficult to find someone in such a huge crowd. Listening to the conversation of the players, Gu Weiwei's mouth curled up unconsciously when she heard the end. It was really worrying. Do you know him? Someone happened to see Gu Weiwei smiling and asked hurriedly. The other party seemed to know. Gu Weiwei was silent when she was asked. In fact, she was thinking about how to say it. At this time, a player squeezed in and said, "Actually, I know that I came to the Doomsday Resort town during my first game, and Boss Gu was here." As the player said this, he looked directly at Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei, The next moment, all the players' eyes fell on Gu Weiwei. The moment they saw Gu Weiwei, they were all stunned. They didn't expect that the person they were talking about was right next to them, and was so calm. Really? Are you sure? Are you? Some people did raise doubts, but most of them looked at Gu Weiwei with a little excitement. Boss Gu, the legendary Boss Gu is right next to them. Yes, I am. Gu Weiwei nodded helplessly. Although she didn't think of denying it, it was embarrassing to be pointed out. Oh, really? I'm so excited. I didn't expect it to look like this. Haha, that's great. Can you sign an autograph for me? Ah, where is Boss Gu? I want to see him too. As the players shouted excitedly, other players also noticed this place and gathered around. It turned into a large fan meeting. In fact, the players who have benefited from the Doomsday Resort town have a special feeling for the boss Gu Weiwei. Gratitude, respect, admiration, envy, all kinds of emotions, most of which are positive. Because the existence of Doomsday Resort town can be said to be a lifesaver. Gu Weiwei also noticed the excited gazes from all directions. After thinking for a moment, she said politely, "No need for signatures. Thank you for your concern for me. I will protect myself well and continue to run Doomsday Resort town." Of course, when she said this, her expression was very natural and calm, and she didn't look scared at all. After all, she had prepared herself mentally. Also, even if she didn't have confidence, she wouldn't show it. At this time, the Doomsday Resort town was the hope of the players, and she could be considered one of the backbones of the players, so why should she bring panic to them, as long as everyone moved forward firmly together? The players listened, and their wildly beating hearts slowly calmed down. It had to be said that seeing Gu Weiwei's calm and composed appearance, they inexplicably felt a little relieved. Can you log into the Doomsday Forum? Do you really know what happened on the Doomsday Forum? Has the Doomsday Resort town really been attacked? If it is attacked again, can the Doomsday Resort town withstand it? Do you need any help from us? Then, the players began to care about Gu Weiwei again. Gu Weiwei listened and smiled. I can log into the Doomsday Forum, and know what happened on the Doomsday Forum. As for the Doomsday Resort town being attacked, it is true. You should have seen the last game on the Doomsday Forum, and you should also know the final result. The Doomsday Resort town won an overwhelming victory, so don't worry. As for helping, there is indeed one thing. Looking at everyone's expectant look, Gu Weiwei spoke up. If you know anything about architecture, you can help ask in various game areas whether there are any buildings that can be called miracles. I need architectural drawings of such buildings. Anyway, she will release it in the form of a task, so it doesn't matter if you inform her in advance now. Okay, we will pay attention. Don't worry, leave it to us. If we can't do it, we will find other players. And we will also find NPCs in the game area. Wait for our good news. When the players made their promises to Gu Weiwei, their eyes sparkled. Thank you. Gu Weiwei raised her lips slightly. You're welcome, we should thank you. Boss Gu, you have to work hard. You must not be defeated by the Doomsday game. We believe in you. The players look serious. The existence of the Doomsday Resort town has changed for the players. Unconsciously, it has become their spiritual support. If it is gone one day, they think they will collapse. Looking at their appearance, Gu Weiwei sighed lightly, and finally responded solemnly with a word. Yeah. She never wanted to shoulder the responsibility on her shoulders. But now, she feels that sometimes she can still shoulder it. Chapter 117. Then I won't bother you, Boss Gu. Just do your thing? If there's anything we can help you with, just let me know. We do whatever we can. And you don't need to pay us. Seeing Gu Weiwei responding to them seriously, the players felt a little embarrassed. They were also worried that something had really happened to the Doomsday Resort town and Gu Weiwei. Now it seems that there is a bit of moral kidnapping. As if they must help Doomsday Resort town against Doomsday game and serve them, they began to make up for it one by one. Of course, there were also some who were unwilling to waste Gu Weiwei's time. As for their promises, every word came from their heart. If Doomsday Resort town needs their help, they will definitely do their best. We will tell you if we need anything. You guys go ahead and do your work. Gu Weiwei could naturally feel their kindness and replied directly. Listening, the players nodded and left reluctantly. Of course, there were people watching her not far away, but no one came to disturb her. Seeing this scene, Gu Weiwei curled her lips slightly, and then went directly to the city wall according to her original goal. When she arrived at the city wall, the situation of the 6 game areas was presented in front of her. The landslide area where the road surface continued to sink. The earthquake area where earthquakes occurred frequently. The insect disaster area where insects invaded. The hail area with ice and snow. The plant area with wildly growing plants. The island survival area with turbulent waves. Every game area is a Doomsday movie in front of Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei thought that if she saw the scene when she first entered the game, she would probably be scared. But now, she has become a little accustomed to it. Originally, she thought that this game area might also help other game areas and players to survive the game with a high survival rate based on past experience like the previous game area, but now it seems that it is not that easy. However, apart from the fact that the Doomsday Resort town was different from the crisis she might encounter, the current game area and players seem to be really moving in a good direction. They had stronger autonomy. A spark can start a prairie fire. The Doomsday Resort town had spent a lot of effort in the game area, but now it has blossomed everywhere. They worked so hard, she had to be unwilling to be outdone. Then, she directly put the matter of the building drawings on the trading hall and gave a high reward of 10,000 points. Of course, she only recognized the first one of the same architectural drawings. The reason why she gave so many rewards was that she understood that landmark buildings were needed to upgrade to Doomsday Resort City. When Doomsday Resort Town really upgraded to Doomsday Resort City would only need landmark buildings. So prepare in advance, and you can upgrade at any time when you need to upgrade in the future. And right after Gu Weiwei released it, it caused an uproar in Doomsday Resort Town. What the hell, what kind of mission is this? There are actually 10,000 points. Architectural blueprints of landmark buildings? You can look for them. What does the Doomsday Resort need this architectural blueprint for? It should be for construction, just like the public buildings in the Doomsday Resort. If you know the history of the development of the Doomsday Resort, you should know that every time there are many more buildings inside the Doomsday Resort, it is the time for the Doomsday Resort to be promoted. So this landmark building is the building that the Doomsday Resort needs for the next upgrade? It seems so. The requirements are much higher. This landmark building is comparable to the Miracle building on Blue Star. Ah, the requirements are so high. But the Doomsday Resort town is already big enough and can be upgraded. Does it still meet the standards for a vacation? The Doomsday Resort town will definitely get bigger and bigger. The bigger it is, the more game areas it can accommodate. At first, there was only one game area, then 2, 3, and now there are 6. If it develops well, maybe there will be 12 in the future. 12, representing 12 worlds, countless game areas, and countless players. It is really a godlike existence. Yes, but what will the Doomsday Resort town be after upgrading? Doomsday Resort City? It should be. It was Doomsday Resort Town before, and it seems that it has been upgraded twice to become Doomsday Resort Town. Now it seems that it is time to become Doomsday Resort City. I am very curious. What will be after Doomsday Resort City? If you are alive, you will have the opportunity to see it. Then I will try to live. I want to too. When the players talked about the latter part, their eyes were full of faith. When they first joined the Doomsday game, they really wanted to die, and they wished they could be comfortable if they died. But because of the little bit of unwillingness deep in their hearts, they slowly survived. After enduring for a while, they seem to get used to it. Especially now that the situation they are facing is getting better and better. They want to live to see the day when they came to their original world, to live to see their relatives and friends who may still be alive. This little bit of hope has become their belief in trying to live. Of course, they all accepted this task and kept it in mind. If they can't complete this game area, they can wait for the next one. And this task has also spread to the forum with the strong support of the players. The Doomsday Forum is also full of responses from players willing to help find architectural drawings. Of course, some people also put what Gu Weiwei said on the forum. It also set off a wave of active resistance to the Doomsday game. Gu Weiwei was just looking for new information in the post, but she saw the declarations of the players on the Doomsday Forum. Fighting against the sky, the joy is endless. Fighting against the earth, the joy is endless. Fighting against people, the joy is endless. People really need to have a fighting heart. Then, when she continued to search for posts, Gu Weiwei found that the post that did not reveal any information was also deleted. Perhaps the words of some players in the post touched the sensitive nerves of the Doomsday game. Gu Weiwei felt that the possibility of encountering a trick in the next game was high. After all, if it were her, she would also hope to nip the danger that threatens her in the bud. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but ask the system. What if we don't meet any players in the next game area? This possibility is very high. To reduce the threat of the Doomsday Resort town, if it cannot be solved, isolate the Doomsday Resort town from the players. The Doomsday game must be carried out according to the rules set by the program. The system replied, what if we don't follow the rules? Then the Doomsday Landlady system can also make adjustments without following the rules. The system said without hesitation, well, I understand. Thank you. As Gu Weiwei spoke, a dark light flashed through the depths of her eyes. She found a loophole in the words of the Doomsday Landlady system. It turns out that the Doomsday Landlady system can also not follow the rules. It's just that in the past, the Doomsday Landlady system never mentioned, and even never thought of breaking the rules. No, it has been broken before. In the last game area, when the desert area proposed to exchange oil resources, the castrated vending machine and purification trash can for the zombie crystal cores in the virus area were used. Now it seems that it is not a question of whether the rules can be broken, but whether the benefits are enough for the Doomsday Landlady system to break them. Perhaps the Doomsday Landlady system bound her at the beginning just to get a share of the Doomsday game. The world that can be selected by the Doomsday game, although the civilization is low level, the energy is not low level at all. But as the game progressed, the Doomsday Landlady system gained more and more benefits from these game areas and players, and the Doomsday Landlady system was willing to invest more and more. According to the Doomsday Landlady system, his system level was higher and more flexible. This meant that he could break the rules in front of the Doomsday game, but there was no need for him to break them before. This made everything make sense. Gu Weiwei sighed deeply in her heart. Sure enough, the more you experience, the deeper you see. Will she blame the Doomsday Landlady system? No. As the old saying goes, the world is bustling, all for profit. The world is bustling, all for profit. Originally, between her and the Doomsday Landlady system, she relied on the Doomsday Landlady system. What qualifications did she have? In fact, she was lucky. Luckily, they still have interests that can impress the Doomsday Landlady system, making him willing to invest more for her and the players. Only then can they borrow the power of the Doomsday Landlady system to fight against the Doomsday game. Gu Weiwei, who had thought it through, felt more relieved at this moment. Otherwise, if the Doomsday Landlady system helped her, the players, and Blue Star for no reason, she would still have to worry about whether the Doomsday Landlady system was the next Doomsday game. You're welcome. I pay more attention to it. After Gu Weiwei thanked him, the system said something. Okay. Gu Weiwei responded. It seems that the benefits that the Doomsday Resort town has brought to the Doomsday Landlady system are enough for him to care about. Very good. The next moment, Gu Weiwei looked at the 6 game areas in front of her again. She now hopes that the 6 game areas can cooperate well with the Doomsday Resort town and achieve mutual success. When paying attention, seeing the air base being driven to the earthquake zone outside the Doomsday Resort town, Gu Weiwei also wanted to say, really? It's quite an idea. Then, Gu Weiwei's eyes were attracted by the 6th door. Because at this moment, many amphibious buses were queuing to the Doomsday Resort town. Gu Weiwei's eyes flickered unconsciously. She remembered what the player said, that among the 6 game areas, the island survival area is the one with the richest resources. Many players became rich overnight after entering the island survival area. It seems that although the island survival area is the newest game area, the disaster in this world seems to be a bit interesting. In addition, this is also a game area she has not experienced. Maybe she can study her game mode carefully. What if we just happen to meet them in the next game area? At this time, Ling Tianqing and his party were following Wen Han Hai to the Doomsday Resort town. Looking at such a huge city suddenly appearing on the endless sea level, they were really a little shocked. The mental preparations made before coming here were all gone when they saw the real Doomsday Resort town. Chapter 118. Doomsday Resort town, is this a city? Tian Miaomio has always been quite direct, and she was the first to speak out, her expression full of amazement. The location of Doomsday Resort town is really amazing. In this island survival zone, most of the time, they see the endless sea. In most cases, the place where they are is an isolated island, and the longer they are, the lonelier they feel. Even though they have teammates to accompany them, because they have been away from the urban society for too long, that feeling still accompanies them. After all, there are no entertainment activities, and all they think about every day is how to survive, turning their lives into savages. The longer they stay in the island survival zone, the deeper their memories of living in human society are buried in their minds. When they see the Doomsday Resort, these deeply buried memories are dug up, and the impact on them is still very strong. Most of the players look at the Doomsday Resort with a little trance. Of course, in addition to this, there will be a little yearning deep in their hearts. Even though they knew they couldn't exist forever, being able to enjoy it at this moment was also a comfort to their spiritual world. At this moment, most of the players in the island survival zone were eagerly looking at the Doomsday Resort town. It can only be said that the Doomsday Resort town has higher requirements for the city. Ling Tianqing was able to serve as the official representative of the players, so his mental fortitude was naturally even higher. After Tian Miaomio's voice fell, he said something. Of course, this is also a recognition of the Doomsday Resort. With just one glance, he understood that even if the Doomsday Resort was a city, it was different from the city in their memory. The Doomsday Resort was even more powerful. At this moment, Ling Tianqing understood why the players of the Doomsday game had such a high sense of pride in the Doomsday Resort. The other players listened and nodded silently in their hearts, and raised the importance of the Doomsday Resort in their minds again. The players' appearances were naturally seen by the audience in the live broadcast room, but they didn't know what the players saw in the Doomsday Resort. I can't see the Doomsday Resort, even in the live broadcast room of the Doomsday Resort players. Looking at their shocked expressions, I really want to see it with my own eyes. It must be magnificent. For some reason, looking at these players, I feel a little distressed. Yes, they have been in the world of the island survival zone for too long. They are fighting for the country. The Doomsday game is really a scam. Why don't they give players a little rest time? Yes, I have seen too many players who can't survive in the game because of psychological problems. Yes, sometimes you can survive the difficulties of the game, but you can't survive the loneliness of the game. I hope that the products of the Doomsday Resort town can be realized in reality as soon as possible, so that reality can also be exchanged with the Doomsday Resort town, and the points can be delivered to the hands of players, so that they can all connect with reality. Let them have a computer and a mobile phone as standard equipment, so that they can connect with reality, and they won't be so lonely. Yes, the mental torture is really hard to endure. The Doomsday Resort town needs gold, right? I am willing to contribute part of the gold in my family. Me too. The audience in reality set barrages one by one, most of which were in support of the players in the island survival zone. Because they shoulder the fate of an entire country and an entire planet, the players in reality have always been paying attention to the players, and they are anxious about what they are anxious about. At this moment, they were really glad that they could help. When Hanhai was also checking the content on the bullet screen at this moment, looking at the words on it, and then thinking about Ling Tianqing and the others' preparations. He really felt the mutual support between the two sides. It was great. In a flash, the amphibious bus carrying the players rushed into the Doomsday Resort town. The audience could not see it all of a sudden. Looking at the content on the black screen, the audience sighed and waited. The only thing to be thankful for is that you can still post comments. In fact, Gu Weiwei is also paying attention to Hanhai's live broadcast room. After all, she has her eyes on the island survival area, so she naturally wants to know more about the situation in this game area. At this moment, seeing that the audience in the real world cannot see the situation in the Doomsday Resort town, she can't help but ask the system. Why does the live broadcast room lose contact after entering the Doomsday Resort town? In order to prevent the Doomsday game from paying attention to the situation in the Doomsday Resort town, the system said. What problems will arise if you see it? Maybe there will be special targeting. I just effectively eliminate any risks. The system replied seriously. What if I want to let them see the Doomsday Resort town? Gu Weiwei said, not all players, just Hanhai. It is also very simple for the Doomsday game to understand the Doomsday Resort town. Gu Weiwei still believes in the strength of the Doomsday Landlady system. Now there is only Hanhai. The risk will be smaller. Why should the host take risks for some people? The system was naturally unwilling, and when it asked, there seemed to be a hint of confusion in its tone. Isn't it the most basic to protect your own safety and interests? The host obviously thought so before, focusing on herself. The situation is different now. Gu Weiwei said directly, if I have been a bystander all the time, maybe one day, the matter will fall on me. What should I do then? Host, I will protect you. Even if your world cannot escape the control of the Doomsday game in the end, I can protect you. The system spoke without hesitation. When she heard this, Gu Weiwei could not help but be stunned. If the Doomsday Landlady system had said this to her at the beginning, she might have been moved. But after so many games, and seeing the life and death of countless players, she thought that as a part of Blue Star, she could no longer stay out of it. Thank you, system, but I still insist. Gu Weiwei said without hesitation, I think if you continue to pay attention, you will discover a kind of power. What power? The power of people. Gu Weiwei said loudly. The system was silent for a moment, and then said, I will pay attention. But since you insist, I respect you. But you have to know that your existence needs the Doomsday Resort town to be valuable. If there is no Doomsday Resort town, you are nothing. I know. Gu Weiwei nodded. If there was no Doomsday Resort, she would be an ordinary person, and she might have died in the Doomsday game long ago. Then, with Gu Weiwei's acquiescence, Hanhai's live broadcast room suddenly opened. At this moment, Hanhai didn't notice it. The players in the island survival area who entered the Doomsday Resort felt a stronger shock. In one word, big, there was an endless open space, countless high-rise buildings, and many unique public buildings. Of course, the rows of artillery on the wall were also eye-catching. Even without knowing the details, one could feel that this was a terrifyingly strong city. In addition, the various people coming and going also surprised them. It had been a long time since they saw so many people, and such a lively scene. It made them feel dazed, as if they had returned to the past. That was an unforgettable time for them. When they got off the car one by one, their eyes were staring straight. Hanhai naturally noticed their appearance, and slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he felt that he was unlucky enough as a player of Doomsday Resort Town, he felt pity for others when he saw their unlucky appearance. This damn sympathy. Fuck, am I seeing things? I actually saw Doomsday Resort Town. I saw it too. Is it the real Doomsday Resort Town? Yes. The host is here, Ling Tianqing is here, Tian Miaomiu is here, they are all here. Oh my god, why can we see the Doomsday Resort Town? Ah, I'm so excited. I finally understand why Ling Tianqing and the others were shocked. How could such a big city appear in the ocean not be surprising? The existence of the Doomsday Resort Town is really amazing. Ah, so excited. I went to the live broadcast rooms of other Doomsday Resort Town players, but their live broadcast rooms were still black, and only Hanhai's live broadcast room could see it. What's so special about the anchor? The audience got excited, and the comments were posted one after another. The text in Hanhai's live broadcast room grew explosively. He saw it with a casual glance. I was stunned for a moment. His live broadcast room can be seen in the Doomsday Resort Town. Is he the only one? Is this just too lucky? Oh no, this is definitely not luck. When Hanhai's eyes unconsciously patrolled the Doomsday Resort Town, and finally fell on Gu Weiwei on the city wall. There is only one person who can climb the wall of Doomsday Resort Town, the boss of Doomsday Resort Town. When Wenhanhai looked over, Gu Weiwei waved at him. At this moment, Wenhanhai was instantly certain. Even if it was her, it was the credit of Boss Gu, and Wenhanhai's movements at this moment were also noticed by Ling Tianqing and others. Following his line of sight, they also saw Gu Weiwei. Who is that? Ling Tianqing asked. The boss of Doomsday Resort Town. Wenhanhai hurriedly said, I found that the real audience can still see my live broadcast room, and there is only me. I am surprised. After seeing Boss Gu, I know that it must be Boss Gu who did it. Wenhanhai was a little excited when he said this. He was picked by Boss Gu. Ling Tianqing and his party were even more stunned when they heard it. Why did the boss of Doomsday Resort Town do this? Bring a few player representatives up. Suddenly, a conspicuous golden bullet screen flashed in Wenhanhai's live broadcast room. Wenhanan instantly understood what Gu Weiwei meant, and said to Ling Tianqing and the other two, Boss Gu wants to see you, come with me. Everyone knows that Boss Gu has become more and more low-key in these two game areas. Now that he has done this, I am afraid there is a purpose. I just don't know what is the purpose. Chapter 119. Wenhanhai guessed that it might be related to the players from the island survival zone. But no matter what the purpose was, Wenhanhai had unconditional trust in Gu Weiwei, and he was still excited to be able to contact her now. Ling Tianqing and the other two were a little confused at this time. Meet them? Why? But watching Wenhanhai's back, they quickened their pace and followed him. Speaking of which, one of their purposes for coming to the Doomsday Resort Town was to meet the owner of the Doomsday Resort Town. Now that the other party has taken the initiative to meet them, it is also a good thing. The group went straight to the top of the wall. At this moment, the audience in Wenhanhai's live broadcast room was also very excited. The boss of the Doomsday Resort Town, this must be a big boss. It turned out to be a young and beautiful girl, awesome. The boss of the Doomsday Resort Town wants to help us when he sees the players in our island survival zone? I hope so. Anyway, it will definitely not hurt to hold on to a big boss. The Doomsday Resort Town is so powerful. If we can get her help, the players in the island survival zone should be able to live a smoother life in the future. But we can't ask for help for nothing. I think it's a good idea to exchange things with him. Yes, it's best to exchange things with him. Amid the discussion of the audience, Wenhanhai and his party had already reached the top of the wall. Boss Gu. Wenhanhai took the initiative to greet him. Ling Tianqing and the other two also shouted the same thing. Although they had no communication with Gu Weiwei, they still received benefits before. Invitation letter, signal tower, vending machine, purification trash can. These things can be sold at a high price in any game area, but Gu Weiwei gave them for free, which is enough to prove Gu Weiwei's kindness. Therefore, they only respect Gu Weiwei. Not to mention, Gu Weiwei is still a strong person. Boss Gu, you called us here, is there something? Wenhanhai asked proactively. I just heard that the island survival zone has abundant resources, so I'm a little curious. Gu Weiwei said directly. It's indeed quite rich, all kinds of ores. The prices in the recycling cabinet are extraordinary. Wenhanhai introduced directly, and his face was flying when he spoke. Everything he said was true. As long as you can withstand the occasional attacks and keep fishing on the island, you can get a lot of resources. Of course, the situation of these resources is different. It depends purely on luck. Some people are lucky and get good things. And when you get good things, you have to consider whether you can keep them. Personal strength, survival material needs, etc. are all decisive factors. So, for players in the island survival zone, it is a coexistence of opportunities and challenges. And for players in the Doomsday Resort Town, it is purely picking up leaks. Because strength and survival materials are not a problem for them, so how can players not be happy? That is to be happy and forget about home. Gu Weiwei listened and nodded. It was basically the same as what she saw in the live broadcast room. So you came to the Doomsday Resort Town to exchange things, right? Gu Weiwei asked. Her eyes fell on Ling Tianqing and the other two. Well, we want to exchange our things for a large amount of supplies and materialize them in the real world. Ling Tianqing said without hesitation. He knew very well that if he missed the Doomsday Resort Town, he would never have such an opportunity again in the future. So what they can do is to exchange what they have for various commodities as much as possible. These commodities can contribute to their country in the future. In Wenhanhai's live broadcast room, countless viewers listened to Ling Tianqing's words and started to launch barges one by one. Don't think about us now. You should arm yourself first. That's right. I still hope that the first batch of supplies in the hands of the players can be used on the players themselves. Yes, we can only be well if the players are well. Our current situation cannot be solved in a short time. Let the players arm themselves and protect themselves. It will take a long time. The players miss us, so we should miss them too. In the end, not only the audience, but also the officials came out. At this stage, the players are the main focus. This simple sentence also clearly shows the attitude of official support. Seeing this, Wenhanhai coughed lightly and said, "Just now in the live broadcast room, the official staff of your country said that the first batch of points you received should be used to purchase products suitable for you." Ling Tianqing was stunned for a moment after listening to Wenhanhai's words, and then said, "Don't worry, we have a lot of things on hand, enough to guarantee our own needs while also materializing what the country needs." Wenhanhai listened and nodded in his heart. It's still a bit of a deal. As for Gu Weiwei, he then directly said, "What do you need in reality?" Ling Tianqing didn't react a little bit after listening. Wenhanhai on the side reminded, "Boss Gu means that we can arrange what you need for you according to your needs. This is a backdoor, of course. We must seize the opportunity." "Thank you," Ling Tianqing and the other two said quickly. They didn't expect that Gu Weiwei would help them privately. This is also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. The official staff in reality also discovered this and acted quickly, and then input what they needed onto the screen bit by bit. The audience at this moment also understood and did not post any comments. Wenhanhai directly acted as the middleman between the two parties. After Wenhanhai finished reading, Gu Weiwei had basically finished recording and said to the few people, "You can go to exchange points, but can one of you stay to talk to me? I am a little interested in your world." "I stay," Tian Yamyu said without hesitation. Boss Gu just helped them a lot, and with such a small request, they naturally have to satisfy him. While speaking, Tian Yamyu also handed the backpack compartment she was going to use to exchange points to Wan Jingyuan on the side. "I leave the things to you." "Yeah." Wan Jingyuan nodded. Wan Jingyuan and Ling Tianqing nodded to Gu Weiwei and left. Wenhanhai also left tactfully, although he also wanted to stay and see what they would talk about. But soon, Wenhanhai's attention was attracted by the audience in the live broadcast room. He was the only one who could live broadcast in the Doomsday Resort town. Anyway, they were all here to accompany others, so it was not bad to enjoy the feeling of being the focus. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room followed Wenhanhai's perspective, and their attention naturally shifted. "Is that the ice and snow world over there? Oh my god, how did they do it? It looks so beautiful. There is a hot spring next to the ice and snow world. The Doomsday Resort town really looks like it lives up to its name. It is a resort at first glance. The players have worked so hard. Isn't it normal for them to come to the Doomsday Resort town to have a good rest? Speaking of which, what are the players in other worlds like? I don't know about that. Host, can you tell me more?" Wenhanhai looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, paused, and then introduced. "Take me as an example. I have experienced extreme heat, extreme cold, meteorites, mutations. In the earliest world, the survival rate was less than 1%. This situation continued until the Doomsday Resort town appeared in the players and some worlds. This situation has changed." While speaking, Wenhanhai also remembered the sad years he had gone through. Thinking about it now, it is all tears. Is it so tragic? The Doomsday is really evil. So there are many worlds that are being attacked by the Doomsday game? Will there be a day to get rid of it? When the Doomsday game came, it said that only if we cleared the game could we return to normal. What about other game worlds? A natural disaster came directly, and there were no players, but it became a playground for players. Maybe it was in a different form. It's too much. Compared to them, the situation in our world is better. At least, we don't have to be separated from our families. If we really encounter a disaster, we will die together. The things before, how can they be compared like this? Wenhanhai looked at their grief and indignation and sighed. They are all victims of the Doomsday game. Ling Tianqing and others beside him felt bad when they heard what Wenhanhai said. It's just that at this time, they don't have the energy to sympathize with others. They just want to work hard to make their country overcome the difficulties and let their families live in a safe environment. In the following journey, Wenhanhai continued to introduce the situation of the Doomsday Resort town. This is the reality, they can't reverse it, so they can only learn to adapt. What he has to do now is to let more worlds and more players know about the existence of the Doomsday Resort town. One day, Wenhanhai's side is progressing smoothly, and Gu Weiwei has also learned about the game mode of the Island Survival Zone world from Tian Miaomiu. In fact, we have also discovered a pattern. As long as more players survive, the game will increase in difficulty, causing more deaths. In order to reduce the difficulty, many people will attack other players later. Tian Miaomia said this with a somewhat indignant look on her face. Players from the same country tend to come together to fight against other countries. Because our country has a higher survival rate of players, other countries will come together to fight against us. But the more pitiful ones are the small countries. Many small countries have been destroyed in reality because of too many player deaths. Although Tian Miaomia sympathized with those small countries, it was already difficult enough to protect herself in the game, so how could she care about others? Is the scope of the natural disasters large? It depends on the level. The higher the level, the larger the coverage area. Multiple provinces will be involved. Each time, there will be a large number of casualties and economic losses. Tian Miaomia said, and these disasters also cause heavy losses to crops in various countries. This game has never thought of letting us live, but even if we understand this truth, we are powerless and can only be led by it. As she spoke, Tian Miaomia's tone became increasingly low. Gu Weiwei listened, pursed her lips, and then said, "You are very lucky, you can always find good things?" "Yes, that's why they call me the European Emperor." Tian Miaomia looked happy when she said this. "You should work hard. This island survival zone may also be your chance," Gu Weiwei reminded. Tian Miaomia was not stupid. She listened to Gu Weiwei's words and instantly became energetic. What chance? Gu Weiwei was the owner of the Doomsday Resort town. Her reminder must be not simple. Gu Weiwei paused. Actually, she had just heard from the system. The system mentioned that there were good things in the island survival zone. As long as they were explored and developed step by step, it was very likely that the real world would be promoted to level 2 civilization. And the magnetic field on Tian Miaomia was very special. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei said, "These are some rewards that can promote the development of reality. When your reality develops to a certain extent, the Doomsday game will not be able to control you. This is not something that cannot be said." Gu Weiwei did not hesitate to tell the situation. Perhaps, with Tian Miaomia's luck, she will succeed one day, and one more world will be free from suffering. Tian Miaomia listened and became even more excited. "Thank you," Tian Miaomia said without hesitation. Gu Weiwei is the owner of the Doomsday Resort town, and what she said is probably true. There is hope for their world. Chapter 120. With the efforts of the players of Doomsday Resort town and the NPCs in the game area, each game area is developing rapidly. The second day of the game. Landslide area. Every 8 hours, there will be a landslide. The air base is under intensive construction. Players and NPCs began to search for gold, scrap iron, ore and other resources, and try their best to convert the existing resources in the city into usable points. Earthquake area. Every 8 hours, there will be a large-scale earthquake, which occurs from time to time in other towns. The air base has become a new activity center because it is being built outside the Doomsday Resort town at a fast speed, and its area is constantly expanding. Players and NPCs are looking for resources in a large number of ruins and earning a lot of money. Insect-infested area. The area of insects has doubled compared to the previous day, and their attack tendency has increased. Official NPCs have invested heavily in the shelter and launched a migration operation throughout the city. Players and NPCs are frantically hunting various insects just to get high points. Doomsday Resort town products are being bought crazily in the insect-infested area, and protective clothing has become the most popular item. Hail zone. Every 8 hours, hail falls heavily, destroying a large number of vehicles, buildings and roads. The official NPC has built a shelter to accommodate 2 million NPCs, and the NPCs are eager to migrate. Abandoned vehicles have become the focus of collection by players and NPCs. Cold-resistant clothing is hot. Plant zone. Every 8 hours, plants will start to grow wildly, and the growth size is related to the original size of the plant. After the official NPC discovered the pattern, they began to attack large plants. Some players and NPCs accepted official employment and began to clean up the plants in the game area. The buildings in the game area were severely damaged. Island survival area. The official player representative Team Ling Tianxing and others obtained a large number of points and publicly exchanged them with all players. The real official received a large number of Doomsday Resort town tangible goods in the game area, mainly shelters and energy blocks, and began to lay shelters across the country. At the same time, a large number of resources were mobilized and invested in the Doomsday Resort town through recycling cabinets. After obtaining a large number of points, part of the resources were invested by the game area players, and most of them were invested in the construction of the real society. The second day of the game. Land subsidence area. Every 7 hours, a land subsidence will occur. The air base has taken shape. A large number of NPCs have poured into the air base and invested in its construction and points. Bound shoes have become a must-have item for NPCs. Earthquake zone. Every 7 hours, there will be a large earthquake. The air base continues to be built. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled among the residents begin to move, and capable NPCs begin to stay in the city center. Players and NPCs seize the time and start cleaning up the low-rise buildings in the game area. Insect-infested area. The area of insects has doubled compared to the previous day, and the tendency to attack has increased. The official NPCs have invested heavily in the shelters and launched a migration operation across the city. Players and NPCs are frantically hunting various insects just to get high points. Doomsday Resort town products are being bought crazily in the insect-infested area, and protective clothing has become the most popular item. Hail area. Hail falls every 7 hours. Most of the NPCs in the area have moved to the shelters. NPCs began to look for supplies in the ice and snow world in exchange for survival resources. Plant area. Every 7 hours, the plant growth speed increases. The cleaning speed is comparable to the growth speed. Island survival area. The player development ecology is good. The real society is developing well. The third day of the game. The fourth day of the game. The 9th day of the game. The 10th day of the game. Sinkhole area. Every 15 minutes, there will be a sinkhole. The air base has been built, and all NPCs have moved in and lived there for several days. There are many deep pits in the game area, and the deepest one is bottomless. Bound shoes have become the main means of transportation. Earthquake zone. Every 15 minutes, there will be an earthquake, with different levels. The air base has been fully built, and most NPCs have sneaked in. A small number of NPCs and players cannot enter because of their sin value, so they stay in the empty space of the game area, build a shelter, and form a team. Insect plague area. The size of the insects has increased tenfold, the attack power is strong, and cannibalism has occurred. The shelter has been built, the NPCs have entered, and the outside world is no longer suitable for survival. A single person can no longer fight against mutant bugs. You need to form a group and wear protective clothing to enter and exit the shelter. As the size of the bugs increases, a large amount of pesticides is needed to have a little effect on the bugs. Hail area. Every 15 minutes, hail falls. In the game area, except for the shelter, it is no longer suitable for survival unless you have the Doomsday Resort town equipment. Plant area. Every 15 minutes, the plants will start to grow wildly. The official plant clearing speed is far lower than the plant growth speed. Plants have invaded the buildings in large numbers. The game area has no suitable living space for NPCs except for the shelter. Due to the destruction of buildings by plants, the amount of resources that can be collected in the game area has increased, and a large number of players and NPCs have poured in. Island survival area. Players have developed well in the game area, and the seed base belonging to the players has been built. Players have their own activity space, and the seed base is still under construction. Real society is developing rapidly with the existing resources. There was a natural disaster in the middle, but it did not cause too much economic loss and casualties. At this time, the Doomsday Resort town. On the 9th day of the game, all players and NPCs were very cautious about the situation in their own game areas, fearing that the situation would develop unexpectedly. But today, the 10th day of the game, and halfway through, the situation in all game areas is still under control. Therefore, today's Doomsday Resort town seems particularly relaxed. Oh my god, I am not used to seeing such a normal game area. Yes, I am afraid that the Doomsday game will hold back a big one, especially when the other party has a criminal record. I didn't expect it to be so late. It's already night. It shouldn't change anymore. It's impossible to change anymore. And if it changes now, it shouldn't have much impact. Most players and NPCs have returned to the Doomsday Resort town and their respective bases and shelters. With their protection, disaster shouldn't find us. Alas, the situation outside is getting worse and worse. I don't dare to go out at night, for fear of losing my life. Yes, it's not suitable to run outside at night. If you are not careful, it's over. It's also because a large number of casualties occurred in several game areas in the past 2 days, so people suddenly became vigilant. Yes, don't be careless just because the game areas are easy to play now. It's easy to play because there are Doomsday Resort towns and official bases. Otherwise, it would be a life and death situation. That's right. On the Doomsday Forum, the situation in other game areas is not so good. What's wrong? Many players mentioned that the difficulty of the game suddenly increased by several degrees on the 10th day, far beyond their imagination. What does that mean? The difficulty of the intermediate field has been increasing unknowingly. How is this possible? We experienced. The players in the Doomsday Resort town were chatting, and suddenly they felt something was wrong. Clearly, they felt that the difficulty of their current game area was decreasing. But why did the difficulty of other game areas increase? Is it because of the Doomsday Resort? Impossible. If the Doomsday Resort had this ability, it would have been proposed by the players of the Doomsday Resort long ago, and it would not have been discovered now. After all, players are most sensitive to the Doomsday game and the game area. Unless the Doomsday game is intentional, deliberately reducing the difficulty of the Doomsday Resort and deliberately increasing the difficulty of other game areas. It may not be intentional, but it is expected that the game area where the Doomsday Resort is located will reduce the difficulty due to the existence of the Doomsday Resort. So it simply reduces the difficulty of the Doomsday Resort and directly increases the difficulty of other game areas to harvest more players. Maybe it is good for the game area where the Doomsday Resort is located, but such benefits are only individual cases. Most players have to go through the game area without the Doomsday Resort. In this case, will the players have resentment towards the Doomsday Resort when facing the threat of death? They think. Not most players, but definitely quite a few players. People are selfish. Even they themselves can't guarantee it. If it is really as they guessed, then this is definitely a naked conspiracy against the Doomsday Resort. Just as these players were thinking divergently, at this moment, some remarks made by players of Doomsday Resort Town on the Doomsday Forum had already attracted the attention of players in other game zones. At this moment, a storm was gathering on the Doomsday Forum. Has the difficulty of the game zone where Doomsday Resort Town is located been reduced? Why has the difficulty of our game zone increased instead? Is the emergence of Doomsday Resort Town really good for us? Short-term high returns. Do we need to use more to pay them back? Will the emergence of Doomsday Resort Town be another conspiracy against players? On the homepage, similar posts were fermenting, and there were also crazy discussions within the posts. Is that right? I always feel that the appearance of Doomsday Resort is too abrupt. Without Doomsday Resort, many players would have died long ago, and now you are speculating again. Suddenly there are so many posts about Doomsday Resort. Can't everyone judge whether they are true or false? That's right. Suddenly I am a little scared. Before there were thousands of people praising it. Now thousands of people are criticizing it. But this situation is not caused by the abnormality of Doomsday Resort. Can anyone explain why the game area where Doomsday Resort is located has become less dangerous? It can't be that the Doomsday game can't beat the Doomsday Resort town, so it ran away. Will it come to harm our other game areas after running away? That's not fair at all. I see, now everyone is actually psychologically unbalanced. Who can be balanced? We are in a life and death situation, while some players are relaxing in hot springs, visiting amusement parks, shopping, eating snacks. Or the Doomsday Resort town itself is too high profile. This is a conspiracy of the Doomsday game. But it was caused by Doomsday Resort. You can't deny that, right? You blame Doomsday Resort. If you have the ability, don't use Doomsday Resort stuff. Why can't we use it? Won't we die more miserably if we don't use it? I just think Doomsday Resort should take responsibility for us, at least compensate us for our losses. I have never used Doomsday Resort's products. I just think Doomsday Resort is unreliable. Is this considered moral kidnapping? There are still some that haven't been used, so they can't be used. Is the sin value holding back? The verbal battle between the two sides is still going on, and Gu Weiwei is also checking it out. In fact, after knowing the situation today, she had a premonition in her heart that the Doomsday game was waiting here. As a result, it came true. However, at this moment, Gu Weiwei felt a sense of relief that the dust had settled. In the past few days, she has been wondering how the Doomsday game would deal with the Doomsday Resort town. Because she didn't know, she was always worried. Now that she knows, she can find a way to solve it. Chapter 121. In fact, Gu Weiwei did not expect that Doomsday game would deliberately reduce the difficulty of connecting Doomsday Resort town to the game area. After all, although she helped the game area also gave a lot of feedback to Doomsday Resort town, which can be said to be a win-win situation. Reducing the difficulty is better than nothing for the current game area. But increasing the difficulty is different for the game areas outside. This move of cutting off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, Doomsday game did a really good job. She now suspected that the players who deliberately guided the Doomsday Forum might be behind the Doomsday game system. Is the Doomsday Game's approach reasonable? Gu Weiwei asked the Doomsday Landlady system in her mind. If it is not necessary to follow the rules, is it unreasonable for the Doomsday Game to increase the difficulty? She wanted to know if there was any room for manipulation. The manipulation done privately, outside the rules, is like the existence of the Doomsday Resort town. The Doomsday Landlady system responded quickly. Apparently, he has also been paying attention to this matter. Gu Weiwei thought about it in her mind, and then said, the Doomsday Game is like this, it still has some impact on the business of our Doomsday Resort town. What if players boycott us in the future? Our products have advantages. What if the Doomsday Game products also deliberately lower the price? Gu Weiwei asked back. She thinks this possibility is very high. Because only by destroying the Doomsday Resort town can the Doomsday Game become bigger and stronger. Therefore, it is very likely that the price of goods will be temporarily lowered to squeeze out Doomsday Resort town. Moreover, Doomsday Game itself has advantages. Because all game areas are under his control, and all players are under his control. His customer base is much larger than Doomsday Resort town. What do you think? Obviously, Gu Weiwei's words also touched the nerves of Doomsday Resort town, and he directly asked Gu Weiwei back. I want to announce the truth about the existence of Doomsday Game on the Doomsday Forum, and I need your help not to be deleted. Gu Weiwei said bluntly. Before, she always felt that it was too early to say it, and it was very likely that the players would lose the motivation to move forward, because who would have thought that the end was not the end after the clearance? As long as their world did not advance to level 2 civilization, it would always be a toy that the Doomsday Game could play with at will. But now the situation is different. The Doomsday Resort town was targeted, and judging from the Doomsday Forum, many players' thinking was completely led astray. She was really afraid that under the long-term brainwashing, the influence on the players would become greater and greater. Instead of doing this, it is better to make the truth public. I don't know whether I believe in the Doomsday Resort town or not, but it is impossible to believe in the Doomsday Game anymore. It takes a lot of energy to fight against the Doomsday Game. The Doomsday Landlady system said directly. You definitely don't need it, think about the future. Gu Weiwei reminded. Anyway, she believes in the ability of the Doomsday Resort town. I just don't know how much the other party is willing to pay. Because the Doomsday Resort town has been discovered, the benefits that can be obtained from the game area in the future will be reduced. However, the Doomsday Landlady system mentioned that even if the other party does not follow the moral code of martial arts, he also has a way to deal with it. Let's see if the other party's method is reliable. If you are willing to spend the effort, it means it is reliable. If you are not willing, it's another matter. Okay. Just when Gu Weiwei was thinking, the Doomsday Landlady system suddenly agreed. Gu Weiwei's heart skipped a beat unconsciously. Okay, then he continued, then I leave it to you, just put it on the homepage. Well, I edit it. Then, there was no news from the system, and it was obviously ready. During this time, Gu Weiwei's eyes returned to the Doomsday Forum. The verbal battle on the Doomsday Forum continued. Although there were many troublemakers, there were also many defenders of the Doomsday Resort town. The majority were of course bystanders. These bystanders may just be weighing things. Anyway, I will definitely boycott the Doomsday Resort town in the future. If you can't buy it, it's equivalent to a boycott. It's so much cheaper than the Doomsday Game Mall. I don't believe you don't want to buy it. Let's not talk about whether to buy the product or not. Let's talk about the difficulties faced by players outside. Can you say it has nothing to do with the Doomsday Resort town? Even if it is related, it is deliberately targeted by the Doomsday Game. Maybe it wants everyone to target the Doomsday Resort town. If the Doomsday Resort town is really forced away, believe it or not, we will really be toys in the hands of the Doomsday Game. But now, our casualty rate is very high, and we will die anyway. Although the difficulty has increased, we can definitely survive with the goods in the Doomsday Resort town. This time, there are 1.2 million players in the Doomsday Resort town and 12 million NPCs in the game area. If it spreads, the number of players who benefit will definitely reach hundreds of millions, or even more. The future is promising. But I really can't bear it anymore. There are still 20 days. Then it's useless for you to shout now. While the verbal battle was still going on, a post suddenly rushed in. The price of Doomsday Game products has dropped, and it is basically the same as the price of Doomsday Resort town products. Some are even lower. What is Doomsday Game going to do? The price has dropped, which is good. I can buy Doomsday Game products right away. If the prices are the same, Doomsday Game products are obviously better because they can be bought anytime and anywhere, but they cannot be bought in Doomsday Resort town. I say, are you out of your mind? The Doomsday Game is the enemy. Who made us like this? Who said the Doomsday Resort town didn't have a hand in it? Both started with the Doomsday. Some players are taking advantage of this. The Doomsday game has given you so many benefits. Anyway, I will never believe in the Doomsday game. Yes. Gu Weiwei immediately called up the Doomsday game panel, and saw that the ridiculously high prices in the mall had dropped across the board. It was actually guessed right. You're right. The Doomsday Landlady system obviously knew about this, and spoke in Gu Weiwei's mind, with a hint of dissatisfaction in its tone. So you should edit the content quickly, otherwise if you delay, what if more people are taken away, or if they all take the opportunity to stock up on Doomsday game merchandise? What if they don't have points in hand even if they encounter Doomsday Resort town in the future? Gu Weiwei deliberately added fuel to the fire, who made her weak and unable to fight against the Doomsday game. Under such circumstances, we can only mobilize the Doomsday Landlady system, which has the power to fight against the Doomsday game. Okay. The Doomsday Landlady system said directly. Then it spread the content in front of Gu Weiwei. How do you think it looks? Gu Weiwei started to read it directly. After reading it, she said without hesitation, okay, just like that, send it. We can't let the other party have a chance to regret it. It has been posted on the Doomsday forum. The next moment, the system's words followed. Gu Weiwei's sight immediately returned to the Doomsday forum. Then she saw a long banner hanging on the Doomsday forum. And on the banner was a long paragraph of text description. The text roughly described the truth about the Doomsday game that the Doomsday Landlady system had told her. It mentioned that the Doomsday game could not be stopped even after clearing the level. It mentioned that most of the population stayed on Blue Star. It mentioned that another Doomsday game was also going on Blue Star. It mentioned that behind the Doomsday game was a conspiracy in the name of civilization evolution. It mentioned that only when Blue Star advances to level 2 civilization can it escape the control of the Doomsday game. It mentioned that the Doomsday Resort town can help Blue Star advance to level 2 civilization. All the key points were mentioned. The last banner was directly named after the Doomsday Resort town. Obviously, this is a direct confrontation with the Doomsday game. Quite tough. Gu Weiwei thought that when the players saw it, the Doomsday forum would be shaken. Sure enough, when the players saw the banner, their attention was attracted. After reading the above content, everyone was stunned. What do you mean that even after clearing the game, the Doomsday game cannot be terminated? Has the Doomsday game been lying to us? The blue planet still exists, and there are still many people on it. Are my family members still alive? Is the content above true? Civilization evolution. Oh, our world is developing well, and it will surely slowly progress to level 1 civilization, and then enter level 2 civilization after a long period of development. Do we need them? Is it true that a level 2 civilization can get rid of the Doomsday game? It's definitely true, but it's really not that easy for a level 2 civilization. Is what the Doomsday Resort said true? It's definitely true, so everything makes sense. But as soon as the Doomsday game started, the Doomsday Resort immediately fought back, and this counterattack was obviously likely to carry personal grievances. I believe in the Doomsday Resort. Yes. The Doomsday game had clearly targeted the Doomsday Resort before, so how could the Doomsday Resort not fight back? I am grateful for the dispute between Doomsday game and Doomsday Resort town. It is because of this dispute that the truth of Doomsday game is revealed to us. Wow, I am crying. Clearing the game can't even make our world return to normal. Then what is the meaning of the game we are playing now? Yes. Doomsday game is too much. Who believed in Doomsday game before? Stand up. I don't know if this news is true or false. It must be true, otherwise, Doomsday game would have denied it. Actually, it's good to think about it. At least we know that our missing relatives are still on Blue Star. The Doomsday game is also being played on Blue Star, and we don't know how many people have died. We are all playing such a dangerous game. It should be better on Blue Star. I hope so. At this moment, I feel complicated. Who doesn't? I don't know what to do now. Me too. The forum was completely boiling at this moment, and countless people's thoughts were unconsciously placed on the Doomsday forum. Faced with the truth of the Doomsday game that was made public, no one could stay out of it. Chapter 122. Doomsday Resort Town. The players were originally indignantly cursing at players from other game zones. After all, the instigation of some players on the forum was too obvious. They could easily see that it must be Doomsday game behind the scenes. They also knew that players from other game zones might not be unable to see it, but they were blinded by the danger in front of them. When the news of the Doomsday game mall's price reduction came out, its intention to target Doomsday Resort Town became even more obvious. Because of the temporary benefits, more players are tempted. Don't they know that they are courting disaster? But they don't mind, because the Doomsday Resort town is out of their reach, but the Doomsday Game Mall can increase their survival rate. Which is more important, the immediate benefits or the future benefits? There are different ideas in different periods. In the face of life threats, it is naturally the former, because if you die now, will there be a future? The Doomsday Game captures the mentality of most players. They were angry, but there was nothing they could do. They could only dissect everything and explain it on the Doomsday Forum. They were still willing to believe that there were more players who didn't speak up. Anyway, as long as most people knew the sinister intentions of the Doomsday Game, it would be enough. As a result, they didn't expect that the Doomsday Resort would actually throw such a big bomb for them. Is the Doomsday Resort true or false? Do you think the Doomsday Resort needs to lie to us? No need. So the game is a complete scam. It's not a scam. At least we can go back to Blue Planet, our former home. Oh, a blue planet that has been turned into a game, and we have to face the Doomsday Game when we go back? It makes me angry just thinking about it. It's good to think about it. We still have friends and family on our own territory, and we still have our country. That's right. And if we have a lot of goods from the Doomsday Resort town at that time, we can help our own country when we go back. Yes, at that time, we all had golden fingers. Thinking about it, it is also a benefit. Yes, after all, most of us have families. However, the Doomsday Resort can help the line to upgrade to level 2 civilization. Does it mean that the Doomsday Resort can also go to Blue Star with us? From this meaning, it can be interpreted this way. But why can the Doomsday Resort enter Blue Star, instead of any game area we have experienced? I always feel that the Doomsday Resort town may have an inexplicable connection with us and Blue Star. No matter what, we will know in the future. It's just a level 2 civilization, it seems a bit difficult. Why think so much? We haven't even cleared the level yet. What should we do when we return to Blue Star after clearing the level? Why don't we think more about whether we can clear the level? The Doomsday Game is obviously trying to kill all of us players in the cradle. Yeah, let's try our best first. After discussing, the players in the Doomsday Resort town slowly calmed down. Continue to face the Doomsday Game, and the real truth is to pass the level. Otherwise, I am afraid that I will not be able to wait until the day to return to Blue Star. At this moment, many players have a little more fighting desire in their hearts. Think about it, they did not see the news of their relative's death on the Doomsday Forum, and they are most likely living on Blue Star. Going back earlier, maybe you can reunite with your family. Similar discussions spread throughout the Doomsday Resort town. Many NPCs in the game area also heard it. They could probably understand the content of these words, but most of them had nothing to do with them. Except for one. Only when Blue Star is promoted to level 2 civilization can it escape the control of the Doomsday Game. If Blue Star can do it, what about the world they live in? Therefore, the game area officials and the NPCs who stayed in the Doomsday Resort town immediately sent the news back to their respective game areas. Landslide area. Tang Fenghua was handling daily affairs at the air base. The first step, relocating the survivors to the air base, had been completed. Except for some residents, who were injured or killed accidentally, most of them were safe and sound. However, under the air base, their original city still existed, but it had already been devastated. Some buildings were still standing, but there were several deep pits around them, which made people's scalps numb. Tang Fenghua couldn't help but wonder, what would he do if there was no air base? Most likely, the residents will be dispersed and live together. If there is a fire, keep it. Fortunately, they still have the Doomsday Resort town. So even when the situation outside is difficult, they can still live safely. During this period of time, many players and residents have been going in and out between the air base and the outside world, all in order to find materials that can be exchanged for points in the remaining buildings. Both sides enjoy it. Even if there are occasional landslides outside, as long as the time is right, the danger is still relatively low. Tang Fenghua did not stop the residents from doing this, because he knew very well that residents must adapt to changes in the environment, both now and in the future. Taking care of themselves is the way for residents to survive in the future. Just as Tang Fenghua was thinking this, his cell phone rang. He answered the call immediately. Then, he heard the latest news from the Doomsday Resort town from the other end of the phone. At the moment he heard it, Tang Fenghua's pupil shrank unconsciously. The next moment, he prepared to lead the team to the Doomsday Resort town without hesitation. He wanted to see it in person. This was related to the future of their world. Earthquake Zone. Chai Shuquan was very satisfied with the current air base. He felt that the most correct thing he did was to build the air base outside the Doomsday Resort town. Although it was a bit troublesome to search for supplies, the safety was greatly guaranteed, especially since there was a crime value detection outside the Doomsday Resort town, which allowed him to directly throw away those with ulterior motives. As for what he has to do now, it is enough to send a team to watch the other shelter, and send a team to patrol nearby to prevent the residents from being harmed by those people outside. The current air base, relying on the Doomsday Resort town, is really very lively. Mayor. Just as Chai Shuquan was walking around in the air base, a staff member came to him, with a bit of anxiety in his tone. What's wrong? Is there anything? Chai Shuquan asked hurriedly. New news in Doomsday Resort town. What news? There is a way to get rid of the Doomsday game, the staff said. Let's talk as we go, Chai Shuquan said without hesitation, and then headed straight for Doomsday Resort town. When he entered Doomsday Resort town, he had already learned the details from the staff. His heart was beating wildly. Finally, he came directly to the outside of apartment number 1. He was waiting for Boss Gu of Doomsday Resort town. These days, they have been trying to find out about Boss Gu. Although they knew the other party's information, they did not bother him because they knew his character. But now, they have to pay attention to him. Finally, after a while of waiting, a figure appeared. The moment he saw the other party, Chai Shuquan went up to him without hesitation. Boss Gu, can we chat? Gu Weiwei saw the other party and nodded. In fact, she came out to wait for the heads of these game areas. Then, Chai Shuquan asked his question directly. Is it true that advancing to level 2 civilization can get rid of the control of the Doomsday game? Yes, Gu Weiwei said without hesitation. It's just that it's difficult to advance to level 2 civilization. No matter how difficult it is, at least, there is hope. Chai Shuquan's eyes were red instantly. This significance is really too great for them. You can go to the library and take a look. Maybe some of the information there will be useful to you, Gu Weiwei said without hesitation. The books in the library are updated by the system. The Doomsday game is so tit for tat, she thought. Even if the Doomsday Resort town does not make a move directly, it will make an indirect move. And once it makes an indirect move, it is very likely to be in the library. Okay. Chai Shuquan listened, and his heart became more excited. In fact, the library is also in their purchase plan. They have been sending people to register the titles of books and report them to the experts outside, just to use the points on the blade. Now it seems that the books in the library may have been updated again. Afterwards, Chai Shuquan followed Gu Weiwei to thank him and left, obviously wanting to share such good news with the outside world. Looking at his back, Gu Weiwei let out a long sigh. She really hopes that these game areas can get rid of the control of the Doomsday game in the future. Insect Disaster Area. Luo Pingying is still under great pressure now. Although they can get a lot of points because of the insects that can be exchanged, but relatively speaking, because of the insects' attack power, they also consume a lot of points. Just thinking of the residents who survived and the players who often hang out in the game area, she still felt happy. Because the future of their game area is bright. After escaping the insect disaster area this time, there are shelters and a lot of points. She also feels that other disasters are within control. The only thing she wants is to earn more points, so that more cities in her country can get rid of the danger brought by the Doomsday game. It makes people happy if fewer people die and fewer cities suffer. It was also at this time that she received a call. It was a call from the staff stationed at the Doomsday Resort. After the call was connected, she heard the other party's excited voice. It's saved, it's saved. If we can advance to level 2 civilization, our world can completely get rid of the Doomsday game. Hearing the news from the other side, Luo Pingying was stunned for a moment. Is it true? Luo Pingying was a little dazed. This news was really too big. After Luo Pingying learned about the details of the incident, her eyes also revealed a bit of ecstasy. Great. The next moment, Luo Pingying quickly gathered some staff and quickly ran towards the Doomsday Resort. She now wants to understand how to make a world advance to level 2 civilization. Will the Doomsday Resort have the answer? Chapter 123. Hail Area. Xia Jianyue had just dealt with a hailstorm. A hailstorm every 15 minutes did cause a lot of trouble to their lives. First, the energy consumed by the shelter when the hailstorms fell. Second, the hailstorms hindered the travel of the survivors in the shelter. However, there is 1 minute left. The bus is leaving. Who wants to go out together? Get on the bus. I want to go. I want to go too, but I want to ask, where to go? We will go to a place far away, but don't worry, we have a timer. When the next hailstorm comes, we will hide in the bus or nearby buildings to ensure everyone's safety. Is it really safe? There are definitely risks, But so far, our team's survival rate has reached 100%, except for some people who were accidentally injured. I have participated in this team before, and it is quite reliable. Okay, let's go. Even if the environment changes, the survivors still have not given up the plan to go out. If the official relied on their own strength, they would not be able to lead so many survivors out. Fortunately, there are still players. Xia Jianwei thought, and his heart was full of strength. The current situation is much better than they imagined. It was also at this time that his cell phone rang. He saw the number and found that it was the assistant who stayed in the Doomsday Resort town. Xia Jianwei answered without hesitation. There is a new message here, about getting rid of the Doomsday game. Then, the assistant on the other side told the whole story. Now the players in Doomsday Resort town are talking about this. I also saw the official person in charge of the earthquake zone rush to Doomsday Resort town as soon as possible, talked with Boss Gu for a while, and then went to the library happily. I think this news is definitely true. The assistant's voice was a little excited. This is definitely big news. Xia Jianwei listened, and his mood also fluctuated. Great. I be there soon. You continue to collect information and wait for me. Xia Jianwei continued without hesitation. Okay. The assistant responded without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jianwei immediately asked people to prepare the vehicle, and then quickly rushed to the Doomsday Resort town. Last time it was Hope. This time it is still Hope. Plant area. Oh my god. It's almost like a primeval forest outside. Ivy is already very strong, and now with the bonus of natural disasters, it feels even stronger, and it's all over the place. Yes, there is not enough time to chop every day. Originally, we try to chop as big as possible because they grow faster. As a result, after the big ones are chopped, the small ones have grown into big ones again, and the cycle repeats. It is too difficult. There is no other way. No matter how difficult it is, we have to chop. The only thing to be thankful for is that every time I clean the plants, I can also collect some resources and make 2 profits. You are really hardworking. Of course, the environment will definitely be more difficult in the future. Now we can save as much as we can. Yes, save some. Maybe you can be more carefree in the future. I think so too. During the intermission, the survivors talked to each other, but their expressions were full of hope. Buyunlan, who was watching the scene, couldn't help but curl up his lips. Fuck, Doomsday Resort Town spoke on the Doomsday Forum and directly invaded the homepage. What are you talking about? Mention the conspiracy of the Doomsday game. I was very busy before, and didn't pay attention to the slanderous words of Doomsday Resort Town on the Doomsday Forum. Otherwise, I would definitely fight back against them on the Doomsday Forum. That's right. Don't you see who caused our current situation? Believe in the Doomsday game. It's better to believe that a sow can climb a tree. Fortunately, the Doomsday Resort fought back, otherwise I would definitely be regretful. Yes, it's a really cool article. It directly tore apart the opponent's conspiracy completely. But it seems that the Doomsday Resort has long known what tricks the Doomsday game is playing, right? It seems that they didn't intend to tell us before. What's the point of telling us? It just adds to our burden, and now we have no choice. I have to say, when I found out, my heart was really sad. Who wouldn't be sad? However, compared to the previous hopelessness, there is still a little hope now. Yes, I don't know what the level 2 civilization will look like. If 1 generation doesn't work, then 2 generations. If 2 generations don't work, then 3 generations, and 1 generation after another. One day, we will definitely be able to advance to the level 2 civilization and successfully escape the Doomsday game. Yes. Buyulan stopped and listened unconsciously after hearing this group of players discussing the Doomsday Resort town. As she listened, she heard the words level 2 civilization, get rid of the Doomsday game. The moment she heard it, she was completely stunned. Was what she heard true? Is there really a chance to get rid of the Doomsday game? Just when Buyulan was excited to ask, her cell phone rang. After answering, it was the assistant's excited voice. The content on the other end was exactly the same as what Buyulan had just heard. Buyulan looked a little excited. She was going to the Doomsday Resort town right away. Go now, Island Survival Area. Ling Yunqing and others were working hard to build a sea base and gather nearby players. Some players were willing to join the sea base and complete the mission together. But there were also some players who liked to be alone, so they did not join. Of course, there were also some who wanted to join, but could not. This part was foreign players. At this time, many foreign players were shouting outside. Why can't we join? Why can only players from your country enjoy the benefits of Doomsday Resort? We want to join too. You must let us join. You have to give us an invitation. You have to. Ling Tianqing and his group listened, and their mouths twitched unconsciously. Yes, I have to. How shameless. However, he didn't seem to have heard the players of Doomsday Resort mention foreign players, so he really didn't consider contacting foreign players. But if there are benefits, there is not enough for their own country. Why should they share it with people from other countries? It is difficult for them to come here from such a faraway area. Ling Tianqing thought, it is likely that the progress of reality has been exposed. The Doomsday game came to their world. It is a global game, but the game is more inclined to put players from the same country in different regions. Even if the game is the same, the regions are different. Only in very rare cases will the country and foreign countries meet. Of course, as long as you pursue it deliberately, you can also cross regions. Basically, only players who are very confident in their own strength dare to do this. When foreign players were shouting, the players of Doomsday Resort Town were shocked. Fuck, you actually have foreign players here. Yeah, we have never met them before. I thought you were the same as us. I didn't expect you to be different. Ling Tianqing looked at the Doomsday Resort Town players, who came over nearby, and was a little surprised. Didn't you meet any foreign players? Where is your Doomsday Forum? It is displayed in the Doomsday Forum, but not in our public area. Maybe the game area for foreign players is different from the one you experienced. Probably. I don't know what the game area for foreign players is like. It must be very complicated anyway. Yes. The players were curious. At this time, when Han Hai also came over and asked curiously, then do you want to care about them? Ignore it, let the real world talk. Ling Tianqing said without hesitation, if I let them in, I'd still have to worry about them causing trouble. Have they done that? When Han Hai said, yes. Ling Tianqing nodded. If it weren't for that, they wouldn't be so vigilant. Then he looked at Wen Han Hai with a surprised look. Why are you here? After all, Wen Han Hai and his friends like fishing on their own island, and they could only be seen once in a while before. I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Ling Tianqing's expression became more serious. What Wen Han Hai was talking about must be no small matter. It's about the level 2 civilization. Wen Han Hai said, you left people there, I think you will know about it, but I still want to tell you and learn about the technological progress of different worlds. Ling Tianqing listened and was stunned for a moment. Has this news spread? Ling Tianqing's expression surprised Wen Han Hai. You know about this? Well, I heard Boss Gu mention it before. Ling Tianqing did not hide it. I didn't expect it is no longer a secret now. You know, you actually knew it in advance? Then I think the world you live in must be very special. When Han Hai's mind immediately turned, we just found out today, because the Doomsday game on the Doomsday Forum started targeting the Doomsday Resort Town. When Han Hai told Ling Tianqing about the situation on the Doomsday Forum, Ling Tianqing listened, paused, and then said, Boss Gu reminded us that as we go deeper into the island survival zone, it is very likely that we will get something that can improve the level of civilization in the real world, so he reminded me in advance. So that's how it is. When Han Hai looked a little surprised, and then a little envy appeared on his face, your game zone is really good, it's simply the chosen one. Ling Tianqing paused and understood what he meant. Pursing his lips, he said directly, we are all victims, but if we are lucky, I really hope that one day we can help you. Thank you, good brother. When Han Hai patted Ling Tianqing on the shoulder and said, I hope we can meet again after this game area. I hope so. Are you going to the Doomsday Resort Town? When Han Hai asked. Ling Tianqing shook his head. No, there are people in charge there. I just need to guard this place. Then I won't bother you. Seeing this, Wen Han Hai also said goodbye tactfully. He will go back to fishing now, catch more good things. A place that can make a planet advance to level 2 civilization is definitely a good place. Chapter 124. Doomsday Resort Town. Official representatives from the 4 game zones, the Land Subsidence Zone, the Insect Disaster Zone, the Hail Zone, and the Plant Zone, arrived at the Doomsday Resort Town one after another. Chai Shuquan from the Earthquake Zone was waiting at the city gate. Tang Fenghua had just contacted him. Although the two were not in the same game zone, they were from the same world. Knowing that he was close, Tang Fenghua had contacted him on the way here, and he told him everything that Gu Weiwei had said to him. As for the details, let's talk about it when we meet. In this way, Chai Shuquan directly welcomed the other 4 people. The 5 people reunited again, and nodded to each other. Although they rarely contacted each other, they occasionally met in the Doomsday Resort Town these days, and occasionally exchanged information about the situation in the game area. They can be considered to have some friendship. It seems that the players from the island survival area rarely appear in the Doomsday Resort town. They didn't seem to be anxious about such a big thing. After waiting for a long time, and no one from the island survival area showed up, Tang Fenghua said thoughtfully, "This matter is not a small matter. As long as you encounter a Doomsday game, you will definitely take it to heart. If not, it can only be said that the other party has already known about this matter, and has more important things to do." Tang Fenghua speculated that perhaps the island survival area has long known about the promotion to level 2 civilization. But he has learned that the matter is sudden. Combining them together, we can draw a conclusion that the things that can be promoted to level 2 civilization may be hidden in the game area of the island survival area. Players in the island survival zone only need to regularly replenish supplies from the Doomsday Resort town, and develop well in their own game zone. The whole process is logically self-consistent, and Tang Fenghua already has a general idea in his mind. As for the others, they didn't take it to heart. Their minds are basically on their own game zone. When they meet in other game zones, they pay more attention to them. If the other party doesn't show up, they won't spend time looking for them. Maybe they have more important things to do, Luo Pingying said calmly. She also guessed a little, but relatively speaking, it was most important to take care of herself. Don't worry about them. How much do you know about level 2 civilization? Xia Jianwei asked anxiously. Does Doomsday Resort have anything that can help us advance to level 2 civilization? Thinking about the goods provided by Doomsday Resort, according to the classification of their world, they felt that Doomsday Resort was at least level 3 civilization. Even if it was a level 3 civilization, the emergence of better things could only prove that Doomsday Resort of level 3 civilization could communicate with higher civilizations. According to the news that level 2 civilization can escape the control of the Doomsday game, it can also be proved that by entering level 2 civilization, one may be able to communicate with higher civilizations, gain recognition from higher civilizations, and even be protected. Chai Shuquan exhaled lightly. I talked to Boss Gu, and she mentioned that it is difficult to advance to level 2 civilization. She doesn't know how to advance, nor what the standards are. She just suggested that I go to the library to see if there is any updated information. After listening to her, I went to the library as soon as possible. What's the result? Others asked anxiously, staring at Chai Shuquan with burning eyes. The library's books have been updated, and many high-tech books have appeared, especially books on outer space, and even on the development of resources on other stars. Chai Shuquan's voice trembled a little when he said this. I used to go to the library frequently, and I'm sure that although there were higher-level science and technology books before today, there were definitely no extra books like these. The library's books were updated when this news came out. Chai Shuquan knew that when he saw it, his legs couldn't help but go weak. That kind of excitement really can't be described in words. His mind was blank at that time. Even now, when he mentioned it, his heart was beating wildly. Great. It seems that the judgment of level 2 civilization is not much different from what we know. If you have a goal, the future is not long. Xia Jianwei and others listened. Their expressions were a little excited and a little surprised. This news is much better than what they prepared when they came. So, before Boss Gu let you into the library, she was not sure whether there were these books in the library. Buyulan, who had been silent, caught a key point mentioned in Chai Shuquan's tone. Buyulan's suggestion also focused the attention of others on this matter. I was just overwhelmed by the good news. At this moment, I also discovered this abnormality. Although Boss Gu is the owner of the Doomsday Resort town, there may be a more powerful existence behind him. Tang Fenghua said directly. What is unimaginable? Xia Jianwei muttered to himself. The system responsible for the intelligence of the Doomsday Resort town is the same as the Doomsday game system. Luo Pingying also put forward his own guess. As soon as this result came out, everyone instantly recognized it. Indeed, if Boss Gu is a human like them, the entire Doomsday Resort town is so intelligent, there must be a controller behind it. Does that mean that the Doomsday Resort town system is higher than Boss Gu? Yes, the system needs people to use it. Boss Gu is very likely his designated user. The development of Doomsday Resort town is definitely developed step by Boss Gu, but after Doomsday Resort town, there may be Doomsday Resort City, and even higher goals. Behind these goals are set by the system, and have their own operating rules. Speaking of which, is it possible that Boss Gu is also a player? The players of Blue Star just happen to have the Doomsday Resort town system, so she always appears in the game area where the players of Blue Star have appeared, and follows them to complete the game? It is very likely. So now, it is very likely that the existence of Doomsday Resort town was discovered by Doomsday game, and it began to target Doomsday Resort Town and Boss Goo, which caused the Doomsday Resort Town system to counterattack, which led to unexpected events like today. Otherwise, such news would never break out today. Then the level of Doomsday Resort Town system should be higher than that of Doomsday Game system. Even if they are at the same level, in one or more game areas, Doomsday Resort Town system definitely has the advantage. Yes, so the Doomsday Resort Town invaded the Doomsday Forum and hung up banners, and the Doomsday Game could not be cancelled. Then the Doomsday Game system will definitely target the Doomsday Resort Town and Boss Goo, and there is a high possibility that Boss Goo and the Doomsday Resort Town will be prevented from helping the players. If Boss Goo is a player, the Doomsday Game may send Boss Goo to a higher level game area in the next game to curb the development of the Doomsday Resort Town. The Doomsday Resort Town system definitely realized this in advance, so it took the initiative to disclose the level 2 civilization to the public and to us, and was even willing to help us through the library to fight back against the Doomsday Game. Several game area managers deduced the whole process based on their own experience. The logic of the whole process is reasonable. After the analysis, several people looked at each other, and the scene fell silent. Everyone deeply reflected the content of the conversation in their minds, and formed a context. It seems that after this game area, we have to rely on ourselves. Yes, but we can get enough things from the Doomsday Resort Town, and there are vending machines, and we can continue to buy goods, so it is not purely relying on ourselves. Yes, the sales network of Doomsday Resort Town has been laid out in advance, and it will become larger and larger. It is not so easy to disappear from everyone's sight. You can still encounter Doomsday Resort Town in the game area, and the probability of encountering it by Blue Star players is probably smaller. It doesn't matter. The expansion of the game area can also feed back to Blue Star players. Continuing to chat, the originally tense heart relaxed a little. Just Boss Goo and Doomsday Resort Town should be careful next time. In fact, I think Boss Goo will definitely be prepared. Yes, with Doomsday Resort, Boss Goo will be safe as long as Doomsday Game can't do anything to Doomsday Resort. Also, Doomsday Game can target Boss Goo, so won't Doomsday Resort fight back? According to the current situation, Doomsday Resort will definitely make adjustments to Boss Goo's subsequent situation. As they chatted, they looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. After they figured it out, they were really relieved. Should we tell the players about the news we inferred so that they can prepare in advance? After all, they may not be able to encounter the Doomsday Resort Town? Xia Jianwei asked again. Not yet. Let's see what Boss Goo does first. If Boss Goo is not prepared, we will talk about it later. Tang Feng was said. Then we do nothing? No, we can tell the players that there is information related to level 2 civilization in the library of the Doomsday Resort Town. Bu Yuan said directly, this is enough for now. Should we go find Boss Goo? No need. We have already been told the news that should be told to us. Going to find Boss Goo will only cause him more trouble. Well, let's go to the library together now. Okay. Since we have encountered this opportunity, we must not let it go. Yes. The group then went straight to the library. In fact, what they talked about was heard by the Doomsday Landlady system and broadcast to Gu Weiwei in real time. Gu Weiwei was silent when she heard about her situation and her vest being stripped. He is indeed the official person in charge. Awesome. You people in the low civilization world are quite smart. The Doomsday Landlady system also commented in Gu Weiwei's mind. That's a must. When Gu Weiwei responded, she looked a little proud. Of course, there were more surprises. The official persons in charge are all so reliable, and with the assistance of the Doomsday Resort Town, these worlds will definitely have the power to fight back against the Doomsday Game in the future. Host, do you want the players to prepare early? The system asked. Yes, but it cannot be posted on the Doomsday Forum. It can only be announced in the Doomsday Resort Town, and players are prohibited from explaining it on the Doomsday Forum. Gu Weiwei replied. The Doomsday Forum is no longer safe. It is still safer in the Doomsday Resort Town. Then host, you do it yourself. Yes. Gu Weiwei looked at her control panel and asked her to think about how to edit it. Chapter 125. On the Doomsday Forum. The banner released by the Doomsday Resort Town is still firmly fixed on the homepage. Many players couldn't help but look at it as soon as they came online, and then their thoughts became a little complicated. They didn't know whether to be thankful or distressed. And some players, who survived with great difficulty, and had the leisure to check the Doomsday Forum, were bombarded with various information as soon as they came online. When they figured out the whole story, they were completely confused. They just didn't go to the Doomsday Forum for a while, not for 10 days or half a month. How could such a drastic change happen? Many of the previous cognitions have been refreshed. This group of people are also speechless on the Doomsday Forum. In just half a day, the whole thing has changed. I was still happy about the price reduction of the Doomsday Game Mall, but suddenly I was hit by a thunderbolt. Suddenly I feel lucky that my family is fine. Can we see Blue Star advance to level 2 in our lifetime? No, so what's the point of us being happy now? Let's just live well. No matter what, we are still involved in the war between the Doomsday Game and the Doomsday Resort town, right? Only the new players are speaking, and most of the players are silent. The previous things have consumed a lot of their energy, and they need time to digest it now. But such silence was soon broken by a new piece of news. Fuck, the Doomsday Game is too disgusting. After being exposed, it has returned to its original price. What? Restored to its original price? Is the Doomsday Game so disgusting? Many players immediately checked the Doomsday Game Mall, and sure enough, the prices in the mall that had just been slashed were directly restored to their original prices. At this point, many players could not sit still, and directly launched a war of denunciation in the post. Of course, there were also players, who had always stood on the side of the Doomsday Resort town, who were even more gloating. Ha ha ha, those who stood on the side of the Doomsday Game, now you see the true face, right? The purpose of the Doomsday Game is to destroy the Doomsday Resort town. Now that they find that they can't do it, they choose to continue to mess with us players. If you believe in the Doomsday Game, you might as well commit suicide. I am speechless. The Doomsday Game with countless game zones is just like this. I can't afford to lose. It's not that I can't afford to lose, but I don't want to give players an advantage at all. That's right, the Doomsday Game is unaffordable. I really feel relieved now. I don't feel depressed at all. The Doomsday Game is simply too much. It actually goes back on its word. Come to think of it, I got a bargain when I bought Doomsday Game merchandise before. The value of this post is still rising, and every player has to come in and say something. But soon, this post was suppressed again. Because of new news, it came again. Blue Star has a chance to advance to level 2 civilization. A large amount of high-tech technical information appeared in the Doomsday Resort town. Open declaration of war. The Doomsday Resort is still outputting. Looking at the 2 extra posts, the players noticed it immediately. Level 2 civilization technology is great. The library of the Doomsday Resort is available for purchase at Doomsday Resort players. Please buy it. When the time comes, whether you spread it out or bring it back to Blue Star, it will be a good thing. Everyone bring it, the insurance level is up. Although I really want to bring it, I'm really afraid that I will be framed by the Doomsday Game if I bring it. Me too, I'm afraid of becoming cannon fodder between the two. Just hide it in the backpack grid produced by the Doomsday Resort town, and the Doomsday Game won't find it. Yes. Bye. I just hope that I can bring these materials back to Blue Star. Then I will be the savior of Blue Star and become a celebrity on Blue Star. Ha. Just thinking about it makes me feel so beautiful. Then there will be too many saviors of Blue Star at that time to count. Many players in Doomsday Resort town are also following the Doomsday Forum. I was shocked to see things happening one after another. But when I saw the latest news, I was happy. Does Doomsday Resort town really have the technology of level 2 civilization? It was revealed by Boss Goo. Many official representatives of the game area are now buying things in the library. I want to buy it too. I don't know if it's expensive, but if it doesn't affect my daily life, I'm willing to prepare one just in case. Me too. Let's go and take a look. When the players arrived at the library, it was already packed with players. Each of them held many books in their hands. Looking at this scene, the players were stunned for a moment, and then joined in. They didn't care whether the Doomsday Resort town was to get angry with the Doomsday Game, they just knew that it was great to have these materials, because what they bought was their hope for the future, the hope of Blue Star. Just as the players of Doomsday Resort were trying to buy, a notice was scrolling in the lobby of all the apartments in Doomsday Resort. Doomsday Resort may not be able to enter the same game area as the players. Please be prepared. Note: this message is not allowed to appear on the Doomsday Forum. Please keep it secret. This message was copied 3 times and bolded, making it very conspicuous. Many players noticed it at the first time. After seeing the content clearly, many people's pupils shrank unconsciously. Oh my god! Our world is about to fall. This news is too sudden. What does it mean that the Doomsday Resort town cannot enter the same game area as the players? It means that the players may not be able to enter the Doomsday Resort town. Why? It's the Doomsday Game. You will understand after analyzing it. So this means that the Doomsday Resort town cannot defeat the Doomsday Game? No, Maybe it's because of the battle that the Doomsday game can't do anything to the Doomsday Resort, so they can only separate the players from the Doomsday Resort. Then how to separate them? Why didn't they separate them before? Are you still expecting them to be separated before? No, I just feel surprised, and I always feel that something is wrong here. Don't think too much, be well prepared. Wow, without the Doomsday Resort, I feel a little uneasy. Yes, we have gotten used to the existence of Doomsday Resort. Although players may not encounter Doomsday Resort anymore, they can still buy Doomsday Resort's products. The castrated vending machine and the purification trash can are still useful. I feel relieved immediately. Why not tell them on the Doomsday forum? They are afraid that Doomsday Game will find out. Perhaps Doomsday Resort has figured out how Doomsday Game will deal with it, so it is preparing in advance. If Doomsday Game finds out, it may have to change its method to deal with Doomsday Resort, and it will be hard to defend against it by then. Yes, we will definitely not tell them. At least we have to endure the remaining 20 days. Yes. Instead of thinking too much, it is better to seize the time to earn points. That's right. As long as you have points in your hand, everything will work. With a heated discussion among the players, the news spread throughout the Doomsday Resort town in a short time. After being surprised, the players in the Doomsday Resort town have accepted this matter. After all, there are too many things today, one after another, and they are a little numb. However, after they realized what was happening, they were no longer in the mood to rest and began to rush to the game area in groups. They wanted to collect as many points as possible, buy more goods, and spread the goods of Doomsday Resort town to more game areas and more players. The official representatives of several game areas had already known about the announcement made by Doomsday Resort town, and they were all glad that they did not interfere. However, they soon put this matter behind them, and followed the players to quickly mobilize all available resources to collect points, and then exchange these points for various goods. They want to buy all the goods in Doomsday Resort town, and buy more. Therefore, in the next period of time, both the game area and the players are rushing like crazy. And this trend is not only happening in the game area associated with Doomsday Resort town, but also in countless game areas. Those game areas don't know the truth, but they can foresee it. After Doomsday Game and Doomsday Resort town openly declared war in the Doomsday Forum, after they knew the truth behind Doomsday Game, the next game will become complicated. If they want to survive, they have only one choice. Constantly enrich themselves, constantly arm themselves. Those who cannot adapt to the changes in the world will only die. On the other hand, their desire to survive has been mobilized. They want to live to complete the game, live to return to the Blue Planet, and reunite with their families. Chapter 126. Day 11 of the game. Landslide area. Every 14 minutes, a landslide will occur. The officials suggested that the public accumulate more points, and set off a wave of collecting supplies. More and more survivors buy jumping shoes, and there are phenomena of leasing and loaning. The official team went out in large numbers to exchange points for library books. Earthquake zone. Every 14 minutes, an earthquake will occur. The survivors have become accustomed to the vibrations, and after being out of danger, they began to flock to the city to collect supplies. The official team went out in large numbers to exchange points for library books. Insect-infested area. The size of the insects continued to grow, and they included people in their food system. They collected from the entire game area and began to migrate to the shelter. Official NPCs, ordinary NPCs, and players all guarded the gate to deal with various insects, and they harvested a lot. The insect-infested area is also the one with the most points among all the game areas. The official exchanged a large number of library books and various equipment, and the people also hoarded equipment and daily necessities. Hail zone. Every 14 minutes, hail falls. The environment outside the shelter is bad, but many NPCs have gained a lot of points after following the players to collect supplies. Life is getting better and better. Other NPCs have also moved their minds, and more NPCs are leaving the shelter. The official team goes out in large numbers to exchange points for library books. Plant zone. Every 14 minutes, plants begin to grow wildly. The official NPCs, players, and NPCs cannot keep up with the speed of plant growth, so they focus directly on collecting supplies. The official team went out in large numbers to exchange points for library books. Island survival zone. A large number of foreign players gathered at the sea base. In the real world, countries exchanged interests with each other. Players from some countries were qualified to enter the sea base and exchanged equipment with Ling Tianqing and his party with the materials in the game area. After knowing that the library had books of level 2 civilization, player Tianyami reported the news immediately, bought a large number of books and materialized them in the real world. The real world began to vigorously research new technologies. Day 12 of the game. Day 13 of the game. Day 28 of the game. Day 29 of the game. Day 30 of the game. Land subsidence area. Land subsidence is happening all the time. There are fewer and fewer places to land in the game area. After a long period of accumulation, the NPCs have abundant resources, which allows them to wait patiently for the last day to pass. The official team has also purchased all the library books that need to be purchased, and has also stockpiled a large amount of equipment and supplies. Earthquake zone. Earthquakes are happening all the time. The level of earthquakes is getting higher and higher as time goes by, and it has reached its limit today. There are no complete buildings in the entire game area. The shelter is very lively, and the NPCs have lived a life of food and clothing with their own efforts. The official team bought the library books that were not purchased in the sinkhole area, and also stocked up a lot of them, especially vending machines and purification trash cans, which are suitable for most large cities. Insect plague area. Insects have surrounded the shelter and launched crazy attacks, and as time goes by, they are approaching the Doomsday Resort town. Official NPCs and ordinary NPCs are still guarding the shield and fighting back. People in the shelter can still get a lot of points. The combat power of the NPCs is constantly increasing, and they are getting more and more excited. From top to bottom, countless supplies are stockpiled. The official team has bought a copy of all the books in the entire library. Hail area. Hailstones are falling all the time, and the area where they fall also includes the Doomsday Resort. The outside of the shelter has become a world of ice and snow, and the buildings are frozen. It is impossible to go out except by amphibious buses. The NPCs who have worked hard for a month are basically in the shelter, preparing to survive the last day. The official team has bought all the books and used all the other points to buy equipment, supplies, and potions for the Doomsday Resort. Plant area. Plants are growing all the time, and the entire game area has been surrounded by plants, and they have also invaded the area of the Doomsday Resort. The official has already purchased all the books through loans. Official NPCs and ordinary NPCs no longer go out, and consider using a large amount of kerosene to burn plants. Island Survival Zone. The survival rate of domestic and foreign players is greatly improved. Every player, whether public or private, is working hard to get the wool of the Island Survival Zone. As their level increases, the things they get are getting better and better. In the real world, natural disasters rarely occur because of the survival rate of players. Even if they occur, they are within controllable range. Various new technology research is blooming in various places and countries. At this time, the Doomsday Resort town. The players who had been fighting for more than half a month were relatively relaxed on this day. Now thinking back on what they had done during this period and the points they had in hand, they all felt a little incredible. I have accumulated so many points, it's actually 6 figures. Haha, I've also accumulated 6 figures. Fuck, there are so many of you, and I only have tens of thousands. Not bad. Hee hee, yes, finally I have lived up to my efforts during this period. How could I have done it after hearing that news that day? It was that energy that kept me going until now. Today is the last day. Finally I have some time to breathe. I can only rest for a while. I have to continue to work hard later. Continue to work hard? You are a player in the insect-infested area, right? Yeah, that's right. I envy you. Players in the insect-infested area will never have less points. All the money is hard-earned. Yes. This game area is quite comfortable. The only thing that makes me unhappy is that I got the bad news in advance. Alas, there is nothing we can do about it. We have actually been enjoying the benefits of the Doomsday Resort for a long time, and we will be able to enjoy it in the future. It's just that there is a small chance that we will directly encounter the Doomsday Resort. Where will the Doomsday Resort be? I don't know. The Doomsday game is really abominable. The insects, hail, and plants above our heads are all his masterpieces. We only saw one, but the Doomsday Resort was attacked by 3 disasters. How many points would it cost? Don't worry. With the ability of the Doomsday Resort, it won't be overwhelmed by these 3 disasters. The Doomsday game will only discuss the Doomsday Resort. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. I hope we can really get rid of the Doomsday game one day. It will happen. So many of us players, and so many game areas are working hard. There is also the Doomsday Resort, and he is also our strongest support. That's true. Although we won't be able to see the Doomsday Resort in the future, at least we can still buy things from the Doomsday Resort. The players' resentment towards the Doomsday game is growing day by day. After complaining, everyone's mood became much better, and then they went to different places in groups of 3 or 2. Some went to enjoy snacks and drinks, some went to play games to relax, some went to practice, some went to fight, and some went shopping. It can be said that now such a large Doomsday Resort town, all places are the destinations for players. At this time, Gu Weiwei was also checking the situation of the Doomsday Resort town. Compared with the harvest in the previous game area, the harvest in this game area is doubled. The points have increased several times. As for the natural disaster outside that is attacking the protective shield of the Doomsday Resort town, as the players thought, Gu Weiwei didn't take it to heart at all. She was looking at her control panel now, and she had only one thought. Before entering the next game area, the Doomsday Resort town was upgraded. Let's see if we can refresh the good things that can only be refreshed in the Doomsday Resort city, and then contribute the last bit of strength to the players. This can also be regarded as a parting gift. Then, Gu Weiwei pointed out the promotion conditions. Condition 1, entertain 1 million tenants, satisfied. Condition 2, 100,000 points, satisfied. Condition 3, buildings asterisk 3,000, not met. Condition 4, landmark buildings asterisk 4, not met. Among them, the most important is still the landmark building. After the mission was released, players submitted drawings of some landmark buildings one after another. She received dozens of drawings. However, not all of these architectural drawings meet the standards. She was not in a hurry to advance before, so she naturally did not check them carefully. Now is the best time. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei checked them one by one. Building, Gregory Sky Gardens. Building, Brook Coliseum. Building, Elliot Statue. Building, Collins Mausoleum. Building, Colossus of the Sun God. Building, Chilo. Building, Terracotta Warriors and Horses of the Qin Dynasty. Building, the Great Wall. Building, Global Center. Building, National Museum. System, which ones meet the standards? Gu Weiwei asked the system directly. Gregory Hanging Gardens, Elliot Statue, Colossus of the Sun, Terracotta Warriors and Horses of Qin Dynasty, Great Wall, all meet the standards. Are these the only ones? Yes. Then your requirements are quite high. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but complain. Although she didn't understand foreign architecture, she could tell from the scale of the drawings that many of them were not simple, at least in terms of scale, they were magnificent. As a result, such buildings were not considered landmarks. It seems that I have to continue collecting. I will post a notice on the Doomsday Forum when the time comes. As for how to trade, Gu Weiwei thought of a cheating method, purifying the trash can, but that's a story for later. For now, it must be enough. How to build a building? Gu Weiwei asked. These are all blueprints. Put it in the backpack grid, and then you choose to build it. The conditions will also be clearly listed. Gu Weiwei did what the system said. Do you want to spend 100 million points to build Gregory's Sky Gardens? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build the Elliot Statue? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build the Colossus of the Sun God? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build the Terracotta Warriors of Qin? Do you want to spend 100 million points to build the Great Wall? When Gu Weiwei saw the 100 million, her heart sank. It's so expensive. It's ridiculously expensive. Chapter 127. You know, when she entered this game area, she only had 200 million points. She connected 6 game areas, including the resources of a country, to increase her points from more than 200 million to more than 800 million. Now, she has to remove 500 million. According to normal circumstances, it will take her a long time to advance to the Doomsday Resort. After thinking about it, Gu Weiwei temporarily cancelled the Elliot Statue. After all, there is already a building of this type. If necessary, she will build it again during the next upgrade. 400 million points have been deducted, and landmark buildings *4 have been obtained. Please expand the area as soon as possible. Gu Weiwei listened and understood that it was because the area of the Doomsday Resort town was not enough, so it could not be built immediately. Then, she began to aim at the third condition. Do you want to spend 5 million points to buy an apartment *500? Yes. After the purchase, the upgrade conditions have changed. Entertain 2418375 tenants, meet the conditions. Own 2995 Doomsday Apartments, tent area, integrated planting and breeding garden, bus station, parking lot, warehouse, meet the conditions. Own 4 landmark buildings, meet the conditions. Do you want to deduct 100,000 points and upgrade the level 3 resort town to a level 1 resort city? Yes. The Doomsday Resort town has been upgraded from a level 3 resort town to a level 1 resort city, unlocking 204,800 rooms. At the same time, the control area has been expanded from 51,200 meters to 204,800 meters. Gu Weiwei looked at the data, and her eyes were a little straight. The room has quadrupled. The entire area has expanded by who knows how many times. This city is different from the city she knew before. With a sigh of relief, Gu Weiwei directly placed the new landmark buildings and buildings one by one. Especially the landmark buildings, each of which is unusual in size. If it weren't for the expansion of the area, it might not be possible to put them in. After the placement was completed, Gu Weiwei directly chose to run it. Apartments appeared one after another. As for the landmark buildings, it was shown that they were under construction. This was also the first time that Gu Weiwei saw the system's efficiency was so slow. She also unconsciously began to look forward to the landmark building. Then, Gu Weiwei set her sights on the Doomsday Landlady system mall. This time, the upgrade brought out a lot of products. Among them were more advanced thermal weapons, such as laser guns, and other weapons suitable for individual and group combat. Gu Weiwei's eyes became brighter and brighter as she watched. Next, she had only one thought in her mind. Buy. When Gu Weiwei bought the items, she put them on the vending machine without hesitation. Of course, she didn't forget to increase the number of slots in the vending machine. She found that the more she earned, the more she spent. Because the later the game progressed, the more points she spent on infrastructure and goods, and she would be drained out if she wasn't careful. Especially in the next game area, if she didn't meet any players, her income would be reduced by at least several hundred million. However, the castrated automatic guard machine and the purification trash can were sold in large quantities, and a lot of income could be obtained from many game areas and players. With this calculation, it seems that the money-making channel is not losing much. After doing all this, Gu Weiwei laid down on the bed. She wanted to have a good rest so that she would have the energy to deal with it when the game was over at night. While Gu Weiwei was resting, the players were completely shocked by the sudden change of the Doomsday Resort town. Oh no, it should be called Doomsday Resort. They thought that Doomsday Resort town might be promoted to a city, but they really didn't know that Doomsday Resort would be so big after the promotion. It's ridiculously big. At least in terms of area, it can exceed many small countries. Fuck, it's promoted again. Doomsday Resort, another new name, I have to get used to it. It's so exciting. When I was worried about him, he gave me a big surprise. It can still be promoted, which means that the Doomsday Resort city will not collapse so easily. That's a must. Oh my god, that's the Great Wall. What? A building is being built in front of us at a very fast speed. In a short while, many more sections have been added, and mountains and forests have appeared, directly changing the topography of the entire city. This is a miracle. It's not just the Great Wall. There are two other buildings. Both of them are so tall, the height is higher than the apartment you see. At the scene, everyone looked over and saw two buildings under construction rising rapidly. No, they are not all buildings. One of them is a statue. It's really shocking. This should be the landmark building that Doomsday Resort wanted before. Ah, it was built based on the architectural drawings I provided. I'm excited. Who would have thought that a national treasure could be built in a city? The Doomsday Resort is awesome. Hey, stop looking at the scenery here. Hurry up and go shopping. Every time the Doomsday Resort is upgraded, a lot of good things will appear. Yes, hurry up. Fortunately, hundreds of new apartments and hundreds of vending machines have been built, otherwise there will be a scramble for them. If you calculate it, more than 300 people use one vending machine, and each person can have almost 3 minutes of shopping time, which is very tight. Hurry up and collect the list of new products, choose the items and quantity you want in advance according to your points, and save time. This is a good idea, I agree. It just requires cooperation. Don't worry, we will definitely cooperate. The players became active all of a sudden. At this moment, they were thinking about the new goodies in Doomsday Resort. And such news spread not only in Doomsday Resort, but also in major game areas. After all, since no one was in Doomsday Resort, these official NPCs still hired people to get information. It was originally just for emergency use, but they didn't expect it to be really useful. However, they didn't choose to come to Doomsday Resort at this time, because they knew clearly that players must be scrambling for it. With more than 1 million people gathered, there was not much time. They didn't know when it would be their turn. After all, they had a castrated version of the vending machine. Although it could only have 10 items, it could be changed every day. It would be in time for them to buy after they understood the situation. However, Chai Shuchuan's aerial infrastructure was built outside the Doomsday Resort city. Since he was close to it, he did not hesitate to enter the Doomsday Resort city to investigate the situation. It must be said that the moment he entered, he was really shocked by the Doomsday Resort city. Although he did not buy it, he was able to understand the changes in the Doomsday Resort city better. At this time, Chai Shuquan was once again grateful that he built the aerial base next to the Doomsday Resort city. At least he saw a miracle beyond imagination. Of course, the goods and so on can also be recorded in advance, which will save the time of registering in front of the castrated vending machine. Next, time passed by minute, and all players were reluctant to waste time. After the first round of queuing, they were ready to queue for the second round. They only needed a part of the points needed later, and spent all the remaining points. In such a lively situation, night gradually fell. The construction of the 4 landmark buildings was also completed. After the construction was completed, the players searched and found that the new landmark buildings were not just the 3 conspicuous ones, but also a terracotta warrior, which went directly underground. Of course, there were buildings on the ground, but the style was cemetery style. Each building has a very strong personal feature, and the players were amazed. In the remaining time, the players who had purchased the buildings all wandered around the Doomsday Resort city. They planned to deeply engrave the Doomsday Resort city in their minds, because the next encounter may be a long time later. As for Gu Weiwei, she woke up when the game countdown was 1 hour. The moment she woke up, the first thing she noticed was her skyrocketing points. The points that had originally dropped due to the promotion had climbed up a bit, which was simply a way to restore some blood for Gu Weiwei. But it was still not as much as the consumption. After all, in the past few days, the points in the hands of the players had been emptied by the Doomsday Resort city, and turned into supplies 1 grid at a time. Therefore, with such an increase, Gu Weiwei was already very satisfied. Gu Weiwei slowly walked to the window, lowered her head and looked down, and saw the busiest street in the Doomsday Resort city. At this time, the 3 huge buildings surrounding it were also seen clearly by Gu Weiwei. At this moment, she had no plans to go out. After all, she didn't like to join in the fun. It was nice to just quietly look at the scenery. The well-built landmark building really surprised Gu Weiwei. Looking from a distance, she actually had a feeling that the 400 million was worth it. She was really floating. At this moment, Gu Weiwei's cell phone rang. After answering, she found that it was Tang Finghua, the official person in charge of the sinkhole area. He came to express his gratitude to the Doomsday Resort and Gu Weiwei, and also to say goodbye to her. After him, the official representatives of other game areas also called one after another. Gu Weiwei answered all the calls, accepted the other party's gratitude and said goodbye. When the countdown ended, Gu Weiwei saw with her own eyes that the players in the Doomsday Resort disappeared one by one, and the whole city turned from noisy to silent. Soon, the Doomsday game system sent a notification. Congratulations to the host, you have passed the Doomsday Natural Disaster, Geology, Land Sinking Area, Intermediate Field, Area 10, and obtained 1,000 points. There are 200,000 players in this game area, and there are 195,243 players left. The remaining players will share the player points, and get 87 points. You have been assigned to Doomsday Natural Disaster, Gamification, Weird Area, Advanced Field, Area 1. This game area has 1 player, and 1 million NPCs, and the scene is being generated. The scene has been generated, and the 7th game officially begins. Looking at the notification, Gu Weiwei pursed her lips slightly. She actually guessed it right. She was sent directly to the advanced level. There was only 1 player. That was really amazing. Chapter 128. In a flash, Gu Weiwei found herself in a different world. Looking outside, it was pitch black. It was late at night, and Gu Weiwei had no way of judging the scene outside. But looking at the 3 words weird zone, Gu Weiwei felt a tingling sensation on her scalp. Weird, does it mean ghosts? Subconsciously, Gu Weiwei took out her phone and began to search for relevant information about this game zone. 100,000 people died in RZ city alone yesterday. It's terrible. Now I would accidentally enter the ghost story dungeon during the day. It feels like the ghost story dungeon is everywhere. As long as there is a death, it is easy to trigger the dungeon. If you don't do bad things, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. After some posts, Gu Weiwei has gradually figured out the situation of this world. It is also a planet similar to Blue Star, but the historical development has deviated at a certain point. Most of the territory is under the control of the same country, but with the development of technology, it has become various districts in modern times. Therefore, The laws and systems in each district are based on their own district. The game area now connected is a city in the sub-district, City E. The evil forces in City E have the upper hand, and the order is chaotic. In the past few years, various cases of varying sizes have occurred. Ordinary people are miserable. After they can't stand it, they gradually leave the city. However, due to the large investments made by many forces in the city has also attracted many outsiders. Mutation after the Doomsday game came, strange copies appeared in various areas, generating various game areas. No one knows how these copies select people. Sometimes people passing by will be selected, and sometimes people at home will be selected. The whole world has become a territory for ghosts to do whatever they want, and there are a lot of casualties every day. Until today, the original population of Z City is more than 10 million, but only 1 million people are left. Ghost Bride, Metro Line 1, Yushan Cable Car, Mall Crying. Various copies are even more deadly. Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the post that said don't do bad things, don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door, and then clicked on it. In most cases, as long as you haven't done anything bad and don't do anything stupid after joining the dungeon, the chances of survival are very high. Based on my personal experience, I hope to give you some advice. If those weirdos really let go of those who didn't make mistakes, how could our world become like this? That's right, hundreds of millions of people died. They are extremely evil. In the beginning, when the news of those who were killed by the weird dungeons came out, didn't you all applaud? Are all the dead evil? Now you are condemning them. That's just not following the rules. You think you haven't done anything bad, so you do whatever you want in other people's dungeons. They are weird and do things according to their moods. Why should they accommodate you? Anyway, there is only one requirement for participating in a dungeon, which is to stand on the side of justice and keep a low profile. In fact, those weirds are getting more and more stupid later. Don't believe them, don't believe them, don't believe them. The posts were still increasing in number. Gu Weiwei had no way of telling whether they were true or false, but she was sure of one thing. This world was really dangerous. It seemed that this world existed as a high-level field and was not suitable for current players. The Doomsday game had really taken great pains to get her to come. Holding her temper, Gu Weiwei immediately checked her panel information. Player, Gu Weiwei. Task, complete the Doomsday game. Each game lasts for 1 month. Pass safely and enter the next level. Failure means death. Any player who completes all the games can restore Blue Planet to normal. Points, 396353872. Extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered as a failure. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 slots, up to 99 per slot. Game, 7, Doomsday Disaster Gamification Weird Zone, Advanced Field, Zone 1 Countdown, 30 days 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Building, Doomsday Resort City, upgradable. Level, Level 1. Ownership, Gu Weiwei. Description, within the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 396353872. Mall, open, goods available for purchase. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, cobblestone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants, 0/2544490. Buildings, Landmark Buildings *4, Gregory Hanging Gardens, Colossus of the Sun, Terracotta Warriors of Qin Great Wall, Special Buildings *32, Ice and Snow World, Trading Hall, Activities Center, Hot Spring, Tailor Shop, Blacksmith Shop, Hospital, Library, Pond, Commercial Street, Sentry Tower, Arrow Tower, Ancient City Wall, Playground, Arena, Grain Processing Plant, Network Center, Shopping Mall, Cinema, Internet Cafe, Cultural Center, Machine Factory, Music Square, Park, Air Defense Center, Sniper Tower, Bunker, City Defense Artillery, Armory, Defense Trap, Military Fortress, Military Reserve, Doomsday Apartment *2995, Tent Area, Integrated Planting and Breeding Garden, Bus Station, Parking Lot, Warehouse. Looking at the latest data, Gu Weiwei was stunned. Especially the countdown. System, what's going on? Gu Weiwei asked. The host may have to leave the Doomsday Resort City before the countdown can start. The Doomsday Landlady system quickly gave the answer. You can't beat the Doomsday game system? Gu Weiwei asked in surprise. This situation has never happened before. You are a player of the Doomsday game. If you want to pass the level, you naturally follow its rules. If you don't want to pass the level, You can stay in the Doomsday Resort City for as long as you want. The Doomsday Landlady system said directly. Why didn't you do that before? Gu Weiwei asked. After all, it was discovered in the last game zone, and it could be done in the last game zone. Because there are other players, it is easy to have bugs if it is set up like this. The system replied, plus, he didn't expect you to be so difficult. Even if Gu Weiwei borrowed the power of Doomsday Resort itself is tied to Gu Weiwei, and it is also her help. Okay. Gu Weiwei sighed. Host, rest assured, I will protect you. The Doomsday Landlady system emphasized. Thank you. Gu Weiwei said quickly. In fact, she really didn't worry about her own safety. After all, with the Doomsday Resort, it was very convenient to buy equipment. Besides, there were bugs here. If she stayed outside the Doomsday Resort, what could the Doomsday game do to her? However, with the guarantee of the Doomsday Landlady system, she would feel more at ease. By the way, there are also customers of Doomsday Resort. There are no players here. How can the rules you mentioned before be broken? Gu Weiwei continued to ask. She has been looking forward to this for a long time. Now it is a special situation. Because there are no players, Doomsday Resort can be fully open to the entire game area. The system said. The entire game area, not to mention the ghost. Gu Weiwei keenly discovered this little detail. Yes, it is already difficult to change this point, or it can only be changed when there are no players that will affect the operation. The system replied. Then does the sin value work for weirdness? Gu Weiwei couldn't help asking. If you really have to receive weirdness, it's better to receive weirdness with principles. Effective. You can deal with weirdness, right? Gu Weiwei emphasized it again. Yes. Gu Weiwei listened and felt relieved instantly. By the way, the gate to the other dimension. Can't open, the difficulty can't match. Why do you think the Doomsday game put you in the advanced field? Yeah. Gu Weiwei was prepared. She just wanted to try to ask. Then, Gu Weiwei began to check the Doomsday Landlady system mall. There were actually a lot more items in the mall. Item, soul-fixing talisman. Price, 200 points. Item, soul-driving talisman. Price, 500 points. Item, soul-destroying bell. Price, 1,000 points. Item, peachwood sword. Price, 500 points. Item, incense candle. Price, 100 points. They were all things to deal with weird things, and there were even things that could make weird things eat. Gu Weiwei was stunned when she saw it. The Doomsday Landlady system mall is really keeping up with the times. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei went straight to the shelves. Maybe it can also remind players in other worlds. In the future, quite a number of them will enter the weird world. After the shelves, Gu Weiwei bought an advertisement. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to place an advertisement in Doomsday Natural Disaster Gamification Weird Zone, Advanced Field, Zone 1? Yes. After answering, Gu Weiwei's eyes were on the Doomsday Forum. At this moment, the players should have all arrived at the new game area. I wonder what the situation will be like, Doomsday Forum. The homepage is full of sharing posts from most players. After all, they have arrived at a new game area and have to face new problems. They also want to show their presence. Another point, they are celebrating that they are alive again. Therefore, there are many new posts on the homepage. And there are naturally topics related to the Doomsday Resort town. Hey, suddenly I feel that the players of the Doomsday Resort town have a low sense of presence. This post is ranked quite high, which means someone is replying to the message in real time. Gu Weiwei clicked on it without hesitation. Yes, I haven't heard anyone mention the Doomsday Resort town. It's not the Doomsday Resort town now, it's the Doomsday Resort City. Fuck, has the Doomsday Resort town been upgraded again? Yes, and it has become so big, and there are those huge landmark buildings, which are very shocking. What is the use of landmark buildings? I don't see any use for it, but it's just for viewing. Also, Doomsday Resort seems to no longer appear in the game area. In the last game area, Doomsday Resort announced it to the players, but it was only an internal announcement. Why didn't he notify them? They must be afraid that Doomsday game will cause trouble. Now that the problem has been solved, the news has come out. Where is Doomsday Resort town? I can't live without its products anymore. I hope I can't buy them anymore. No, you can buy it. The castrated version of the vending machine can still be used. That's good, that's good. Gu Weiwei paused as she watched the players ask questions. It's enough to let the players know that the Doomsday Resort town is still there. As for where it is, it's better not to say it. Otherwise, if she said it in the high-level field, she was really afraid that her identity as a player would be exposed. After all, there are still many smart people. Afterwards, the topic of Doomsday Resort City cooled down for a while. After knowing that the Doomsday game targeted the Doomsday Resort City, the players tacitly mentioned it less on the Doomsday forum. But in private, the products can still be used. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei continued to read the post. After confirming that there were no new game modes, she temporarily went offline to rest. It was still too dangerous in the weird world at night, so she didn't want to go out and challenge her courage. When Gu Weiwei went to rest, the advertisement of Doomsday Resort had spread in the weird area. NPCs and the weird looked at the advertisement that suddenly appeared, and they were all a little confused. What exactly is Doomsday Resort? Chapter 129. In a basement in the strange area. Did you see it? Did you see it? I saw an advertisement for Doomsday Resort. What exactly is this place? Does Doomsday Resort have anything to do with the Doomsday game? I don't know if it's true that it's absolutely safe. Otherwise, let's go and have a look during the day. Okay. Just as they were discussing, suddenly, there was a rhythmic knock on the door. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Open the door. The group of people who were talking held their breath when they heard the voice. It's weird. I didn't expect that this residence would be unsafe again so soon. After knocking on the door for a long time and no one responded, the weird outside the door suddenly became angry and banged on the door frantically. Open the door! Open the door! I want to go in! I want to go in! With the sound, the whole door shook violently. The group of people woke up as if from a dream and stepped forward to block the door. After a long time, the weirdness outside the door finally left. After no movement, the group's legs instantly went limp. This life is really unbearable, living in fear every day. Fortunately, at night, as long as they don't go out, they still have a safe place to live. But not going out does not mean that the weirdness will not tempt them to go out, and it does not mean that the weirdness will not break into the door. I don't know if such a rule will still exist in the future. Until now, we can only take one step at a time. The quiet streets were sparsely populated. Soon, there were bursts of dense footsteps. Run, run faster. Don't get caught up. Woo woo, we're just taking food. How could we be so unlucky? I should have known not to come at night. Who knew that there would be nothing wrong for several days in a row, and suddenly there would be something weird again today. Be careful, don't step into the weird copy, otherwise you won't survive. Just as they were lamenting about the future, a screen suddenly appeared in front of them. The screen was an advertisement for Doomsday Resort. Doomsday Resort? Is this another new trick of the weird? Illusion, it must be an illusion. Did you see it too? This place is not far from us, and it guides us there. I can't believe it. What if it's a copy? Just as they were worried, the sound of clattering sounded again behind them. Ah! The group of people screamed again and continued to run forward. It says that safety is guaranteed inside, but there is nothing we can do. If we are caught by the weird, we will die. It's not that they didn't think about finding a room to hide, but this weird was too scary. She could actually control some objects to make the door open automatically. After experiencing it once, they could only run away. Now, they can only hope that this Doomsday Resort is real. Just as this group of people ran forward frantically, the weird behind them slowed down. In fact, she was just teasing these people. Otherwise, with her skills, these people would have died countless times. There were too few people who could play with her at night, so she could only use these people to kill time. Of course, during the chase, she discovered another interesting thing. Doomsday Resort? People can see it, and I can see it too? Then I can go in too? She muttered strangely, with a hint of interest in her eyes. The next moment, she chased after those people. While teasing them, go to the Doomsday Resort. In a certain copy. Auntie, don't hit me. Dad, it hurts. Dad, save me. Dad. A little girl cried loudly. But her plea for mercy was not favored by the two people in front of her. One was watching, and the other was beating her with a huge stick, mercilessly. The little girl's voice gradually weakened, until she was completely dead, lying on the ground like a broken doll. At this time, countless black air rushed into the little girl. The little girl's pupils turned black instantly. After absorbing a large amount of black air, the little girl woke up and cast a hateful look at the man and woman beside her. Then, she just raised her hand slightly, and the two of them rose out of thin air. Breathing became difficult, legs kicked wildly, and faces turned blue and purple. After they died, the bodies of the two fell to the ground and disappeared in an instant. However, the resentment in the entire copy became more intense. At this moment, an advertisement for Doomsday Resort City appeared in front of the little girl. As the video played, the snack and beverage street flashed by, and there were also amusement parks, ice and snow world and other recreational facilities, which instantly attracted the little girl's attention. Mom said that she would take me to the amusement park and buy me delicious food. I want to go. Muttering to herself, the little girl instantly left the copy she was in and headed towards the direction of Doomsday Resort City. Similar things kept happening between humans and weirdness. Most humans choose to explore the situation during the day, while the weird ones are more or less attracted by the Doomsday Resort City, and go to the Doomsday Resort City without hesitation. At this time, the Doomsday Resort City. Even at night, the Doomsday Resort City is brightly lit. The scorching lights made Xiemingzi and others, who had just arrived, feel that their eyes were about to go blind. My God, this Doomsday Resort City is so bright. How much electricity does it take? There is no one in here. It's just an empty city. It's so scary. Should we go in? Xiemingzi and his friends looked at the city in front of them, and they were full of hesitation. This was really abnormal. They didn't dare to get close at all. At this moment, a clattering sound came from behind. She's coming. Rather than being killed by the weird, they would rather go in. The next moment, a group of people rushed into the Doomsday Resort without hesitation. When they turned around, they saw the weird chasing them also followed in. Xiemingzi's pupils shrank suddenly. This Doomsday Resort is a lie. The next moment after he howled, the strange glanced at him, and then walked in without hesitation. Xiemingzi and others were stunned for a moment. Won't she kill us? What's going on? Didn't she guarantee our safety? Why can the strange come in? Oh, look! There was another scream, and when Xiemingzi and others looked back, they saw countless strange outside. There were even many who were surrounded by a layer of black air, and their faces could not be seen at all. Each of them was a big or small boss of the dungeon, and they all appeared outside the Doomsday Resort. It was so scary. So many weirdos. Can they survive under the same roof with them? Xiemingzi and his group immediately huddled in a corner and trembled. The weirdos entered the Doomsday Resort one after another. Some went straight to the buildings inside. Of course, some weirdos noticed Xiemingzi and his party. As if they remembered something, a stream of black air attacked Xiemingzi directly. Xiemingzi and others subconsciously closed their eyes and waited for death. For a long time, there was no movement. When they opened their eyes, they found that there seemed to be a protective shield in front of them, blocking the black air out. At this time, a mechanical sound rang out. No fighting in Doomsday Resort City, no fighting, warning once. The weirdo who attacked Xiemingzi pouted, and then followed the other weirdos to walk inside. In the following time, countless weird things passed by Xiemingzi and his group. Some people wanted to attack them, but they were also warned by the system. After several times, Xiemingzi and his group slowly recovered. It turns out that it is really safe in Doomsday Resort. They can't hurt us. Oh my God, it's really great. There really is a place where you don't have to be afraid of weird things. Let's go in and take a look. But there are so many weird things in there. Some weird people deliberately show their appearance before death, which is really scary. It's scary to be with them. Anyway, it won't hurt anything. What's there to be afraid of? Then let's go in. Let's go in and take a look. After Xiemingzi and others finished discussing, they went straight inside. This time, they suppressed their fear. As they walked, they saw various buildings. The buildings here are really special. Some of them, I seem to have seen in history books. What? The Great Wall and the Terracotta Warriors. These are all ancient monuments from our past history. So does this Doomsday Resort have anything to do with our country? There's also a Colossus of the Sun God over there. This is obviously something from abroad. Just as we were discussing, a giggling sound suddenly came to my ears. When I looked over, I found that it came from the amusement park. They were all children. They were either riding bumper cars, or merry-go-rounds, roller coasters, Ferris wheels, rocking cars, etc. These little bosses who frightened them so much, at this moment, showed innocent and bright smiles. At this moment, they were so harmless. Not only these little bosses, but also other big bosses were the same, entering various buildings in the Doomsday Resort City to play. They were everywhere. It's so magical. It's really unexpected. Yeah, how come this place has everything? But why is this place open to weirdos? Weirdos are really not a good thing. How many people have they killed? We are not the ones who make the rules. Why do we have to think so much? Yeah, anyway, it's good enough that this place can protect our safety. Besides, here, we are the same as weirdos. But I saw in the advertisement that points are needed to live here. What are points? Let's go and take a look. If possible, I hope to stay here longer. Thinking, Xie Mingze and his party became curious, tried to ignore the weirdness, and then came to an apartment. Their eyes were on the rolling notices in the hall, and then they came to the vending machine. When they saw the goods inside, their pupils shrank unconsciously. Chapter 130. Fuck, it's a tool to deal with monsters. Soul-fixing talisman can fix monsters for 10 minutes. Soul-driving talisman, monsters cannot get close within 10 meters, effective for 30 minutes. Soul-destroying bell can cause certain damage to monsters, can be used up to 10 times, the number of times depends on the strength of the monster. Peach with sword has a certain restraining effect on monsters, can be used before it is broken, the strength depends on the user. Everything here is good stuff. I want them all. With these, I won't be afraid of weirdness. Who wouldn't want them? What on earth are these points? How can I get them? It's written here. Everyone's eyes fell on the recycling cabinet next to it. The screen of the recycling cabinet was densely packed with various materials that could be exchanged for points. The top of the list was cultural relics. When they saw it, everyone was silent. Cultural relics? Don't even think about it. The weirdness where the cultural relics are located is all super bosses, and many people have died. You can look at other things. Everyone scrolled down the list, and soon saw other options. It turns out that ore, gold, jewelry, metals, etc. are all okay. We have a lot of these in our city. We can go and exchange them. And we might want them now. The rules on the side say that you can only stay for 6 hours if you make a purchase, and you can stay for 24 hours if you register for accommodation. But it's so dangerous outside. If I can buy these things in exchange for long-term guarantees, I think I can give it a try. That's right. But they actually sell things like incense and candles that can be used by the weird. This Doomsday Resort doesn't distinguish between good and bad, and is willing to help the weird. The weird will definitely see that we have props that can deal with them. Will we be targeted at that time? It would be even more perfect if we don't let the weird in. The group sighed. After having a way to deal with the weird, they became greedy. Xie Mingze listened and twitched his lips. Although these things can deal with weirdness, most of them are just restraint. Now the outside world has become a world of weirdness. Do they still want to turn things around? Of course, it is possible to turn things around. That is, if this Doomsday Resort city continues to exist, then the humans will have a base. But this Doomsday Resort city can accommodate both humans and weirdness. Instead, he has a feeling that this Doomsday Resort city seems to want them to live in peace. At this moment, suddenly, a new notification popped up on the screen. A mechanical sound rang in the hall. Recruitment notice. Recruiting 2 drivers, 300 points per month, food and lodging included. Recruiting 20 guides, 300 points per month, food and lodging included. Recruiting 1 doctor, 300 points per month, food and lodging included. Recruiting 4 snack street and beverage street managers, 300 points per month, food and lodging included. Recruiting 10 farmland managers, 300 points per month, food and lodging included, and 200 points can be added during the harvest period. Please go to the front desk to fill in the information if you are interested. Note, this employment is only valid during the existence of Doomsday Resort City, and will be invalid after leaving. The departure time will be notified separately. Hearing the content of the mechanical sound, Xie Mingze and others became excited. There are actually job openings. Now we can have a place to live without taking risks. Ah, we are saved now. Great. There are so many job openings, and there are not many people taking them now. We have a high chance of being selected. Hurry up and sign up. Great. What a sudden turn of events. Here, we don't have to worry about weirdness. What? Doomsday Resort will leave? Why leave? When will it leave? I thought it would always exist. After we leave, will we have to face the weirdness again? So in the end, we can only rely on ourselves. Originally, everyone was very excited, but when they saw the final notes, their hearts instantly fell to the bottom. Okay, there is really no absolute good thing in this world. For a moment, everyone's mood was a little low. In fact, think about what we were like before today. What's there to be disappointed about? At least we have a shelter for a short time, and there is also a place for us to continuously improve our strength. Xie Mingze said, also, although the Doomsday Resort will leave, the props he left behind will not leave. Have you seen them? There is a castrated vending machine and a purified trash can here. These can also be purchased. After purchasing, you can put them in our city. Even if you leave, you can still buy goods. Taking advantage of the time just now, Xie Mingze has carefully studied the goods on the vending machine. Among them, the castrated vending machine, and the purified trash can came into his sight. After confirming its function, he was no longer worried. Really? The attention of others was instantly attracted, and they swarmed to the vending machine. After seeing the products, they were immediately excited. Really, it's true. Great. This way, we won't be afraid after Doomsday Resort leaves. Yes, that's great. Fortunately, Doomsday Resort told us in advance, and now we can also work hard to save more points. The safest way is to work for Doomsday Resort. Let's go and sign up. All of a sudden, countless people rushed to the front desk. When they registered, they also noticed that they had to spend money to stay here for 6 hours. Now they can only hope that Doomsday Resort can hire them as employees as soon as possible. At this moment, Gu Weiwei really started to operate in the background. She didn't expect that there would be so many people so late. She was awakened by the system reminder. After seeing that there were not only weird things but also people, she was really surprised. After all, we can know from the information on the internet that the night in this game area is the most dangerous. Ordinary people walking outside are simply looking for death. These people are lucky to be able to come to the Doomsday Resort. Gu Weiwei directly arranged their positions according to their own resumes. Gu Weiwei even found a few strange resumes among them. System, these strange people are employees of the Doomsday Resort. Are there really no problems? Gu Weiwei couldn't help but speak. She originally thought that with a crime detector, there would be not many monsters that could enter. Who would have thought that in just a short while, there were thousands of monsters that entered the Doomsday Resort, and the number was still increasing. So in this game area, are all these monsters a good monster? It's really incredible. The crime detector will not have any problems. According to your standards, many of these monsters were once pitiful people. Even if they killed people who deserved to die. Let's not talk about other things. Just talk about these people. Why can they arrive here safely? Isn't it because the monsters chasing them didn't want to take their lives, and even protected them, otherwise they would have been killed on the way? The system said slowly in Gu Weiwei's mind, answering Gu Weiwei's doubts. Gu Weiwei felt relieved after listening to this. She had a preliminary understanding of the situation in this world. Tomorrow morning, she could go out and take a look. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei continued to arrange the staff. After the arrangement was completed, it was announced directly. Soon, Xie Mingze and others who were waiting found out that they had been hired, and they were all excited. Oh my god, I'm really hired. Excited? Can we live here tonight? Yes, I saw the dormitory number assigned to me. Are you going to rest now? Aren't you hungry? Just now I saw the snack street and the beverage street. Since it is said that food and accommodation are provided, why should we waste this opportunity? Yes, let's go eat. Aren't you afraid of the weirdness outside? Yes, but when I thought that this is the Doomsday Resort and we are still employees here, I was not afraid anymore. Hey, but who is this Feng Juju? Is he an employee? Maybe he came in earlier than us, in another apartment. We will definitely meet in the future. Let's go eat together. The group was discussing, more like encouraging each other. Soon, they were outside. As soon as they walked out, they saw a lot of people. No, it should be said to be weird. Unexpectedly, these weird things look like people when they are normal. Speaking of which, they are also customers. If they need anything later, we seem to have to entertain them. When Xie Mingze said this, he swallowed subconsciously. Think about it, it's really scary. Get used to it, at least it's not working hours now. Let's go! The group quickly stepped in. But when they entered the snack street, their eyes were attracted by the food here without hesitation. Malatang, barbecue, hamburgers, fried chicken. Woo woo woo, all my favorites. I haven't eaten it for a long time. I almost forgot the taste. Eat eat eat. The temptation of delicious food instantly made them forget the weirdness around them, and also ignored that these weirdnesses were also eating food from the food street. Perhaps they noticed it, and ignored it subconsciously. After all, they couldn't control it. Xie Mingze quickly bought a hamburger directly from the hamburger stall, and ate it in big mouthfuls. At this moment, a voice came from beside him. Hello, see you again. Xie Mingze felt the voice sounded familiar, and when he turned his head, he saw the female ghost who had just chased them. Ahem. Xie Mingze almost choked you. Why did she still greet them? By the way, my name is Feng Juju. The female ghost, Feng Jiaojiao, continued to speak to Xie Mingze. Feng Jiaojiao? Isn't that the colleague they mentioned? Ah, Feng Jiaojiao is actually weird, and she wants to live with us tonight. No, I want to change dormitories. Listening to their conversation, Tang Yuzhen screamed. Who would have thought that Feng Jiaju was weird? Chapter 131. Feng Jiaju listened to Tang Yuzhen's screams and stretched out her fingers to dig her ears. Your screams are really unpleasant. I am already an employee of Doomsday Resort City, and I can't do anything to you, so why should I be afraid? Xie Mingzi and others were silent. How can I not be afraid? Since the advent of the weird, it has always been the deepest shadow of their human beings. The weird has made their world like this. They have never thought of a day of peaceful coexistence with the weird. There is a deep blood feud between the two sides. Of course, before they have the ability, they can only keep their distance. As for after they have the ability, their own strength is too weak, and all they can do is to protect themselves. You really think that without my help and protection, you can run safely from such a far place to the Doomsday Resort City? No way? No way? When Feng Jiaju said this, her tone was full of sarcasm. Xie Mingzi and others listened and were stunned. In fact, they were so busy running away that they didn't think much about it. Now that I think about it, this possibility is indeed very high. Why don't you kill us? Or why don't you pull us into your copy? Xie Mingzi finally asked. Every grievance has its perpetrator. I've avenged my vengeance, so I won't trouble you. Feng Jiaju said calmly, although killing more people will increase our strength, it will also corrode our will and turn us into monsters that only know how to kill. I've finally been reborn, and I don't want that. As she spoke, Feng Jiaju conjured up a mirror in her hand, looked at herself in the mirror, and then put it away with satisfaction, waving to the group, goodbye. Then she said to Tang Yuzhen, we are bunk beds. Tang Yuzhen wanted to cry, but had no tears. Would the strange man deliberately scare her at night? Could he really not change dormitories? After Feng Jiaju left, someone couldn't help but say, you really don't believe the strange man. The strange man can deceive people. Actually, I think it makes some sense. We ran so far, nothing happened. And I feel that this weirdo speaks very logically. At the beginning, the weirdo really didn't kill innocent people. Some people cheered at that time. They said that there was finally a mysterious power to wipe out the scum of society. Yes, E-City is the city with the most serious weirdo pollution, because it is a paradise for evil people. Those weirdos killed, and they went crazy in the end. The situation in the cities outside is still good. But how do you know the situation outside now? Our city is blocked, and we can't get out at all. You can write down this weird situation and verify it one by one later. Yes, anyway, we have a safe place for the time being, so we can think carefully. Perhaps if we figure out the situation of Doomsday Resort, we will get some answers. The group gradually calmed down and continued to eat various snacks. But they knew that they were only calm on the surface, and their hearts had already been in turmoil. Because everything that happened tonight really refreshed their worldview. Eat a full meal, and have a good night's sleep. It will be fine after a night's sleep. But it must be said that after Feng Jiju's stimulation, facing the weirdness around them, their fear in their hearts has decreased a lot. As the night deepened, everyone went back to their dormitories to sleep. The most scared ones were the girls headed by Tang Yuzhen. Tang Yuzhen couldn't hold back and screamed before, but it didn't mean that the other girls were not afraid, they just endured it. Now, when they were about to return, the worry in their hearts resurfaced. Just waiting for them to take the room card and enter the dormitory, and seeing that each bed was a separate space, they felt completely settled. Fortunately, although they were in the same dormitory, they did not interfere with each other. One by one, they quickly washed, climbed onto the bed, closed the door, and lay down. Originally, they thought it would be difficult to fall asleep, but after touching the pillow, they fell asleep unknowingly. When Feng Jiaju came back, she was stunned for a moment when she saw the layout of the dormitory. Then she tried to invade, but was warned directly. Feng Jiju's expression immediately revealed a bit of pity. No wonder this magical Doomsday Resort did not hesitate to arrange humans and weird things together, not only because weird things could not hurt humans, but also because they were confident in their own technology. Boring. I also wanted to scare a few little cuties. Finally, Feng Jiaju also floated directly onto her bed. I thought she couldn't sleep, but she fell asleep unconsciously. The next day, the first day of the game. Tang Yuzhen woke up early in the morning. As soon as she got out of bed, she saw a bright red figure in the dormitory. Her heart skipped a beat. Good morning. Feng Jiaju took the initiative to greet Tang Yuzhen. Good morning. Tang Yuzhen called dryly. Looking at the other beds, the doors were all open, and there were no doors. Yes, with a weirdo here who dares to stay in the dormitory. Tang Yuzhen quickly went to the bathroom to wash up, and then ran away quickly. After arriving at the lobby on the first floor, she saw her companions waiting for her. Tang Yuzhen, I'm sorry, It's not that I don't want to wait for you, but I just couldn't help it when I saw the weirdo in the room. It's okay, I understand, and it feels okay. Tang Yuzhen breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had gotten used to it. Now that everyone is here, let's go and learn about the Doomsday Resort before going to work. Xie Mingze on the side suggested. Okay. Then, the group separated and went in different directions. They were also very curious about this magical Doomsday Resort. Xie Mingze applied for the driver position and was hired. The reason why he applied for the driver position was that he wanted to know as much as possible about the Doomsday Resort. The driver was definitely a very suitable position. In addition, he could also meet enough people. He was thinking that the driver also had to try out the business, so it was normal for him to drive the car and try it out now. While thinking, Xie Mingze suddenly saw a figure walking in front of him. After all, most of the weird things are floating, and she was walking. Could it be a person? Subconsciously, Xie Mingze chased after her. Hello. Xie Mingze took the initiative to greet her. Hello. Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment when she heard someone greet her, and then responded. Are you the survivor who came last night? Xie Mingze asked. Gu Weiwei nodded, yes. I came here last night too. Xie Mingze said, do you have a job application? Gu Weiwei shook her head, no, I plan to go out and collect resources. But, aren't you afraid? Xie Mingze said nervously, I think you should accumulate points first, and it won't be too late to go out after buying protective items. That's too slow, don't worry. I dare to go out because I have confidence in my own strength. Gu Weiwei said calmly. Xie Mingze didn't know what to say for a moment. All I can say is that I respect everyone's choice. Then be careful. I hope I can pick you up when you come back. I am now the driver of Doomsday Resort. Xie Mingze said seriously. Gu Weiwei listened and said to Xie Mingze, thank you. Well, although it has not officially started business, I see there is a parking lot here with buses on it. It should be operational. I will give you a ride, but it may cost 1 point. Do you have it? Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. Because of the larger area, she set up parking lots at multiple stations and placed buses at each station. If she wasn't afraid of being too high profile on the first day, she would definitely pick up one now. Now that the employees are online, it's just right to take a ride. Then, Xie Mingze drove the car and took Gu Weiwei directly to the gate. Xie Mingze even watched Gu Weiwei walk out of the city gate. It was also at this time that Xie Mingze noticed that there were actually quite a few weird things outside the city gate, and these weird heads had numbers of different sizes. Gu Weiwei, who just left, also had one. It's just that the number on Gu Weiwei's head is different from the number on others' heads. The number on others' heads is positive, but the number on Gu Weiwei's head is negative. Negative 999, what does this number mean? Keeping this in mind, Xie Mingze returned to the car, turned around and drove away. While driving, there were still many weird people who wanted to hitchhike, but because they didn't pay the points, they were quickly kicked off the car. Seeing this situation, Xie Mingze suddenly realized. Doomsday Resort is really awesome. After a while, Xie Mingze took a simple tour of Doomsday Resort under the pretext of getting familiar with the environment. Of course, he met some companions on the way and gave them a ride. By the way, free rides are also one of the employee benefits. With the help of the car, Xie Mingze and his team gradually deepened their understanding of Doomsday Resort. Before the official start of work, the group gathered together. Doomsday Resort is no different from a real city. It has everything that the previous city had, and it also has things that the previous city didn't have. There is another building here, the Network Center, which has signal towers and mobile phones for purchase. It is said that after placing them, they can connect to the outside world. The price is a bit expensive, but it is at least a hope, the hope that we can contact the outside world. The hospital sells medicine, including wounds caused by weirdness and invasion by weirdness, which can be cured. There is a training room in the activity center, where you can use props and weird trials. Fishing in the pond can catch related props to deal with weirdness. Each building has its function, and is closely related to their world. It really makes them feel excited. I just saw numbers on the heads of weirdos and people outside. Xie Mingze also mentioned, do you know why? It must be the crime detector. Tang Yuzhen said excitedly, I just went to learn more about the rules of Doomsday Resort City. I wanted to know why weirdos can't hurt us, and why weirdos can enter here. As a result, I saw the introduction of the crime detector, which said that it can detect the crime values of tenants. People with high crime values cannot enter Doomsday Resort City, and the higher the value, the higher the other party's crime index. When the voice fell, the scene was silent. So, are all the weird things that can enter the Doomsday Resort good? How is that possible? Will the Doomsday Resort make a mistake? Based on the strength of the Doomsday Resort we have seen so far, it is unlikely. So we can be a little more assured about the weird things in the Doomsday Resort? It matches what Feng Jiajiu said last night. Is this true? I don't know. I don't know if it is a conspiracy. After they reacted, several people were really shocked. What values did you see? Others asked Xiamingzi. The weird values I saw were high and low, most of them were below 10, and there were some more, but I didn't pay attention at the time, so I don't know if they could come in, but I saw someone with a negative 999 plus. Xiamingzi replied and explained his situation. Negative value of 999 plus? What do you mean? Does the negative value prove that she did a lot of good things and saved a lot of people? The weird sin value is only in the single digits. How many people must have been saved with a 3-digit value? More than 3 digits. There's also a plus sign at the end. So the person who went out is the boss? No wonder he dared to go out alone? Xiamingzi listened, and his heart was slightly shocked. Did that person save a lot of people? Chapter 132. Let's go to work first, and we do some experiments later. Although it hasn't been verified yet, I don't know why, I feel much more at ease. Me too, at least it means that the weird people coming in are not killing innocent people. Yes, I don't believe they didn't kill people. At least, I won't be so scared when I come into contact with them. I just prepared myself for a long time. Me too, but I'm not so nervous now. The group continued to talk, and their expressions were obviously much more relaxed. At this time, Xiamingzi also came back to his senses. Listening to his companions, he calmly said, "Everyone go to work first, and meet in the cafeteria of apartment number 2 at noon." Their dormitories were all arranged in apartment number 2, so they would naturally have time to get together again. The others nodded. Then, they hurried to their posts one by one, and as for Xiamingzi, he drove to the gate and waited behind. Along the way, Xiamingzi saw a lot of weird things entering the Doomsday Resort city. It was also at this time that Xiamingzi discovered that there were so many weird things in his city. Speaking of which, Xiamingzi had a doubt. If the weird thing that came was a person who had died in their world, would the person killed by the weird thing become a weird thing? If so, wouldn't it be very embarrassing to meet face to face? It might even be possible to seek revenge on the other party? The thought flashed through his mind, and was quickly thrown behind his head. It seemed that the person who was killed by the weird thing would not become a weird thing. The car finally stopped at the station. As soon as it stopped, countless weirdos got on the car, and in a short while, the car was full. Xiamingzi took a look outside, and immediately noticed that there were 2 machines at the city gate that were the same as those in the apartment. He was stunned for a moment and realized that this was to allow the newly entered weirdos and humans to have the opportunity to exchange points for rides. Look, these weirdos immediately have points. Curious, what do the weirdos exchange points for, and how many points can they exchange? Then, he looked outside the city gate, and saw that the monsters with high numbers outside really couldn't enter the Doomsday Resort city. Some of them even attacked and were directly attacked by the Doomsday Resort city's defense system. Seeing the monsters flying out, Xiamingzi breathed a sigh of relief. Doomsday Resort City, it's really awesome. Then, Xiamingzi happily did his work. Drive, at this time, outside the Doomsday Resort City. After watching the Doomsday Resort City advertisement, countless monsters were quite interested in this place. Many of them came here directly last night, and many felt that they had to complete the task at hand before coming. As a result, after they came, they found that they couldn't enter the Doomsday Resort City. These weirds have not been easy to mess with since they came. After being rejected, they naturally attacked the Doomsday Resort City in a rage. Unexpectedly, the Doomsday Resort City was not in existence that could be bullied by anyone. Various weapons were directly set up and fired at the weirds. The powerful firepower actually injured many weirds. After such a show of fists, the weirds knew that the Doomsday Resort City was not easy to mess with. After confirming that they could not enter, many weirds left the scene directly. Of course, those who could enter did so in a swaggering manner. This scene was also seen by many humans hiding in the dark. Many people came for the food in the advertisement. After all, the fresh food in the city has already rotted, and many of the packaged ones have expired. Some can be eaten, but some can no longer be eaten. And to find the edible ones, you may have to go through some dungeons. Every time you look for food, you have to risk your life. Now tell them that there is a place where they can buy it. They came here in a hurry. What they didn't expect was that the Doomsday Resort was not only open to them, but also to the weird. Looking at the fierce and violent weirds, how could they dare to show up? What they didn't expect was that they could actually see some of the weirds suffer at the hands of the Doomsday Resort. The moment they saw it, they were really happy. There must be someone who can deal with them. Because of this scene, many people who wanted to escape were waiting silently. They are more interested in the Doomsday Resort. Why can some of them enter the Doomsday Resort, but some can't? Maybe it has something to do with the numbers on their heads? Numbers on their heads? There really are. I found that those who can't enter have higher numbers, but I don't know what these numbers represent. We may know after we go there. Do you want to try? There are so many weird things, I'm afraid I'd die if I go there. Then you don't want to eat? I'm so hungry, I must want to eat. Then let's go! Doomsday Resort said it would protect our safety. It can even deal with the weirdness, so there's no need to lie to us. And during the day, as long as we don't step into the weird dungeon range and don't violate their rules, they won't attack us without reason. Let's give it a try. If we succeed, we can live longer, otherwise we die sooner or later. The teams hiding in different corners had similar discussions. Gradually more and more people began to walk towards the Doomsday Resort. Of course, they all walked towards remote locations to avoid weirdness as much as possible. And they soon discovered that after entering a certain range, numbers began to appear on the heads of the people around them. You have a number on your head. How many? You have 1, 2, yours is 0. Yours is also 0. His is 1. Everyone's is so low, much lower than those weird ones. So what is this low value? Could it be the good and evil value? Huh? Look at those weird ones with high numbers. They are all ferocious, with weird auras lingering on their bodies. They must have killed a lot of people, so they can't get in. Can the Doomsday Resort really be so awesome? Why not? They can even fight against the weird ones. Let's go, we are now in the Doomsday Resort. What are you afraid of? The group bravely walked towards the city gate. When they were still worried about whether the weirdos would rise up and hurt people, they saw that the weirdos around them didn't even look at them, and went straight to a machine beside them. Then, they saw that countless weirdos put something into the machine from their bodies, and then got a card, and then floated towards the Doomsday Resort city. The group walked towards another machine where there were no weirdos lined up. Then they saw the products above. Not only the water and food they had been longing for, but also many props to control weirdness. The moment they saw it, they wanted to scream. After all, they had never thought that there were props against weirdness. This is really too happy. If they can buy these props, when they encounter terrible weirdness, they don't have to think about waiting to die. They have a chance to fight back and escape. Must find a way to buy it. Of course, because there were many weirdos queuing up nearby, they had to hold back. After walking away, a group of people gathered together, their eyes shining. There are actually things to deal with weirdos. We made the right choice to come to this Doomsday Resort. It just requires points. It should be related to the machine next to it. Let's queue up and see if there is anything that can be exchanged for points. I saw that those weirdos all went inside, and didn't buy anything from the vending machine. I think there might be something more interesting inside. Then let's queue up and see. Of course. It's just that we have to queue up with the weird, which is very stressful. There's no other way. Wouldn't it feel better if we thought they couldn't hurt us? Look, there's a car over there, and there are people on it. Just as everyone was discussing, a bus slowly appeared in front of everyone. When they saw the bus, they were stunned for a moment, and then they saw a person on the bus. When they saw the people, they were all a little excited and ran towards the bus excitedly. The driver Siemingza finally met the newcomers, and was also very excited. In fact, they had been trapped in this city for too long and had a fixed circle of life. It was difficult for them to meet other people. Even if they met them outside occasionally, they dared not contact them. However, Siemingza, who had a preliminary understanding of the Doomsday Resort, understood that those who could come in would definitely not be bad people. In this case, it was natural to interact more. After all, there will be no shortage of opportunities to meet in the future. Hello. Siemingza took the initiative to greet him. When did you come? The man looked at Siemingza excitedly. I arrived last night. Then how did you get in this car? Finally, he asked the point they were concerned about. Doomsday Resort City is recruiting some employees, providing food and accommodation plus a fixed amount of points. I applied for this job. Hearing that there was a recruitment, the eyes of the group lit up instantly. Can they apply? Seeing the expectations of these people, Siemingza said directly, there are indeed many positions you can try. In addition, it seems that you can also apply for Wei. I suggest you hurry up. If you don't get the job, you can also go out to search for some gold and metals to exchange for points. Staying for one night is not expensive, only 4 points are needed. Siemingza told others what he knew bit by bit. The group listened and thanked him hurriedly. Those who were quick had already rushed to the nearest apartment. They are going to apply for a job. This is the easiest way so far, although they are all used to the existence of weirdness and dungeons. No one would be willing to face them all the time if there is a chance. Doomsday Resort City may become a place for them to breathe for a long time in the future. As for the subsequent plans, let's talk about it later. Looking at their anxious figures, Xiemingza raised a smile. It's good now. Because of the existence of Doomsday Resort City, their lives have more hope. He now hopes that the Doomsday Resort City can stay longer so that more people can protect themselves. While Xiemingza was working, Gu Weiwei had already entered the game area and, under the guidance of the system, chose the most suitable place to place the signal tower. After placing the signal tower, Gu Weiwei also placed a castrated vending machine and a purification trash can, and then carefully selected several products suitable for the outside. Among them, mobile phones also occupied a grid. Gu Weiwei needs someone who can contact the outside world, but this person cannot be her. Anyway, the outside world cannot enter here now, and it will make no difference if I know it earlier. After doing all this, Gu Weiwei took out her mobile phone and posted a message on the local forum that can still be used temporarily. There is a vending machine provided by Doomsday Resort in the central square. There are food and props that can be used to deal with weird things. You need points to buy goods, and the points can be exchanged for gold and other metals. Come quickly. Attach pictures. Gu Weiwei also directly attached several pictures of the scene, especially the food and the goods to deal with weird things, high-definition pictures. After posting, Gu Weiwei waited for the fermentation of things. Sure enough, as soon as this news appeared on the forum, it immediately caused an uproar. Chapter 133. For most of the survivors in City Z, the fall of their city brought them into darkness. Every day, they read bad news on the internet. Every time they go online, they feel uncomfortable for a long time. But it must be said that the existence of the internet helped them survive, when they were threatened by countless strange things in the silent night. In addition, they can collect more copy information through the internet, so that they can survive when they encounter copies. Therefore, even though the current environment is very bad and many people have died, electricity is still supplied, and the internet still exists. It's just that most people don't dare to turn on the lights at night. In a city with only a few people left, turning on the lights at night is like a beacon, attracting the weirdness that wanders around at night. In this situation, more and more survivors have formed a situation of going out to collect supplies during the day and searching for information at night. As for the survival forum, it is the earliest forum established by the official, and it has been established since the advent of the weirdness. It is a national forum. Under this forum, sub-forums belonging to each city were specially set up to allow the survivors to better distinguish. Fortunately, the top leaders had foresight, so after their cities were isolated, they could still discuss relevant information in this sub-forum. Last night, many people discussed it on the forum after seeing the information about the Doomsday Resort. Most people were very interested in this place where they could buy food, and many people said they wanted to take the risk. Of course, some people thought it was a brand new copy of the Doomsday game and needed to be vigilant. At this time, there are still many people browsing the forum. Last night someone said that they would go to the Doomsday Resort this morning to take a look. Is anyone going? On the way to the district. People are near the Doomsday Resort. There are so many weird things there. We dare not go there from afar. Does the Doomsday Resort also allow weird things to enter, right? If that's the case, how can you say that you can guarantee our safety? It's definitely a super large copy there. Those advertisements are just to lure us over there. Yes, except for the Doomsday game, who else can have such ability to distribute advertisements to all of us? Is it possible that the Doomsday Resort also distributed advertisements to the weirds? The angle upstairs is really unique. Is there anyone taking a shower here? Will someone appear and say that they have entered the Doomsday Resort and say that this is a good place? Ah, the Doomsday Resort is really a good place. You won't regret it if you come. There are a lot of props here that can be used to deal with weird things. There are also a lot of food. You can buy it with points. Points can be exchanged for gold, metal, and other things. I experienced it myself, I'm not lying. Many survivors were silent for a moment when they saw the person who suddenly came out to speak well of the Doomsday Resort. Haha, it was really right, swindler. More survivors have become wary of the Doomsday Resort. Aren't gold and metals everywhere in this deserted city now? Can these things be exchanged for food and drink? The cheating is too unskilled. In addition, there are props to deal with the weird. For so many months since the weirdness came, no one can get props from these copies, let alone props to deal with the weird. It's definitely a liar. I suspect that the Doomsday game wants to catch everyone in one fell swoop. It's so hateful. The Doomsday game is still trying to cheat us at this time. Hey, I thought there was a little more hope. There are actually people who cooperate with the Doomsday Resort to make false advertisements. Maybe it's not the survivors, but the weird ones. I was horrified. But it's true that the weird ones are scarier than I imagined. I feel like the weird ones are getting crazier recently. Yes, I always feel like I'm on the verge of death. Maybe death is a relief. It's not easy to live until now. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. Go to the homepage to see a new post about the Doomsday Resort. It feels like it's real. When the forum was in a slump, suddenly, a message broke in, making all the people who were browsing the post stunned. The next moment, they returned to the homepage without hesitation. There was a vending machine provided by Doomsday Resort in the central square, which contained food and props to deal with weird things. You need points to buy goods, and the points can be exchanged for gold and other metals. Come quickly, attached pictures. After seeing the post, one by one quickly clicked in. The most eye-catching thing was naturally the attached pictures. Product images on the vending machine. There are soul-fixing charms, soul-driving charms, soul-destroying bells, peach with swords, ghost-detecting devices, mineral water, and bread. Product images of the purification trash can. It is described in text that you can also get points by putting gold, metals, etc. into the purification trash can, but the points are less than those in the Doomsday Resort. Signal tower image. Mobile phone image. If you buy a mobile phone in the Doomsday Resort, you can contact the outside world through the signal tower. After seeing the pictures and the text messages in them, everyone was shocked. It's because the content of this post is too real. The most important point is that this location is not in the Doomsday Resort, but in the central square they are familiar with. The central square can be regarded as the landmark of their city. There are many business districts nearby, and it is a place where many survivors go on a daily basis. After all, there are relatively few copies of this place, and it is safer than other places. In this case, they can go directly to the central square to verify the authenticity of this vending machine. If it's true, then it's incredible. Do you think it's true? It looks quite real. It's in the central square. You can go and take a look. I think so too. In fact, the content here is consistent with what the survivors said in the previous post. Maybe it's true. If we all go, there are so many people, there's no need to be afraid. What if it's a large-scale dungeon? Anyway, going out is risky. It's still worth a try. The number of people replying is decreasing, not because they are not interested, but because more and more people have begun to go to the central square. Gu Weiwei saw everything on the forum with a calm expression. Her goal was achieved. In fact, she did this because she thought that most survivors would be suspicious of the existence of the Doomsday Resort. If she had lived in a dangerous environment for a long time, and was suddenly told that there was such a safe place, she would also be skeptical. Therefore, instead of making them doubt the authenticity of the Doomsday Resort and waiting for other brave survivors to ferment the existence of the Doomsday Resort before leading people in, it is better to choose a place and let them verify the authenticity of the Doomsday Resort. The place she chose is also a relatively safe place provided by the system. After confirming that someone is coming, Gu Weiwei took out the detective device and walked towards the surrounding buildings. The detective device is also a product provided by the Doomsday Landlady system mall, able to detect the existence of strange air. If it can detect strange air, it can naturally detect strangeness and dungeons. She just needs to try to avoid the place where the strangeness detector is spinning wildly. In addition to the strangeness detector, she also has countless related products. To be honest, she is also afraid of the existence of strangeness. However, she is not a person who will admit defeat. When she went out and faced the unknown world, she had already understood. The Doomsday game sent her to such a high-level field. In addition to wanting to deal with the Doomsday Resort in her, there may be another idea. That is to see if she will shrink in the Doomsday Resort city because of fear. As long as she shrinks in the Doomsday Resort city, she will not be able to pass the level. In other words, if she delays for a while, he can also find a way to deal with other players. After understanding this, she doesn't want to delay at all. She wants to work hard to develop the Doomsday Resort city, come up with more products, and give players more conditions to survive. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei has entered a mall next to it. Going up to the second floor, you can just see the situation in the central square. After coming out, she didn't need to do anything more, just spend time. And in this moment, survivors have gradually arrived at the central square. The existence of the signal tower is too conspicuous, and the survivors saw it immediately when they arrived. There is really a signal tower, There are also 2 large machines, which should be vending machines and purification trash cans. Let's go and try it out. Yes. As they said that, this team directly took a large bag of gold and ran straight to the purification trash can. This bag of gold was taken from a gold shop when they passed by. Gold is everywhere in this city. The next moment, a group of people came to the purification trash can. The leader grabbed a handful of gold and threw it in. Soon, the trash can spit out a tourist card, and a sentence flashed on the page. Bonus points. 20. The man quickly took the card to the vending machine nearby. Then he bought the cheapest water and bread here. When the points were deducted, a bottle of mineral water and bread appeared in the window below. The moment it appeared, the whole place was silent. Chapter 134. Is it true? It looks true. Try to eat the bread and drink some water. You are asking me to test the poison, but I will give it a try. The person who put the gold into the purification trash can, Feng Junkai, complained, and agreed with others and unwrapped the bread. The soft texture conquered Feng Junkai at once when he took the food. It tasted unexpectedly good. It was like it was just produced. Then, Feng Junkai continued to drink the mineral water. The moment he took a sip, he seemed to feel a sweet taste. How is it? Is there a problem? Feng Junkai came back to his senses and shook his head. No problem, and it's unexpectedly good. It looks like it's newly produced. Their city has been isolated for several months, so it's naturally impossible for new products to appear, and there is no place to buy them. What they eat and drink are all leftovers from before. Although it can still be eaten, the taste is still a little different. Especially those with dungeons nearby, the speed of corruption is even faster. If not, the food in this city would still be enough for them to eat for a long time, so why would they lack food for a long time? Therefore, when they eat something so fresh, the freshness of the taste comes out immediately. Let me taste it too. I drink a sip too. I want one too. The next moment, the bread and water in Feng Junkai's hand were directly divided up. Everyone ate it up voraciously. After eating, they could indeed feel the unique taste of bread and water, and their eyes lit up a little. It's really delicious. The most important thing is that it's not that expensive. Water and bread are fine, and other things should be fine too. Exchange these golds quickly. But doesn't the post say that the points that can be exchanged at Doomsday Resort are higher? Isn't it a bit of a loss to exchange here? Do you believe in Doomsday Resort? You have verified the food and water. They must be real. There are also backpack slots for sale here. We can divide the gold. Each person redeems a little point to buy backpack slots, and then go to find gold, and then we will go to the Doomsday Resort together. What do you think? Sure, let's do it this way. Also, we can also get some props that can cause damage to the weird, so that our safety can be guaranteed. Everyone was discussing, full of energy. Should we tell others on the forum? Sure, but don't be too absolute. Just tell us what we really feel, otherwise people will think we are just agents. Yes, sure. Great, I didn't expect it to be true. It's a real surprise. Can you give me another piece of bread? I want to experience what it feels like to be full. Of course, it's so cheap, everyone can eat as much as they can. Then, Feng Junkai continued to put gold in. After putting it in a few times, he roughly understood the exchange rate. Everyone took turns, and roughly everyone got 500 points. After getting it, they started to buy the goods they wanted in front of the vending machine. The first thing was to buy enough food and water to fill their stomachs. Of course, everyone must buy props to fight against weirdness. This involves their future lives. You can buy one of this ghost detector. If we travel in a group, try to buy different ones. Yes, we need to have attack, defense, and escape. With these, we will be much safer. We should prepare more. After a while, Feng Junkai and his party bought the props they wanted, and walked to the nearby mall with great interest. They wanted to find gold as soon as possible. After Feng Junkai and his party, another group of survivors arrived at the scene. After almost verifying the role of vending machines and purification trash cans, they all went to nearby shopping malls in groups to look for gold. Of course, some tried other exchange items, just to see what in their circle of life could be exchanged for high points. After all, after the existence of the Doomsday Resort was truly verified, everyone only thought about one thing. That is to earn a lot of points. This is the capital for their survival in the future. As more and more people recognized the Doomsday Resort, more and more survivors went out. The sales volume of the weird detector is also increasing rapidly. The survivors began to develop themselves as much as possible. As for the weirdos, they were also affected by the Doomsday Resort. The Weird Forum is a forum exclusively for the weirdos. The founder was once a computer expert. He took this opportunity to gain a lot of weirdos from other weirdos. He died because his unscrupulous boss always made them work overtime, so he died suddenly from overwork. After becoming a weirdos, he created a dungeon and made the unscrupulous bosses work overtime in it every day. As for him, he enjoyed himself in the dungeon every day. In the Weird Forum, many posts are also being refreshed. I didn't capture anyone in today's copy. It's boring. I also paid attention to it. Those people didn't know where they got some props to deal with us, and they all avoided our copy. I did capture a few, but they all successfully completed the copy. What are those props that suddenly appeared? Those props are related to the Doomsday Resort City last night. The Doomsday Resort City is just a lie, and people are not allowed to enter. There can be a distinction between the good and evil values of the weird. If the weird does too many bad things, it can't enter. Are the weird divided into good and bad? Aren't we all bad? I don't know what the standard is, but the Doomsday Resort is really divided into good and bad. I did successfully enter the Doomsday Resort. It's pretty good inside. I like it. I decided to live there permanently. I'm going to deal with this Doomsday Resort. Is there anyone who wants to join me? The incense and candles inside have some special effects. I recommend buying them. The weirdos posted various posts on the forum homepage at random, most of which were related to the Doomsday Resort. After reading the posts, many of the weirdos, who had no interest in the Doomsday Resort, no longer stayed in the dungeon, and went to the Doomsday Resort. They wanted to see how the Doomsday Resort would distinguish their good from evil. At this time, Gu Weiwei didn't know that the weirdos were also eyeing the Doomsday Resort. She watched more and more survivors come to the central square, and then saw people's recognition of the Doomsday Resort on the forum, and she felt settled. Then she took this opportunity to take out her mobile phone, and began to check the information from the outside world. Gu Weiwei guessed that it took several months of blockade to form a high-level field here, and the situation outside was probably the same as here. Gu Weiwei was more inclined to believe that this world was the advanced field prepared by the Doomsday game for players. Sure enough, when checking the outside information, she saw a lot of wailing on the internet. There were hundreds of cities that lost contact with Z City, some large and some small. The difference between these cities and other cities was that the crime rate in these cities was relatively high. After this phenomenon was discovered, the outside authorities had already launched a crackdown on gangs operation, and all kinds of criminal acts would be severely cracked down. At the same time, they were also accepting the reversal of unjust, false and wrong cases, and even minors who committed crimes were dealt with emphatically. Among them, those under the age of 14, as long as they committed crimes, needed to be severely cracked down on like adults. The reason for this is that they are scared by such incidents. Many children know that they are young and will not go to jail. Some of them take the lead in bullying their classmates and end up abusing others to death. Some deliberately push younger children into the pond, and some deliberately take them to high buildings to let them jump off. There are too many such examples. Under the advent of the weirdness, these children who were killed directly became the weirdness with great resentment. Not only did they kill the culprit who killed them, but they also let some people who bullied others, regardless of gender, age or young, drag them into the dungeon, let them experience the feeling of being abused, and then die in pain. Justice is clear, retribution will come, even though this situation makes many people secretly happy, because such copies have killed too many people, the evil spirit is spreading outward, affecting the surrounding environment. Even so, these little weirdos are easily crazy because they are not well educated. In one case, it was the parents of the little weirdo who calmed him down. After that, the authorities naturally formulated corresponding laws to curb such behavior. Of course, this is just one case. The authorities tried their best to make revenge for revenge a code of conduct in reality. This barely suppressed the spread of strange copies in most cities. The Doomsday game may have also seen this, and began to block cities again, and again, to get them out of the control of the authorities. At the same time, there were some evil people who dragged their feet behind the scenes. They felt that if they were careful, they would not necessarily be involved in strange copies, so why should the authorities execute them early? The pulling of these people also caused some trouble for some official actions. In addition, strange dungeons frequently appear in various places, and the authorities are increasingly unable to manage the local areas. How a city develops depends purely on their existing control. After understanding the current situation, Gu Weiwei let out a long sigh. No wonder this world has become a high-level field. This is a natural playground. It is really difficult for this world to return to normal. No matter what, we will not give up our country. I hope everyone will work together to overcome the difficulties together. The country will also find a way to solve the current predicament. Please do not lose faith in life. In the video, the national leader swore an oath to the entire people in front of the camera. In the comment area below, countless people also responded. Oh, it sounds very touching, but the reality is very cruel. I experienced a dungeon today, and the weirdness in the dungeon is indeed getting more and more fierce. Yes, I read some dungeon guides and entered a relatively easy dungeon, but the process of passing the customs was exactly the same, and I was almost killed. I suspect that as more and more people die, the power of the monsters will grow stronger. Even if you retain your sanity at first, your mindset will change as your power grows stronger. But what can you do? You can't expect everyone to be kind-hearted. There will always be people with bad intentions. Alas, the weird dungeons have a one-size-fits-all feel. There is no hope in the future. The Doomsday game is so hateful. I used to enjoy reading this kind of novels, and I wish the protagonist would kill everyone, but when reality is really invaded by the weird, it is already difficult to survive in it. I really hope that there will be a savior like the protagonist in our world. Wow, it's so hard. My relatives are all in Z City, and I don't know what's going on there. Z City will probably become a weird city in the end. There are already many cases there, and after the weirdness comes, I'm afraid. The topic of the crowd subconsciously shifted to Z City. Z City has a strong presence, strong before, and even stronger after the weirdness comes. Many people are waiting to see what the final outcome of Z City will be. It was also under such circumstances that a message suddenly sounded. I am from City Z. I have found a way to contact the outside world. There may only be more than 1 million people left here, but today, a Doomsday Resort city appeared, which provides props to deal with weird things. We are saved, maybe, our world is also saved. Gu Weiwei was stunned when she saw this message. Someone bought a mobile phone to contact the outside world so quickly. Chapter 135. Then, Gu Weiwei thought that those who could survive in Z City at present were at least law-abiding people, and could even be said to be smart and good people. The bad ones could not escape the weirdness of revenge from the beginning. The stupid ones had already died in the copy. In addition, there was only 1 million people in an empty city that could accommodate tens of millions of people, so the resources were naturally abundant. If these 1 million people were used well, they might be able to obtain abundant points from a big city like Z City, and then convert these points into various props and materials, which could eventually not only radiate this game area, but also be transferred to the outside world. Of course, the latter premise is to break the current game zone. And to break it, the conditions for the formation of this game zone must not be established. She has to think about how to guide it. Haha, the Doomsday game has her in its hands, and it would be unreasonable for her not to fight back. Her eyes continued to focus on the comment area. At this time, the comment area outside was blown up because of this message. Fuck, it's a scam. Dare to scam in the official comment area. This is really bold. That's right. We dream of dealing with strange props, but how is it possible? We have tried all the metaphysical methods, but it's useless. Who made the metaphysical technology lost in our world? The previous ones were all scammers. When they encountered strange things, they were useless. That's right. Although I think it's impossible for people in Z City to contact us, I still hope it's true after reading this message. Me too. But don't you think this is so true that I almost believe it? Yes, Doomsday Resort. What is this place? Why does it sound so strange? Looking at this person's excitement, I think it may not be a fantasy. I just confirmed that this person's IP is indeed in City Z. Is it true? Really, if there are computer experts, they can confirm it. What if the IP is switched? Everyone knows that after the weird reward, it is no longer allowed to switch IPs at will. Ah, so what he said is very likely true. So if he can contact the outside world, we can also contact him? Fuck, there are only 1 million people left in Z City? The casualties are too high. The comments in the comment area are still coming. Although the people from Z City who left the comments have not appeared again, it does not affect everyone's passion. In fact, most people can guess that there must be someone from the official who has contacted this person. In this case, they just need to wait patiently. Even though we know that the good things in City Z may not be delivered, it is still a hope after all, and indeed, the person who sent the message has already connected with the official. The official side confirmed the other party's IP earlier than the comment area. After confirming it, they directly sent a private message. Even, they knew that they could talk. After informing the other party of the phone number, the official person in charge Wei Ye was waiting for the phone to ring. When the ring rang, Wei Ye excitedly dialed the phone. Hello, I am Wei Ye, the official representative, and I am very happy to receive your letter. Hello, I'm Balakin, an ordinary citizen of Z City. Can you tell me what happened in Z City? What's the matter with this Doomsday Resort? Wei asked. They have already guessed it. This Doomsday Resort is the key to the changes in Z City. The name may be related to the Doomsday game, but seeing that he has props to deal with weird things, they think that maybe he is the opponent of the Doomsday game. The Doomsday Resort landed in Z City last night. After landing, it directly released an advertisement to everyone and the monsters. Not only humans, but also monsters can enter, but there is a standard for measurement. Only those with low sin values can enter. We have deduced a conclusion that not all monsters are evil. Monsters may lose control of their minds due to excessive killings. In addition to entering the Doomsday Resort, you can also buy goods in the central square. The vending machines and purification trash cans should be made to gain people's trust, but they should also be one of the goods. In addition, the props for dealing with monsters are not fake. There are ghost exorcising talismans, peach with swords, and monster detecting devices. These goods do have an effect on monsters. Bailey Chin spoke slowly and carefully. Every word and sentence she said struck into the hearts of Wei and his group. For them, it was too incredible, full of unknowns and temptations. Then, Wei communicated with Bailey Chin and understood everything bit by bit. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. Bailey Chin was right in one sentence. Z City was saved, and their world might also be saved. Bailey Chin, we will communicate with you directly in the future. We hope you can combine your strength to save Z City and our world. Are you willing? I do, Bailey Chin said with a resolute voice. She had seen her world destroyed before her eyes. Now, she had returned from another world after completing her studies. She was determined to change the fate of this world. Not to mention, now that there was a variable, the Doomsday Resort, she was even more confident. Next, the two of them discussed the details back and forth. It was also at this time that Gu Weiwei received a message from the system. Host, I have discovered that this world has the aura of a higher plane. Ah, who is it? Gu Weiwei couldn't help but ask, is it the person who sent the message? Is she from another plane? The system discovered it suddenly, so it can only have just been detected. Thinking about the changes in the middle, it must be this person who acted very quickly. Bailey Chin, she is from this world, but she just went to another plane. That plane should be at least a level 2 plane. The system continued to analyze. That's just right, we have another helper. Gu Weiwei's eyes lit up. I want to ask, what plane did she go to? The supernatural plane, the kind that can be cultivated. The system said, I checked the records, she can draw talismans out of thin air, and then deal with the weirdness, and all the weirdness that pulled her into the copy was taken away. Awesome, this is the heroine in my mind. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but say that she had read this kind of novel before, but she didn't expect it to become a reality directly. The host seems to count. Count it, after all, I saved so many people. After Gu Weiwei learned from the system that her sin value was negative 999, she recognized what she had done. After a moment of secretly rejoicing, Gu Weiwei continued, System, is there anything that can quickly improve Bailey Chin's strength? Please put it on the shelf for me. She remembered the comments just now. The metaphysics of this world are all fake, so it is very likely that what Bailey Chin needs cannot be found in this world. Gu Weiwei felt that since the system can provide props to deal with weirdness, it should not take similar things. Okay. The system did not refuse. Obviously, it was happy with the current situation. Then, Gu Weiwei looked at the screen. Then she saw that there were several more products in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. Product, yellow mounting paper. Product, cinnabar. Product, talisman brush. Product, ink for talismans. Product, Taoist seal. Product, collection of talismans. Gu Weiwei was surprised after browsing. This is really well prepared. The next moment, Gu Weiwei put all the goods on the shelves without hesitation. Of course, they were all placed in the vending machines in the Doomsday Resort. Bailey Chin will definitely go to the Doomsday Resort, so she can see it. And, besides her, maybe other people can also have some talent. Of course, the price of these things will not be cheap. But she thought, people should not be short of points, right? Just when Gu Weiwei was thinking this, she suddenly saw the detective in her hand flashing. This clearly indicated to Gu Weiwei that there were a lot of weirdos around her. As a result, when she looked down, she saw that a lot of weirdos suddenly gathered in the central square. Then she saw with her own eyes that some of the weirdos threw a lot of gold into the purification trash can without hesitation. So, the weirdos also wanted to compete with others for points? Chapter 136. And there were many survivors who were as shocked as Gu Weiwei. After the points in the central square were determined, more and more survivors walked out of their homes with hope. As a result, when they arrived at the relatively safe central square, they were faced with a large wave of weirdness. These survivors really wanted to curse. Damn, the central square is full of weirdness. Are you guys tricking people out to kill? Who can understand my feelings? I feel like my soul is about to fly away. I was also scared. I swear, I have never seen so many weirdness in my life. So the weirdos are trying to steal points from us. No, what would the weirdos do with the points? Buy anti-weird props for Doomsday Resort? They can spend money in Doomsday Resort. There are more weirdos in Doomsday Resort. Amusement Park, Hot Spring, Ice and Snow World, Arena, Commercial Street, Snack and Beverage Street, Cinema, Internet Cafe. As long as there is fun, you can see weirdos. In Doomsday Resort, it's fun to play. In fact, there are also products suitable for weirdos, such as incense and candles, which are quite expensive. I see that quite a few weirdos buy them in large quantities. I suspect that incense and candles have special effects. Wouldn't the competition for resources be fierce in this case? And we're competing with the monsters. Did the monsters hurt you? That's not the case. I have a feeling that in the eyes of the monsters, we are not as important as gold. In fact, the monsters themselves have their own rules of operation. If there is no direct grudge, don't step into their copies during the day, and don't be caught by them at night, and you will be safe. It's useless to encounter ruthless monsters. Be careful. By the way, there are a lot of monsters with high sin values outside the Doomsday Resort. Be careful. Although those monsters can't hurt us outside the Doomsday Resort for the time being, the weird aura will still affect our bodies. Try to use the weird detector to detect it, and take a detour. Now it seems that the monsters queuing to exchange points in the central square are still the ones who abide by the rules. After reading the post, many survivors at the central square calmed down a lot when they looked at the weirdness in the central square. They could only keep hypnotizing themselves that these weird copies were not here, and then continue to enter the queue sequence of the purification trash can. It was just that they were clearly separated from the weird ones. They should get more points as soon as possible and enter the Doomsday Resort before dark. At least in the Doomsday Resort, life safety can be guaranteed. In addition, the Doomsday Resort building mentioned in the post really made them too curious. They have lived in a hopeless environment for too long, and deep in their hearts, they also yearn for excitement. Gu Weiwei also saw this post. In fact, she could also see the situation of Doomsday Resort City through her virtual screen. Clicking on the data of the detection tower, she could see dense black dots gathered outside Doomsday Resort City. In fact, these black dots were directly connected outside Doomsday Resort City. Nothing will happen, right? Gu Weiwei couldn't help asking the system. When the weirdness attacked Doomsday Resort City, the protective shield of Doomsday Resort City responded, indicating that the damage of the weirdness was substantial. In particular, she discovered that the more weird the monster is, the greater the damage to the protective shield. You have enough points. You can withstand it. The system's answer was frank. After all, Gu Weiwei has a lot of points now. And it is increasing every moment. Before working hard to upgrade, now that it has become a large scale, every minute and every second is money. Gu Weiwei, It's not easy to make money. If these big monsters gather outside the Doomsday Resort for a long time, it won't be good, right? Gu Weiwei replied, Besides, didn't we mention that the more people these big weirds kill, the easier it is to get out of control, which is not good for the Doomsday Resort and the survivors. What does the host think? The system feels that he is gradually understanding Gu Weiwei now, and when he asks this question, he usually has a purpose. Can these weirds be considered a kind of energy? Can they be recycled? Gu Weiwei asked her question curiously. Wei may have had his own difficulties before his death, but he is not worthy of sympathy after he started killing people. Host, you really know how to think. Is that so? Gu Weiwei asked. She also realized that in some game areas in the past, there were always special species that would become the source of energy. Monster cores, zombie crystal cores, mutant insects. If you think more divergently, maybe Wei is also one of them. Since Wei came, the people in this world have been afraid of Wei to a certain extent. Or rather, they have all gotten used to the existence of weirdness. Even after having so many props, their first thought is to use the weirdness detector to stay away from weirdness. Perhaps they will only think of ways to resist when they have no other options, such as being pulled into a weird copy. If they hold such thoughts, she feels that the number of survivors will only decrease. Only by arousing the fierceness in their hearts can they take the step of resisting weirdness. Resisting weirdness today will enable them to resist the Doomsday game in the future. Of course, The most important task at the moment is to let them fight against the weirdness. She was thinking, if a large number of weirdness disappeared, would it be possible to reduce the level of this copy? If it could be reduced, it would be in line with her idea. At the same time, it could also give inspiration to people outside the game area. If the whole world rebelled, this world would be useless for the Doomsday game. 1 or 2 worlds are harmless to the Doomsday game, but what about 10, 100 or even more? She would try her best to make things happen anyway, and the more she could do, the better. The main point is to never let the Doomsday game go smoothly. And she had a feeling that if the other party wanted to deal with the Doomsday Landlady system and her, the noise she made would definitely make the other party pay attention. If they care, it will be very annoying. Looking at Gu Weiwei, who was full of rebelliousness, the system was silent for a moment, and then spoke, "Collect." "That's good. Then can you hang it on the screen of the recycling cabinet? How many points can be exchanged for 1 weirdness?" Gu Weiwei continued, "Of course. Just note the weirdness with high sin value. If those quiet weirdos were used to boost performance, it would be too much." According to what the system said, Bailekin was special, and she was wondering if the opportunity for the world civilization to upgrade lay with this weirdo. Therefore, she was unwilling to interfere too much. It was enough to do what she could. "Okay. Thank you, system." Gu Weiwei thanked her seriously. In the first few game areas, the system rarely popped up, and she was used to it. But it is obvious that the system has been there since these 2 game areas were targeted by the Doomsday game. She knew very well that this was not a fixed program system, but an intelligent one. For such an intelligent system, she should praise it more. Then the other party will be more willing to help her next time. The system was silent again. If you are too kind to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. Thinking of this, the system quickly arranged all the recycling cabinets. At this time, Doomsday Resort. Many of the survivors who arrived earlier became employees of Doomsday Resort directly, and then quickly put into their new positions. The number of drivers has also increased from 2 to 4, which can barely provide transportation for personnel. This is enough to show the bustle of the Doomsday Resort. And this bustle is not only for humans, but also for the weird. It was at this time that Bailekin entered the Doomsday Resort. Looking at such a bustling Doomsday Resort, she felt a little dazed. Even in the world after she crossed over, she rarely saw such bright colors. This visual impact was too strong. The bus is about to leave. Hurry up if you want to get on. At this time, the bus driver was already on the bus. Bailekin looked at it, but did not get on the bus. She wanted to walk around this Doomsday Resort city herself. The bus was soon full and drove away. But there were many people and monsters who chose to walk like Bailekin. Most people walked to a corner, as far away from the monsters as possible. As for the monsters, they were much more arrogant. There were even many who retained their posthumous state. There was a hanged ghost with disheveled hair, pale face, bulging eyes, and a long blood-red tongue sticking out of its mouth. There was a water ghost with water vapor all over its body, green eyes, and a pile of water marks left behind when it walked. There was a little ghost jumping around and looking very happy. After walking a short distance, various buildings began to appear. Playground. Mom, I want to go to the playground." A little ghost stuck his head out of his mother's belly and pointed to the playground next to him. "Okay." Mother Gui touched her belly, turned around and ran straight to the playground, then casually held a card and said, "You can play whatever you want today, and eat whatever you want." "Yeah." Mother Gui smiled more gently, finally able to compensate her child. "I haven't seen him so happy for a long time." Hot spring. You died in the water before, and you still want to soak in the water. Dying in the water, the memory is cold, and it is also cold after death. I miss the warm feeling. I have some too. Then let's go to the hot springs. Sure, I treat you. Boss, you're so generous. Network Center. Ah, I haven't played games for a long time since I died of a sudden death at home. I wonder if there are any new games to play. I haven't played games for a long time either. How about playing together? Add me. Movie theater. Honey, let's go on a date together. Okay, we haven't watched a movie since we got together. Have you watched a movie with your ex-girlfriend? I promise, I haven't had a girlfriend since I died. I'm talking about your life. That's all in the past. The Terracotta Warriors of Qin Dynasty. Wow, this place is really spectacular. Let's just treat it as a trip here as a family. This is exactly the same as the attractions in our City X. Let's go to the Gregory Hanging Gardens and the Colossus of the Sun later, take a photo, check in, and bring it back to show our old sisters. I asked them not to stay in the dungeon and walk around more, but they refused. They are so jealous. Pond. I was able to catch some incense and candles. It was worth it. I even caught some weird energy. Why, you don't even want to give us a prop to suppress our weirdness? There is something fishy going on. There is definitely something fishy going on. It can be said that the entire Doomsday Resort is full of weird figures. Except for their appearance, these weird figures don't seem to be much different from humans. Leeching paused. At this moment, she already understood the significance of Doomsday Resort using the crime detector. Don't let innocent people bear unnecessary consequences. This Doomsday Resort is really special. Then, Leeching quickened her pace and entered the nearest apartment. She came here because she saw on the post that Doomsday Resort had yellow paper and other products specially used for drawing talismans. Although she could also draw talismans out of thin air, it was not as safe as the talismans prepared in advance. As a result, the moment Leeching stepped into the apartment, she suddenly heard the screams of the survivors. Oh my god, the weirdness can actually be exchanged for points. Chapter 137. The survivors' exclamation attracted not only people, but also countless weirds. After all, the number of weirds in the Doomsday Resort city now exceeds that of humans. Many people only discovered that their city was hiding so many weirds after entering the Doomsday Resort city. What's going on? The Doomsday Resort city didn't trick the weirds into killing us. Haha, they want to exchange us for points. Let's see if you have the ability to do that. Who said that? Where? The next moment, a weirdo found the person who said that accurately. Being stared at by a group of weirdos, the man was startled. After shrinking a bit, he pointed at the screen of the recycling cabinet and said, "It says it above, but I haven't had time to see it yet." He just felt that the Doomsday Resort was really whimsical enough. It was unimaginable to bring the weirdos to the recycling cabinet to exchange points. It was good enough to survive the weirdos. Still catching weirdos. At this moment, he wanted to slam his broken mouth. He knew that there were many weirdos in Doomsday Resort City. So why did he shout them out? The eyes of many weirdos immediately turned to the recycling cabinet. As a result, the word weird was seen on the first line of the recycling cabinet screen. But fortunately, there was a note behind it. Only weirdos with a sin value higher than 10 can be exchanged. I'm so scared. My sin value is only 1, I'm not afraid. My sin value is 2, I'm not afraid either. If the monsters with high sin values can be exchanged, does it count if we catch them? It should count. We are also tenants of Doomsday Resort now. I have long disliked those monsters. Not only do they kill innocent people, but their aura is getting stronger and stronger, and they even want to swallow monsters. There is really no need for the existence of monsters without reason. How about we team up together? Sure, buy more incense and candles to stock up. Okay. After reading the content, the monsters immediately calmed down. After a discussion, they left the scene in a daze. The humans were left alone, looking at each other in bewilderment. The weirdos, they were planning to kill each other. Suddenly, I felt that the recycling products in the Doomsday Resort were pretty good. If those weirdos could catch other weirdos to exchange, that would be a skill. The two weirdos are different. It was only after I learned about the sin value that I realized that there are really good and bad weirdos. So according to what these weirdos, who don't kill people randomly said, the more people they kill, the easier it is for the weirdos to get out of control. The weird that kills innocent people can indeed be caught. You are so brave. You dare to catch weird. I am just talking nonsense. Those weirds must really dare to catch them. It is not impossible. There are some strange products in Doomsday Resort. You mean yellow paper, magic brush and cinnabar? These are lost here. What use are they? There is a complete set of magic talismans. You can learn from them. What if you can't learn it? The price of these things is not low. I might as well buy ready-made ones. Anyway, it's good enough to save my life at the moment. I don't want to think too much about other things. The survivors chatted and continued to exchange points, and then buy goods. Leeching was at the end of the line, looking thoughtful. She could feel that the Doomsday Resort seemed to be guiding everyone to kill the part of the weirdness with a high sin value. Why? But no matter what the reason was, Leeching also planned to do so. Because in her previous life, the weirdness of Z's city was indeed killing innocent people more and more indiscriminately, or the number of survivors was getting smaller and smaller. When it was Balekin's turn, she exchanged all the gold and jewelry she had collected for points without hesitation, and then bought a full set of talisman products from the vending machine next to her. When Balekin bought it, it instantly attracted the attention of many people. They just said that they would not waste points to buy these products, but someone bought it the next time. Can you draw talismans? Someone asked Leeching curiously. Leeching listened and nodded. I know a little. Others looked at Bailey Cheen in shock, sure she was not a liar. Bailey Cheen said calmly, I didn't learn it formally before, but now I have formal learning. If I can really make it, I will make money. Maybe Bailey Cheen's calm appearance was too intimidating, and someone immediately joked, if you can do it, can you sell it to us at a lower price? Of course, all at 50% off. Bailey Cheen said without hesitation. Her talent is to draw talismans, and she relies on drawing talismans to improve her cultivation. In this case, drawing talismans well in the Doomsday Resort city can not only help her practice, but also earn a lot of points. Why not do it? Of course, on the other hand, she also intends to improve her credibility by selling talismans, so that she can get more support when she represents the official later. This time, she will never let the fate of this world repeat the same mistakes. Then, Bailey Cheen came to the rest area of the apartment and began to prepare for drawing the talisman in front of everyone. In a moment, countless people surrounded Bailey Cheen. After all, they felt that Bailey Cheen's movements were smooth and seemed very special. Then, Bailey Cheen opened the first page of the talisman collection. What was taught there was the drawing of the soul-fixing talisman. After reading it once and feeling the power on it, Bailey Cheen started to write. The writing was full of spirit, like a swimming dragon, and it was completed in one go. When Bailey Cheen collected the last transaction, everyone at the scene saw that the talisman had lit up as a whole. Fuck, I saw it just lit up. So is this successful? It should be successful, right? I don't know. No one knows what a successful talisman looks like. Hey, is this successful? Finally, someone asked Bailey Cheen directly. Bailey Cheen nodded calmly, it's successful. Then, Bailey Cheen put the talisman aside and said directly, selling it at a 50% discount, come and buy it if you want. As she spoke, Bailey wrote one by one. She wrote down everything that was sold in the vending machines in Doomsday Resort, and also wrote down everything that was not sold. In a short while, she had a whole pile of them. Her hands and feet were so fast that many people didn't react. Fuck, so many pictures in a short time. And every one of them is bright. Is it true? Are you so talented? Are you sure about the effect? If the effect is not certain, isn't it a waste of money to buy it? This is nearly half the price. If it's fake, can you pay 10 times the price? Bailey Cheen listened, paused, and then said without hesitation, if it doesn't work, I'm willing to pay, but it's not a fraud. You won't run away after doing it once, will you? No, I'll be here from now on. Bailey Cheen said calmly. Selling talismans is something she does by chance. Now that she can agree to so much, it's because we are brothers. Let me buy one and try. I buy one too. It's half the price. Anyway, I think this person will not give up Doomsday Resort City. As long as she is in Doomsday Resort City, she can find someone. After discussing, everyone looked at each other, and the next moment, they took action. In a flash, these talismans were snatched away by the onlookers. Bailey Cheen continued to draw here, and her reputation was unknowingly spread to the ears of other survivors. Because the price is half the price, more and more people come. Of course, another important reason is that the news that the weird can be exchanged for points has spread. Although most people have not thought about it for the time being, there are still a small number of people who have this idea. It is not difficult to deal with the weird, but since it is difficult to deal with, the points exchanged are likely to be higher. There was no way before, but now there are all kinds of props. If you encounter danger, what if you succeed? Not only can you protect yourself, but you can also earn points for free. These people think deeply, so they are willing to buy it. In this way, Bailikin's reputation spread unconsciously in the Doomsday Resort City, and many survivors knew that there was such a capable person. Of course, the rumor that the weirds would kill each other was more widely spread. Many people were waiting silently, waiting to see whether those weirds who played with their lives and deaths in their hands could be defeated. Chapter 138. Game Forum. Do you know that weirdness can be exchanged for points? How could you not know? The news is going viral in Doomsday Resort. This Doomsday Resort is really bold. Weirdness is not easy to deal with, and those with high sin values are even harder to deal with. He actually dared to identify these weirdness as items. I definitely wouldn't dare to do that. It can only mean that Doomsday Resort is not afraid of those weirdness. Doomsday Resort is not afraid of them. Those weirdness at the door have been attacking Doomsday Resort, but they were all thrown out in the end, no matter how powerful the weirdness is. Since Doomsday Resort is so powerful, why doesn't he just capture these monsters? It can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. You are blackmailing me. Why does Doomsday Resort want to kill monsters? That's right. There's not a lot of food for me to eat. That's off topic, So does anyone plan to hunt monsters? I think there should be a lot of points. I dare not, no. But I heard that some monsters have this plan. The weird kills the weird, really? That's what they said. Everyone is waiting to see. I hope it works. If they kill each other, it will be a good show. In fact, I really want to ask, why do people think about others dealing with the weird, instead of themselves? If there was no way before, they would naturally stay away from it, but now the situation is different. With the props of the Doomsday Resort, those talismans can restrain or even harm the weird. If one person can't do it, 2 or even 10 people can always hurt the weird. Yes, it is obvious that Doomsday Resort will only stay for 1 or 2 months. When it leaves, we will still have to face it all the time. Instead of being at a loss in the future, it is better to practice our skills while Doomsday Resort is here. If you have the ability, you will not be afraid to travel around the world. Don't you really think it is a good opportunity now? Many people couldn't help but fall into deep thought after reading these words. In their hearts, it seemed that something was surging. They had been harmed by the weird for a long time, and their relatives and friends around them gradually died at the hands of the weird. They had a natural fear of the weird. They never thought that they would be able to deal with the weirdness. Yes, when they didn't have the ability, they didn't dare to think about it. But now they have the chance? Can they? It seems that they can. From this moment on, countless survivors who read the post have planted a seed in their hearts. In the following posts, more and more people agree. Gu Weiwei looked at the changes in the posts and sighed. These survivors can still be saved. In the future, they will continue to brainwash everyone in the posts. Once these survivors get used to such statements, the future will be promising. Of course, if there are a few cases, it will be more effective. System, has anyone dealt with the weirdness? Gu Weiwei asked the system curiously. Speaking of which, in this game area, her control is indeed weakened a lot, because she is not in the Doomsday Resort City, and cannot get the latest news. As for the forum, not everyone will go to the forum, and the information she gets is also limited. Yes. Seeing the system admit that there was, Gu Weiwei's eyes lit up. Then can you do me a favor? System. After a while, the virtual screen in front of Gu Weiwei showed controllable images. These images were the surveillance images of this game area. Even the situation in the dungeon could be seen. After this, Gu Weiwei had a deeper understanding of the power of the Doomsday Landlady system. In short, she was no longer blind in the entire game area, and could even control the situation at all times. Of course, Gu Weiwei only had a pair of eyes, and could not see all the pictures, but the system provided a function. That is, if there is a picture that Gu Weiwei wants to see, such as a battle between weirds, a battle between people and weirds, or when someone is pulled into a copy, the picture will flicker. At this moment, Gu Weiwei saw many pictures flickering. Click them one by one to check. As a result, Gu Weiwei really retrieved a picture she wanted. A battle between weirds. Gu Weiwei zoomed in without hesitation. In the picture, a group of weirdos surrounded a weirdo and beat it. The weirdo was surrounded by weirdos, but this weirdo was burning like a flame, and its facial features were blurred and could not be seen clearly. Gu Weiwei also understood from the previous information on the forum that the more powerful the weirdos, the more unclear their faces and bodies were. What people saw was a group of weirdos. Of course, it was different in the dungeon. At this time, the weirdo was besieged, and the weirdos were rioting even more violently. You actually want to kill me? We were all implicated by you when we were alive. Why can't we kill you? If we kill you, we can earn some points. In the past, we thought it was unnecessary to care about it, but now that you are valuable, we naturally can't let you go. When listening, Gu Weiwei realized that the besieged Gue had a bad temper and loved to make trouble. At that time, it was just a small matter to quarrel with someone, but the person opposite was a psychopath, and he directly took the axe he carried with him to chop people. This weirdo was chopped but not dead, so he started to run for his life. As a result, he dragged others to be his scapegoats, causing more than a dozen casualties. After the Doomsday game came, this area formed a copy, and the leader was this weirdo. He kept pulling people in and being chopped with him. He relied on this copy to continuously strengthen himself. As for the other weirdos, who were implicated by him, they were no match for him, so they naturally did not want to be controlled by him in this copy, and left this copy directly. They had resentment in their hearts, but they just wanted to cherish the days they had lived and were unwilling to argue with this trick. But now the situation was different. Since killing the other party was valuable, they could both avenge and gain benefits, so they naturally planned to do it. This is how the scene happened. At this time, after the weirds finished their denunciation, they rushed towards the weird in the middle. The weirds on both sides lingered together, and at first glance, they were evenly matched, but later, it could be felt that the weird in the middle still had the upper hand. There should be a level difference between them, and this level difference cannot be made up by the number of people. So how can these weirdos deal with each other? Just as Gu Weiwei was thinking, she suddenly saw that these weirdos had more talismans in their hands. These talismans fell on the weirdos one after another. The weirdo in the middle was directly fixed by the soul-fixing talisman. Then, all the weirdos reached out and inserted their hands into the chest of the weirdo in the middle. After a while, a heart surrounded by weird energy was pulled out from the chest of the weirdo. After the heart was dug out, the weirdo screamed and disappeared in an instant. Obviously, he had been annihilated. This weirdo heart was the source of the weirdo's power. Then, the group of weirdos quickly put away the heart. We will take it to Doomsday Resort to exchange points later, and we will divide the exchange points equally. Okay. Suddenly, a group of weirdos prepared to return to Doomsday Resort. Looking at this scene, Gu Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that it is okay to deal with a weirdo in the name of seeking revenge. Finally, I took a step forward. Gu Weiwei captured the video without hesitation, blurred Wei Yi's face, and posted the video on the forum. This time, she made all of Wei Yi's weaknesses known to everyone. Survivors, are you more excited? Wei Yi's battle. It turns out that Wei Yi's weakness is here. Video attached. As soon as the post came out, it instantly attracted the attention of many survivors, and they clicked in and watched the video one after another. Fuck, Wei and Wei are actually killing each other. They're too quick. But, is Wei's weakness the heart? Who filmed this video? Wei. Who is she? Wei is fighting, and she's filming the video. Isn't that a little weird? No matter who filmed it, or how it was filmed, at least this video does tell us Wei's weakness. They used the soul-fixing talisman purchased from Doomsday Resort City. It really works. One piece doesn't seem to be that useful against the weird. The weird can be offset by the weird energy, so you have to have more pieces. Then we can't reach in and take out the weird's heart. Try stabbing it with a peachwood sword. It's the weird that's the weird. It shouldn't be easy to use props like the Soul Driver Talisman and the Soul Destroying Bell, so they use the Soul Fixing Talisman. So we use other props, and the efficiency should be higher. And now there are not only props in the Doomsday Resort, but also a master of metaphysics. She seems to be able to draw talismans. Her talismans are not only cheap, but also of many types. You can buy it from her. I know her. I saw her drawing talismans on the spot, but are her talismans useful? Yes, they are useful. I just accidentally ran into a weird dungeon on the road. At the critical moment, I relied on her talisman to get out of the dungeon safely. There was a weird that wanted to attack me, and I used her talisman to drive it away. It turns out that it really works. You can buy it from her later. There will be a way to deal with weird things in the future. I feel like everyone's ideas have really changed. Before, people were terrified of the weird, but now they can discuss how to deal with the weird in the forum. Yeah, this change is too fast. In fact, it's just that we suddenly found that the weird can be dealt with, and we are now able to deal with it. Yeah. How about everyone give it a try? Let's try it. Who's afraid of who? Okay. What's there to be afraid of? More and more people promise below. Whether they dared to do it or not, at least they dared to say it now. The news on the forum was also fermenting in the Doomsday Resort. Several weirds originally came back happily with weird hearts from outside, but when they came back, they saw that the weirds that had gathered outside the Doomsday Resort had disappeared. At the same time, in the Doomsday Resort, both humans and weirds were discussing the killing of weirds. The human said, I heard that a weird has been killed outside. Who killed him? Killed by a group of weirdos. They chased and killed a weirdo for points, and fought for 300 rounds. Finally, they brought back the opponent's heart. So the weirdo's weakness is the heart. Yes, and the talisman is particularly effective against them. I'm curious now, how many points the killed weirdo is worth, and whether it is worth it. That's right, if a weirdo is not worth anything, it would be a waste to spend hundreds of points to kill it. There's really no need for that. Just wait and see. The news will definitely come out soon, and it will be written on the recycling cabinet. Then wait and see. This is what Wei said, our weakness is the heart. Who told it? It wasn't told. It was taken when Wei was fighting Wei. Who? I don't know. I heard it was posted on the human forum. Maybe it was a human. Impossible. If there is a human around me when I'm fighting, we can't fail to feel it. Forget it. We know it sooner or later anyway. You guys are also thinking about it. Some weirdos have a grudge against me, and now is the time to take revenge. I don't have a grudge. I just want to see how many points it's worth. If it's worth it, I kill it. Listening to the discussion between the two parties, the weirdos who were involved were stunned. They just made the first vote, and someone already knew about it? No, it must not be them. Several weirdos silently headed for a remote location, then sneakily found an apartment, and threw the heart into the recycling cabinet. Soon, the recycling cabinet gave out points. Reward points. 5,000. When this number came out, several weirdos were immediately surprised. It was so high. There were 7 weirdos in total, and each of them had more than 700 points. If there were fewer people participating, the points they could get would be even higher. The points not only allowed them to live a carefree life in the Doomsday Resort, but also had an important reason. The incense and candles sold in the Doomsday Resort had a calming effect on the weirdos, making them less violent. This is very important to them. Although they have become weird, they never kill innocent people indiscriminately. They just take revenge when they have a grudge, and because of this, they can keep their sanity. But with other weird killing innocent people indiscriminately, the whole Z city is lingering with weirdness. It is really difficult for them not to be affected. They can feel that their sanity is also being invaded, and it is very likely that in the end, they will fall into killing uncontrollably. There was no way before, and they were willing to accept it calmly. Anyway, their lives were picked up for nothing. But now, with a treasure like incense and candles, they can keep their sanity clear. Are they willing to lose control? Of course not. So, they must get enough points to stock up on incense and candles. Then, several weirdos silently divided the points, then sneaked away, and then tacitly integrated into the weirdos. In fact, during this period of time, a new product appeared on the recycling cabinets of all the apartments in the Doomsday Resort. 50-cent value monster, 5,000 points. When this exchange was made, both humans and monsters were excited. 50-cent value monster is worth 5,000 points. Is it the same as the cent value? Then 100 points is 10,000 points? I think that's how it should be calculated. In fact, killing 10 monsters with 10 cent values will also give 10,000 points. It must be easier to kill a monster with 10 cent values. One parameter is not enough. I think we can find more. I think so too. In that case, I think it's okay to buy props. It's not like the more expensive props can only be used once. Yes. Also, it's cheaper to buy talismans from Bailey Cheen. Go find her and buy them. Waves of people began to pour into Bailey Cheen's apartment. As for the weird ones, after looking at each other, they followed. There are some talismans that do not harm them. They can also buy them, right? Just like that, Bailey Cheen's voice instantly became lively because of the confirmation of this news. Bailey Cheen was a little confused. Today, she was quietly drawing various talismans in the apartment. She was confident in her talismans, so she believed that she would definitely have no trouble selling them. So drawing more would only benefit her, not harm her. But according to her plan, it would take at least 2 or 3 days for them to ferment. Now with the reminder of the ghost detector, the probability of the survivors encountering ghosts is very small. In addition, if you want the survivors to deal with the ghosts, they also need time to make psychological adjustments. Therefore, she felt that she had a lot of time to prepare the talismans. Unexpectedly, before the end of the day, the talismans she had on hand were sold like crazy. And not only the survivors, but also many ghosts wanted to buy them. This scene made Bailey Cheen a little dazed. What happened? Are there any more? Are there any more? I still want to buy the soul-fixing talisman. I also want the 5 Thunderbolt talisman. Do you have the soul-guiding talisman? Why are they selling so fast? After buying Bailekin's talismans, a group of people couldn't help asking. Listening to their words, Bailekin came back to her senses and then said, "Today's paintings have been sold out. If you need them, you have to wait a little longer. Do you want to continue now?" Someone urged. It was finally his turn in the queue, and he must get it. Bailey Cheen listened and said without hesitation, "I won't continue today, and it's almost dark. It's not suitable for the survivors to go out. The talismans are useless. Why don't you wait a while? I will sell a batch tomorrow morning. If you really can't wait, you can buy the talismans of Doomsday Resort. There are so many people, and so many weird things." Bailey Cheen felt that she would not be able to draw enough on the spot. In this case, she naturally stopped drawing and continued when she returned to her room. Otherwise, facing the eager eyes around her, she felt that she could not hold back. In addition, she also wanted to know what happened outside. Why did the whole world change so drastically in just half a day? Hearing Bailey Cheen say this, the people around her and the weirdos immediately dispersed. They did not dare to offend people with real abilities. Finally, when there were no people around her, Bailey Cheen finally had time to check what happened. The first place Balakin entered was also the forum. Do you know that weirdos can be exchanged for points? Weird Wars. It turns out that weirdos have weaknesses here. Video attached. Weirdos are not so indestructible. I want to kill weirdos. I don't want to live under weirdos' shadows forever. What about you? Are you interested in teaming up to kill weirdos? I know there are ways to kill weirdos in several copies. Do you want to join us? I was outside, and I actually saw weirdos being chased by weirdos on the street. Balakin looked at the title on the forum homepage, and her pupils shrank unconsciously. She used to frequently browse forum posts, so she knew very well how gloomy the forum posts were before today. As a result, now, it is full of posts about fighting against the weird. Then, Balakin read the posts one by one. After reading them, she had a deep impression of the user. Wei. The video of the weird killing the weird was posted by her. In addition, in many posts, she played the role of a guide, guiding the survivors to think about whether the weird can be dealt with, and whether they should deal with it. The continuous guidance, coupled with the changes in the external environment, undoubtedly planted a seed in the hearts of many people. Then it only takes a little opportunity for this seed to take root and sprout. This person is very strong. Strong in his delicate mind, and even stronger in his mystery. The video of weird killing weird, even with a mobile phone, can't produce such an effect. Even if it can be filmed at such a close distance, how can she ensure that she will not be discovered by the weird in the battle? So, this person is definitely not simple. But even though she expected this, Balakin didn't plan to go into it. First, she didn't have the ability. Second, she was very grateful to Wei, who really gave their city an extraordinary hope and future. After Balakin returned to the room, where only one person was, she took out her mobile phone without hesitation and contacted Wei. As soon as the call came, Wei on the other side answered it immediately. What happened? Wei asked with some concern. Balakin listened and said directly, "It's a good thing." Then, Balakin explained the situation. Now everyone is willing to kill weirdos to exchange points, including those law-abiding weirdos. Our city has launched a counterattack against weirdos. Wei was very excited when she heard it on the other end, but she still grasped a key point. The weakness of weirdos is in the heart. Is this certain? Wei said. Yes. Balakin nodded. She also knew about this. She originally planned to say it at a suitable time, but now it is exposed in advance. It's a good thing. Wei listened with a little regret on her face. Even if you know the weakness, hot weapons are ineffective against weirdness. Actually, there is a way that may work. There is a product in Doomsday Resort, the collection of talismans. According to the introduction inside, if you wrap the talisman on the bullet, it may work. I can send you the content of the collection of talismans, and find some people to learn how to draw talismans. Drawing talismans? Can it work? Yes, I tried to learn it, and it works. Balakin casually mentioned this. Wei was surprised. Great, in this way, we can let you guide us through the video. Yes. Balakin agreed immediately. Then, the two talked a lot. When the call ended, Wei's expression was full of joy. She really didn't expect that the Z city that they almost gave up would have so many surprises. Now, they can also counterattack weird. Chapter 139. The new tenants of Doomsday Resort City don't know what's going on outside. They are now thinking about how to use talismans to deal with weirdness. Although they are interested, they don't know where to start when they really have to do it. It's really a bit frustrating. It's night again, and many people are holding their phones to post their own difficulties on the forum. The talismans are ready, and the psychological activities are also built, but how to start dealing with weirdness? Has anyone figured out how to deal with the weird? I feel a little scared when I think about dealing with the weird. Where are those people who made bold promises before? Form a team to kill the weird. Reliable teammates come. Shui Nianqiu is searching the forums at this moment. She used to be a stay-at-home girl, and her family also prepared a lot of snacks and bread, which made her survive. She was able to survive afterwards, purely by hiding. But she hid because she had no other way. After coming to the Doomsday Resort City, she knew that there was a way to deal with the weird, and she couldn't hold back. She is a homebody, but not stupid. If she had the ability to protect herself, she would be able to live longer, and have the opportunity to go out of Z City to find her parents. The Doomsday Resort City can give her powerful abilities. Because she knew that if she missed the Doomsday Resort City this time, she would not know when the next time would come. Therefore, on the way here, she directly emptied a gold shop near her. She first used some gold to exchange for backpack grids, and then went back to move them. Therefore, she had plenty of points, so she bought all the related products sold in the vending machine, even the incense and candles, thinking that she could bribe the weirdos when she had the chance in the future. After all, the weirdos all liked the incense and candles, which definitely had a special effect on them. At the same time, she bought everything she could from Balakin's new master of metaphysics. She also planned to queue up early tomorrow morning so that she could buy some more. Off topic. Her current situation is that everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. She wants to kill the weird. Where should she start? So she looked for the answer on the forum. When she saw the team formation, she clicked in without hesitation to check it out. Form a team to kill the weird. Reliable teammates come. On-site recruitment. Rest area of apartment number 5. Is this team reliable? I don't know, come in and take a look. Anyway, we need on-site recruitment, so go and take a look. After forming a team, you can go to the trading hall to form a team. With the Doomsday Resort as an endorsement, no one dares to cheat you. Is it really possible? Yes, the rules in the trading hall have been determined. With the endorsement of Doomsday Resort, I feel relieved when I team up to kill the weird. So I can come here to form a team. Or go to the trading hall. There are many people forming temporary teams there now. Form a team tonight, and go kill tomorrow. Perfect. Why do you feel that everyone has become more active all of a sudden? Isn't it because Doomsday Resort is still there? The Doomsday Resort will really only stay for a month or two. Yes, there is a note on the recruitment notice, mentioning that it is a short-term employment, but the confirmed time is at least 1 month. Oh, how great it would be if it could be forever. But it can't be forever, so I can only strengthen myself while he is here. Will the castrated vending machine and the purification trash can exist forever? That is possible, because the vending machine in the Doomsday Resort has these 2 products. Then I'm relieved. In this way, it seems that Doomsday Resort City has not really left. Seeing this, Chui Nianqiu immediately got up from his bed and went downstairs. The moment he walked out of the apartment, Chui Nianqiu originally only wanted to go to apartment number 5, but his sight was unconsciously attracted by the street not far away. Warm lights spread across several long streets. The most lively one should be the main road extending from the Music Square as the center. Snack Street, Drink Street, Commercial Street Mall. Gathered in this area, it was now full of people. These people were holding all kinds of snacks in their hands, chatting while walking around, bringing a little noise. Looking at this scene, for some reason, I was inexplicably touched. Once, this was their most daily life, and sometimes they even thought it was too crowded. But later, when they never saw each other again, they were left with only a heart full of nostalgia. The more they missed, the harder it was to find. Until now, it reappeared in front of them. This feeling is really indescribable. And the main road outside this area is also full of people, coming in and out, adding a bit of fireworks. Chui Nianqiu let out a long breath. Although teaming is also important, at this moment, she wants to share with these people. The hustle and bustle. Oh, and weird. Hello, do you need any help? A weird came directly in front of Chui Nianqiu and pulled her back to her thoughts. The scenes that she had imagined before all faded away. There were still countless weirdos walking on this street. They could actually eat these human foods, and they enjoyed it one by one. At the same time, they also restrained the weirdness on their bodies. If it weren't for their pale faces that couldn't have the rosy vitality of humans, they might really be mistaken for people. As for the weirdo in front of her, she knew that it was the weirdo Feng Jiaoju, who was in charge of the snack street and the beverage street. This weirdo also had a strong presence on the forum, because many people found that they were frightened by this weirdness to some extent, but they were not hurt. Therefore, most people accepted that this red-dressed weirdness was an employee of the Doomsday Resort. No, I'm just taking a look. After thinking about it, Chui Nianqiu said without hesitation, thank you, you don't have to worry about me. Okay. If you need anything, remember to ask me for help. Feng Jiaoju smiled and said, I'm very enthusiastic. Yeah. Chui Nianqiu was a little uncomfortable with such a warm and strange feeling. Then, Chui Nianqiu went straight to the spicy hot pot stall, ordered a tomato flavor, and started eating. The moment the familiar appetite entered her mouth, Chui Nianqiu was almost moved to tears. Woo woo woo, it's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious food. Before, she ate directly in the restaurant in the apartment, because she hadn't eaten normal meals for a long time. She cried when she ate it. Of course, I want to cry now. As expected, she was right to insist on surviving. Isn't it? She enjoys it again? Although it's only temporary, who can say that she can't enjoy it again in the future? As long as she is alive, everything is hope. After enjoying the spicy hot pot that night, Chui Nianqiu didn't eat it again. She planned to eat something different every day and enjoy it. In addition, she also needs to earn more points. Points are the key to whether they can fill their stomachs in the future. Then, Cui Nianqiu started running towards apartment number 5. Apartment number 5 was also very lively at this moment. When Cui Nianqiu came in, he saw many groups of people gathered together. What talismans do you have? What props do you have? What are you good at? Similar questions were asked in different corners. They were all to find out everyone's ability. After all, it was a huge advantage if the teammates in the team were capable. Cui Nianqiu noticed that there were many teams composed of only girls. After thinking about it, Cui Nianqiu joined a team. Are you still recruiting people? Cui Nianqiu asked. Since there is a trading hall where she can sign contracts, she naturally doesn't have to worry about the character problem, and she can find any team at will. She herself is not that strong, and she will not ask the other party to be strong. What can you do? I have a lot of talismans, and all the props. Cui Nianqiu responded and thought about it. I learned shooting before, and my accuracy is okay. Then our team just lacks a long-range shooter, and we have to sneak attack when the strange is not paying attention. The girl in the lead said happily, and then introduced herself. Hello, my name is Li Ruoan. I am the captain of this team. I used to learn Muay Thai. Cui Nianqiu was shocked when he heard it. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Then, several other girls also introduced themselves. After the introduction, Cui Nianqiu realized that this was a standard game lineup. The captain is good at fighting, and can be used as a warrior. One runs fast, and can be used as an auxiliary. One has a fast hand speed, and can quickly trigger the talisman, so she can be used as a mage. One bought all kinds of protective equipment, and can be used as a tank. Plus she is a shooter. Attack and defense in one. Looking at the scene again, it seems that there are many 5-man teams, and it is obvious that they are also preparing such a lineup. Come to think of it, such a lineup seems to be relatively suitable, and can be coordinated and complementary. However, she still feels that something is missing. Even with props, facing the powerful weirdness, is their output really effective? If the combat power is not strong, it is useless to face the weirdness no matter how good the cooperation is, right? Just when Cui Nianqiu was thinking this, Li Ruoan spoke. We have 2 special teammates, you will know later. Cui Nianqiu was stunned for a moment. There are 2 more. Let's go to the trading hall to sign the contract. 2 teammates are waiting for us there. Li Ruoan said, and urged directly. Cui Nianqiu followed immediately. But she had a feeling in her heart. These 2 special teammates must be very special. Then, Cui Nianqiu followed the group to the trading hall. When he arrived, Cui Nianqiu was shocked by the scene in front of him. Outside the trading hall, there were many weirdos gathered, and these weirdos were still lining up in an orderly manner. Then, the team in front of them directly led 2 or more weirdos into the trading hall in order. At this glance, Cui Nianqiu understood instantly. It turned out that the 2 special teammates were weirdos. This combination. There is a little genius. Who proposed it? Chapter 140. The leader Shiryujia and the weird Tang Ximin said that this genius idea was theirs. Tang Ximin and Shiryujia were good friends who grew up together. Before the Doomsday game came, Tang Ximin died in an accident, and Shiryujia took care of her mother on behalf of Tang Ximin. After the Doomsday game came, Tang Ximin became weird because of her resentment for dying early. After all, the man who hit her to death was drunk driving in broad daylight, and after encountering the traffic police he ran wild, and Tang Ximin became the innocent passerby who obeyed the traffic rules, but was implicated to death. She had just graduated from college, and got a good offer. She had the ability to make her mother, who raised her, live a good life. But she died. How could she not blame him? After becoming a weirdo, she naturally wanted to seek revenge on that person. But, she was still thinking about her mother the most. After going back to find her mother, she found out that her best friend Shiryujia had been helping to take care of her mother. But her mother's body had already been exhausted because of her death. After she came back as a weirdo, she died after seeing her for the last time. Later, it was Shiryujia who persuaded her. Coming back to be a weirdo, although living in another form, but at least living, can no longer be destroyed by hatred, and that person hurt more than just her, there will definitely be others to take revenge. After listening to Shiryujia's words, Tang Ximin witnessed a bloody massacre with her own eyes, and felt that her resentment was much less. After that, Tang Ximin stayed by Shiryujia's side, and lived with Shiryujia to prevent other weirdos from hurting Shiryujia. Under the protection of Tang Ximin, Shiryujia survived safely after the strangeness came. When the Doomsday Resort city suddenly appeared, both of them received advertisements. The 2 obtained relevant information from the Z City forum, and the strange forum respectively. After confirming that the Doomsday Resort town was harmless, they came together. After only half a day in the Doomsday Resort city, they were impressed by it. This is simply a paradise in dreams. As long as the points are enough, life here is really too cool. Therefore, for the sake of their future, they naturally joined hands to find a lot of gold and jewelry outside, and exchanged for a large amount of points. Originally, they were still thinking of continuing to exchange points by finding gold, but the trend of catching weirds for exchange suddenly started in the Doomsday Resort. One person and one weirdo were instantly tempted. After all, when they lived outside before, they were often bullied by weirdos, and it became more and more difficult to survive. Especially Shiryujiya, who was on the verge of life and death several times. In addition, Tang Ximin had no experience of killing people, so her ability to be weird had never been strong. So the one and the one understood that this was an opportunity to strengthen themselves. After doing market research, the one and the one found that it was not only humans who were worried about how to team up to deal with weird, but also weird. What humans were worried about was that when facing a strong weird, they might not be able to get close to it, and they didn't know the exact time when the other party would be trapped by them, so they were afraid of errors. What weird was worried about was that when facing a weird stronger than themselves, they would accidentally hurt themselves when using the talismans of the Doomsday Resort. Therefore, combining people with weird troubles is a perfect match. Under normal circumstances, people and weird things cannot trust each other. But who let the several regulations of the Doomsday Resort city reassure people's hearts and weird things? So one person and one weirdo launched the Human Ghost Cooperation Project vigorously. What kind of weirdness the human team needs, we will give them what kind of weirdness, and similarly, what kind of human team the weird wants, we can also match them with the team they want accordingly. That's how the scene was so lively. That night, when countless humans and weirdos were lying on the bed, they all felt a little awkward. Why did they cooperate with weirdos, humans? At this moment, Gu Weiwei had also come back from outside. It was the first time that she had been in the game area for such a long time, and she really felt exhausted physically and mentally. Working is not as comfortable as lying down. Dog game. Gu Weiwei couldn't help cursing the Doomsday game. If it weren't for the Doomsday game, she should be sleeping comfortably in her room, or eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, and watching all kinds of romantic and bloody TV series. When Gu Weiwei appeared near the Doomsday Resort, she instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. The negative 999 plus on her head was really conspicuous enough. You know, most people have 0 on their heads, and very few have negative numbers, which are also negative single digits. On the contrary, there are many positive numbers, and many of them are double digits, and 3 digits are very rare. But the standard of the Doomsday Resort is that those with a sin value of more than 10 cannot enter the Doomsday Resort town, which can only mean that those with a sin value of more than 10 have killed many innocent people. And 10 is so terrible, you want to know how terrible 3-digit numbers are. Correspondingly, how many people have been saved by negative 3-digit numbers. This person is definitely a good person, and a great meritorious person. In a world full of weirdness, they think the other party must be an awesome person. Therefore, whether it is weirdness or people, they are very curious about Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei has become accustomed to other people's eyes, and she walked through calmly. It was also when she was moving forward that many people rushed in front of her. Hello, our team is still short of people. Do you want to join us? We need people too. Do you want to join us? Our team will definitely give you more points. Do you want to? Everyone is willing to go with you, a good person. Team up. Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment, and then immediately reacted. She saw someone team up to kill weirdos in the forum before, but she didn't expect the progress to be so fast. Just when Gu Weiwei wanted to refuse, she heard the person in front of her change his tone. We have 2 powerful monsters in our team. We have 3. We have 4. Gu Weiwei was stunned instantly. Humans and monsters cooperated. A pair of best friends did it, but according to estimates, it would be more efficient for humans and monsters to fight monsters together. The system replied in Gu Weiwei's mind. Gu Weiwei nodded. In fact, she was used to it. She was used to players doing all kinds of tricks in the game area. Now I can get used to the new tricks of the survivors in this game area. Then, he said to the person who invited him, Sorry, I don't have any plans to cooperate for the time being. I am used to being alone. Okay. The people around him didn't feel disappointed. They just invited him with the idea of trying. Now seeing the other party say that he is alone, he thinks it is more appropriate. The person in front of him looks like a powerful boss. Then, Gu Weiwei went straight to the station. At this time, Xie Mingzi was driving the bus. When he saw Gu Weiwei, he recognized her immediately and greeted her warmly. Hello. Gu Weiwei nodded. You're back just in time. This is the last bus, and it will stop running soon. Xiemingzi found a topic to talk about. He was really curious about Gu Weiwei and wanted to find an opportunity to chat with her. Yeah. Gu Weiwei nodded. She came back on time like this. Countdown. 11 hours 50 minutes and 23 seconds. I was out for 12 hours today, half a day. If the efficiency is this high every day, then I will have to stay in this game area for 2 months. In 2 months, I don't know what the situation is in other game areas. Taking advantage of this moment, Gu Weiwei clicked on the Doomsday forum that she hadn't opened for a long time. Of course, Gu Weiwei pretended to look at her phone. Xiemingzi looked at the scene and thought that Gu Weiwei might not want to be disturbed, so he also kept silent. At this time, the posts on the front page of the Doomsday forum were still refreshing very quickly. Maybe most of them are just starting the game, and players can still hold on, so they have the leisure to chat on the forum and exchange information. Gu Weiwei consciously looked for information related to Doomsday Resort City, and soon found that there was a lot of such news, and soon saw it. Floating on the ocean, deep sea phobia. I am also floating on the sea by boat. I don't know what accidents will happen. I am in the extreme cold game area. Fortunately, I have the treasure of Doomsday Resort City, otherwise I can't pass it. I miss Doomsday Resort City. Did the Doomsday Resort really disappear? I think the Doomsday Resort must be in some game area. If it is in the game area, how could players not encounter it? Maybe the Doomsday Resort is in the advanced field. Seeing the 3 words advanced field, Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment. What a clever trick. Then, Gu Weiwei clicked in without hesitation. Why do you say that? Now the intermediate field is in progress, and the advanced field has not been heard of. Have you noticed that when the castrated version of the vending machine was changing the goods, some people saw some new goods? What new products? I know about this. It's something like a soul-driving talisman, a peach with sword, a soul-destroying bell. It seems to be something to deal with ghosts, but I looked around in the pinned posts, and no one mentioned the corresponding game area, so I felt that it might be a high-level field that has not yet appeared. If it has not yet appeared, how could the Doomsday Resort go there? It must have been thrown there by the Doomsday game. I thought of so many ways to deal with the boss and the Doomsday Resort before, but I couldn't deal with them, so I threw the boss and the Doomsday Resort to the high-level field. There are ghosts in this high-level field game area, so there are so many products that restrain ghosts. But there are no players in the advanced field. Why send them to the advanced field? Just to make them unable to help us. It's against the rules. Why would Doomsday Game send Doomsday Resort to the advanced field? Doomsday Resort is more powerful than Doomsday Game. How can it be sent there unless... Unless what? Unless Doomsday Resort has a presence that Doomsday Game can control, such as Boss Gu is a player. Ha ha ha, what are you kidding? How can Boss Gu be a player? If Boss Gu is a player, that's really awesome. Impossible. I prefer to believe that this is a hint from Doomsday Resort. We will encounter a game area related to ghosts later. Let's prepare in advance. I think this makes sense. Buy some talismans to protect yourself. I want a peach with sword. After climbing the stairs, I was really shocked to see that Boss Gu is a player. Haha, impossible. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Her vest was almost taken off by the players. These players are really sensitive. Or, their imaginations are really big. Fortunately, it was finally solved. If the vest can be worn, it is better to wear it. After confirming that the players in each game area are okay, Gu Weiwei closed the forum. At this moment, the car has also arrived at the terminal. It's here. Xiemingzi reminded him friendly. Thank you. Gu Weiwei nodded to Xiemingzi and got off the car. The streets were still bustling at this moment, and the weird and the human beings walked together peacefully. It would be incredible to see the scene, right? After getting off the car, Xiemingzi said to Gu Weiwei, I am very grateful that such a place appeared in our world, which gave us a temporary place to live and the courage to face life. Gu Weiwei's mouth curled up after listening. Yes, I feel like this place has become my home, Gu Weiwei replied. After spending a day in the deserted game area, she really felt a sense of warmth when she returned here. She had already regarded this place as her home. Xiemingzi was stunned for a moment. He accepted it too quickly. However, this place can indeed give people a sense of security like home. That should be what he meant. I'm going to eat. Goodbye. Gu Weiwei left directly after saying this. Xiemingzi looked at Gu Weiwei's back and quickly retracted his gaze. He suddenly felt that Gu Weiwei had a cold feeling that isolated people from the outside world, and was out of tune with the whole world. He was wondering, could Gu Weiwei be from their world? As soon as the thought came out, Xie Mingze threw it out of his head. He really thought too much. At this moment, after eating and drinking at the snack street, Gu Weiwei went straight back to her room to sleep. She wanted to rest early, get up early, and continue to save up game time. Chapter 141. The second day of the game. Gu Weiwei got up early in the morning, washed up, and went directly to the restaurant on the first floor. In the restaurant, humans and monsters sat clearly separated. In fact, this situation is already considered relatively good. You know, when people just found out yesterday, they really stayed as far away from the monsters as possible. It was also because of the crime detector in the Doomsday Resort and the fact that humans and monsters teamed up to fight the monsters that the two sides barely reached a balance point. That is, humans and these harmless weirdos can live under the same roof. They now have the same goal. That is to kill the innocent weirdos outside. Seeking common ground while reserving differences is also a way of survival. When Gu Weiwei first discussed with the system about opening the game area to NPCs, she really didn't think about this. But now, seeing things develop in a direction she didn't expect, Gu Weiwei is actually quite looking forward to it. Because the direction of this matter is consistent with her expectations. If all the evil spirits that made this game area fall into this state were solved, what direction would this game area go in? Of course, there is also the world outside the game area. The purpose of being able to collapse the Doomsday game is good. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei went to the window and ordered a bowl of white porridge and side dishes. After eating, she prepared to go out directly. On the way to the station, Gu Weiwei saw that there were many people and spirits coming in and out of apartment number 3, and there was even a long queue. The queue had already reached the outside. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but feel a little curious. What happened here? Just then, two people came out with a bit of excitement. Finally, I got the soul-fixing talisman and the ghost-exorcising talisman. They are really half the price. I am excited. It's a pity that there is a purchase limit. Thanks to the purchase limit, otherwise I might not be able to buy them. Yes, if you are worried, spend more points to buy some at the vending machine as a guarantee. Yeah. Hearing this, Gu Weiwei probably knew what happened. She did learn about this on the forum, and she was impressed by Bailey Chen's quick hands and feet. Now it seems that she is not only quick, but also has many skills. She believes that with this chosen heroine, and her fanning the flames, this game area will be broken sooner or later. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei's steps became more and more brisk. Soon she arrived at the station, and got on the bus. Not long after getting on the bus, the station was full. The car just started, and a new car arrived behind it. Yesterday, after Gu Weiwei checked the panel and found that the number of humans and weirds coming in exceeded 1 million, she continued to open some buses and directly extended the route to the central square. At this moment, people on the bus were discussing this matter. Doomsday Resort is too considerate. It can be sent directly to the central square, saving a lot of walking. Saving the road is good, but will you accidentally hit the copy while driving? I'm a little worried too. Many people encountered bus dungeons while riding the bus before, and many people died afterwards. Yes, we haven't seen the bus for a long time. The bus in Doomsday Resort should be reliable. I thought so too. Doomsday Resort can't even get those evil spirits in, so it must be able to deal with them. Gu Weiwei raised her eyebrows when she heard their praise for Doomsday Resort. It seems that Doomsday Resort has conquered them in just one day, but she could explain their doubts. The buses in Doomsday Resort City can really resist the mysterious power. She has verified this with the system. That's why she planned to extend the route. Of course, the most important thing is to make it easier for herself. She worked so hard to build it in the beginning, wasn't it just to make her life better? As for why she is making trouble now, it's because she understands that only by making the Doomsday game go on can she let it go. Otherwise, living under the shadow of the Doomsday game every day, life is not easy. The car was driving steadily on the road. On the side, cars, motorcycles, and other vehicles gradually appeared. They were basically produced by Doomsday Resort City. Because only Doomsday Resort City vehicles can be driven in Doomsday Resort City. In addition, Doomsday Resort City vehicles have some guarantees, and are also relatively popular. This made some people in the car envious again. How can some people earn points so quickly? Do you know the location of the gold shop? I heard that a team looted the Gold City yesterday. I've been to Golden City before, but I took a taxi there. I couldn't get there, and I couldn't recognize the place. People really can't make money beyond their knowledge. That guy also relied on his real ability. Listening to the chattering of people, Gu Weiwei continued to seize the time to deal with the affairs in Doomsday Resort City. new products in the Doomsday Landlady system mall. Also various talismans, as well as more advanced props to deal with weirdness. Obviously, after noticing the tenant's ability to pay, the system quickly adjusted. When the vehicle drove out of the Doomsday Resort, Gu Weiwei's stagnant countdown finally started again. Seeing the countdown move, Gu Weiwei's heart also moved. She was furious about the Doomsday game again. System, can I go find a copy and kill the evil? Is your protection effective for me? Mainly because she stayed in one place yesterday and had no place to lie down, she felt that time was a little difficult to endure. Now that she has powerful equipment and a guarantee of safety, she thinks it's not bad to kill some evil spirits to kill time. She actually has nothing, but she has a lot of points. A lot of points means a lot of props. She can kill a lot of evil spirits by smashing them. She can treat those evil spirits as substitutes for the Doomsday game and vent her anger. Okay. The system was silent for a while, then nodded in agreement. He found that the host seemed to have started to let himself go a little. But this matter was just a matter of convenience for him, and it was okay to help the host. Gu Weiwei got the system's response, and her eyes lit up instantly. After a while, the car stopped at the central square. Gu Weiwei and her group got off the bus one after another, but in a moment, many people got on the bus. These were survivors who wanted to go to the Doomsday Resort to exchange gold for points. They exchanged in the central square before because they didn't want to walk such a long way, and were a little afraid of encountering danger. Now that the bus has solved their worries, they are naturally willing to go to the Doomsday Resort to take a look. After Gu Weiwei got off the car, she took out the ghost detector. Gu Weiwei would go in the direction with the higher ghost energy value. In this way, gradually, the number of people around Gu Weiwei decreased, and finally she was the only one left. As a result, when she walked to a building, the ghost detector in Gu Weiwei's hand suddenly lit up more than half. This means that there is a copy here. It is of a high level. The next moment, Gu Weiwei walked in without hesitation. As a result, not long after Gu Weiwei entered, a group of people and the strange combination also approached the copy from another direction by mistake. A copy here has been triggered. Leave quickly, one of the strange people said. As a result, before they left, a group of people were swept in together. Chapter 142. When Gu Weiwei entered the dungeon, she felt dizzy and surrounded by darkness. Under normal circumstances, she would feel scared, but perhaps because she could see the control panel of the Doomsday Resort and was covered with various props, she did not feel scared and waited quietly. As a result, the next moment, screams came one after another. Ah! Where is this? Why is the dungeon so dark? Where are you guys? Why can't I see you? Listening to the voice, Gu Weiwei raised her eyebrows. There were other people involved in this dungeon. Was it active or passive? Gu Weiwei tended to believe the latter. Then, the scream suddenly disappeared. There was no sound at all. The whole world became quiet. Gu Weiwei frowned slightly. The sound disappeared too suddenly. The next moment, Gu Weiwei only felt a strong white light appear in front of her eyes. The stimulation made Gu Weiwei close her eyes subconsciously. When her eyes adjusted to the light, she found that she had arrived in a normal scene. The bank lobby. At this moment, everyone was busy coming in and out of the bank lobby, and everything was so normal. Even the scene outside was normal, with a lot of traffic, as if it was a normal world. But it was because it was normal that it seemed abnormal. Hello, what business do you need to handle? If you need it, you can go to the side to get a number and queue up. A bank staff member in the lobby came to Gu Weiwei and spoke politely. When she spoke, Gu Weiwei was stunned, because she felt a sense of familiarity in the other party's voice. In the group of people who just spoke, Gu Weiwei was stunned and looked at the nameplate in front of her. Cui Nianqiu. The next moment, without hesitation, she began to search for this name in the list of tenants of Doomsday Resort City. Sure enough, her name was found in it. Seeing the other party acting as a staff member without any sense of disobedience, Gu Weiwei was more inclined to believe that this strange copy sealed people's memories. Perhaps, she should have been sealed too. How many people came in at that time? Gu Weiwei didn't know, but there were more than 20 people in the hall now. If a team had 6 or 7 people, would the remaining dozen people be strange? Or should she identify them one by one? Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei said to Cui Nianqiu in front of her, "Don't call me, I'm waiting for someone here." "Oh, okay." Cui Nianqiu glanced at Gu Weiwei, and then went to entertain other guests. Gu Weiwei felt that it would be more useful for her to take out a crime detector instead of identifying them one by one. After all, it is popular in the Doomsday Resort to cooperate with the weird recently, so it is very likely that not only the survivors are involved, but also the weird. Once the crime detector was turned on, The crime values of everyone at the scene were exposed. Gu Weiwei turned it on for a moment, and then put it away. Then she stood up, walked around, and confirmed who was a human and who was a ghost among the 7. After confirming, Gu Weiwei was about to defeat them one by one, not giving this copy time to follow the plot. As a result, the next moment, 3 people rushed out from outside with knives. Ah! A sharp cry was heard at the scene. Then, one of the 3 people guarded the door, and the other 2 quickly ran towards the person closest to them, chopping down mercilessly with the machete in their hands. A man was slashed in the neck before he could react, and then he fell down with his hands on his neck and eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, screams rose one after another. The machete man had changed his target without hesitation, basically killing one by one, and those who were ready to escape by crossing them would become his primary target. Even if they succeeded, they would immediately become the target of the 3 people and die faster. In a short period of time, the scene became a living hell. After the 2 men chopped the people running around, their eyes finally turned to Gu Weiwei. He raised the machete high and rushed towards Gu Weiwei. Without hesitation, Gu Weiwei threw out a soul-fixing talisman in her hand. The man in front of her was instantly fixed in place. At this time, another one also came, and many places were also fixed. Gu Weiwei took the opportunity to stick a soul-driving talisman on herself. As a result, the next moment, the 3 men who were fixed fell to the ground softly, and the man who had just been hacked to death stood up, suddenly with a machete in his hand, and then mechanically came towards Gu Weiwei. Following the same pattern, Gu Weiwei threw out another bunch of talismans. Then, holding a peachwood sword, she came to the first 3 people, wrapped a circle of soul-destroying talismans around them, and directly stabbed them into their hearts. Then, her whole body became weird again, and finally all the resentment in her body was concentrated on her heart, leaving only a ball of black air. Gu Weiwei collected them without hesitation, and then started to fight the next one. At this moment, many people had already seen Gu Weiwei's power, and ran towards her quickly. Shui Nianqiu also came. As a result, halfway through, he saw a man behind Gu Weiwei suddenly turn out a machete. "Be careful!" Shui Nianqiu shouted without hesitation. As a result, the knife stopped abruptly 10 centimeters away from Gu Weiwei's body. Gu Weiwei turned back calmly, then threw a talisman without hesitation, and then stabbed the opponent's heart with a sword. For a period of time afterwards, Gu Weiwei was stabbed in the back by the people around her. But every time, Gu Weiwei could accurately find the person who backstabbed her. Until there were only 7 people left around her. Oh no, it should be 5 people, 2 weirdos. They did not attack Gu Weiwei, and even reminded Gu Weiwei, and took away the surrounding objects as much as possible to protect themselves. After solving another weirdo that suddenly appeared, Gu Weiwei quickly bought and took out 7 awakening talismans, and threw them on them. Shui Nianqiu and others were stunned for a moment. When I regained consciousness, I was stunned. God, they had just forgotten their identities. It was a copy of the bank murder case. I heard that there were many weird things in this copy, all caused by a fraud case. 3 fraudulent men came to the bank and killed people indiscriminately, because the bank did not supervise their money. In the end, they chose to commit suicide after killing all the people in the bank. After the weirdness came, it became a copy and would appear randomly in any bank. People who entered the copy would lose all their memories and become one of them. If they were killed by the weirdness, they would really die in the copy and become part of this copy. Li Ruoan, holding an iron trash can, said immediately, "I heard that there are as many weird things as the number of people who died here. Once you enter this instance, you are basically a life or death situation. How could anyone survive after a life or death situation?" Gu Weiwei asked curiously. He was lucky. He left the bank for some reason before the plot officially started, and then watched the whole thing happen outside. He only spread the news after he recovered his memory after the instance ended. Li Ruoan replied. After saying that, he also thanked Gu Weiwei. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have died here." Shui Nianqiu and others also nodded. They had heard of this dungeon, which was ranked in the top 10 dungeons on the forum. There was no need for a strategy for this dungeon, because there was no strategy at all. It all depended on luck. Unexpectedly, they met a big boss this time. Their memories were restored, and they naturally saw the endless spiritual talismans in Gu Weiwei's hand. These are all points worth a lot of money. A quick calculation will show that the talismans on all of them combined are not even a fraction of what they have. "You're welcome. It's fate that we met," Gu Weiwei said. "Since this copy has existed for so long, the monsters must not only be the ones I just killed. I will provide you with talismans and props, but the monsters you get are all mine. Is that okay? Yes, yes. Li Ruoan, Cui Ninchio, and the other 5 did not have any objections, and said without hesitation. We don't have any either. The strange person who followed them trembled. Gu Weiwei in front of them was too strong. They were really afraid that Gu Weiwei would kill them as well. Sure enough, when the voice fell, the originally bright bank hall suddenly dimmed. The strange aura lingered around them again. This time, it was the kind without any form at all. Obviously, this copy has changed its attack method. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei threw a soul-driving talisman to each person, and then took out a thick stack of explosive talismans. Come on, each of you take a little and throw it into the air. Li Ruoan, Cui Ninchio and others took it numbly, and threw it around them. When they threw it out, there was a crackling sound of sparks. They still used it with some care, but Gu Weiwei threw it out in piles. There were only 4 words left in their minds. Wealthy, envy and jealousy. If they had such a number of talismans, what would they be afraid of? Not afraid at all, not afraid to travel all over the world. Everyone was thrown back, their hands were numb from shaking. After an unknown amount of time, the environment around them suddenly became brighter, and it turned back into the bank hall, and the door was directly opened. When watching this scene, Li Ruoan, Cui Ninchio and others looked at each other in surprise. Is this the copy letting them go? Oh my god, this is the first time in history. It seems that they have witnessed a piece of history by accident. However, they still know who the leader is, and their eyes fell on Gu Weiwei, waiting for her response. Gu Weiwei naturally understood the meaning of the copy, but refused without hesitation. No, I want to fight to the end. Such a copy that is purely for killing people for fun has no need to exist. The next moment, the scene changed again, and the strange atmosphere at the scene became thicker again. And the attacks of the strange people began to become fiercer. Li Ruoan, Cui Ninchio and others chose to believe Gu Weiwei, and followed Gu Weiwei to fight together. Come one, they kill one, come two, they kill two. After an unknown amount of time, the surrounding black scene gradually broke, and the scene in the bank hall gradually disappeared. This place finally revealed its true face. When the light appeared again, they were standing in the hall of a closed bank, and on the ground were countless strange hearts. A group of people swallowed subconsciously. How many points should this be? Gu Weiwei looked at the strange hearts on the ground, calmly and confidently facing Li Ruoan, Cui Ninchio and others, threw a backpack grid to them, and said directly, help me collect them, and each of you will get a strange heart as a reward. Is it okay? Yes, yes. Li Ruoan, Cui Ninchio and others nodded frantically. Soon, they all started to pack enthusiastically. After packing, Gu Weiwei took back the backpack compartment and waved to them casually, see you later. After Gu Weiwei left, Li Ruoan, Cui Ninchio and others looked at the strange heart in their hands with complicated expressions. I almost lost my life after coming out, but I ended up hugging a big leg and picking up a small bargain. They had such a rich life in the past half day. Should we go back now, or continue? Li Ruoan asked the 4 people around her. Let's go back, we have to wait. Yes. Replace this strange heart with some talismans to equip ourselves. Warn again. Seeing this, Li Ruoan nodded, let's go back. Also, don't tell anyone about this. The others said yes without hesitation. Gu Weiwei's identity is obviously not simple. They must keep it secret. Only a fool would offend such a golden thigh. This is the only time. Remember it for life. Chapter 143. Gu Weiwei, who was regarded as a golden thigh, left in a carefree manner, and went to a corner where no one was, and took a long breath. Then the corners of her mouth curled unconsciously. The feeling of pretending to be cool seemed to be a little bit cool. System, has the copy disappeared? After sorting out her mood, Gu Weiwei asked the system in her mind. She felt that after they eliminated all the weirdness in the copy, the weirdness around them seemed to disappear, but she couldn't be sure if it was true, so she could only let the system confirm it. Yes. The system nodded. If all the strange copies in this game area are eliminated, this game will be called an advanced game area, and the primary game area will be in trouble, right? Gu Weiwei's eyes became brighter and brighter as she thought about it. After she experienced it herself, she suddenly felt that this matter had great potential. In fact, with her participation, it would be smoother. In the past, you could only stay in the game area for a month. No matter what happened during the process, you had to leave immediately when the time was up. But now, although she could only stay in the game area for a month, the time spent in the Doomsday Resort city is not counted. In this way, she can completely control how long she wants to stay in the game area. On the premise that she can enter the game area to cause damage, This time, she can completely help the NPCs to destroy the game area before leaving. Let the Doomsday game lose more than it gains. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei looked forward to the system's answer more and more. The system did have a little problem, and then after analysis, it admitted the feasibility of this matter. Yes! Hearing this word, Gu Weiwei was excited. Looking at the various products in the Doomsday Landlady system mall, there was only one thought in her mind. Buy, go, go, go. Then, Gu Weiwei prepared to continue to detect the dungeon nearby with the detector, and then solve the dungeon. Of course, at this time, she did not forget to carry forward this matter. On the Z City forum, she edited a post without hesitation. The secret of saving Z City: kill the weird, destroy the dungeon. In the post, I described in detail how I accidentally entered a strange copy, and then I killed everyone with a magic talisman. After killing all the strange creatures in the strange copy disappeared directly. It was suggested that if all the copies in Z City were eliminated, then Z City would become a safe place. When this post came out, it attracted a lot of attention with its shocking title. Of course, what attracted more attention was its publisher, Weiwei. You know, Weiwei's previous post was Weird War. It turns out that the weakness of Weird is here, with video attached. It directly taught everyone a hard lesson, and brought them into the door of a new world, making the existence of Weird no longer unpredictable. Of course, the most important point is that Weiwei was able to shoot at the scene of the Weird battle, and her strength must be extraordinary. She is definitely a big boss hidden among the survivors. With this understanding, they naturally recognized Weiwei. Under the double guarantee, the survivors clicked in one by one without hesitation, and after reading the details of the post, they couldn't help but comment. It's a good idea, but isn't it too difficult to implement? So Weiwei solved a dungeon? Looking at the details of the post, Weiwei solved more than one weirdness, otherwise the words "kill them all" wouldn't appear. Boss, every post is shocking. Boss said, use talismans. Talismans are expensive. However, if you can really destroy all the dungeons in City Z, spend more energy to find gold and other resources to exchange points, exchange for more talismans, and destroy the dungeons wholeheartedly, it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Yes, there are so many of us. The main thing is that we have the Doomsday Resort, so we don't have to worry about anything. But we don't know how long the Doomsday Resort will stay. So while he's here, everyone should work hard. I instantly got motivated again. Speaking of which, it's only been 2 days, and our situation has changed so dramatically. It's really shocking, of course. Because of this, I think I can do it. How can I know if it won't work if I don't try it? But, can this be confirmed to be true? Only Weiwei spoke up, and she has no video evidence this time. At this moment, Li Ruan and Cui Nianqiu happened to hear others talking about this matter on the bus, and they immediately checked it with their mobile phones. After watching it, they only had one idea. This Weiwei is the golden thigh they just met. It turns out to be a big shot. Before shooting a weird battle video at close range, now he has made such a shocking suggestion. They felt that their blood was boiling. But when they saw someone doubting behind them, they couldn't sit still. The next moment, they took out their phones and started editing without hesitation. I can prove it's true. I entered the same dungeon with the boss and was rescued. Do you know what dungeon this is? It's the bank murder case, which is known as one of the top 10 dungeons. Our team can testify. If we hadn't met the boss Weiwei, we would have been completely destroyed. Even the 2 weirdos who were with the group were no exception. Li Ruan, Cui Nianqiu and others echoed in the post. After they replied, the post instantly became lively again. Bank murder case? The one where you survived a narrow escape and really only had 1 life? Besides this copy, which other copy can be called the bank murder case? This copy is really gone. That's really great. Ah, I feel full of hope instantly. Excited heart, trembling hands. Go, go, go! I will do this to the end. Me too. Go! When the post came to the end, everyone was excited. Because they really saw hope. The copy of the bank murder case is very famous in their City Z, and its presence is also very strong. Taking this as an example, if it is fake, it can be easily exposed, and there is no need. So, this thing must be true. Really, isn't this good news for them? Gu Weiwei smiled knowingly when she saw this. She was originally thinking whether to let the system make some videos to prove it, but now that those kids have testified, it's not necessary. However, some videos can still be made later. At least it can be more exciting. Get them all moving, roll them up, and kill the weird copy. Kill the Doomsday game. Ahem, the latter goal is still too far away, so it's better to set a smaller goal. Let's take these 10 copies. System, Can you do me a favor and tell me where these 10 copies are now? Gu Weiwei asked the system again. The system remained silent. But then, the virtual screen in front of Gu Weiwei refreshed the picture, and even brought a map indicator, and marked the location according to the distance. Thank you. Gu Weiwei thanked and immediately went to the map marked by the system. At this moment, I really feel that it is so damn cool to have a golden finger. A moment later, a new post from Weiwei appeared on the Z City forum. Challenge the top 10 copies of Destruction in Progress, updated in real time, with video. 1. Bank murder case, destroyed. 2. Campus ghost story, destroyed. 3. Bus bombing case, destroyed. 4. Subway derailment case, destroyed. 5. Marionette, destroyed. Fuck, boss, do what you say. Ah, it's amazing. So exciting. Awesome, I can only bow down to you. I apologize for my previous doubts. I can't see the boss, but I'm excited to see the copies disappear one by one. The video boss is back. 999. It's the second copy now. It's too fast. School Ghost Stories is just a shadow. It finally disappeared. School Ghost Stories has the most weirdness. I didn't expect it to be eliminated. Woohoo, the third one. So exciting. Big brother, keep working hard. Just me looking at the strange hearts all over the floor. My heart is beating like crazy. This can be exchanged for a lot of points. Calculated like this, if I buy enough talismans and give it a try, it seems that I should not lose money. 1 5,000, 2 5,000, 3 5,000, countless 5,000. It's definitely a profit. Ah, I feel like my eyes are going to be blinded by the light. I am so excited. If I prepare so many talismans, can I have the chance to kill so many weird things? There are too many weird dungeons for us to deal with, so we can make them smaller. Then for larger dungeons, we can send more people, and it seems that it will be okay, and most we will just get less. Yes, and our main goal should not be to kill through the dungeons and liberate Z City. Make as much money as you can. Yes, if all the dungeons disappear, our city will be safe. Work hard for this goal. Ah, the fourth one, so exciting. Big Brother Weiwei is so awesome. Hold high the banner of Big Brother Weiwei and sweep through the dungeon. Rub Big Brother Weiwei, I hope I can kill people like this. Hee, we have successfully destroyed a small dungeon. Although it is not as powerful as Big Brother Weiwei's dungeon, it is also a big improvement, isn't it? We are also ready to leave. Everyone roll up. Follow Big Brother Weiwei. The fifth one is also over. Awesome. The boss has so many talismans that they are too numerous to count. Can we know the boss's identity? It takes so many weird hearts to exchange, we just need to wait. If the boss doesn't want to reveal his identity, there is no need to investigate further. If he wants to reveal his identity, I will kneel down and beg her to give me an autograph. Yes, she is my idol. Ah, the sixth one is over. Moving to the seventh one. Go! I feel so excited. My heart is beating so fast right now. Yeah, excited. It feels like our world has finally welcomed hope. Brother Weiwei, awesome. Countless people's eyes were focused on this post. No matter if they were in the Doomsday Resort or outside the resort, they kept their phones with them. It was really hard to let go. Bai Liqin was drawing talismans, but the people around her were excitedly looking at their phones, screaming from time to time, jumping with excitement from time to time, and spinning in circles. These reactions made her a little bit unbearable. What happened? Finally, after drawing a talisman, Bai Liqin also took out her mobile phone and opened the forum to read. She believed that the forum would definitely give her the answer. As a result, as soon as she entered the forum, she was shocked by this post and the huge number of replies. Look at the content again. Destroy the 10 copies. Bai Liqin's heart skipped a beat. Then clicked in to read. After seeing the content of the main building clearly, she was stunned. In the previous life, there was no such powerful person in Z City. But he appeared in this life. Is this a good thing? Yes, Bai Liqin was glad to have such a person. However, Bai Liqin still had some doubts in her heart. Is this big boss Weiwei related to Doomsday Resort? Because these two are the variables she encountered in this life. The thought flashed through her mind, and Bai Liqin quickly suppressed it. Looking at the post, a smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. There is no need to go into it. She just needs to know that Z City is getting better and better. Chapter 144. At this time, Gu Weiwei was playing the last copy of the 10 copies, the bridge-breaking case. The bridge-breaking case happened before the Doomsday game came. At that time, the middle section of the bridge suddenly broke at night. Many normal vehicles were not aware of the road conditions and drove directly into the river, causing a large number of casualties. After the Doomsday game came, these weirds who had died accidentally wandered on this bridge, forming a large weird copy. When a car is driving or a person is passing through, it is possible to be involved in the copy. In fact, everyone knows that this place is dangerous and will naturally avoid it, but who makes this bridge the only way to connect the two areas? At first, it only happened on the bridge where the accident occurred, but later, after no one passed by this bridge, it could be triggered wherever there was a bridge. It is also because of this extremely abnormal rule that this copy has become one of the top 10 copies. Gu Weiwei did spend a lot of effort on this copy, but with the maintenance of the system and strong money ability, she finally conquered this copy. As soon as the fight was over, the video of the dungeon was thoughtfully edited by the system. Gu Weiwei did not hesitate to continue to post it in the post she posted. Challenging the top 10 dungeons of destruction is in progress, updated in real time, with video. 1. Bank murder case, destroyed. 10. Bridge rupture case, destroyed. After posting, Gu Weiwei had time to check the situation in the previous posts. She read it one by one. Gu Weiwei's raised mouth corners never fell. Boss Weiwei, awesome, mighty, heroic, dazzling, idol. It would be nice if there were more good words like this. Ha ha ha. Gu Weiwei quickly browsed and reached the floor after the 10th case was released. Boss Weiwei is awesome. I knew it would work. 10 copies completed in one day, who else? Only our Boss Weiwei, who can compete. He can actually complete such a perverted copy as the broken bridge. So amazing. I watched the whole video many times. Looking back at the whole process, there are only 2 words left, awesome. I really don't know how she did it, but she did it. Woo, my mood was really ups and downs today. I was really moved to see the dungeons that have troubled us for so many years disappear one by one. Yes, although there are still many dungeons now, we don't have to be afraid of them anymore. Yes, especially after I destroyed a dungeon with my teammates today, I felt that my world was really bright all of a sudden. Similarly, the sky that has been covering our heads has finally been torn open a corner. Yes, as long as we all work hard enough, we will be able to completely unveil the sky one day. Yes, we can. Looking at these videos, I feel motivated. I hope the big guys can continue to update the video. We need motivation. Publish it every day. I love it so much. This has become my mealtime video. Me too. I was watching this video when I was training in the training room. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei let out a long sigh. She was happy to see the survivors' reactions. At least, the people under the shadow of the weirdness have not lost their confidence in the future, as long as they are willing to do it. Perhaps, the NPCs who can survive under the heavy weirdness are all people with strong wills. As long as they are given a channel, they will be able to rebound from the bottom. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei glanced at the darkening sky and started on the way back. She didn't even need to think about it. She just followed the route planned by the system, which allowed her to avoid the dungeons she might encounter on the way. While walking, Gu Weiwei checked the screen and asked the system, "How is the NPC and the weird team dealing with the evil and the dungeons today? There are many teams going out to do tasks today, and with the excitement of this incident, will it be better?" 827 destroyed weird copies, 13,893 dead evil copies. Indeed, after you posted, there has been an explosive growth, and there may be more tomorrow. When the system reported the data, the tone was a little strange. He really didn't expect that Gu Weiwei could play such a trick in this game area. If it continues like this with the support of Doomsday Resort, this game area may really be destroyed, and it may continue to expand outward. Time is a place where loopholes can be exploited. However, the Doomsday game that set this rule cannot be broken. For the first time, the system felt that the host it randomly selected could actually create such a surprise. Originally ordinary, now a little charisma. That's not bad. Gu Weiwei was still very satisfied with this result, and then asked curiously, how many copies are there in this world? How many weird ones? Only after determining the number can we set a goal. Gu Weiwei also had to estimate how many days it would take to complete, which would determine how long she would stay in this world. 100,000 copies, 1 million weirds, of which 620,000 were evil. How many people participated today? Gu Weiwei asked. There are 70,000 NPCs and 30,000 weirds participating. Most people and weirds are waiting to see. The system replied. Gu Weiwei listened and silently counted the data in her mind. Today is just the initial data. As long as people and weirds see the corresponding benefits, more and more people will join. In addition, we may have to eliminate the concerns of the weirds. There are more than 300,000 weirds, but only 1/10 of them are dispatched. Perhaps they are afraid that their future will not be guaranteed. This point may be asked to Bailey Cheen. In short, if this continues, there is a high probability that all copies and evil weirds will be solved in more than a month. After solving them, what kind of changes will this game area usher in? Gu Weiwei felt that she was a little interested in taking a look. The system said that the Doomsday game also needs to follow some rules. Once they are formulated, it is difficult to change. Doomsday game decided that she needed to leave Doomsday Resort City to count the game time. In this case, she would come at the right time, at least 2 months, at most 3 months. It would depend on the specific situation at that time. She had to ensure that she could have extra time in this game area, and would not leave herself time to deal with the other party outside the time when Doomsday game switched game areas. After the calculation, Gu Weiwei had already arrived at the central square. Then she got on the bus of Doomsday Resort City directly. The bus was packed with people at this moment. Most of them were discussing their gains. Of course, the most mentioned person was Weiwei. Weiwei is really an idol. Only after dealing with the weird did you know how hard it was for her to do this. Why does it feel like she suddenly appeared? She had no reputation before. Yes, I have never heard of such a powerful person in our city before. Perhaps it was hidden before, or maybe it was due to lack of opportunities, just like Bailey Cheen who could draw talismans. If it weren't for the materials of Doomsday Resort, she would never know that she had such a talent in drawing talismans. Yes. Gu Weiwei listened and raised her eyebrows slightly. It seems that the star effect she created is not bad. Keep shining and try to roll up. As for her, she also covered her vest well. Normally, she would not reveal the names of the people she rescued today. Even if she did, it would not matter much. No one could hurt her. At most, she would become the focus of others' attention because of her boss's identity, just like before. Therefore, Gu Weiwei looked very calm, and even smiled when others said something exaggerated. In this way, the car entered the Doomsday Resort City, and came to the parking lot in the center. At this moment, there were many people and strange people in the Doomsday Resort City, and they were all guarding several popular recycling cabinets. There were also people squatting at the intersection, watching the people coming and going, trying to find someone who was suspected to be Weiwei. After all, they thought that Weiwei must go back to Doomsday Resort to exchange it. When Gu Weiwei got off the car, she was also shot at, but she walked over calmly. The strange heart condensed with strange energy had long been handed over to the system for processing, and there was no need to go through the recycling cabinet. So, Gu Weiwei entered the snack street without hesitation to start today's food. At this time, Bailey Cheen also came out to eat. After drawing talismans for a day, she needed to rest and have a meal. By the way, she saw so many people squatting on Weiwei, and she was watching to see if she could find her. As a result, she appeared in the snack street, and saw a young lady with a scorching glow on her body. There are so many merits and golden lights, it blinded her eyes. Chapter 145. Bailey Cheen really didn't expect that there would be someone with such a high merit value around her. How many people could she have saved, even in her previous life? There were very few people who could have such merit. No, it can even be said that there were none. With such merit golden light, more than one world could be saved. Thinking of this, Bailey Cheen's eyes instantly became hot. She had a feeling that this young lady was very likely Weiwei, and she was also closely related to the Doomsday Resort. Then, she temporarily sealed her eyes, and Bailey Cheen finally saw Gu Weiwei's true face. She wanted to go forward and say hello, but just as she took a step, she stopped. The other party concealed her identity, so it would be inappropriate for her to go forward directly. Just when Bailey Cheen was struggling, Gu Weiwei had already paid attention to her. After all, she was the reborn person mentioned by the system, and she had special abilities, so it was hard for her not to care. She recognized me? Although Gu Weiwei was asking the system, she already had the answer in her heart. Since she was reborn, she should know the basic situation of Z City. It is normal for her to be suspicious of the appearance of a Doomsday Resort and her misfortune. And judging from the other party's behavior, he must have special abilities, and must have noticed something strange about her. At least, she now has something to ask him for help. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei walked straight to Bailey Cheen and said with a smile, "Do you have something to ask me?" "You?" Bailey Cheen was suddenly at a loss. "Hello, I'm Bailey Cheen." Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei lowered her voice as she spoke. "It's really her," Bailey Cheen said with a little excitement, because coincidences added together are not just coincidences. "I'm fine, I'm just a little excited," Bailey Cheen said embarrassedly, and coughed lightly to cover up. No matter how long you live, you still can't hold yourself back when you see a big boss. Let's go for a walk together. Gu Weiwei invited Bailey Qin. Bailey Qin nodded, then walked to Gu Weiwei's side and followed. The two of them went for a walk to a deserted place. Is that you, Weiwei, in the post? As soon as they reached a place where there were not many people, Bailey Qin took the initiative to ask. Yes. Gu Weiwei nodded. There was no need to deny it. Doomsday Resort is also related to you? Yes. Both questions were answered in the affirmative, and Bailey Qin breathed a long sigh of relief. It was indeed like this. Thank you. Bailey Qin said to Gu Weiwei sincerely. Because of Gu Weiwei's existence, her world has undergone such earth-shaking changes, and the remaining population of their Z city has a chance to survive. Most importantly, it has also launched a counterattack against the Weird. This was also her original plan, but she knew very well that this was a protracted war, and there was a great possibility that she would suffer countless setbacks, and even sacrifice countless lives. But now it is different. With the Doomsday Resort and Gu Weiwei, people easily accepted the counterattack against the Weird, and even the passion was higher and higher. She could almost imagine that as long as they were given time, they would sooner or later be able to clean up the evil spirits in Z City, and all the copies that killed other people. According to memory, there were still more than 20 days left before Z City could be unblocked. At that time, they could take the goods of Doomsday Resort City to the world outside Z City. Perhaps, her world could eventually develop into the world she traveled through. As for eliminating all the weirdness, she just felt that not all the weirdness was bad. At least the weirdness in Doomsday Resort City was not. They retained their own reason and their own emotions, and killing them was no different from killing people. Thinking about it, Bailey Qin felt that the future was bright. She was really grateful that fate gave her a chance to start over. It could make up for the scars deep in her heart. Gu Weiwei listened to Bailey Qin's thanks, and because she knew her experience, she accepted it calmly. But she still added, the Doomsday Resort City may only stay here for 2 to 3 months. Bailey Qin listened and immediately looked at Gu Weiwei anxiously. Can it be longer? After saying that, she was stunned for a moment, then regained her composure. Sorry, I was greedy. Gu Weiwei shook her head. It's not that you are greedy, you have a normal mindset, but my world also needs me to go back. Your world? Bailey Qin was surprised. My world is also being invaded by the Doomsday game, just in a different way. There are many players, like me, who are sent to other worlds invaded by the Doomsday game to serve as players. Gu Weiwei said directly, this is a high-level field recognized by the Doomsday game. I am a player who has entered the game, the only one, but what is special about me is that I own the Doomsday Resort City, which is why I was sent here. Gu Weiwei briefly described it. Bailey Qin went from being shocked to being angry. This Doomsday game has brought disaster to so many worlds. Bailey Qin said, then looked at Gu Weiwei worriedly, what about the situation in your world? Bailey Qin could empathize with this. It's not yet destroyed, so I don't know when I will be able to pass it, but since I've entered the advanced field, it should be soon, so I can only move on. Gu Weiwei's eyes were firm as she spoke. She had thought of developing slowly and slowly before, but after being targeted, she had completely changed her attitude. In a word, just do it. Bailey Qin listened and said seriously, it's our luck that you can stay in our world, and you also told us in advance so that we can prepare. I was asking for more, but it's enough. I believe that we will be able to defeat the Doomsday game sooner or later. No matter how difficult it is, she will not give up. In fact, there is indeed a chance to escape the control of the Doomsday game. Gu Weiwei said, it is enough to upgrade your world to level 2 civilization. The technology direction cannot catch up, but spiritualization should be possible. The world you travel through is a level 2 civilization, you can refer to that. Bailey Qin was shocked by Gu Weiwei's words. No matter which aspect, she looked at Gu Weiwei in disbelief. You? No. After a while, Bailey Qin spoke with a somewhat difficult voice. Yeah. Gu Weiwei nodded and said in a relaxed tone, after all, I have a magical Doomsday Resort City. Seeing Gu Weiwei like this, Bailey Qin's tense mood suddenly relaxed. Actually, I thought so too. I didn't know if it was right before, but after hearing what you said, I decided to go in this direction firmly, but I will inevitably borrow your name in the future. Travel and rebirth are her biggest secrets. In this life, she will never tell anyone. It's okay, just borrow it. I also hope you can help me, and give the Doomsday game a hard blow. Gu Weiwei said without hesitation, I'm just trying to see if this game area will be open, if the copies and evil spirits in this game area are completely eliminated. In addition, the Doomsday game deliberately targeted me, and made my time in the Doomsday Resort not count as a game. I thought, anyway, it's more than a month, I might as well take the opportunity to do something bad. Listening to Gu Weiwei's complaints, Gu Weiwei's image as a master instantly disappeared in Bailey Chen's eyes, and was replaced by a kind and beautiful girl. A smile flashed across Bailey Chen's eyes. I do this bad thing with you. Okay. Gu Weiwei nodded. Then, the two smiled at each other, with the same tacit understanding in their smiles. In the following time, everyone was busy. Bailey Chen continued to make talismans, and at the same time contacted the outside world to report the progress, revealing everything Gu Weiwei told her, and began to adjust the battle plan. Gu Weiwei walked back and forth between the Doomsday Resort and the game area every day at a fixed time. Every time she went out, she would post on the Z City forum to tell about her progress in destroying the copy that day. The survivors searched for supplies, exchanged points, bought talismans and props, and read Weiwei's posts before forming a team to challenge the dungeon. Time passed slowly. The third day of the game. Instance 1028, Death Weird 14855. The fourth day of the game. Instance 1234, Death Weird 15824. The fifth day of the game. Instance 1558, Death Weird 17834. The 10th day of the game. Instance 2381, Death Weird 22823. The 11th day of the game. Copy 3083, Death Weird 23938. The 21st day of the game. Copy 5234, Death Weird 31372. The 22nd day of the game. Copy 5892, Death Weird 33422. The 23rd day of the game. Copy 6637, Death Weird 35228. The 26th day of the game. Copy 8635, Death Weird 39274. In the blink of an eye, it has come to the 27th day of the game. When they woke up that day, countless survivors in the Doomsday Resort city immediately started to refresh the post. Number of copies today, 8,791. Number of evil spirits today, 40283. Looking at this data, countless survivors' heads suddenly became clear, and then they began to cheer under the post. Ah, so excited, it's finally coming to an end. Yes, as long as the remaining copies and evil spirits are cleared today, the entire city can be completely restored. Woo woo woo, walking on the road, I won't encounter a copy for no reason again. More than 20 days, we just made it through. In fact, it really became more and more convenient later. The cleaning speed feels quite fast. More and more people and weirds are joining. How can it not be fast? The most important thing is to know that there are still weirds outside. The upcoming peace in Z City does not mean that our world will always be peaceful. Only having your own ability is the hard truth. That's right. I used to tremble when I saw the weird. Now the weird trembles when they see me. I wonder if our city can completely restore contact with the outside world after the evil weirds are dealt with. You mean on the road? Yes. The network is connected to the outside world not because of the signal tower. Now only the actual one is left. The evil weirds in City Z will be cleared out by us. We must work hard to clear the ones outside. Oh, you become braver. Hee hee, isn't this the courage I've practiced? I've cleared many dungeons and killed many evil spirits, so I have the confidence. And outside, maybe they're waiting to broadcast our heroic performance of beating the spirits. Haha, then show some strength. Let the outsiders see that the spirits are not omnipotent. Yes, today is our peak battle. When we come back in the evening, we have a celebration banquet. Yes, first solve today's dungeons and evil spirits, and restore peace to our Z City. Get up, go! You just got up? We've already set off. Fuck, you're just like cattle and horses. Just like that, countless survivors, with more enthusiasm and excitement than before, began to go to different dungeons and areas, ready to wipe out the dungeons and evil spirits. During this time, countless people in the world outside Z City also squatted in front of the TV, nervously watching the scenes happening in Z City. Chapter 146. Inside the Special Operations Building of City A. Weiya and other officials are watching the scene on the big screen. The scene above is a video of a certain area in City Z. The content of the video is very simple. It is a team combination of humans plus weird, and their unified goal is to eliminate evil weird and destroy the copy. But the video that only shows the battle scene is hope for people outside. After all, they are in a world full of weirdness, and they have been helpless against weirdness. If they want to survive in the hands of weirdness, they can only rely on the weirdnesses. Kindness. But in most cases, touching it means death. So they have a deep shadow on the weirdness. But now, the weirdness they fear can be destroyed by them with special tools. Isn't this an exciting news? And at this moment, There is a comment area under the video. At this moment, countless viewers posted their thoughts on it. Great. Does it mean that after today, they can kill all the copies and evil weirdness? Yes, the data is registered on the forum. After confirming the data, today's number of copies and weird numbers are easy for the survivors of Z City. In that case, does the unlocking of Z City have anything to do with us? I'm not sure about this, but what is certain is that even if there is no way today, Z City can be unlocked in 3 days. The official announcement has been made, and there are teams guarding the entrances and exits of Z City, waiting to enter Z City as soon as possible. If possible, I would also like to go to Z City. There is a Doomsday Resort there. It's a pity that we can only stay in Doomsday Resort for another month before leaving. There is no other way. We also have to resist the Doomsday game. But Doomsday Resort didn't stay. It's also good to leave the castrated vending machine and the purification trash can. We can also buy talismans. The Doomsday Resort teaches people to draw talismans. I don't know if I have the talent for this. If you want to try, you can buy a material package and draw according to the talisman collection published on the internet. If you succeed, congratulations, you have a talent for metaphysics, and will soon reach the peak of your life. You can try this. I heard that this is the simplest way to test. You can also use the detection symbol to test it later. Too many good things. We have to wait for the opening of Z City. Come on everyone, it's up to you to save the world. Do you think you should go out to collect supplies in advance and wait for the exchange? Don't. It's still very dangerous outside now. Don't go out and get weird. Let's stay at home for the time being and wait for the official. Yes. The audience's various speeches were all in full view of Weya and others. Seeing everyone's gradually optimistic attitude, Weya really felt that it was right for her to insist on making the truth public. More than 20 days ago, on the 3rd day of the game, Bailey Chin, who had reached an agreement with Gu Weiwei, reported the whole story to Weya without hesitation. The Doomsday Resort City has ways to deal with weirdness, and ways to practice with weirdness. The Doomsday game zone, multiple worlds have been invaded, and only by upgrading to level 2 civilization can you get rid of the Doomsday game, and using methods with weirdness to practice may be able to improve to level 2 civilization. The news came into the vision of Weya and others. Of course, Bailey Chin concealed her role in this, and put all the credit on Gu Weiwei. She was just a lucky person who was chosen by Gu Weiwei, and the reason for being chosen was that she had a talent for metaphysics. And all of this was agreed by Gu Weiwei. So when so much content was known by Weya and others, it caused an uproar. They didn't know whether to be sad about their difficult situation or happy that there was a solution. In the end, everyone cried with laughter. No one knew how much pressure they had on their shoulders during this period of time. If it weren't for the responsibilities on their shoulders supporting them, they would have collapsed and committed suicide long ago. Thinking of those predecessors who worked day and night and died at the hands of the weirdos, they felt even more sad. If they could survive, how great it would be. The joy is that the sacrifices of the predecessors were not in vain, their persistence was not in vain, and they welcomed hope. While sorting out their mood and preparing for the next plan, whether or not to conceal such news became a point of discussion among the top leaders. Most of the top leaders thought that if the news was leaked to the public, it would increase their pressure and might even cause Wei to kill people. But in the end, it was Weya and a few other people who held on and insisted on making the news public. Because the atmosphere of the whole society is too depressed, there are too many people committing suicide, and it is unstoppable. There are even many people who deliberately look for copies to seek relief, wanting to see if they can become Wei to take revenge. As a result, not to mention becoming weird, it directly became the nutrition of weird, making weird even more powerful. In this case, announcing it 1 day earlier may save many people. As for the concern about leaks, will those evil monsters not attack humans because humans have no way to deal with them? No, on the contrary. Because humans have no means of restraint, they borrow human lives to continuously strengthen themselves. Therefore, it is better to consider the benefits of announcing it in advance. Just like that, on the same day, the news, after being artistically processed, was revealed to the public. At first, no one believed it when it was revealed. Until many videos came from inside Z City, all of which were provided by Doomsday Resort City. There were even many survivors who were able to post on forums outside Z City after buying mobile phones, and they also contacted their relatives and friends. Use various real events to make the public believe. On the first day, the second day, the third day, day by day, the public went from being skeptical to slowly believing in the existence of Doomsday Resort City, believing that Z City had a way to counterattack the evil spirits, and believing that the evil spirits and the dungeons could be defeated. After believing in it, it was out of control. The whole social atmosphere has improved. They even found that the evil ghosts still acted as they pleased because they had lost their rationality, while those rational ghosts no longer came out to scare people and restrain their actions. Many ghosts even approached the authorities, saying that they could fight against the evil ghosts together, and they only hoped that the authorities would give them a chance. This opportunity refers to the opportunity to bind with humans and practice together. The evil ghosts couldn't see clearly, but this rational ghost also saw it clearly after watching the video. If they don't cooperate, they will be liquidated in the future. The piles of various talismans and various props are the biggest deterrent to them. Of course, the reason why they are willing to cooperate is because they saw the method of binding people and ghosts to practice together. And this method can make this world enter the second-level civilization and get rid of the control of the Doomsday game. Human society will definitely implement it. Since it has been implemented, the probability of them being eliminated is too small. In this way, with the cooperation of this part of the weirdness, the public security in cities across the country that are still within the controllable range has improved a lot. Afterwards, the appearance of the talisman collection and detection talent made people full of confidence. Because some people really got the talismans through learning. These talismans were also used directly in reality. Although the effect is not as good as in the video of City Z, it is at least an important evidence. One thing after another piled up, and everyone's confidence swelled. They knew very well that the authorities were not capable of creating such a dreamlike scene. So everyone was looking forward to the unblocking of Z City, and to seeing the legendary Holy Land, the Doomsday Resort. Videos were played one after another, and time was slowly passing. Finally, the 27th day of the game also ushered in the end. It was also when the last evil was destroyed that everyone in Z City heard the same voice. Beep! It was detected that the game-based weird Area 1 does not meet the conditions of the advanced field game area, downgraded, and now is the intermediate field. Beep! It was detected that the game-based weird Area 1 does not meet the conditions of the intermediate field game area, downgraded, and now is the primary field. Beep! It was detected that the game-based weird Area 1 does not meet the conditions of the primary field game area, downgraded, and the game area was temporarily eliminated. And with the end of the notification, the invisible barrier that trapped Z City disappeared in an instant. At this time, the video angle on TV changed, and went directly to the entrance and exit of City Z. There, the official army had been waiting for a long time. They were preparing for the lifting of the blockade of City Z 3 days later, but at this moment, they also had some expectations that City Z could be lifted in advance. As a result, a miracle happened. They watched the fog disappear in front of them, and the scene of City Z appeared in front of them, and then after being shocked, they stepped into the scope of City Z. This scene was seen by all the viewers watching TV. All expectations turned into endless surprises at this moment. City Z was liberated. City Z was really liberated. They were saved. Chapter 147. At the same time, Doomsday Resort. Host, this game area has been unblocked. The system dutifully reminded Gu Weiwei. In fact, he did not expect that Gu Weiwei could actually do it. Just give these people a little bit of stimulation. People are really a very magical existence. Gu Weiwei looked at the news that kept being pushed on her phone, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Finally, it's done, and next, I can continue to make trouble, but I don't have to do anything, I just go out for a walk every day. Sure enough, there are skills to play badly. Now that the plan is going as he wants, Gu Weiwei feels that 2 months will be enough. Stay for another month, and watch the rise of local NPCs and their counterattack. The system didn't say much. Anyway, what Gu Weiwei has done has already exceeded his expectations, so it's okay to let her play freely next. Perhaps, the final result will be different from what he expected. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei's eyes unconsciously turned to the forum. At this moment, the Z City forum had already connected with the outside forum. So, when it was opened, countless netizens from the outside world had already flocked to it. After all, Z City had just been opened, and it was too far away for most people. But the internet is not far away, this is the closest distance. Therefore, when Gu Weiwei clicked into the forum, it was indeed very lively. Let's see if Z City is really open. It's really open. Excited. Big guys, please take me with you. Take me with you when you form a team. I have a lot of gold. Please support me for a lot of money. Ah, I've seen the videos of Weiwei Boss. It's really awesome. Others fight dungeons. It's a group of people fighting one. Our Weiwei Boss fights weird. It's one person fighting a group. Terrible money power. At Weiwei Boss, please support me. I really want to have as many talismans as Weiwei Boss. I want to have a Doomsday Resort like Weiwei Boss. then the world is mine. Gu Weiwei was just brushing the posts, but she didn't expect that in the end, the posts contained so much Weiwei. Looking again, the post about challenging the top 10 dungeons was pushed up from time to time, and countless people were admiring her heroic figure. In fact, Gu Weiwei herself had only watched it 1,000 times. After all, she rarely had such a highlight moment, which was definitely worth remembering. In addition to these, there was more yearning and curiosity about the Doomsday Resort town by people outside. The video was watched countless times, but it was not as shocking as seeing it with one's own eyes. Even after seeing the bus in the Doomsday Resort city, and the downtown square of Z, many people strongly demanded the opening of a special line. In short, seeing the support of countless people for Doomsday Resort City. At this time, Gu Weiwei really felt that everything she did was worth it. At this moment, Gu Weiwei's hand shook. Then she clicked on it, and saw the message sent by Bailey Qin. Thank you. In fact, after that day, she and Bailey Qin communicated through mobile phones. After all, she was willing to let Bailey Qin borrow her name, but she didn't want to expose her identity, so the two communicated online. Now, the whole Doomsday Resort City knows that Big Boss Weiwei is the owner of Doomsday Resort City, but they don't know that Weiwei is Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei really feels comfortable in this world with a vest. Thinking about it, Gu Weiwei replied, "You're welcome." After thinking about it, Gu Weiwei added without hesitation, "You are welcome to buy Doomsday Resort City's products." Previously, using only the resources of one game area, the Doomsday Resort City's products were able to sell like crazy. Now there are no players, but her Doomsday Resort is open to the whole world. She can get good benefits. The strong change the environment. This sentence is really good. On the other side, Bailey Qin looked at Gu Weiwei's two replies, and couldn't help laughing. The more she got along with Gu Weiwei, the more she found that Gu Weiwei's character did not match the image of the big boss on the forum. But it's cute. Just after she replied okay, she received a message from the official staff. They are almost at Doomsday Resort City. Looking at the information, Bailey Qin sighed, and got on the bus beside her. After a while, she arrived at the gate of Doomsday Resort City. During this period of time, there were many strange people coming in and out. Although the entire Z city was recovered, most people still lived in Doomsday Resort City out of habit. After all, the outside world is still waiting to be revived, and production and life have not resumed, so Doomsday Resort City is more convenient. The most important point is that Doomsday Resort City will be gone in another month, and they will have very few opportunities to live there, so they naturally want to live there to their heart's content. In the future, it will definitely be a capital for showing off. Even the weird ones are the same. Their consideration will be higher, that is, it is safer to live in the Doomsday Resort. Now in Z City, the situation between humans and weird has reversed. Humans have the upper hand. The appearance of talismans and various weird props has formed a natural restraint on weird. When the counterattack started, not all weirds were willing to join the human team to fight against the evil weird. After all, it is not a problem for them to stay out of it. It is easier for them to earn points in a big city like Z City. The origin of the change is that the evil ghosts are being dealt with one after another. Seeing this, these normal ghosts can only pack up and join the group to avoid being liquidated in the future. They are even worried that after dealing with the evil ghosts, humans will turn around and deal with them. After all, as long as these ghosts are completely eliminated, the world will be truly safe without ghosts. Therefore, many weirdos were also vigilant at the beginning. It was not until the future development of this world was to practice with the weirdos that this group of weirdos really put their minds at ease and became one of them. However, although they were relieved, they still had to pay more attention to their own safety. While Balakin was recalling the events of this period, the official convoy had slowly approached the Doomsday Resort City. When they saw a larger city appear on the land that originally belonged to City Z, everyone was stunned. It turns out that it is really possible. This kind of alternate dimension is a fantasy for most people. However, many people reacted quickly. After all, their world has ushered in the Doomsday game and the advent of weirdness, and they are relatively accepting of this kind of sci-fi weirdness. As the official representative, He Wenyan saw Bailey Qin waiting at the city gate at first sight, and went up to greet her directly. "Hello, I am He Wenyan." Bailey Qin. The two hands were directly held together. Afterwards, without much talk, Bailey Qin led He Wenyan into the Doomsday Resort City. Beside them, there were many media reporters filming. At the same time, they were also broadcasting in real time. On the way here, these media reporters also filmed many videos about Z City. Drones can be said to be wandering around in the streets and alleys. What can be filmed are basically teams of people collecting resources. There is no fear of weirdness and dungeons on their faces. They can enter and exit any corner of Z City without encountering any weirdness. When this scene was broadcast on TV, countless people were touched. This is the scene I have dreamed of. It really appeared. I didn't know how to cherish it in the past. After the weirdness came, I was really shocked. Now I know how rare it is. I believe that such a scene will reappear in our world. Yes, I can't wait to watch the scene of the Doomsday Resort live. I basically just heard about it before. Although there are scenes, they are very few. The country still focuses on battle scenes. Yes, now we are finally going to reveal the true face of Doomsday Resort City. So, after the camera slowly turned to Doomsday Resort City, the barrage in the live broadcast room suddenly went crazy. This is the city of my dream. It looks the same as our city, but it's different. These buildings along the street are really unique. Vacation City, this name is really appropriate. This is a tourist destination. Blacksmith shop, tailor shop, aren't these all necessary buildings for infrastructure in my game? Oh my god, it's really dreamy. There are also hot springs and ice, and snow worlds next to it. I heard that entering them can bring their own effects. Isn't this magic? I saw someone say in the forum that there are all kinds of equipment similar to those in games here, such as cold and heat resistance equipment. Oh yes, that's the bus passing by. It can adapt to various natural disaster environments and resist weirdness. Is it true? Of course it's true. Once before, a bus was ambushed by a group of evil spirits on its way to the central square. As a result, the bus was so powerful that the evil spirits couldn't get into the bus at all. This video is on our forum. You can check it out. The person upstairs is from Z City. Yes. Aren't you at the scene? Why are you watching here with us? Aren't you outside collecting supplies? It's time to kill time during the break. Envy, jealousy and hatred. The above person is definitely doing it on purpose. Woo woo woo, I want to go to Z City too. Haha, before, we Z City people didn't dare to say we were from Z City when we went out, but now, I'm proud. The audience's comments continued. At this moment, Bailey Cheen took He Wenyan directly to the vending machine, pointed at the castrated version of the vending machine and the essence trash can on it, and said, "This is the most suitable product for us so far, and it can be shipped to various cities. By then, you don't have to come to Doomsday Resort City to buy Doomsday Resort City's products. Even if Doomsday Resort City is not there, as long as Doomsday Resort City is operating in other places, you can buy it." He Wenyan listened to Bailekin's introduction again. Her heartbeat was still accelerating. From the moment she entered here, she was really impressed by this place. This is the city of their dreams after the strangeness came. Magical and mysterious. There are also these backpack grids, each with a maximum of 99, a total of 10 grids, which can easily escort a large amount of supplies. There are also special potions for removing strange air. If you are invaded by strange air, you can use this to remove it, and you will not have to worry about dealing with evil strangeness. These are various kinds of talismans. The price of Doomsday Resort is a bit higher, but my students and I have been able to produce some regularly. Bai Liqing continued to introduce. The eyes of the people around were unconsciously attracted. Below the live video, the barrage of comments exploded again. Castrated version of the vending machine, send it quickly. This is good, it will be fully rolled out soon. We can fight for our own city, and drive out those evil spirits. Great, now I feel more relieved. Wow, I want it so much. Backpack grid, isn't this space? Can we buy it? Haha, yes, we can buy it. Space grid, I want to buy it. Come on. Amid the urging of the audience, the media reporters directly shifted their cameras to shoot other things. After all, the next things are not suitable for public release. Immediately afterwards, He Wenyan began to exchange the things they brought for points, and then started buying without hesitation. And these purchased goods will be shipped to different cities in the next period of time. Everything is in preparation, and the human race's all-out counterattack against the weird has begun. Chapter 148. The 28th day of the game. A large number of planes and cargo planes arrived in Z City from all over the country, bringing full loads of stuff and leaving with full loads of stuff. The 29th day of the game. Large cities began to install castrated vending machines, purification trash cans, and amphibious buses. A large number of people left their homes to buy talismans, props, etc. The 30th day of the game. Castrated vending machines and other products spread from large cities to medium-sized cities. In large cities, survivors began to launch a counterattack against copies and evil spirits. In medium-sized cities, survivors began to go out of their homes and buy talismans, props, etc. The 31st day of the game. The castrated version of vending machines and other products spread to small cities, with medium-sized cities as the center. In medium-sized cities, survivors began to launch a counterattack against dungeons and evil spirits. In small cities, survivors began to go out of their homes and buy talismans, props, etc. The 32nd day of the game. The castrated version of vending machines and other products radiate to counties, towns and villages with small cities as the center. In small cities, survivors began to launch a counterattack against dungeons and evil spirits. The 33rd day of the game. The official officially set up metaphysical talent detection points in various large cities and began to audition the survivors. Those with talents will enter the metaphysical school to study and start practicing metaphysics according to their different talents. The 34th day of the game. In addition to the auditions, major TV platforms began to broadcast various metaphysical cultivation methods on a rolling screen to encourage self-study. The 35th day of the game. Collecting materials to exchange points, buying talismans, counterattacking weirdness and dungeons, practicing metaphysics, etc. have become people's daily tasks, and will also become a long-term task for them. From top to bottom, everyone is working hard. 50th day of the game. People's counterattack against evil spirits and weird things has begun to show results. Because the living space of evil spirits has been affected, evil spirits have begun to counterattack frantically, causing some casualties, but still unable to stop people's pace. People's thoughts on weird things and copies have long changed from fear to contempt under the blessing of official and metaphysical power. They want to eliminate evil spirits, avenge their relatives and friends, and make their world normal. The 51st day of the game. Led by the official, the city rankings, individual rankings and group rankings for killing evil spirits and dungeons were directly opened. The top 10 in the city rankings and the top 100 in individuals and groups will receive gift packages of goods of different levels from the Doomsday Resort. After all, the goods of the Doomsday Resort, with the full deployment of vending machines, have already invaded every corner of everyone's life. For example, amphibious buses have temporarily become a universal means of transportation across the country. Not to mention other goods, they are good things for both cities and individuals. Due to official stimulation, the hunting of evil spirits has once again erupted on a large scale, and the survival space of evil spirits is in danger. The 55th day of the game. More and more cities have announced that they will completely eliminate the existence of evil spirits and copies. Talented metaphysical talents have reached the threshold of cultivation and started to practice with the weirdness. The results of the practice are displayed in the form of live broadcast. As soon as the news came out, it was exciting, and the number of practitioners increased sharply. The 56th day of the game. The number of cities that announced their liberation increased. The number of copies is almost completely destroyed, and only a part of them are still alive. The 59th day of the game. Except for some cities that are blocked and cannot be entered, all the weird copies in the remaining unblocked cities have been cleared, and only some evil ones have escaped. Even so, it has already foreshadowed the victory of human counterattack against the weird war. When the whole nation celebrated the victory, their eyes began to focus on the Doomsday Resort. Because tomorrow will be the day when the Doomsday Resort leaves. The 60th day of the game. Doomsday Resort. During this period of time, Doomsday Resort has become a resort for everyone in this world, with countless people coming from all over the country every day. Even though many of the products in Doomsday Resort can be bought in major cities now, it still does not affect their enthusiasm. Many of the products in Doomsday Resort have become must-buy souvenirs for many people. After all, those products have special effects. Even if they are not very useful in the current environment, they are definitely special products. Another reason is that Doomsday Resort City gave them hope in this world again. In the dark days, it was Doomsday Resort City that allowed them to survive. When they have the chance, they will naturally come to Doomsday Resort City to take a walk and leave traces in their memories. And today, when Doomsday Resort City is about to leave, the number of people has reached its peak. Every corner of Doomsday Resort City is full of people. These people are buying, and it seems that they are going to buy out Doomsday Resort City. Of course, each building is also indispensable for people. After a whole day, this number has reached a peak. Gu Weiwei has looked back and forth for a long time. However, at this moment, Gu Weiwei has already announced the closing time. She will leave soon. Time flies. However, she is very happy in this game area. Gu Weiwei is in the rest area of apartment number 1, looking at the rising points, and the corners of her mouth are unconsciously raised. Haha, the Doomsday game must be dumbfounded. Not only did it not restrict her, but it gave her the opportunity to liberate a world. Of course, it has not been truly liberated yet, but she believes that judging from the current development trend, it is only a matter of time for this world to be promoted to level 2 civilization, and that day will come much faster than other worlds. At this time, Bailey Chin was sitting opposite Gu Weiwei, looking at Gu Weiwei's happy look, and subconsciously said, "What are you so happy about? Is it because you are leaving?" At first, it was because you sold a lot of things. Gu Weiwei mentioned it and thought deeply later, "I think I made trouble and ruined an enemy's business," which made him feel happier. She knew very well that even if this world got rid of the control of the Doomsday game, it would be harmless to the Doomsday game. However, it is likely that the other party will suffer little loss. She would be satisfied if she could let the other party suffer a little. Bailey Chin listened and was stunned for a moment. She roughly understood what she was talking about, but did not ask further questions, but continued, "When will you leave?" She knew that the time of leaving was controlled by Gu Weiwei, but she had to be accurate to avoid the Doomsday game. 1 hour later. Gu Weiwei said directly, "It just coincides with the world of the player's next game. I have just announced it directly. How long will you stay outside? Will you be disturbed?" Bailey Chin said with concern. "I only left 10 seconds of game time," Gu Weiwei said calmly. 10 seconds. That's good. Bailey Chin was relieved. There was almost no one who could harm Gu Weiwei within 10 seconds, even the evil spirits were no exception. Seeing Bailey Chin's concern for her, Gu Weiwei paused and asked, "Are you okay?" Bailey Chin's frown relaxed slightly and smiled. "Fortunately, everything is under control. Those few evil spirits that escaped can't cause any trouble. Moreover, there is no absolute evil or good in this world. Even if all the evil spirits disappear, one day in the future, some weird things may become evil spirits. There are still many evil spirits in the world I traveled through. I didn't see Xianxiu catch them all in one fell swoop." "It's good that you can think positively," Gu Weiwei said. In fact, she guessed from the fact that the crime detector did not appear in the city that evil and weird people can't be killed. As long as there are evil thoughts, there will be a lot of killing among humans. In addition, the crime detector can not only detect evil and weird people, but also detect good and bad people. Who can guarantee that they are always a good person? The previous like-mindedness was only because they had a common goal. Now that the biggest threat is gone, we can no longer keep moving in the same direction. We can only say that the general direction is absolute, but in the small direction, we can hide our selfishness. This is also the reason why Gu Weiwei rarely promotes the crime detector in the game area. Because she knows that it will not work. I am very open-minded. Bailey Chin smiled. I just hope that my world will not fall into malice and be destroyed. My goal has been achieved. In fact, it took less than 2 months. Thank you. I hope you can return to your world smoothly. Bailey Chin sent her most sincere wishes to Gu Weiwei. Okay, definitely, Gu Weiwei said firmly. She will definitely go back to launching. She still has a building there. Goodbye then. Bailey Chin stood up and waved to Gu Weiwei. It would be best for her to blend in with the main group while they were leaving, so as not to attract attention. Although she got many privileges because of Gu Weiwei's existence. But she didn't want to keep using Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei smiled as she watched Bailey Chin leave. Although she was just a passerby, she already regarded him as a friend in her heart. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water, and they both knew it in their hearts. Even if they would never meet again in the future. When the time was almost up, Gu Weiwei came out of the apartment. At this moment, the Doomsday Resort city had become quiet. Gu Weiwei was the only one left in the whole city. Everyone left Doomsday Resort city very considerately, not causing any trouble to Gu Weiwei. Watching this scene, Gu Weiwei smiled, and walked slowly on the street by herself. Accompanied by the bright lights, she walked out of Doomsday Resort city in the next second when the time was right. The moment her figure appeared, Xie Mingze in the crowd was stunned for a moment, but then he understood. In fact, he had guessed it a long time ago, and now it was just confirmed. He was also someone who had talked to Boss Gu. Besides him, Li Ruoan and Cui Nianxiu, who had gone through a dungeon with Gu Weiwei, also looked at Gu Weiwei excitedly. And Bailey Chin, and all the people who were saved by Doomsday Resort, their eyes were fixed on her, as if they wanted to remember her in their minds. Goodbye. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, the countdown ended, and the system notification arrived on time. Congratulations to the host, you have cleared Doomsday Disaster, Gamification, Weird Zone, Advanced Field, Zone 1 and obtained 10,000 points. There is one player in this game zone, and there is one player left. You have been assigned to Doomsday Disaster, Biology, Alien Zone, Advanced Field, Zone 1. There are 1 player and 1 million NPCs in this game zone, and the scene is being generated. The scene has been generated, and the 8th game officially begins. Chapter 149. The same scene change. Gu Weiwei clearly felt that this time it would take longer than before. Be careful. Before she could stand firm, she suddenly heard a voice in her mind. Subconsciously, Gu Weiwei used protective items to protect herself. Then she stepped back without hesitation. The next moment, she felt something bounce away from her, and at the same time, something hit the protective shield of the Doomsday Resort. When Gu Weiwei looked over, she saw spider-like soft creatures. After they fell on the protective shield, they fell to the ground, and then ran away in shame, disappearing into the night in a short while. Gu Weiwei suddenly had a premonition in her heart. These fears are closely related to the disaster in this game area. Aliens. Are they aliens? But unless they are everywhere, why would they appear directly in front of her? Gu Weiwei's eyes deepened, and then she asked the system. Is it intentional by the Doomsday game? Gu Weiwei asked directly. Gu Weiwei laughed in anger at the simple word Damn Doomsday game. The mind is really small and scary. The previous world just fought back, and this world wanted to kill her immediately. The revenge speed is really timely. Haha. The alien species itself is a disaster for this world. It is normal for them to attack people. She can't say anything. Or rather, even if she said something, it would be useless. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Gu Weiwei's attention was directly withdrawn. Playing the game well is more important than anything else. This world continued to give her break. Then, he looked at the control panel and checked the latest data on it. Player, Gu Weiwei. Task, complete the Doomsday game. Each game lasts for 1 month. Pass it safely and enter the next level. Failure means death. Any player who completes all the games can restore the blue planet to normal. Points, 159,287,4758. Extra points can be obtained in the game. Negative points are considered as a failure to complete the game. Mall, open, shopping items available. Backpack, 10 grids, up to 99 per grid. Game, 9, Doomsday Natural Disaster Biological Alien Zone, Advanced Field, Zone 1 Countdown, 30 days 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Building, Doomsday Resort City, upgradable. Level, Level 1. Ownership, Gu Weiwei. Description, within the scope of the building, the owner has absolute control and is immune to damage. Wealth, points 159,287,4758. Mall, open, goods available for purchase. Facilities, 12, signboard, front desk, rest area, toilet, vending machine, room, washroom, restaurant, recycling cabinet, cobblestone road, green belt, road sign. Tenants, 0/2544490. Buildings, landmark buildings *4, Gregory Hanging Gardens, Colossus of the Sun, Terracotta Warriors of Qin Great Wall, special buildings *32, Ice and Snow World, Trading Hall, Activity Center, Hot Spring, Tailor Shop, Blacksmith Shop, Hospital, Library, Pond, Commercial Street, Sentry Tower, Arrow Tower, Ancient City Wall, Playground, Arena, Grain Processing Plant, Network Center, Shopping Mall, Cinema, Internet Cafe, Cultural Center, Machine Factory, Music Square, Park, Air Defense Center, Sniper Tower, Bunker, City Defense Artillery, Armory, Defense Trap, Military Fortress, Military Reserve, Doomsday Apartment *2995, Tent Area, Integrated Planting and Breeding Garden, Bus Station, Parking Lot, Warehouse. In the previous world, she didn't think about promotion afterwards. After all, the number of apartments is enough to accommodate tenants. After seeing countless people rushing into the Doomsday Resort City for tourism and vacation, the new leadership of City Z has long seen the potential of the Doomsday Resort City. They started to formulate various measures to cooperate with tourists early on, allowing City Z to slowly regain vitality under the impact of tourists. At the same time, there are various policies to attract talents, which have restored the ecology of the urban area of City Z. Seeing how hard City Z is working, Gu Weiwei naturally cooperated a little bit, and did not increase the number of apartments, achieving common development with City Z. Anyway, everything that City Z did was what he deserved. What made Gu Weiwei most happy was the skyrocketing points. The purchasing power of the entire world was indeed extraordinary, and her points broke the 10 billion mark. For her personally, this was a sky-high amount of points. Of course, it was also the greatest guarantee for her life safety. Thinking about the nature of the Doomsday game, Gu Weiwei felt that she must take her protection to a higher level. Just like the previous game area, the probability of her encountering a weird copy when she went out later was higher than that of others, and the weirdness was even stronger. Of course, under the bombardment of her talismans and props, all of them had to die. In front of the powerful strength, all the conspiracies and weirdness were bubbles. Afterwards, Gu Weiwei went shopping in the mall again. After buying enough equipment, Gu Weiwei took out her mobile phone and checked the information of this world to see if she could get the same breakthrough as in the previous world. Her thoughts have completely changed now. Not only does she want to pass the level safely, but she also wants to make trouble in the game world. Especially in the previous world, facts have proved that her idea is feasible. The rules of the Doomsday game can be broken artificially, because the Doomsday game itself has certain rules. How ridiculous, breaking the rules with rules, but the Doomsday game is also using rules to plunder profits. In this world, she will continue to destroy the Doomsday game's calculations. At this time, when she opened the web page, Gu Weiwei saw a normal online world, with various entertainment news still hanging high on the hot search, and a scene of singing and dancing. It is said that when the hot search is entertainment news, it represents the peace and prosperity of the country. But this is a high-level scene. The disaster is definitely not formed in 1 or 2 days. The current situation is even more frightening. Then Gu Weiwei carefully flipped through it again, but found that the city she was in was not blocked and could communicate with the outside world. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei felt more strange. Then she stopped checking the latest information and flipped through the previous information. When it comes to natural disasters, in addition to the various recent disasters, there is a major event that happened a few months ago. That is, alien spaceships suddenly appeared above major cities around the world, hovering directly in the air. At the beginning, people were still in a panic, thinking that aliens were going to invade their planet, and various doomsday theories were spread on the internet. There are even many terrorist organizations abroad that are ready to move, and the rich have begun to enter the doomsday underground castles they have built. Although the domestic situation is stable, there have been a large number of hoarding incidents, and there has been a shortage of food, salt, and other materials on the market. But in the end, a month passed, 2 months passed, 3 months passed, and even now it has been half a year, and there has been no movement from this alien spaceship, so people have gone from being afraid to being accustomed to it. In fact, many military personnel from various governments have been squatting around these alien spaceships, and various high-tech weapons have been arranged, indicating that everything is under control. Under the vigorous propaganda of the official personnel, these alien spaceships seem to no longer be a threat to people, and people's lives gradually return to the past. In fact, these alien spaceships have achieved invisibility last month, which means that these giant ships cannot be seen with the naked eye. In this way, the alien spaceships have no sense of existence. The heat is completely gone, and people's lives are still normal, and they even ignore this matter. Even this part of the news seems to have been deleted a lot. If you don't read it carefully, you may not have found it. After reading all the information, there were only 2 words left in Gu Weiwei's mind. Terrible, because after the reminder of the Doomsday game, this is the alien zone. Alien sounds like an alien product. How could there be no news? Not to mention that she was almost attacked by an alien before entering the Doomsday Resort. She had a feeling that if she was really attacked by an alien, it would be very dangerous. After all, under normal circumstances, the system would not remind her casually. The difficulty of this world has increased again. She still doesn't know how many alien species there are in this game area. And how do alien species live in this world? Why is there no news at all? Thinking back to the TV series she had watched before, Gu Weiwei thought of countless possibilities in her mind. Finally, a possibility came to her mind. Parasitism. Could it be this? Gu Weiwei planned to go out and take a look tomorrow. Then, Gu Weiwei opened the mall and prepared to buy ads. Just when she was about to buy, she suddenly thought of a question. System, this ad will still tell me how many people received it, right? Gu Weiwei asked. At first, those who were not the highest price were reminded, and later it was assumed that everyone could receive it, so she didn't care. But now the situation is different. She needs to know whether this disaster is a parasite. If it is parasitic, how many people can receive it, and whether those who did not receive it have been parasitized. This is like using the function of the Doomsday Landlady system to find bugs. Yes. Gu Weiwei felt relieved by the concise and clear words. Then, she bought the advertisement without hesitation. Do you want to spend 10,000 points to place an advertisement in Doomsday Natural Disaster Biological Alien Zone, Advanced Field, Zone 1? Yes. Gu Weiwei responded as usual, and then added, reply to me as soon as possible to tell me how many people received the advertisement. Just as Gu Weiwei finished speaking, the system sound came. A total of 1274 people received the advertisement. Please prepare for reception. When she saw the number, Gu Weiwei subconsciously reconfirmed the word count, and then confirmed the products she bought. After confirming, she was completely silent. In a game area with 1 million NPCs, only 1274 people can be called human beings. The others are likely to be controlled by aliens without knowing it. The Doomsday game really took great pains to select such a game area for her. Chapter 150. After being speechless for a while, Gu Weiwei could only accept the current fact. The problem has already happened, and there is no point in lamenting. Let's think about what to do. Back to the problem itself. Among the 1 million NPCs, only these 1274 people have not been copied. It is impossible that the aliens cannot deal with them. There is a high probability that they cannot. So, we must first find out the abnormalities in these 1274 people, and why they are not possessed by the aliens. In addition, we must also see what the situation is like in the world outside the game area. After all, in such a small city, there are so many people who are possessed, and they are almost wiped out. What about outside? And, has anyone discovered that the people around them have been possessed? By the way, we have to observe what changes will happen to people who are possessed by aliens. After listing the precautions one by one, Gu Weiwei continued to browse with her mobile phone. She was going to look for something unusual. For example, forums, short videos, public platforms for expressing feelings. When possessed by aliens, even if they are disguised as real, people around them will always find something unusual. As long as something unusual is discovered and mentioned, it will leave some traces sooner or later. Gu Weiwei searched one platform after another. Gu Weiwei even directly entered the keyword possession. As a result, on a short video platform, Gu Weiwei saw a video ranked first. The key topic of this video is possession. Not only the number of likes and replies, but also the highest number of searched videos, so it ranks first. However, the possession here has nothing to do with alien species, but it is still a ghost story. Gu Weiwei still clicked on it, and listened silently. At the same time, she clicked on the other party's comment area. I believe it. I feel like there are a lot of fake people around me, all weird. So scary. Is there any ghost who can take over my body? As long as my mother's illness is cured and she can live a well-off life, it's fine. Speaking of which, I also know someone who seems to have become a different person recently. Is he also possessed? This is really a possession, but where did the original person go? The original person was swallowed up. Then how come the family didn't find out about the person who took over the body? It should be possible to search the soul or absorb the memory. I have always said that there must be SUVs in this world. Taking over the body, no one with great power can't do it. Hey, I feel that many people around me have become different recently. I don't know if there is something wrong with my memory. It's really annoying. It can be understood that this person is no longer a friend in his inner self, but just a friend in appearance, right? It's a bit scary. A few years ago, a big boss of a game company was possessed by a spirit, and he made a fuss with them, rising and falling quickly. Who is it? If it was a possession, didn't the parents notice such a big change in their children? I have a friend who is weird. He has memories and remembers the things between him and her, but I always feel that the relationship has changed. It seems that it is not so good, and the eyes are cold when looking at me. I don't know if it is an illusion. My best friend is the same. It's normal for us to hold hands and go shopping. Before, she suddenly pushed me away. I was angry, but she could still calmly ask me if I wanted to go to her house to play in the evening. I refused, but she has been asking these days. Now I suddenly feel a little scary, and my hair is standing up. There are many comments in the comments section. Some of them are deliberately exaggerating, some are just joining in the fun, and some are even deliberately scaring people. But Gu Weiwei still saw some suspicious information from them. Especially the two consecutive comments. One is from a friend and the other is from a best friend. Both of them said that their friends suddenly became cold. If this is true, then their friends and best friends are likely to be parasitized by alien species, and the alien species will have their own memories after parasitizing. But memories can be imitated, but emotions cannot. These alien species may not have emotions. Also, if you keep inviting your bestie at night, does it have to be at night to possess? On this basis, after making a little bit of settings, Gu Weiwei continued to search on other platforms. She took this answer to find the problem, and see if it can be matched. Perhaps because this possession video started well, Gu Weiwei actually found similar stories on many platforms. Among them, most of the stories can correspond to the conclusion she came to. It's like a different person in a short period of time. There's no problem with memory. He became cold. He will invite people at night. Gu Weiwei looked at the conclusion and was slightly happy. Although it's not 100% certain, it's 80% to 90%. I find a chance to confirm it tomorrow. After all, the area she's in now is 99.9999%. All alien species, so it's relatively easy to verify. After verification, she might be able to select people in this world who are not parasitized based on these clues and unite some of the forces. Of course, when she was looking it up just now, she had a feeling. Topics like possession seem to be relatively common. Normally, this should be a niche topic, such as ghost stories, or people who advocate alien invasions will talk about it. And now, it is so widely publicized, either it is a phishing enforcement, or someone is quietly screening. Because someone has discovered that many people in their world have been quietly replaced by others. Also, if the more than 1,000 NPCs who receive the invitation arrive tomorrow, she will also have to come out and learn some information from them, especially why they cannot be parasitized. After listing the things and recording them on the notepad on her phone, Gu Weiwei planned to take a rest. At this time, in different corners of the entire game area, more than 1,000 people were stunned by the Doomsday Resort advertisement that suddenly appeared. Damn, I'm not dreaming. How come I see an advertisement in the void? Hiss, it hurts, it's real. This place is not far from my home. Do I want to go? Forget it, I go and take a look tomorrow. Fuck, aliens have invaded, and a virtual screen appeared in front of me. What? Doomsday Resort. What the hell is this place? Doomsday. Search online. Does everyone have it? Or am I the only one who has it? Ah, I have a golden finger. Haha, I am the chosen one. Doomsday Resort. Is it going to end? Should I sell my house and get a loan from the bank? Then work hard to stock up and build my own power in this Doomsday Resort. Is this place related to what happened around us recently? I don't know, but this place is more like an advertisement, as if they want us to spend money. Should we go? It shouldn't be a big problem if we go during the day. Wow, I'm so scared. Everyone has become different, more and more unfamiliar. Sometimes I think I have a mental problem. I'm the same as you. It's definitely not us who are wrong. Yeah. That night, countless people tossed and turned because of this advertisement for Doomsday Resort. Chapter 151. On the first day of the game, the weather was fine. Everything was so peaceful in the game area, and everyone was living their normal lives, going to school or work. When Shinjia ordered a pot sticker at the breakfast restaurant where he usually ate. After eating quickly, when Shinjia couldn't help but say to the boss and the boss lady, "Boss, your level is getting more and more stable, and it feels like the taste is almost the same." When Shinjia said this, his expression was a little emotional. After all, when he ate it before, because the boss made it fresh, the taste would be slightly different, and sometimes even some ingredients would be replaced. So when he comes to eat every day, he can really feel some surprises, just like opening a blind box. But recently, for some reason, the taste is always the same. He guessed that the boss and his wife's skills have stabilized. It's obviously a good thing, but he really feels a little bit of a pity. After all, he can't experience the surprise. The boss and his wife listened to Shinjia's words and smiled at him. The smile was a little stiff. After paying, Shinjia walked out of the store with a strange look on his face. The boss and his wife have been acting strange recently. They used to smile and often greeted him enthusiastically, but now... Hey, did something happen at home? The thought flashed through his mind, and was quickly forgotten by Shinjia. He focused on a virtual screen in front of him. He hadn't even dealt with his own misfortune yet. The next moment, he took a taxi and headed towards the location of the advertisement. Since this place appeared, he might as well take a look. Ten Tianyu is a homeboy who stays at home playing games every day. Of course, he also makes money by playing games with others and live streaming. Because he started playing early and his business is relatively stable, he has saved a lot of money in addition to daily necessities. In addition, his parents take care of him, and he can also give them household expenses, so his family lives a good life. The only thing is that his parents always urge him to go out more and meet girls, and introduce girls to him every day. But recently, his parents seem to have not mentioned the blind date for a long time. While thinking, Tan Tianyu pushed open the door. When he came to the living room, he saw his parents watching the news broadcast on the sofa. Tan Tianyu frowned unconsciously. Before, his father followed his mother to watch the 8 o'clock soap opera. Why is he watching the news broadcast now? Dad, Mom, I'm going out. Although it was an accident, Tan Tianyu didn't think much about it, and said directly to the two of them. Okay. As a result, the two of them answered Tan Tianyu without even turning their heads. Tan Tianyu was stunned again. Because he doesn't go out often, every time he goes out, his parents will feel very happy and will ask him to play outside for a while longer. Also, when he was playing games in his room before, his mother would bring in fruits and snacks to let him rest early. Although she still brings in food and drinks recently, her words of concern have become much less. Could it be that she is annoyed? When Tan Tianyu thought about it, he felt a little sad. But after thinking about the Doomsday Resort, he still held back. Let's understand the situation first. If something unexpected happened in this world, he should take up his responsibilities as soon as possible and take good care of his parents. Then, Tan Tianyu went out and prepared to go to the Doomsday Resort. But he didn't know that his parents turned their heads to look at his back, then turned back, looked at each other, and continued to watch the news broadcast silently, but their eyes were full of indifference, without a trace of emotion. Chu Zisong looked at the virtual screen in front of him, and he was very proud. He really felt that he was going to the peak of his life. The first thing he did when he got up in the morning was to list his house with an agent. Of course, he didn't go crazy to apply for online loans. After all, he had to confirm whether the place mentioned above was real, and whether the Doomsday was real. If he was sure, he would definitely apply for it without hesitation. Then, Chu Zisong went to the Doomsday Resort with all his heart. Tang Haoran and Liuqi are a couple. They have long discovered that a terrible change is happening around them. First, it was the friends around them, then the colleagues, and then the neighbors. The good relationships before suddenly became unfamiliar. Other people may say that they have less social interaction as they get older. But for Tang Haoran and Liuqi, this is impossible. Because they have been friends with their friends for more than 10 years, they have been having regular gatherings and enjoying life before they have children. During this period, although there were still gatherings, most of the time, these friends became like they were on a mission. Sometimes when they told jokes, the other party's eyes were cold. They also suspected that they had done something wrong to make their friends treat them like that, but they searched their memories and found nothing. Later, they couldn't help but get angry. They just stopped contacting each other, and the other party didn't contact them again after that. Just when they were thinking about whether to lose face and ask for reconciliation, they found that this situation not only happened to friends, but their colleagues also had the same reaction. This made them vaguely feel that something was wrong. When they asked some acquaintances around them, they all spoke in the same tone. Then they asked their neighbors. The neighbors who used to greet them enthusiastically now became indifferent. With all the people around them like this, they really thought that they and their husband had mental problems. This made their days particularly difficult. However, after reviewing and analyzing the situation, the two still believed that there was nothing wrong with them. Just when they came to the conclusion, the Doomsday Resort appeared. Now, they really hope that this Doomsday Resort city that suddenly appeared can give them an answer. Otherwise, they feel that they will go crazy sooner or later. In addition to them, there are countless people who have the same purpose as them, and come to the Doomsday Resort city without any prior agreement. At the same time, the Doomsday Resort city. Gu Weiwei has woken up. After breakfast, she went directly to the city gate. Standing inside the city gate, she began to check the situation outside, at least to pay attention to whether there are any alien figures outside. After searching around, Gu Weiwei stepped out of the city gate. After staying for a long time, she still didn't see a single hair of the alien species that wanted to possess her last night. So, it is very likely true that alien species can only appear at night. At least they cannot appear during the day before invading the human body. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, at least when she went to inquire about the news during the day, she didn't have to worry about being scared. She was most afraid of mollusks. Then she called up the control panel of the Doomsday Resort and looked at the map on it, and found that there was no movement. This means that no one has come to the Doomsday Resort city yet. But she is not worried about this, because she thinks that in this city with so many alien species, it is impossible that no one will notice these strange things around them. As long as there are discoveries, when seeing the Doomsday Resort city advertisement, they will definitely have the idea of coming to see it. And those who have not discovered it will always be curious when an advertisement like the Doomsday Resort city suddenly appears. Therefore, she thinks that even if not all of these 1,000 people come, most of them will still come. She just waited. However, Gu Weiwei did not waste the time waiting, and continued to stay outside the Doomsday Resort city, calculating the game time while checking the Doomsday Forum to see the situation in other game areas. After all, looking at the forum, you can also see their current situation. When Gu Weiwei just went online, the first thing she noticed was the number of users on it. When she saw that the number of people was a few million less than the last time she saw it, Gu Weiwei sighed in her heart. Even though players now have a much better life because of equipment, potions, etc., countless players still die under the endless calculations of the game area. The only difference is that compared with the non-participation in the game before, the current players have more hope. However, when they are full of hope, but have to die because of a disaster, the players will feel much more uncomfortable before death. Goodbye, brothers and sisters. Wow, I'm going to die now. I'm so reluctant. I am the only child of my parents, and they are still alive and waiting to go back. It is so painful to die in a foreign country. I wonder if the soul can return to the hometown after death. Brothers and sisters, remember to avenge me. Kill the Doomsday game. Many players have pushed down similar life and death posts, which are full of blessings. The reason why I know is that their lives on the forum have become completely dim. So every name they left behind can poke a needle in the hearts of the surviving players. However, after the grief, the players could only quickly regroup and devote themselves to the current situation analysis. Soon, other posts came to the top. Have you seen the latest notice? The primary field has been cancelled, and there is no primary field now. I see that for us now. The difficulty of the primary field seems to be a little lower. The notice mentioned that the advanced field has been opened, and I don't know if there are any players entering the advanced field. So the anti-weird products sold in the Doomsday Resort were really prepared for the advanced field, but so far, no player has come forward to say that they participated in the advanced field. Speaking of the weird area, I am in the weird area now, but this is an intermediate field. Fortunately, I bought the talisman in advance, so I was not eaten by the weird when I entered the weird area. The weird will also create a copy. If you don't pass the copy, it is easy to be eaten by the weird. The weird area is the intermediate field. It must be because the level is not enough. Anyway, you can prepare more talismans now. Of course, if you can buy a castrated version of the vending machine, you should buy one. Whether you use it yourself or do purchasing for others, it can help many players and NPCs. So are there any players in the advanced field? Come out and share your experience. At least you can be less foolish when entering the advanced field. Looking at these posts, Gu Weiwei realized that in order to pass on the news faster, people directly regarded the post as their own reply. Of course, if you want to know more, you can also go into the post to have a deep chat. When she saw the advanced field, Gu Weiwei looked a little hesitant. At least the two advanced fields she had encountered so far were both incredibly difficult. If she really told others about it, it might undermine the player's self-confidence. After all, if the advanced fields were hopeless, they would feel that their efforts were meaningless, and the blow to them could not be explained in a few words. And there was another problem, that is, the difficulty of this advanced field might only be aimed at her. Just when she was hesitant, suddenly, a post suddenly popped up. So far, there are only 8 types of disasters in total. No new ones have appeared so far. Does that mean there are no new ones? Players are going around in circles, and there are even duplicates. Then I analyzed and found that there seems to be no identical disasters between the primary and intermediate fields. I guessed that maybe after going through the primary, intermediate, and advanced fields, and going through all 8 fields, you should be able to pass the level. Under this premise, the minimum number of rounds for a player is 8, and the maximum number is unknown. Now I want to know if any of you have gone through all the fields at least once. If there is, maybe it is in progress. As long as there is, maybe as long as you enter the advanced field next time, then it is very likely that you will meet the clearance conditions. When this post was suddenly posted, Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment. Because in fact, her conditions meet the analysis of the post. She has experienced all 8 disasters so far, and the one currently in progress is a biological disaster that she has not experienced. Also, she has experienced the primary field, the intermediate field, and the advanced field. She obviously met the requirements. If she really did what this person said, as long as she finished this game, she would be able to pass the game. As she thought about it, Gu Weiwei's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Since she joined this game, she has been thinking about passing the game all the time. Originally, I thought it would take a long time, but now someone said that maybe it's already possible? Is it true? Will Doomsday Game be so kind as to let people pass the game in such a short time? If that's the condition, why not let her play a few more rounds in the advanced field? When the thought came to her mind, Gu Weiwei suddenly thought of a question. Since the Doomsday Game has operating rules, maybe it is not because the Doomsday Game wants to throw her into the advanced field in advance, but because it has to. If this is the case, it is really possible that this game area will end. Perhaps, it is a good thing that she enters the advanced game field early, because although the advanced field has been brewed, its difficulty value will become higher and higher after a period of time. For example, in the previous world, If the weirdos were given another month, most of the 1 million NPCs would have died. At that time, the advanced level of the strange area would be even more difficult. When there were only a few people left, she joined in, and it would definitely take more than 2 months. After Gu Weiwei finished reviewing the situation in her mind, her eyes returned to the post. In the post, countless players have flocked to it at this moment. Clearing the level is definitely the most sensitive point in the minds of all players. After reading the analysis, they left a message one by one. Really? Is there any data to support it? I seem to remember that someone posted the statistics before, and I filled it out. The data came out so quickly? If it's true, how great it would be. Is there such a big guy? At least 8 games, now it's the 9th game. It means that such a person has appeared. Woo woo woo, I don't want to spend a day like this playing games day and night without rest time. Yeah, me too, but I was lucky before and encountered the Doomsday Resort. But now the Doomsday Resort has disappeared, and there is no place to comfort myself. Is this true? Please don't lie to us. I hope it's true. I hope it's true. I've experienced 3 different types of games. I've experienced 5. I've experienced 6. Fuck, can you be considered as advanced players for playing these games? I've only played 2. I've only played 1 game. Every game has different kinds of extreme cold weather. I've gained a lot of experience. I didn't expect. There are really so many different types. Is the difference in situation caused by strength? Yes, it must be because of strength. These data seem to show that people with higher strength will indeed be assigned to different disaster categories. Have all the big guys really experienced it? But in addition to experiencing the categories, there must also be the condition of advanced field. It seems that so far, I haven't heard of anyone experiencing advanced field. Yes, the current intermediate field is already scary enough, and the advanced field must be even scarier. Can you survive then? Yes. But at least there is a hope. Hurry up and remember the major categories, then prepare everything you need and work hard to pass the level. At least now you can work hard. I'm really happy to see this. There is another hope. Yes. Gu Weiwei's thoughts fluctuated with the words of the players. She was really excited at this moment, seeing the players' visible happiness in their words at the end. After thinking for a while, she finally appeared as an administrator. Administrator, I am now in the advanced field, which is also the last of the 8 disaster types I have experienced, but so far, there is no system prompt. This is the news of the last level of the game. The identity of the administrator is sensitive in itself. At this moment, he appeared as a person who met the clearance conditions. Many players burst out in an instant after a brief daze. Administrator. You appeared and brought us such news. I love you. Sure enough, those who can be administrators are not simple existences. People who can take out 1 million points so early are originally godlike existences. Administrator, are you a man or a woman? Exciting. Someone actually did it. 9 months, 8 major categories, and entered the advanced field in advance. Administrator, you are our god. I am so excited at this moment. If it is true, doesn't it mean that after this game is over, we can return to Blue Star? Not only can we return to Blue Star, but we can also restore Blue Star to normal. I hope what the OP speculated is true. Yes, this time, hope is really in sight. No matter what, I have to try my best to stay alive. Yes, stay alive, and only by staying alive can I see the day of the clearance. I feel full of energy now. Me too. At admin, can you tell us what the situation is like in the advanced field? Why didn't it come out when I asked before? The advanced game must be very difficult. Where can I find so much time to chat with you? Administrator, have fun, take your time, and take care of yourself. Yes, if it is the last game, the Doomsday game will definitely cause trouble, be careful. The players were so excited that they all turned to the administrator for explanation. They really hope that the administrator can lead them through the game safely. Administrator Gu Weiwei saw the excitement hidden under the words of the players, and felt a little heavy. She also hoped that this game would be the last one. Looking at those who were curious about the advanced field, Gu Weiwei paused and prepared to edit out the things she did in the last game. Maybe it could be used not only in the advanced field but also in the intermediate field. There was one thing, this trick was a little hateful. At least she felt that the system behind the Doomsday game was definitely furious. Otherwise, it would not have wanted to do something behind her back as soon as she came to this game. Therefore, she was considering whether to tell the players about this matter. After just a moment's hesitation, Gu Weiwei quickly made a decision. Say it, must say it. After all, regardless of whether the player has done something hateful or not, The Doomsday game only wants to kill the player. In this case, their efforts to fight back are the real operation. The next moment, Gu Weiwei started editing. Just after she finished editing and sent the post, Gu Weiwei received a reminder from the detection tower. Someone is coming. After taking a look at the post, Gu Weiwei added another sentence on it. Choose carefully according to your own abilities. If you have a choice, join more people, and you can even contact the official NPC. After saying this, Gu Weiwei's attention returned to reality. At this moment, when Xinjie, Tan Tianyu, Zhu Zisong, Tang Haoran, Li Yuqi and others arrived at the scene one after another, everyone's expression was a little hesitant when they moved forward. Because they just discovered something terrifying. That is, when they arrived at the Doomsday Resort, they had already seen a magnificent city. This city seemed to be connected to a different dimension, as if it suddenly appeared. Moreover, drivers can't see such a city. This destined this place to be unusual. They were a little timid at first, but gradually, they saw more and more people coming to the scene. After communicating, they found out. They were all people who received the advertisement together. Doomsday Resort City set advertisements conditionally, so what was the reason for choosing them? At this moment, they looked at Doomsday Resort City and hesitated to enter. Until a figure appeared in front of them. The man looked at them with a polite smile on his lips. Welcome to Doomsday Resort City. Chapter 152. When they saw Gu Weiwei, everyone was even more shocked. After all, such a big city, which looked deserted, suddenly a person appeared, and the two formed a sharp contrast, giving people a visual shock. But soon, after they saw that it was a person, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was not an alien, a monster, or something weird. After calming down, they couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt. Could the other party be the owner of this Doomsday Resort City? Then, their eyes were fixed on the Doomsday Resort behind them. The towering walls undoubtedly made the Doomsday Resort look daunting. But the power and mystery revealed by him still touched their hearts unconsciously. How could they not be curious? Then, someone took the lead and walked forward, and the others followed silently. Finally, they stopped only 2 meters away from Gu Weiwei. Why can only we see this place? But the driver who sent us here can't see it. Zhu Zisong, as the bravest among them, asked without hesitation when he saw Gu Weiwei. And now, if the other party really wants to do something to them, they can't escape. The most important thing is that they are here. Let's find out. What made him a little disappointed was that he always thought he was the chosen one, but there were so many people at the scene, both men and women, which didn't highlight his uniqueness at all. Gu Weiwei listened to Zhu Zisong's words with a calm expression. I sent it to everyone in your city. Impossible. If everyone received it, how could there be no information on the internet? Yes, I checked it out, but there is no relevant information. It is impossible in the information age. How could such a big thing be ignored? Unless they are not talented, they will not receive the information. When the last person said this, everyone at the scene fell silent, and all their eyes fell on this person. This person is none other than Li Yuqi from the couple. Li Yuqi's thoughts had long been attracted by Gu Weiwei's words, and she immediately began to think. After all, she had experienced it personally, so she would think more deeply. What are you talking about? What do you mean by not being human? It can't be that everyone in the whole city is not human. I feel that this place is weird. It suddenly appeared. What Doomsday Resort City? The word Doomsday doesn't sound good. That's right. It feels like our world is about to usher in the end of the world. Everyone's faces were a little panicked, and words of condemnation kept coming out of their mouths. Li Yuqi was very calm. Don't you notice? The people around you have become different. Just after the arrival of that alien spaceship, this news was so popular before, but it seemed to have disappeared in just a few months. They have been emphasizing that there is no threat. Is there really no threat? Or perhaps, the threat has unknowingly invaded our lives. The others were stunned by Li Yuqi's question. Yes, they really ignored the alien spaceship. You know, a few months ago, they were all worried, afraid that their planet would be invaded and they would be slaughtered by aliens. But after so long, they were actually used to the existence of the alien spaceship and didn't think about the aliens in the alien spaceship. Did they really not enter their planet? It was really scary to think about it. Thinking carefully about what happened around me, I really felt that something was different around me. My parents used to care about me, but they ignored me when I went out today. The boss of my breakfast shop has also become different recently, and even their cooking skills are exactly the same. My boyfriend has been really cold to me recently. My girlfriend is the same. The way she looks at me is different. I thought she might have someone else outside. Don't scare me. It seems true. I noticed it too. As they spoke, everyone's face showed a look of fear. Looking at these people, Gu Weiwei raised her eyebrows. Yes, even if they have the same memory as others, their behavior will definitely change. Others may not know, but as the closest people, they cannot be unaware. Maybe they could have thought of excuses to cover it up before, and didn't want to admit the reality. But now, being exposed nakedly, past memories emerged in their minds, and in the end, only paleness remained. Many people looked a little dazed. Are the people around them really no longer their relatives? Gu Weiwei didn't say anything to make them believe this fact, but just added, the Doomsday Resort only sells goods and provides entertainment facilities, and doesn't do anything else. The consumption currency is points, which can be exchanged for gold and other metals. You can move freely, and there may be something that can help you. After saying this, Gu Weiwei walked to the side, took out a bicycle from her backpack, and headed towards the city. She didn't greet them here. She wanted to go outside to see what the people invaded by alien species looked like. This smooth movement made many people unconsciously stunned. She can actually take things out of thin air. How amazing! Alien spaceships have appeared, so it's normal to have such a space. Do we have a chance? No, shouldn't we focus on whether there is anything here that can help us? Do you really think that the people around us have been possessed by others? Yes, and if they are all possessed, why are we standing here? I always feel that I am very ordinary. How can I be a special case when the doomsday comes? When everyone was talking, they looked at each other, with a hint of uncertainty and fear of the future. Let's go in and take a look first. Anyway, they shouldn't be able to eat us. It was still Chu Zisong who spoke, and he strode forward without hesitation. Others looked at his back, some stayed where they were, and some walked in. When Xinjia and Tan Tianyu had already caught up with Chu Zisong. After they realized that the shop owner, parents, had problems, they inevitably became worried deep in their hearts, and their hearts were beating fast. They now wanted to find someone of the same kind to be brave together. The brave Chu Zisong was their choice. You are really not afraid, you just barged in like this. When Xinjia gave Chu Zisong a thumbs up, Chu Zisong listened and said directly, I'm just afraid of missing the opportunity. I've put my house up for sale with an agent, and I'm thinking that if the doomsday really comes, I go and get an online loan. Now it seems unnecessary. When Xinjia and Tan Tianyu smiled awkwardly. Have you really noticed something strange about the people around you? Chu Zisong obviously listened to what the two said, and took this opportunity to ask. When Xinjia and Tan Tianyu were silent, and then nodded. Among them, Tan Tianyu was obviously more sad. After all, the people with problems were his parents, his closest people. If it weren't for the special situation now, he really wanted to cry. But he thought that instead of crying, he wanted to find a way to see if he could make his parents normal. Looking at Tan Tianyu's red eyes, Chu Zisong and the others felt a little sympathetic. But soon, their attention shifted to the Doomsday Resort. They were attracted by the scene in front of them. The Doomsday Resort is not about how big the city is, but about the unique buildings. For example, the ice and snow world. They can't imagine how the huge ice sculptures can remain unmelted in such a hot summer, standing there as a whole, giving people a visual impact and shock. For example, the integrated planting and breeding garden. They saw the fresh green vegetables through the transparent glass. All the incredible things have already made the Doomsday Resort magical. There is a bulletin board there. When Xinjia reminded, the group came to the bulletin board and read it. They got a general idea of the Doomsday Resort city. In particular, it was mentioned that they could get a tourist card first. The tourist card location is the vending machine in each apartment. Of course, there is also one at the door. Soon, they gathered in front of the two conspicuous machines. After receiving the tourist card and looking at the information on it, everyone's heart tightened unconsciously. Without them inputting, the machine already knew their identity information. Isn't this a bit too scary? Although they were worried, Chu Zisong and the others quickly looked at the products on the vending machine. The first product that caught their eyes made their hearts beat again. Product, periscope. Price, 100 points. Looking at the product description again, after wearing this perspective, you can see the internal structure of the human body, a bit like a CT scan. Is this a hint? Is it a hint of what is in those people's bodies? When they thought of this, they all felt terrified. Is this perspective mirror telling us that the people around us have been possessed? Possessed by what? Aliens? Can this perspective mirror really see? Will you buy it? Yes, I would rather know the truth than being kept in the dark. Yes, if you know, you can be prepared, otherwise you will die without knowing how you died. More and more people came over, and everyone's heart was shaken unconsciously when they looked at it, but in the end, they all reached a consensus. Perspective glasses, must buy. As for the others, The group continued to study. Heat-resistant clothing, cold-resistant clothing, wind-resistant clothing. Is it the kind of natural disaster doomsday? So these products are needed? Has this Doomsday Resort been to those doomsday worlds? Extreme cold, extreme heat, strong winds. It really looks like it. There are still talismans in it. Could it be that some worlds still have ghosts? Bound shoes. This seems a bit unscientific. Gas masks. Could it be that there are poisonous gases? Through the products, the people at the scene seem to see different doomsday worlds one after another. So, the Doomsday Resort is dedicated to serving the doomsday world? And is their world also about to usher in the doomsday? Chapter 153. It must be said that the products in Doomsday Resort City really gave Chu Zisong and others at the scene a big shock. If Gu Weiwei personally brought them to check it out and guided them to think so, they might still think it was Gu Weiwei's conspiracy. But now, these conclusions were drawn by them after looking at the products, and they were all a little touched. There was a feeling of impending storm. Did anyone bring gold to exchange? I brought it. It was mentioned in the advertisement, so I brought it in case of emergency. I brought some too. I brought some too, but not much. As the initiator, Chu Zisong said directly after listening, since we all have them, let's exchange them, and see if the goods here are real. If they are real, it means that our world may have ushered in the end without knowing it. Chu Zisong said, we have even been surrounded by aliens, and we don't know whether the aliens have invaded the human body by possessing it. If you use a perspective mirror, you should be able to see it. Tan Tianyu said, if it is confirmed that they are possessed by aliens, if we drive them out, can they return to normal? At this moment, Tan Tianyu's eyes were red. In fact, after seeing so many situations, he already had a bad premonition in his heart. He can only hope that Doomsday Resort will have a way to save his parents. Even if it is very small. Chu Tiansong listened and paused. In fact, he felt that there was almost no hope. Because he still remembered the boss's suggestion that people who did not receive the message were not human. Since they were no longer human, how could they become human again? The most important thing is, if it was really an alien invasion, the memory was still there after the alien invasion, and it must have devoured or connected the brain. In this case, the probability of a person recovering is very small. But this is too hurtful. Then, Chu Tiansong patted Tan Tianyu on the shoulder, exchanged the points first. Maybe there will be some products that can help later. Yeah. Tan Tianyu wiped his tears with his hands and calmed down. As for the others, they had already lined up in front of the recycling cabinet and started to redeem points from it. But when they redeemed their points, they found that it was too difficult to buy a perspective mirror with their points. Chu Zisong spoke subconsciously. The gold brought by one person is not enough. I think you should all pool it together, especially those who are close. Then you can experiment with the effect of the perspective mirror together. But there is one thing, you all should be careful. Even if you really see something, don't be scared. Everyone who heard it nodded. Then, some people actually gathered together to buy a perspective mirror. During this time, Chu Zisong, Tan Tianyu and Wen Xinjie gathered together again. The total points they had was only 60 points, and they still needed 40 points. When they were about to invite 2 more people, Tang Haoran and Liu Qi came over. We have 50 points, how about you? Do you want to join us? Sure. Chu Zisong said without hesitation. Speaking of which, he still had a very deep impression of Liu Qi. After all, when everyone was doubting that the news they heard was a joke, it was Liu Qi who took the initiative to stand up and tell what happened to her. So, the 5 of them exchanged for perspective glasses together. After the exchange, the 5 people looked at the freshly baked glasses and were stunned. Because this perspective glass looked no different from the glasses they usually saw. Do such glasses really have special effects? Let's try it on and look at each other. Yes. After trying it on, the few people looked at the people around them and found nothing special. Yes, if the people who come here are normal, there is really nothing unusual. We still have to go outside. Shall we go back to the city to verify it? Chu Zisong said eagerly. Yes. The others nodded. After that, the 5 people did not continue to visit the Doomsday Resort City, but left directly with the perspective glasses. There are many people who form teams like them, and they also hold perspective glasses in their hands. Of course, there are many people who come here because of the advertisements. After seeing them, they ask about the situation of the Doomsday Resort. Those who arrived at the scene earlier will also conduct scientific popularization with good intentions. There are many products in the Doomsday Resort that are prepared for the Doomsday disaster. Maybe there will be a natural disaster in our world. I don't know what the natural disaster is, but I feel that it is related to the alien spaceship before. Maybe it is an alien invasion. No aliens? This is not certain. The boss of Doomsday Resort said that only those who can receive the advertisement are human beings, and those who cannot receive it are possessed by aliens. Is it true or not? I am not sure about this either. I heard it from the boss of Doomsday Resort. However, Doomsday Resort sells a perspective mirror, which is said to be able to see through people. Maybe if you wear it, you can know whether the people around you are possessed. A lot of people bought it. In this way, under the popularization of the first comers, the newcomers, out of various panic psychology, also cooperated with others to exchange the perspective mirror. Of course, there were also a small number of people who visited the Doomsday Resort directly. While Chu Zisong and others were exchanging points and buying goods, Gu Weiwei also received information. After seeing that they bought a perspective mirror, she felt more relieved. As long as you know how to buy a perspective mirror, you can know how to check the people around you. Just like her now, she was really stunned by the scenes in front of her. Under the perspective mirror, everyone who passed by her had a strange monster that she saw last night lying on their heads. It seems that these are all alien species. As expected, these people were not spared. I just don't know if these alien species can get out after they have possessed people. Did she encounter someone who had been possessed last night, or someone who hadn't been possessed? System, do you understand? In the absence of enough information, Gu Weiwei could only turn to the system for help. She believed that the system definitely had some understanding of this alien species. This alien species is the most hated existence by interstellar life. They can survive in any air in the interstellar. Their body strength is weak and their lifespan is relatively short, but their talent is invasion. They can invade into living organisms, devour the consciousness of living organisms, and dominate their bodies. Many planetary life forms have lost their civilizations due to their invasion. Based on my understanding of them, they are probably very interested in your human bodies. The system really answered in Gu Weiwei's mind. Why? The human body is more convenient for them to move, and the lifespan is long enough. Is human life considered long among your interstellar lives? Of course not, but those with longer lifespans cannot be invaded by these alien species. Among the lives they can choose, you humans have the longest lifespan, and your combat power is probably relatively weak. The system directly said, the number of alien species on this planet cannot catch up with the number of you humans, but because there are enough of you humans, they are already summoning their tribesmen. As long as their large forces arrive, this planet will become their base camp. In the future, this will become their planet. The friendly reminder of the system immediately touched Gu Weiwei's heart. The truth will only be more serious than what the system says, not lighter. After becoming their planet, will they occupy all human bodies? Gu Weiwei asked sharply. She thought of another possibility. No, before they find a replacement race, they will not exterminate the race they invaded, they will only let this race continue to exist, that is, they will keep humans in captivity. The system said directly. Listening to it, Gu Weiwei couldn't help but sighed. Sure enough. Compared to invading all at once, the alien species would be more inclined to leave a fire. So in such a city, most of the NPCs were invaded by alien species, but there were still more than 1,000 people alive. Maybe it was because these more than 1,000 people could not invade, but if they really wanted to deal with these people, would the humans invaded by alien species have no way out? There must be. But why did they not take action? Just to keep them captive, and let them serve them in the future. It really deserves to be a high-level field. If a player enters here, and is accidentally invaded, he may never be able to leave. What are their weaknesses? Gu Weiwei continued to ask. After they invade a human body, if the human body dies, they will be injured and need to be repaired before they can continue to invade the human body. When he recovers his original body, he is very fragile, and even simple fire can kill them. The system is not hiding anything. Such knowledge points are common sense in the interstellar world, and there is nothing that cannot be said. And now, he and Gu Weiwei are allies, so he is willing to talk. Gu Weiwei listened and added, Are they afraid of light? This is not clear, but according to the information I have collected, they have never appeared in the sun in their original state. After getting the confirmation, Gu Weiwei has already figured out a plan to deal with it in her mind. As long as there is a weakness, it will be easy to deal with. Besides, there is still a chance and a loophole now. Then she can continue to make trouble in this world. Chapter 154. Then, Gu Weiwei continued to kill time in the coffee shop. Anyway, when these alien-possessed people did not intend to show themselves in front of others, they would do their work well, and even enjoyed it. For them, perhaps this is still a way to experience life. But for humans, this is simply a disaster. I can't watch it anymore. The more I watch, the angrier I get. Gu Weiwei retracted her attention and started to read the Doomsday Forum. She was interrupted before, and had no time to check how the players reacted after she dropped the bomb. When Gu Weiwei opened the Doomsday Forum, she found that in addition to the pinned post, the post she had just written was hanging high in the first place. Looking at the number of replies, it has already exceeded 10 million. Gu Weiwei was shocked. So many? Then she clicked on it and started to read. Fuck, he is really a big guy, awesome. Not only did one person kill the game area early, but he also turned the whole world upside down. Ah, so awesome. The advanced level is really, ordinary people can't play it. The Doomsday game must be intentional, because the boss is too powerful, so he is afraid. I can't imagine the boss killing his way through the game area. Oh, I feel proud of my compatriots like this. I immediately felt that there was hope of passing the level. At Administrator, you must be careful. Through this simple description, you can know how difficult the advanced level of the weird area is. Hey, speaking of which, Doomsday Resort has really entered the advanced field, serving the boss alone. I was wondering why there were so many talismans. It turns out they were for the weird area. So, the Administrator has Doomsday Resort all to himself? That would be awesome. But why did Doomsday Resort suddenly go to the advanced field? I really thought Doomsday Resort was no longer in the game area. Yes, although I can't see it now, I feel warm inside knowing that it is really in the advanced field. Yes, it's great to see Doomsday Resort in this form. Come to think of it, when I asked before, the Administrator really never showed up once. I'm in a high-level field, thinking about killing every day. How can I have time? Yes, if I wasn't in a relatively relaxed situation now, I wouldn't chat on the forum. It seems a little weird to say this, but Doomsday Resort suddenly appeared, and then the Administrator also appeared in Doomsday Resort. Is there any connection between the two? Ha ha ha, you're really overthinking it. Boss Gu is such a lazy person, he doesn't move unless he can, like an invisible man. How could he be the boss? How could he be the Administrator? It's absolutely impossible for me. It's absolutely impossible. Yeah, how could Boss Gu and the boss be the same person? I haven't seen Boss Gu, but if you just look at the degree of coincidence, it's really too coincidental. The possibility is very high. I think so too, but listening to you say it so confidently, I'm thinking, maybe we're really overthinking it. You must be overthinking it. But what I want to say is, those of you who swore that it wasn't true, if it is true in the future, will your faces be a little painful? No, it's definitely not Boss Gu. Yes, it's really hard to imagine Boss Gu killing everyone. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei couldn't help but burst out laughing. It seems that the impression she gave to people before was really too deeply rooted in people's hearts. So even if someone really found out, they would be overturned by a group of people who swore to do so. It was quite fun. As for the vest, she didn't intend to expose it. Reading further, the matter about her vest had indeed passed. Later, they were more discussing how to challenge the game area like her. I feel that the boss's idea is right. Can we discuss what to do? If you have any ideas, you can put them in the post, at least give some people in the same game area a chance. But will the Doomsday game find out about this post? What if they deliberately target us? The boss is being targeted, so he can only pass the advanced level alone. Fortunately, there is a Doomsday Resort to help, otherwise, he would have disappeared from the game area long ago. What is there to be afraid of? If we don't do it, do you think the Doomsday game will let us go? If it weren't for our own caution and hard work, and the equipment support from the Doomsday Resort, we would have died countless times in the Doomsday game. Yes, and if every player does this, will the Doomsday game be able to handle it? What the boss said is quite right. We are not the only players who are paying. We can ask NPCs for help, and tell them about this. Compared with us passers-by, they will only care more about it than us. If, as the boss said, she is experiencing the 8th disaster of the 9th game, then after this game zone, we can return to Blue Star, and Blue Star will become normal. Why do so many unnecessary things? But what if it's not? And the Doomsday game has harmed so many of our compatriots. Is it enough for us to just let our blue planet return to normal? What about those dead people? What about those living lives? Maybe there are your relatives and friends among them. I always feel that the Doomsday game will not let us go so easily, so we should strike first. Yes, there's nothing wrong in causing a little damage to the Doomsday game. Let me share my ideas. I'm already preparing. Everyone see if you can improve it for me. I have a great plan. I plan to cooperate with the official NPC like this. Bump, let's act together. Even if we can't cause serious damage to Doomsday game, we have to scrape a piece of meat off their flesh. Seeing the latter, Gu Weiwei was so excited. Yes, as long as everyone contributes their own strength, it can always have a little impact on the Doomsday game. At this moment, Gu Weiwei suddenly saw this message. Is there anyone in the alien zone of biological disaster? After entering this game area, it really feels weird, because everything around me is quite normal, and I don't know where the aliens are hiding. I encountered it last night and solved it, but I couldn't find it during the day. Biological alien zone? Will it be from the same world as me? Whether it is or not, give an answer first. The alien species will invade the human brain and completely replace the existence of that person. After possessing the body, it will basically not leave the human body. The alien species that are not possessed will most likely only appear at night, perhaps because they are more sensitive to sunlight. In addition, if there is a castrated version of the vending machine in the Doomsday Resort, you can buy a perspective mirror in it, which can identify the existence of the alien species. In addition, after being possessed by the alien species, it cannot be restored to its original state. The original body is already dead, so don't worry when you attack. After Gu Weiwei posted her post, someone replied to it soon. Boss, you're here again! So the administrator is also in the biology and alien zone now. Awesome! It's only the first day. Boss has already made the situation of alien zone clear. It's really amazing. Yes, I'm in the alien zone now, and I'm confused. Brothers in the alien zone, who has a castrated version of the vending machine? Tell us where it is. We need to buy it quickly. Be careful at night. Boss, can you call us quickly? We are in G City. Boss, if there is anything we can do, just tell me. I am so excited. Can I witness you challenging the whole world? I don't know if it is the same world. Even if it is the same natural disaster, it is not certain. At Boss G City Sea Country, Blue Water Star, does it match? Gu Weiwei looked at it and replied, it matches, and in the alien world, aliens can enter and exit the game area freely, only players can't, so the message is barrier-free. I have set up a group, you can join directly, first come first served, and there will be other ways to deal with it later. Ah, I want the boss's contact information. Want +1. Waiting for the boss to achieve more success. Biological and alien areas, the weather is cold, it's time to break it. Fuck, it's full. At this time, in the group. Boss, hello? Wow, it feels so good to find the organization. What can we do now? After reading the boss's description, it's really dangerous. No wonder the information in this world has not been interrupted. It turns out that the whole world is full of aliens. Although the current level is not intermediate, it will be sooner or later, or even higher. Luckily, I didn't let the alien possess me last night otherwise. Speaking of which, I want to know if the alien has possessed a player and then joined our group. Or after joining the group, we are possessed by the alien again, wouldn't we all be exposed? It's terrifying to think about it. Don't contact each other secretly for now. Gu Weiwei naturally saw what was said in the group. In fact, she had already considered this when adding people. Therefore, she had no intention of forming a team to deal with the aliens in the group. After all, the aliens are too omnipresent. What she had to do was to build a platform. This platform was accessible not only to players, but even NPCs. When logging in, they had to fill in answers to some questions every time they entered, and they had to answer them within 3 seconds each time. In addition, they had to accept inquiries from time to time. At this point, she turned to the system again and again. Maybe there were some concerns before, but now, that's completely gone. If you can get substantial benefits, what's the point of being thick-skinned? Is it done? Gu Weiwei asked the system in her mind. The system responded, and then directly gave Gu Weiwei a website. Can the questions be arranged? I have arranged the common sense questions according to what you said. I also found a few aliens to confirm that they did get many questions wrong. The system said reliably. As I said, either do it or not, but if you do it to the best of your ability. Thank you. Gu Weiwei thanked him, and immediately clicked on the website. As a result, she saw a question on it. If you see a turtle lying on its back in the desert, what would you do? A. Help him turn over. B. Walk over directly. Note: please answer within 3 seconds, otherwise the answer will be invalid. Gu Weiwei was stunned for a moment, raised her eyebrows. I want to answer too. The possibility of the host becoming a different species cannot be ruled out, and fairness and justice are guaranteed. The system answered seriously. The system is definitely doing this on purpose. Gu Weiwei muttered in her heart for a while, but still started to answer. The result was one question after another, which made Gu Weiwei dizzy. I don't know how long it took before I saw a message pop up on the website. Welcome to the non-different species world. Gu Weiwei, This system, is really inhuman. After looking at the website and finding that it was no different from the Doomsday Forum, Guweiwei directly put the link in the chat group. This is a website I built. You can enter it only after answering questions. You can discuss anything here later. Okay. Oh, I knew the boss had a backup plan. I go right away. Is the boss's computer technology so powerful? The website was built in such a short time. I try it. I logged in successfully, but I want to die. It's too brain-consuming. I'm tired of doing such a simple question. Yes. After all, a question can only be answered within 3 seconds. It really depends on instinct. I saw the turtle and walked straight over. Why was it wrong? Fuck, there is actually an alien species lying in ambush. Oh my god. It's so scary. There may be more than one. Kick him out. Sure enough, the previous suspicion was justified. The website made by the boss makes sense. I don't mind the trouble of doing the questions at all. Speak less. Let's talk after entering the website. Many players were really shocked. They guessed that some players would be invaded by aliens, but they really didn't expect that aliens would sneak in such a short time. As for Guweiwei, she kicked this person out as soon as she saw it. Everyone can freely add people to the group, but nothing will be discussed in the group. If there is any follow-up news, I will post it on the forum. You can contact each other and locate through the forum. Try to buy a perspective mirror. After giving some instructions, Guweiwei finally let out a long sigh. She didn't have much time to guide the players, as she had already done what she should do. In the following time, most of the time it depends on the players themselves, but she has been working hard to create a good environment. Then, after entering the forum, Guweiwei saw various player posts popping up, many of which were direct offline contacts. There were also some who had castrated vending machines and designated a location for people to buy, and said that this location would be randomly switched next time, and the latest location would also be posted in the forum. Seeing this, Guweiwei truly felt that the seeds that Doomsday Resort City had sown in the game area several times before were now blooming everywhere. Great! Her previous efforts were really not in vain. Seeing that the players were indeed able to take good care of themselves, Guweiwei's attention returned to her own hands. Now we should consider how to bring NPCs in. The first thing is to declare various information in the form of posts, and pin them to the top, including the location of Doomsday Resort City, and the situation facing this game area. The second thing is publicity. As a surfer, she is still very good at this. Then, she directly posted topics on major platforms. A mysterious website that can only be entered by answering questions. What is in the mysterious website that makes so many people answer questions? A quick question and answer website. So fun. It took me 10 minutes to enter the website. How about you? After doing all this, Guweiwei quietly let the system send some traffic to these topics. In this way, the mysterious website unknowingly entered the vision of many NPCs. Many people really entered and chose to take a look, and started to do the questions. Some NPCs successfully entered. After successfully entering, looking at the various strange posts inside, they still wondered if they had entered a cult organization. As a result, after reading one post after another, they were all shocked. What? Their world was invaded by aliens, and the aliens still retained human memories, and there was no difference from usual days, and they chose to invade humans at night. What is the Doomsday game, and what are the players? They didn't lose contact with the city. The so-called Doomsday game is a lie, right? But the post was so confident that many people began to think about the changes in the people around them. Then after thinking about it, many people really found something strange. The most important point is that many people can't pass the simplest questions they think. Then things got out of control. The website also caught the eyes of some people under such circumstances. In fact, the invasion of alien species has been discovered by various countries. But when they found out, the situation was out of control. There is no way to verify who has not been invaded and who has been invaded. Although some powerful measures have been taken, there is still a feeling of being infiltrated. Because the alien species are also evolving, and there are so many of them, they can't figure it out at all. Until just now, someone suddenly discovered a mysterious website that has emerged on the internet. Although it is still a niche phenomenon, it has been transmitted from person to person. A certain leader also visited this website. For a moment, he was excited. He was sure that the person who invented this website must be someone who knew about the existence of alien species and had the ability to solve it. It was even possible that it was the Doomsday Resort town. With this mentality, the leader started to do the questions without hesitation. After successfully answering all the questions and reading the posts posted by various players, he slowly understood some unknown truths of the world. Without hesitation, the top leader initiated a meeting request. A few hours later, this meeting was held in the sun. All the top leaders of Country C in the capital gathered in the square, and around them, there were circles of soldiers with real guns and live ammunition. At the same time, these leaders were equipped with computers. Everyone, do the questions here first. If you successfully enter the website, stand up and come to me. The current top leader Huang Yutao had already passed the test, so he personally guided this test. Although the leaders who came to the scene didn't know why, they still did it one by one. After a while, some people finished one after another, and they were immediately led to the side after finishing. And many of the remaining unfinished people calmly sat in front of the computer and repeatedly answered questions. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. When no one answered the question, Huang Yutao directly made a gesture to the soldiers on the scene. As soon as the gesture was made, a group of leaders were taken down. What do you want to do? Why do you want to tie us up? We did nothing wrong. This group of leaders shouted loudly, as if they were hurt. Some leaders didn't know what was going on at all. They moved their lips, but didn't say anything more in the end. They still believed in their old leader Huang Yutao. Kill! The next moment, countless guns were pointed directly at their heads. After a shot to the head, a spider-like soft monster emerged from their heads. Everyone at the scene was shocked. They were actually invaded. Then, another team came out and started to burn the monsters that were running around. Perhaps because of their injuries or the sun, their movements were slow, and they didn't have time to escape before they were burned to ashes. Huang Yutao breathed a sigh of relief as he saw monsters appear in the heads of these people. It's finally proven. After confirming that there were people at the scene, Huang Yutao spoke. Comrades, our world has been invaded by aliens without our knowledge. They have entered the bodies of our compatriots and shared their memories, making it impossible for us to distinguish them. But today, we have found a way to deal with them. Next, our daily affairs will be moved to this website for processing. Huang Yutao announced a series of measures. In particular, a small-scale cleaning operation from top to bottom within a certain range should be carried out, and it is forbidden to alert the enemy. At the same time, the promotion of mysterious websites should be strongly encouraged. Of course, the most important thing is to enter G City and look for Doomsday Resort. The mysterious website mentioned Doomsday Resort, and also said that there are products that can directly show aliens in Doomsday Resort. Even if it is surrounded by aliens, it is worth going there. The way of identifying through the website is too slow. There may be countless people invaded in 1 minute. They need faster and more agile means. An action team was quickly formed and headed straight for G City. With the support of the official special force, more and more people were crazy about the mysterious website. Entering the mysterious website to answer questions became a trend in a short time. Many aliens did not escape this trend, but they could not enter the website no matter what, and stopped playing after playing a few times. Little did they know that when they were not playing, the people around them had already remembered them silently, and reported them silently in the posts of the non-alien website. When Gu Weiwei saw the news flying all over the sky, it was already 5 p.m., and she also understood that some official personnel had come to the rescue. Sure enough, as long as the official NPCs were given a little support, they could rise quickly. Seeing the night gradually falling, Gu Weiwei didn't intend to make herself a target of the monster in the night, and rode her bicycle to return to Doomsday Resort City. On the way back to Doomsday Resort City, Gu Weiwei met many people who were rushing towards Doomsday Resort City in a panic. Their conversations also continued to reach Gu Weiwei's ears. You are also going to Doomsday Resort City. Yes, I received the advertisement yesterday and didn't take it seriously until today. As a result, I saw the website in the afternoon. After entering with the idea of giving it a try, I was shocked and quickly packed up my things. I never thought that the aliens in that spaceship have already invaded our lives. It's so scary. Yeah. I don't know how my family is doing. I sent them the website and asked them to log in and send me a message. Yeah, me too, but I feel like it's a bad time. What can I do? It's been a few months. Isn't it too late to find out now? These people were discussing, and they were panicking. At this time, Chu Zisong and others in the crowd saw Gu Weiwei. They had just experienced a thrilling event today, and their legs were still a little weak. At this moment, they rushed towards Gu Weiwei without hesitation. Boss! Save us! If they still had some doubts about the boss before, now they just wanted to say that the boss is a god. Chapter 155. Not only Chu Zisong, Many other people also came in groups, looking at Gu Weiwei as if they were looking at a savior. They really suffered a heavy beating in reality. When they looked at the people around them with a perspective mirror, they really saw aliens everywhere. Originally, they were worried that Gu Weiwei had tampered with the perspective mirror. But they found out through a mysterious website that everything was true. Especially, there were official posts from their country on the website. They are all calling on citizens to go out at night as much as possible and take good protective measures. The official national platform has proved that this is true. At the same time, they really used the website address to experiment with some friends and colleagues around them, and they all failed to meet the standards. Listening to them asking what this website has, and why they can't answer these questions correctly, they are filled with panic in their hearts. Because these questions are simple common sense questions for them, many of them are just easy things, because they are easy and do not take much effort, so they are willing to do it. But the people possessed by the aliens don't understand this. Even if they inherit the memories of people, they can't inherit their emotions. And when they doubt more, the other party's eyes change. No one knows how panicked they are when they find that they are looking at themselves with cold eyes. They are afraid that these aliens will tear them to pieces, or invade them, and replace them in ways they don't know. Fortunately, they know it is daytime, and it is not easy to be possessed, otherwise they might be scared to death on the spot. After barely getting away with it, they ran home, took the valuables in their home, and headed straight for Doomsday Resort. This is the only safe place they know of. Similarly, such a magical place must be their savior. Gu Weiwei looked at the people in front of her with burning eyes, and they wanted to kneel down and ask for help. The corners of her mouth twitched unconsciously. The situation in the morning is really a sharp contrast to the current situation. Boss, is it true that people possessed by aliens can't return to normal? Tan Tianyu followed Chu Zisong and asked with a sniffle. After he went back, he had already used a perspective mirror to see his parents. His parents were indeed invaded by aliens. At that moment, his heart died. Although he had expected it long ago, when he really encountered it, he felt extremely sad. His heart is still aching now. He saw on the website that after being invaded by aliens, everything is irreversible, and he was even more desperate. He wanted to know, boss, is there a solution? This is his last hope. Gu Weiwei looked at Tan Tianyu in front of her and shook her head, no way. If there was a solution, this alien species wouldn't be notorious in interstellar civilization. Then our world can't be restored to its original state? There are alien species all around us. Can we defeat them? Chu Zisong couldn't help asking. It's because the probability is too scary. No matter where they go, there are alien species everywhere. They really felt that the whole world was dark. Otherwise, he wouldn't have collapsed as soon as he saw Gu Weiwei. It was because Gu Weiwei was their last resort. Your city is special. Except for you, everyone else has already been invaded. Because the number of alien species is limited, the smaller the city, the easier it is to be invaded. Gu Weiwei said, looking up and down at Chu Zisong and others, the reason why you haven't been invaded is not because of anything else, but because you have a special physique. Special physique? Yes, alien species cannot invade you, otherwise, your city would have been completely destroyed. Gu Weiwei said directly. Perhaps, this is the wonder of the human body, or it may be a ray of hope for mankind. As soon as the voice fell, it caused an uproar at the scene. Will we really not be invaded? Great. What is there to be happy about? There is only a small number of us left in the whole city. What is the meaning of such a future? The outside world is probably not much different. But the aliens can't invade us, and we are the only ones left. Why don't they just kill us? Then it will be their world. Maybe they have some use for us. What use are we? Our bodies are our greatest value now. Fuck, I get it. What? The aliens must need a constant supply of bodies. They want to keep us in captivity. What do you mean by keeping us in captivity? Just like we raise some poultry to eat, they need us to pass on the family line and provide them with bodies. It's really disgusting. If I encounter such a fate, I would rather commit suicide. The more the group speculated, the paler their faces became. They understood that they were right. Gu Weiwei saw that someone had already deduced it at the scene, and said directly, so, if you don't want to end up like that in the future, learn to pick up weapons and protect yourself. With such a huge difference in numbers, how can we deal with it? Chu Zisong followed closely. Obviously, he hoped that Gu Weiwei could give them some advice. The whole city has 1 million people. How many of them survived? According to the current situation, perhaps 2,000 is barely enough. Because the news has been spread on the internet to a certain extent, anyone can see it. In their city, anyone will definitely connect this matter with the Doomsday Holiday advertisement they received last night, and then head straight to the Doomsday Holiday City. Instead, now, after nightfall and the possibility of a new crisis, it is still late. Since you cannot be invaded, you can observe their habits and weaknesses in depth. Gu Weiwei said without hesitation, they only have the memory of the human body, not the wisdom of the human body. You should be able to deal with it easily. She thought that this part of people who could not be invaded was a breakthrough. After all, the biggest problem of the alien species is the army that has not yet arrived, and no one knows how many there are. Rather than waiting for them to arrive and be invaded again, it is better to study the reasons that prevent them from invading and nip the danger in the bud. Listening to Gu Weiwei's words, Chu Zisong and others were thoughtful. But soon, new questions came to their minds. Are there many people like us in this world? Chu Zisong asked cautiously. Gu Weiwei paused. I don't know about this, but with such a large population, there should be some. Then we won't be sliced. Chu Zisong said in a panic. After all, we cannot be invaded by alien species, so we are natural research materials. Gu Weiwei listened and paused. It shouldn't be possible to slice, but research may be possible. Such news can't be concealed at all, especially in some small cities and counties. The whole county has been invaded, and you are the only ones who are fine. It's a lie to say that you don't attract attention. When the epidemic broke out, people still had to find patient number 1. Chu Zisong looked at Gu Weiwei in disbelief. I didn't expect the boss to be this kind of person. One crisis I haven't announced yet is, the aliens on the Blue Water planet are just their vanguard. Their main force may have received the message they sent back, and are rushing towards the Blue Water planet. Gu Weiwei continued. Since the migration of the entire tribe is the habit of the aliens, it will definitely not change on the Blue Water planet. When Chu Zisong and the others heard this, they instantly felt like the sky was about to fall. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave rises. For the sake of all mankind, let them sacrifice. Woo woo woo. They still don't want to. If they can live, who would want to die? But when the nest is overturned, the eggs will be broken. The whole planet is occupied by alien species, and their life will not be much better. It's a dilemma. Gu Weiwei looked at their tears and said, if you are asked to cooperate with the research in the Doomsday Resort, are you willing? There is a hospital in the Doomsday Resort, and there are also the latest and most advanced machines in it. Gu Weiwei said directly, I don't know how you will be treated in other places, but in Doomsday Resort, you will not be sacrificed. In fact, Gu Weiwei could not guarantee whether there would be people in the leadership of this country who would be willing to sacrifice for the sake of all mankind. Just in case, it is better to keep this matter under your eyes. At least she can do it with a clear conscience. As for the others, as long as the research results are obtained before leaving, Chu Zisong and other special beings will no longer be special, and they will be safe. We believe you. Chu Zisong said without hesitation. If Gu Weiwei didn't tell them, they wouldn't know. If they were discovered later, they wouldn't even have time to prepare. The main reason was that Gu Weiwei was so powerful. If she really wanted to do something to them, could they stop her? They couldn't. It was because she was so powerful that there was no need to have any thoughts about them. If they did, they could still hope for her protection, and then they would definitely pay the price. Gu Weiwei looked at their trusting expressions and said calmly, you should go into Doomsday Resort and settle down first. Night has fallen. When the voice fell, the lights of Doomsday Resort lit up. The place where they stood was also illuminated by lights. It was also at this time that countless people saw that behind them, countless black creatures were rushing towards them frantically. Run! The aliens are coming! Mom! There are so many aliens in our city! Are they still trying to kill us? How did they know we were here? Hurry in! Run! Run faster! It's so scary! The aliens are coming. Will the people possessed by the aliens come too? For a moment, everyone ran madly towards the Doomsday Resort, completely forgetting that they would not be invaded. As for Gu Weiwei, she naturally became one of them. The NPCs didn't know, but didn't she know? These aliens were coming for her. Chapter 156. Soon, a group of people quickly entered the city wall. When they looked back, they saw that the Doomsday Resort had been surrounded by alien species. The black mass, coupled with those hideous tentacles, made people feel chilled. This is too scary. So this is the true face of the alien species. These alien species are too crazy. Have they discovered the location of the Doomsday Resort? So fast. The Doomsday Resort just landed last night. Fortunately, the Doomsday Resort has a protective shield. What kind of black technology is this? It's amazing. The Doomsday Resort has experienced so many Doomsday worlds and is trustworthy. Have you also read the chat content of those players on that website? I saw it. After all, they are experienced people. I was curious and clicked in to take a look. The Doomsday Resort has a very high status in their eyes. Speaking of which, they said that there is a big guy in our city, and I don't know where he is. I heard that as long as this big guy spends a month in our city safely, they can return to their planet. That's great. You remember so many things in such a short time. Because I kept checking it over and over again, trying to find evidence that it was fake, but I was convinced little by little. The survivors watching around couldn't help but discuss it. Everything in front of them was really beyond their imagination. But later, the content in the website emerged in their minds little by little, and their impression of the Doomsday Resort became more three-dimensional little by little. Immediately, many people took out their phones and started filming the scene in front of them. They believed that most people had never seen aliens. While they were filming, Gu Weiwei was looking at the panel and controlling it. If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think it's a sick cat? She herself can't do anything to the aliens. So can't the Doomsday Resort, the control center, sniper tower, city defense firepower cannon, arrow tower, all the movable buildings were mobilized by Gu Weiwei. After confirming that there were enough of them, Gu Weiwei started the attack. The next moment, countless artillery fire was fired from the Doomsday Resort, directly bombarding the aliens. Boom boom boom. As various artillery fire and arrows fell on the aliens, countless aliens were blown apart and penetrated, their bodies scattered all over the ground, and they spontaneously combusted. In a flash, the densely packed aliens were directly dispersed, and many of them were directly hit, and turned into a pool of meat paste. As for the rest, before they could reunite, a new attack came in an instant. Wave after wave, the aliens at this moment, let alone touching the virtual protective shield of Doomsday Resort City, would all be killed if they were within a short distance. Doomsday Resort City showed its fangs at this moment. Many survivors who were filming videos shook their hands unconsciously. Originally, they just wanted to film the terrifying aliens, but they didn't expect to film the scene. The terrifying aliens they identified seemed to become insignificant under the attack of Doomsday Resort City. Aliens, it seems, are not so invincible. Their biggest advantage is that they can invade people's brains. But if they can't invade, they are just ordinary creatures. For example, if aliens can't invade them, as long as they have weapons in their hands, isn't it easy to kill these aliens? At this moment, it seems that something is fermenting in their hearts. I remember that there seemed to be guns and ammunition for sale in the Doomsday Resort? Yes. Then why don't we buy some to deal with these aliens? Of course. It's just that we don't have enough points. Hey, what do you think will happen if we go to the city to steal gold late at night? Will the aliens pursue us? Why are you afraid of the aliens pursuing us? We are all going to live in the Doomsday Resort. Then, try it tonight? I think it's okay. But can we deal with the remaining aliens now? Well, go and try. Since the first person mentioned it, the idea of dealing with aliens gradually rose and took root in the minds of all the survivors. After seeing the aliens outside begin to fall apart, and some of the remaining ones were slowly trying to escape, they took out some knives from their bodies and stepped forward without hesitation. Most of the knives were fruit knives and kitchen knives, which they used to defend themselves. At this moment, they could come in handy. Anyway, the alien species can't invade them, so what are they afraid of? Don't be afraid. In a word, just kill them. Go! Chu Zisong was among them, and he said directly to Wenxinjia, Tan Tianyu and Tang Haoran and his wife, we won't be invaded, don't be afraid. The recycling cabinet used to recycle strange things, including bugs. Maybe this alien corpse can also be exchanged for points. The 5 of us will form a team together. Since fate brought them together before, let them fight together. Some people are stronger when they form a team than when they fight alone. Of course, Chu Zisong lowered his voice when he said the last sentence. This was just his guess and his experience after reading many Doomsday novels. When Wenxinjia and others heard this, their eyes lit up. Then the 5 of them went in the direction of the alien species. Some of the 5 were responsible for finishing off the enemy, while others were responsible for gathering the bodies of the alien species. In a short while, the bodies of the alien species were piled up around them. Seeing this, the others also followed suit. But relatively speaking, there are still a lot fewer than the 5-person group. With more people fighting for the bodies, the aliens were directly divided up. At this moment, the aliens that can be left on the scene are basically dead. Gu Weiwei, who was watching the scene, was a little surprised at their behavior of fighting for the bodies. Their reaction was really fast. System, can the bodies of aliens really be exchanged for points? Gu Weiwei asked curiously. Well, many interstellar civilizations are studying alien bodies. The system reported back, the price is not very low, one is about. The recycling price of the recycling cabinet is 2 points. Gu Weiwei listened to the pause in the system's tone, and her eyes flickered. Perhaps, the price in the interstellar space is much higher than the recycling price. But this is normal. The middleman makes a profit from the price difference. It is also because of this profit that the Doomsday Landlady system came to Blue Star and chose her. That's good. Gu Weiwei did not ask further. At this moment, Chu Zisong and others had already moved the corpse of the alien to the recycling cabinet. Recycling price. 2 points. When seeing this price, Chu Zisong and others were excited. It's actually worth money. We just picked up more than 200, which is more than 400 points. We will split it equally among the 5 of us. I don't know if there will be another chance tomorrow. As they spoke, their eyes were shining. With points, they can stay in the Doomsday Resort City for a while, and buy all kinds of equipment for self-defense. How can it be bad? Where do the aliens hide during the day? Do they have a nest? Do we have a chance to destroy their lair? Because of the temptation of points, the survivors' ambitions are expanding wildly. Looking at their appearance, Gu Weiwei also reminded them. There are still some positions in the Doomsday Resort that are recruiting people, and they can also get stable points, which will not hinder you from looking for aliens. Gu Weiwei felt that it would be more convenient to have a driver in such a large Doomsday Resort. Okay. The survivors looked at Gu Weiwei and responded enthusiastically. Of course, everyone respected Gu Weiwei. They saw that Gu Weiwei had killed a large group of alien species with just a few gestures. How arrogant she was, not to mention that there were countless good things in the Doomsday Resort. This is a strong thigh. Afterwards, the survivors who had benefited from the alien species began to happily buy various equipment. After the purchase, they turned their eyes to the city where they originally lived. The lights there were still brilliant and noisy. But countless lives were buried there. They escaped from there, and now they wanted to go back. Chu Zisong and his party were no exception. This time when they returned, they took Tang Howren's car. At this moment, they also got in the car again, but unlike the panic when they came, they were now very determined. Gu Weiwei looked at the still deserted Doomsday Resort at this moment, but for the first time she felt that deserted was a good word. Of course, some people chose to stay in the Doomsday Resort, but they were all holding their phones and computers and having sex like crazy. They planned to post everything that had just happened to the non-alien website. Such a passionate scene should not be seen only by them. Soon, the video of the Doomsday Resort scene had appeared on the non-alien website homepage. Explosive. The Doomsday Resort's crushing attack on the aliens. It turns out that the aliens are so easy to deal with. Aliens exchange high points in the Doomsday Resort. Listing the good things in the Doomsday Resort. Posts about the Doomsday Resort occupied the homepage in a very short time. Many survivors who had been on the website for a day clicked on the post without hesitation. They had suffered too many shocks today. Every time they learned something, their hearts sank. They felt exhausted as they watched the end of the world coming, but were powerless. The only consolation was probably the Doomsday Resort City that the group of players who were put into the Doomsday game said had saved the lives of countless NPCs in the game area. Looking at his past glorious achievements, they naturally hoped that the Doomsday Resort City could give them hope, save them, and save their city. Therefore, after seeing the new news about Doomsday Resort, everyone naturally couldn't wait. Clicking on each post, the image of Doomsday Resort seemed to become three-dimensional in their minds. Ah, Doomsday Resort is really amazing. It can actually defend against alien species. Not only can it defend, it can also kill them. Yes, so many alien species were blown into pieces like rags. As long as the alien species don't possess the body, it doesn't seem to be very strong. So as long as the problem of possession is solved, there is still hope, right? Also, the corpses of alien species can be exchanged for points, which is really great. There are also products from the Doomsday Resort. I saw a protective suit. Can this protective suit protect alien species? Absolutely. Earn points to buy it. There is also a perspective mirror. Isn't it faster than answering questions directly? That's right. In fact, when answering questions, I sometimes make mistakes, but I finally pass it. Those aliens are basically wrong. So, the existence of the website is to give us a place without aliens where we can speak freely. Yeah. After reading it, I suddenly feel confident. With the Doomsday Resort, there is hope. When can we buy the goods of the Doomsday Resort? Can we go to the city where the Doomsday Resort is located? I think we can go. I will go there tomorrow and buy the goods. I will feel at ease. The number of replies to related posts is still increasing, and the number of replies also represents the hope of the survivors. Chapter 157. At this time, the authorities were actually keeping an eye on the non-alien website. After all, relatively speaking, they understood that this website was their hope to fight against the aliens in the future. At this moment, they were watching the relevant videos of the Doomsday Resort with their eyes fixed on them, fearing that they would miss something. After watching it several times, many people silently withdrew their gazes. To be honest, most people at the scene were really shocked today. In the afternoon, they were suddenly called and witnessed a tragedy of alien possession. That scene will definitely be unforgettable for them in their lives. Although they knew about the alien possession and had been carefully protecting themselves, they did not expect that there were actually colleagues who were possessed around them. If it had not been pointed out today, they really did not see it. They all had a feeling that after the alien possessed a person, the evolution speed was obviously faster. They began to learn to disguise, and even to disguise emotions. This ability is really too terrifying. Compared with the cold one before, this one is really impossible to distinguish without special means. Fortunately, there is this Doomsday Resort City that suddenly appeared. I didn't expect the Doomsday Resort City to be so powerful. Someone sighed subconsciously. But now that the Doomsday Resort City has been exposed, people are going to City F. Will it arouse the suspicion of the aliens? Now everyone on the internet is talking about this website. If it is an ordinary alien, they may not think much, but if it is a more powerful one, I don't know if there will be any means to deal with it. The most important thing now is that we don't know the extent of their infiltration into us, and whether there are any key positions that have been infiltrated by them. Even our leaders have been infected despite the layers of protection. What about the military? Also, not everyone in the civilian community is willing to enter the website. According to the current number of people on the website, there are only a few million people, and most are still in the dark. Perhaps it will only take a day for countless people to be infected. I suspect that some small towns may have been wiped out long ago. When the situation becomes chaotic, we may not be able to control the situation. But even with the existence of the Doomsday Resort, the people on the scene were still worried, and they expressed their concerns one by one. It was also at this time that a person posted a new post on the website. People coming to F City, please be careful. F City, where the Doomsday Resort is located, has basically been occupied by alien species, with only more than 1,000 people left. Now all of them are in the Doomsday Resort. Don't come at night. Don't come at night. Try to arrive during the day. This person was the one who had proposed the annihilation of small towns before. The next moment, he quickly spoke to Huang Yutao in the main seat. There are only more than 1,000 people left in F City who have not been invaded, and F City has a population of 1 million. After Shi Ziyuan knew the city where the Doomsday Resort was located, he immediately investigated all the information about City F, so he knew everything and could blurt it out at this moment. As soon as the data came out, everyone at the scene took a breath of cold air. A city with more than 1 million people was gone just like that. There are so many cities like this across the country, will they all? When they thought of this, everyone's heart jumped even more. This is really too dangerous. Everyone looked at Huang Yutao, hoping that he could come up with some rules. No destruction, no construction. Huang Yutao's expression calmed down a little. Perhaps we should directly announce the news of the alien invasion so that the people can protect themselves. Now that the aliens at the bottom have not really upgraded, it may be the best time. We didn't announce it before because we didn't find their exact method, but now that we have, we can no longer give them the opportunity to develop. In fact, Huang Yutao has always supported explaining it to the public, but for the sake of social stability, it was suppressed. Now, he can finally bring up this point again. Listening to Huang Yutao's words, the scene was silent. In fact, they were afraid that the whole country would be unbalanced because of this news, so they would rather maintain stability on the surface and intend to solve this problem privately. But in fact, they simply could not control the situation because the aliens were too pervasive. As for their hovering alien starship, they tried every way to enter and even attacked it, but they could not solve it. There is a protective shield around the alien spaceship, which is a special energy cover that they can't break. They even thought about nuclear weapons, but in the face of the consequences, they chose to restrain themselves. And now, they are hiding, which seems to only make people unprepared for the aliens and continue to expand the aliens team. Perhaps, it is indeed time to break down and build up. After a long time, someone finally spoke first. I agree. As soon as he spoke, the scene seemed to be torn open, and one after another, more and more people spoke in agreement. I agree. Me too. Announce it. The public has the right to know the truth. But the timing is important. Yes, at least we have to buy perspective glasses that can detect aliens and protective clothing that can protect against aliens in the Doomsday Resort City, so that the public can have an extra layer of protection. Just when everyone was thinking about when to announce it, Ziyuan spoke again. Some players of the Doomsday game have made suggestions. What suggestions? While Huang Yutao was asking, he also checked his phone. They said that the vending machines in the Doomsday Resort sell 3 kinds of goods. As long as you buy these 3 kinds of goods, you will be invincible. The first kind is the castrated version of the vending machine, which can be placed in major cities. 10 kinds of goods can be set up for sale, and these 10 kinds of goods can be replaced. Even if the Doomsday Resort leaves, as long as you have points, you can still buy them. The second kind is the purification trash can, which has the same function as the recycling cabinet, but the price is slightly lower than the recycling cabinet. It can be used to exchange points, and used with the castrated version of the vending machine. The third kind is the backpack grid, which is similar to the existence of a space prop. A backpack grid can store 99 kinds of goods. The country can use this to prevent the castrated version of the vending machine and the purification trash can in various cities. Ziyuan spoke bit by bit, and every word he said touched the hearts of everyone present. These 3 are good. This way, we will have enough time to deploy in most cities. Yes, even if the announcement is made at that time, we will not be powerless. We can deploy, and then tell the public the truth about the aliens. All major cities can be deployed within 1 day. As for smaller cities, we can only try to arrange them, but I am afraid that the result will be the same after the arrangement. If only the Doomsday Resort had appeared earlier. It's good enough that it appeared. Why should we expect so much? That's right. People at the scene spoke one after another. The tone was hopeful and emotional, and finally turned into gratitude. Luckily, it's not too late. At least there is a chance for them to resist, instead of sinking into despair. Huang Yutao listened to everyone's words, and looked away from his phone. His frowning brows relaxed at this moment. In this case, notify the team going there to buy a large number of these 3 products. In addition, send another team to the provincial capital of the province, where City F is located to control the airport. From tomorrow on, deliver the castrated version of the vending machine and the purification trash can to various provinces and cities. At the same time, send the army to wait. Once the delivery is completed, immediately call a press conference. Huang Yutao followed the words of the crowd and made the final decision. The voice was sonorous and powerful, knocking into the hearts of everyone present. However, this voice was like a tonic, which brought everyone out of the trough of life. Yes! Each of them answered forcefully. As for the players who proposed this suggestion, their existence is also very important. Send a team to contact them, cooperate with them. They have enough experience in dealing with Doomsday games. We can also learn from them, and see if we can get more information. Huang Yutao also thought of the players, who played a key role and followed suit. Yes! Immediately, someone in the corresponding position agreed. Also, no matter how big or small the news is on non-alien websites, you can't miss any of it. If there is any critical information, you must report it. Yes! Also, in F City, are there more than 1,000 people who have not been invaded by aliens? Huang Yutao looked thoughtful. In a city full of aliens, they can survive safely, and have not been invaded. There must be something special about them. Do you want to control them? Someone instantly got Huang Yutao's meaning, and his eyes lit up. The reason why there is no invasion in a place full of alien species is probably because alien species cannot be invaded. If so, they have the value of being studied. Their first reaction is to find them, and let them cooperate in the research. This is a matter of life and death for all mankind. Ziyuan on the side rejected it immediately. No! When other people looked at him, Ziyuan continued, they have entered the Doomsday Resort City, and are also tenants of the Doomsday Resort City. Didn't the players say that the Doomsday Resort City will ensure the safety of the tenants? If we control them directly, we may offend the Doomsday Resort City. This method is not suitable. I think we can send a team of experts to live in the Doomsday Resort City. Is there a safer place than the Doomsday Resort City now? No, it is very suitable for research there. It is most appropriate to let those people cooperate there directly. Both of us will be safe. Okay. Huang Yutao nodded. When the time comes, check whether there are such people in other cities, and investigate their information. Yes. However, if the aliens cannot invade them, a city of 1 million people still keeps them. Isn't it a bit wrong? Huang Yutao keenly noticed something wrong. Ziyuan listened and then replied, I think that perhaps the aliens want to keep humans in captivity. Their invasion of humans may not be permanent, so they need the next generation. As he spoke, Ziyuan looked very cautious. Everyone's heart skipped a beat unconsciously. If that's the case, the aliens are even more terrifying than they imagined. Once it comes true, humans will have no future and will simply become the shell of aliens. After 1 or 2 generations, they may not be humans anymore, but livestock. Everyone's body trembled unconsciously. If that's the fate, it's better to die early and be reborn early. Maybe it's not just that. At this time, Huang Yitao spoke up and raised his phone. There is new news on the website. The boss of Doomsday Resort City revealed that most of the alien species have not yet arrived on our blue water planet. Fuck. The alien species still has a large army? So, even if they invaded many people, they still live a normal life quietly? It's not that they don't want to attack, it's just that the time has not come yet. In this case, everything is really right. Yes, everything is right. Who said these aliens have no intelligence? I'm anxious for them. We must act faster. Can we know when their main force will arrive? The people at the scene were even more anxious. Huang Yitao took a long breath and then said, let the space department monitor it carefully. Yes. No, let's wait until we have tested that the space department personnel have not been invaded. Yes. Then everyone talked about the details again. They all knew that this would be a long and protracted war. Chapter 158. As night falls, all cities have entered the nightlife, and countless people are enjoying the good time after get off work. However, there are also some people who return home before the sun sets, pay close attention to their doors, and turn on the lights in their homes. These people are all those who enter the non-alien website. After browsing the website for a day, they really think that all this is too terrible. It is the kind that becomes more and more terrifying when you think about it carefully. In addition, they dared not to search online, so they could only use this deadly method secretly. It said in the book that you should try to stay in a room by yourself and make the room as bright as possible. It is true that aliens are afraid of light. But even so, different families still have different situations. Dad, Mom, I really didn't lie to you. Our lives have been invaded by aliens. Don't watch zombie movies all the time. It will make your brain go crazy. It's true, the official staff said it in the book. What website? Show us. It's... The man was about to speak, but the next moment, he was stunned by the cold light in his parents' eyes. Then, the next moment, an alien rushed out of the room and attacked the man directly. A moment later, the man was completely replaced, and the mobile phone he had used before was taken out. Click on the browsing history and prepare to enter the website. But after entering the website, the answer window popped up. Looking at the strange questions above, the alien that had just invaded shook his head at the two of them. The questions are different. I didn't expect them to create a website that prevents us from invading. It's just a last-ditch effort. When our main force arrives, humans will no longer be a threat. Yes. When the two aliens looked at each other, their eyes were full of contempt for humans. But in a flash, looking at the newly minted alien, his eyes became much kinder, absorb human memories well, and try not to make mistakes. When you grow up, everything will go more smoothly. Yes. Wife, why don't you come back tonight? I have a surprise for you. The husband's gentle voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Then the woman on the phone shook unconsciously, and then said, I shared the link with you today. Have you logged in? I'm busy today, so I haven't logged in yet. We log in together when you come back. The voice on the other end was still gentle, but did not directly answer the woman's topic. The woman listened and gave up completely. Her feeling was not wrong. She could feel that her husband had become much colder to her during this period. This coldness was not in words, but in physical contact. When she held his arm, his body was stiff. When she went to bed at night, he was unwilling to hug her, but stayed away from her. She originally thought that her husband had someone else outside, and she had been secretly observing his phone, but there was nothing unusual. But the uneasiness deep in her heart never disappeared. She never understood why, until today, when she entered the non-alien website by chance, a trace of suspicion came to her mind. So this happened. And now the facts prove that she guessed right. Even though she was in pain and sad at this time, she wanted to confront the alien, but she still held back. At this time, protecting yourself is the most important thing. After taking a deep breath and then exhaling, the woman calmly spoke to the other end of the phone. I have something to do today, so I won't go home yet. I go home and teach you later. The woman tried her best to make her tone sound no different from usual, and after a while of intimacy, the woman hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, she looked at the surrounding environment and cried loudly. The current house was bought before she got married. Her husband knew that there was a house, and knew the community, but he didn't know the specific house number. It was rented out to someone else before, but it was just returned last month. Now it's just right. She came here because she needed her own space to calm down and hide away. She thought that if her husband wasn't like that, she could ask him to be careful and reunite tomorrow. But now, it's impossible. Bang, bang, bang. There were knocks on the door outside, but the couple was trembling while holding their child. They had just verified that their parents were invaded by aliens, so they pushed them out of the house as soon as possible. They also clearly noticed that at the moment the door was closed, something black suddenly jumped out from the darkness and fell heavily on the door. After noticing it, they had already blocked the door, as well as all the windows and doors in the house. They didn't know if the aliens could get in through these things, but they had tried their best. After an unknown amount of time, there was no movement outside the door. "Mom and Dad, don't you let Grandpa and Grandma in?" The child in their arms asked innocently. They are not grandparents. The couple touched the child's head and said, "Did grandparents do anything to you during this period?" They were actually a little afraid that their child was also invaded, but after asking similar questions, their child answered, and they felt relieved. "No. Grandparents are very good to me, and they always let me eat more and grow longer." The couple listened and felt a chill in their hearts. Why are two aliens taking care of the child like this? Oh my God, how can we deal with the aliens? If we can escape tonight, let's go to the Doomsday Resort. The wife finally spoke. Okay, fortunately, we turned our savings into gold for investment. The gold is enough for us to live in the Doomsday Resort for a while. Now the country is known about this matter. The Doomsday Resort has equipment, and there will be a solution sooner or later. Yeah. After the couple reached a consensus, they kept praying in their hearts that the aliens would not rush in. TSK, 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 what a crappy website. You have to answer questions to enter. I don't care. A man looked at the various messages he received asking him to enter the website and muttered unceremoniously. Then he replied one by one. Has your account been hacked? Don't be fooled by some messy website. Soon, a bunch of new messages came. Try it now. Otherwise, don't even think about asking me out again. Hey, I don't know if you're pretending or really. Looking at your answers, I think you haven't been hacked, but has your brain been hacked by stupidity? It's okay if you don't answer the website, but don't go around at night. The man looked at these answers and snorted. He was a rebellious person, and just didn't go to the website. As for the night, he wasn't used to going out anyway, so he might as well play games. Bang, 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 your takeaway has arrived. There was a knock on the door. After hearing the sound, someone went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, the man felt a soft-bodied creature pounce on his face. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Ah, don't get into my body. Thank you for the takeaway, I will enjoy it. Then, the man and the delivery man smiled at each other and said goodbye tacitly. Similar scenes are happening in thousands of households. Some people have survived the difficulties, some have been invaded by alien species, and some have not noticed anything. At the same time, the team sent by Huang Yitao finally appeared outside the Doomsday Resort. The helicopter stayed in the air, and there was a strong wind on the ground. They didn't dare to come down at this moment. They had already seen the dense alien species outside the Doomsday Resort. The next moment, they were thinking of a solution, as if because of the gathering of alien species, the Doomsday Resort began to bombard densely. After blowing away most of the alien species, they saw waves of people rushing out from inside and cleaning up the battlefield. The people on the whole plane were really taught a hard lesson. This Doomsday Resort seems to be really extraordinary. Chapter 159. After confirming that there were no alien species on the ground, the helicopter landed steadily in the open space in front of the Doomsday Resort. A dozen soldiers quickly entered the Doomsday Resort. They were the advance team, and they came to check the situation of the Doomsday Resort first. The main force was still waiting outside. They would enter F-City in the daytime. After all, the news that almost 99% of the more than 1 million people in F-City had turned into aliens had reached their ears. No matter how brave they were, they didn't dare to enter F-City at this time. They came to F-City with the determination to die. Fortunately, the existence of Doomsday Resort City was real and more powerful than imagined. Their mission as a pioneer team was completed. They reported their safety to the main force as soon as possible. After reporting their safety, they looked at the Doomsday Resort City behind them. Even though they were prepared before coming, they were still shocked to see a city that appeared out of thin air in F City. This kind of power is indeed extraordinary. It is precisely because of its extraordinary nature that it can contend with alien spaceships and alien species. Zhong Feiyu, the leader of the team, thought about it and looked a little more relaxed. At this time, the survivors were already carrying the alien species back. Of course, they also noticed Zhong Feiyu and his party in military uniforms. Chu Zitsong's eyes lit up instantly. Brother Jun, did the national team really notice their situation here? Are you here to investigate the situation in Doomsday Resort City? If there is anything you need to know, I can help you, Chu Zitsong said. He still had his second year thinking, and at this moment he really wanted to contribute to the country. Okay. Zhong Feiyu looked at the positive Chu Zitsong and finally agreed. Finding someone who came first would indeed help them understand the Doomsday Resort City faster. Of course, not everyone followed. Zhong Feiyu immediately arranged for other people under his command to learn about other places in the Doomsday Resort City, and then they followed Chu Zitsong. Chu Zitsong took Zhong Feiyu directly to the vending machine and recycling cabinet, and introduced them to Zhong Feiyu. Zhong Feiyu's eyes immediately searched for the castrated vending machine, the purified trash can and the backpack grid. These are the necessities for their trip this time. If nothing unexpected happens, they will appear in major cities in Country C and become the hope for people to survive. Of course, the most important thing is the perspective mirror. With the perspective mirror, you can see the aliens. Aliens can also exchange points, and there are different prices according to their size, but the minimum is 2 points. Chu Zitsong was still talking. Zhong Feiyu was listening quietly, and at the same time took pictures of all the products with his mobile phone. After the shooting, looking at Chu Zitsong beside him, Zhong Feiyu spoke directly. You live in F City with more than 1 million aliens. Why are you okay? This question was too direct. Chu Zitsong was stunned for a moment, and then said, we don't know, maybe there is something special about us. We are willing to cooperate with the national inspection, but only in the Doomsday Resort City. Chu Zitsong thought, fortunately, Boss Gu prepared them mentally, otherwise, they might be furious. It turns out that the country really noticed the abnormality in them. Yes, how could it not notice it? It will be discovered sooner or later. Zhong Feiyu looked at Chu Zitsong's calm look, with a little surprise in his eyes. You knew it a long time ago? Boss Gu mentioned it to us, and she also said that no one in the Doomsday Resort City can control us to do things we don't want to do. Chu Zitsong spoke with confidence. Doomsday Resort City gave them enough confidence. But Boss Gu also mentioned that she is willing to provide the hospital to the country for research. Chu Zitsong finally said something. One thing they knew very well was that the country was in danger, and they were willing to contribute part of their strength while ensuring their own safety. Hearing Chu Zitsong's words, Zhong Feiyu smiled calmly. Tomorrow a team of experts and academicians will come to Doomsday Resort City. The country has never thought of sacrificing this part of the people directly. Chu Zitsong understood Zhong Feiyu's meaning at once and smiled happily. Thank you for answering my questions, Zhong Feiyu said, saluting Chu Zitsong. Chu Zitsong listened and felt a little embarrassed. You're welcome. Please do your own thing. I need to be busy, Zhong Feiyu said urgently. Yeah, bye, Chu Zitsong said hurriedly. Then he watched Zhong Feiyu enter the Doomsday Resort City, and then return to his team. What's wrong? What's their purpose? When Xinjia, Tan Tianyu and the others asked with a little curiosity. Probably to study the Doomsday Resort town, and see if there's anything they can do to help the outside world. Chu Zitsong responded, thought for a moment, and said, the country already knows our uniqueness. Isn't this normal? I was mentally prepared when I sent that post. Does the country have any ideas? When the last question was asked, there was a moment of silence. They still care about this question. The country has sent a team of experts to F City, and they plan to enter the Doomsday Resort City, Chu Zitsong said in a relaxed tone. When Xinjia, Tan Tianyu, Tang Haoran and others listened and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, let's try to save more points. Only in this way can we live better and better in the future, Chu Zitsong said directly. After this great change, their world has become different. They need to make more preparations to live a relatively better life in the future. Yeah, others nodded. Speaking of which, they are already very lucky. They survived when they were surrounded by aliens. Before others could discover the true situation of the world, they encountered the Doomsday Resort. This little advantage is enough to make them move faster than most people. They have to make good use of their advantages. On the other side, Zhong Feiyu met up with his other teammates. After the meeting, he went directly to an apartment, took out his computer and mobile phone, and began to report information to the other side. Zhong Feiyu transmitted all the videos of the products of the Doomsday Resort City that he had taken to the other side. Immediately, many experts began to do research and speculation around these products. At the same time, Zhong Feiyu also video called Huang Yutao and other leaders. In the same video conference room, there was also a team that entered the player's city. At this time, it was another team that was talking. We have joined the players and got the perspective glasses from them. We can indeed see the aliens clearly. The proportion of aliens in G City is not as high as 90%, but it is also as high as 40 to 50%. According to the players, G City is the primary field of the Doomsday game, and F City is the advanced field of the Doomsday Resort City. There is only one big player at present. Chu Ruobing, the captain of another team, reported the situation in an orderly manner. In addition, we have a major discovery on the player's side, which may be very beneficial to our next plan. What discovery? As expected, Huang Yutao immediately paid attention to what Chu Ruobing said. There are surprises on the Doomsday Resort, and they also hope that there will be surprises on the player's side. Players can buy a building from the Doomsday game, the shelter, for 100 points. The initial shelter is 100 square meters, but it can be upgraded with points. After the shelter is established, it can prevent aliens from entering. However, the shelter has a disadvantage, that is, it needs energy to operate. Fortunately, this energy can be purchased in the Doomsday Resort, but if it is operated for a long time, it requires a lot of points, and if aliens attack the shelter, it will consume a lot of energy. Chu Ruobing directly brought up the topic. A shelter is similar to a Doomsday Resort City, with a virtual protective shield outside? Huang Yunao asked. Yes. Buy it. Must buy it. Must buy it no matter how much it costs. Huang Yutao said without hesitation. What they were most worried about before was that there was no place in the world that could make them feel at ease. According to their current number of people, it was impossible for all of them to go to City F and enter the Doomsday Resort City. Therefore, they were all prepared for a long-term war. But now, this shelter gave them a new hope. What's the problem with energy? Can't their entire country's resources afford it? Of course, as long as they use the shelter properly, the resources consumed may not be that high. They can build their own base, and then put the shelter on this base. In terms of physical defense, it can defend against aliens. As for the existence of the virtual protective shield, it is more to identify aliens and prevent them from blending in. Thinking about it, Huang Yutao said without hesitation, buy from them. We are willing to give them 20% of the agency fee, and we will help them complete the task later. Other conditions are also fine. Okay. Chu Ruobing agreed. She knew that the leader would be very interested. Are there any other news? Huang Yutao continued to ask. Other news, more about the Doomsday game, but it is not very relevant to our current situation. I have asked special personnel to record it, and will submit it later. However, there is one thing worth paying attention to, that is, the country invaded by the Doomsday game will continue to have its cities selected as game areas. After being selected, its danger will also increase significantly. The Doomsday game is targeting us. Maybe more of our cities will be selected as game areas in the future. If we want to get rid of the Doomsday game, we must upgrade our civilization to level 2 civilization. Chu Ruobing continued to drop a bombshell. This news was told to the players before the Doomsday Resort City, and it was also told to countless game worlds. They all bought many high-tech books from the library of the Doomsday Resort City. Level 2 civilization. When Huang Yutao and others heard it, they were stunned. This is really not a simple matter. Their world is just less than level 1 civilization. This is still according to the standards they set themselves. Who knows what the level 2 standard of the Doomsday game is? It seems that we have to get a lot of information from the Doomsday Resort. However, Shi Ziyuan, who was listening, couldn't help but speak up. Speaking of which, what level of civilization does the alien civilization belong to? After the voice fell, Huang Yutao and others' eyes fell on Shi Ziyuan. Is he setting his sights on the aliens? Although it sounds a bit outrageous, it seems that it is not impossible. It can even be said that this is an opportunity to fight back against the aliens and get rid of the Doomsday game. Everyone's heartbeats accelerated unconsciously at this moment. How dare they? But it's really exciting. Huang Yutao calmed down and said, we can work towards this, but before that, we have to cooperate with other countries to control the aliens around the world before the new alien army arrives, and then launch a counterattack. The time when the alien army arrives is critical, and we also need to find the Doomsday Resort to inquire. Zhong Feiyu felt that Huang Yutao's eyes were facing him directly at the camera, and his mind suddenly remembered Boss Gu mentioned by Chu Zitsong. Although he had never seen him, Chu Zitsong's words had already given him a preliminary outline of a simple image. Chapter 160. While Zhong Feiyu was thinking, Wang Yuntao had indeed started asking, "Have you met the owner of Doomsday Resort? How is he?" Zhong Feiyu listened and immediately replied, "I haven't met him yet, but I heard from the survivors that she was willing to hand over the hospital to us for research. She should be a kind person. In addition, she is also very powerful. Countless alien species attacked Doomsday Resort, but they were solved in an instant. According to my observation, the alien species seemed to have an unusual aggression towards Doomsday Resort. Although he didn't know much about the aliens, according to the information at hand, the aliens were not particularly aggressive towards humans as bodies. At least they attacked subtly and not openly. Many of them were even one-on-one invasions. In this case, the aliens attacked the Doomsday Resort in groups, which really had a little trick." Hearing Zhong Feiyu's words, Chu Ruobing also spoke up. It should be the Doomsday Game's targeting. Players said that Doomsday Resort City helped many players, and the game world in the previous game area. It was fine when it was an apartment at first, but after Doomsday Resort City developed, Doomsday Game began to target Doomsday Resort City. In the previous few games, some natural disasters directly attacked Doomsday Resort City in the end. As a result, since the previous 2 games, no players have encountered Doomsday Resort City. It seems to have disappeared. Until this game area, they met a player who entered the advanced game field by chance, and then they knew that Doomsday Resort City was in the advanced field. Now they are all saying that the person who created the non-alien website is the boss of Doomsday Resort City. Chu Ruobing revealed the information she had learned about Doomsday Resort bit by bit, and her words could not hide her admiration for Doomsday Resort and Gu Weiwei, the boss. She did not doubt that the players would deceive her, because the players' admiration for Gu Weiwei was beyond words. Especially the equipment they took out, these life-saving treasures that helped them survive one game zone after another, were all obtained from Doomsday Resort. When it comes to the miserable conditions they encountered when they first did not encounter Doomsday Resort and its products, she understands it even more. Countless people died in the disaster. Just like now, countless people in their lives were invaded by aliens. They still don't know how many people were invaded by aliens, but they can guess that this is definitely a huge number that many people can't face. So even if they are angry, they can only suppress it and start to organize their counterattack. And they can counterattack because they still rely on the Doomsday Resort and Gu Weiwei. Their fate overlaps with the players to a certain extent. It will also be revitalized by the Doomsday Resort. Chu Ruobing has never met Gu Weiwei, but she inevitably has a sense of admiration for her in her heart. Listening to Chu Ruobing's story, Wang Yuntao and others' impression of the Doomsday Resort has indeed been raised to a higher level. Indeed, according to all the current information, it tends to be that the Doomsday Resort is here to help them. In fact, his arrival is their luck. However, Shi Ziyuan had an idea at this time. What about the boss, who is in the same game field as Doomsday Resort? What about the boss who bravely entered the advanced field alone? It was this boss who revealed the news of Doomsday Resort to them and told them about the alien species. But why is this person nowhere to be found now? Shi Ziyuan really felt that this boss seemed to have disappeared directly. At least that boss had appeared before. Shi Ziyuan's words made everyone at the scene stunned for a moment. It seems so. Is it possible that this boss is the boss of Doomsday Resort? Wang Yuntao spoke directly. After combining all the clues and eliminating all possibilities, even if this matter is impossible, it can only be the fact. Wang Yuntao's words shocked everyone in the audience. If these two people are equal, everything makes sense. Okay, regardless of whether it is true or not, if the other party has no intention of telling others, we don't need to investigate it, and there is no need to mention it in front of other players. Wang Yuntao spoke. In fact, if these two people are really the same person, the other person's behavior of wearing a vest is also correct. One is the owner of the Doomsday Resort, a higher being. Whether she rescues the players or not, the players may feel grateful. If they knew that the other party was a player, those players might have higher requirements for the other party, and perhaps many people would feel jealous. Why, as a player, she can get such a big golden finger, and does not have to suffer from various natural disasters in the Doomsday game. Why, as a fellow player, can't she provide special merchandise and equipment to other players for free? Why? Facing life and death, human nature cannot stand the test. If the other party hides behind, everything will be different. The players' emotions will become more objective, and their requirements will be lower. Of course, even if it is finally exposed, they will still be more grateful. because they know how many good things the other party has done. Is an ordinary person invincible when he first owns the Doomsday Resort? Impossible. The Doomsday Resort was also built bit by bit from the apartment. Yes. Chu Ruobing and others nodded. Then the topic returned to the beginning. They wanted to deal with the aliens. I will go to Boss Gu to get the news tomorrow. Zhong Feiyu said without hesitation. If he knows the answer, he will tell us. There is no doubt about this. Well, I hope we can have more time. When Huang Yitao said this, there was a little more desire in his eyes. In this situation, time is really too important for them. Then, there was the exchange of various information. Everyone gathered all the current information points. At the same time, they made the next related plans. This meeting lasted for a long time. It was also from this meeting that the fate of this world changed. On the other hand, Gu Weiwei, who was being discussed by them, had already known about the arrival of the official personnel, and was also considering whether to take the initiative to find the other party. After all, the matter of the alien species is really urgent. If the official moves faster, more people may be saved in the end. As she thought, the system popped up in her mind. They will come to you tomorrow, and your vest has been guessed by them. The Doomsday Landlady system suddenly spoke. Gu Weiwei listened and was immediately surprised. Her vest. Oh, the vest of the big player, and the big boss of the Doomsday Resort. So perceptive? They have contacted a group of players in City G and learned some information about Doomsday Resort City. Through their words, it is easy to find a big player. The system continued to explain. They are so fast. With a way to identify aliens, the action will naturally be fast. So what did they discuss? Gu Weiwei continued to ask. In most cases, the Doomsday Landlady system will not take the initiative to bubble up. Now that it has taken the initiative to bubble up, she will naturally take the opportunity to learn more information, deal with the alien species, and use them to advance to level 2 civilization. The Doomsday Landlady system's tone also showed appreciation for their idea. Not bad, decisive. Gu Weiwei also admired the other party's courage, and now was indeed a very good opportunity. They need time, so they want to know through you, when will the alien army come? Oh, I don't know system, do you know? Gu Weiwei continued. Yes, I know. The system replied, they have about half a year. Gu Weiwei got a positive answer, but smiled. It seems that the alien species sells well in your hands, right? System. Don't worry. I think with your help and my help, this world will be able to fight against the alien species in the end, until they are completely eliminated. Gu Weiwei continued happily. The system stopped talking. He admitted that after working with Gu Weiwei for so long, Gu Weiwei also understood him a little. Chapter 161. That night, Gu Weiwei received a large amount of fixed points, which were bought by Zhong Feiyu and his group, who had just arrived at Doomsday Resort City. They basically bought castrated vending machines, purification trash cans, perspective mirrors, and energy blocks. Through these, Gu Weiwei also understood their preliminary plan, especially the appearance of energy blocks, which means that the official has contacted the players and plans to match them with the shelter. The combination of these four can be regarded as a sure kill for the aliens. At least it will make the aliens unable to react. Then I open the non-alien website and check the situation on it. On the homepage, many posts are active, most of which are asking for help, how to deal with the aliens, and how long it will take for the country to take action. For ordinary people, the overall situation is anxious, because they found that after discovering the truth, they are powerless to face the aliens. In such a situation, it is better not to know, of course. These are just complaints made by emotions in a state of anxiety. After learning about the existence of Doomsday Resort from the players, they all said they wanted to come to Doomsday Resort. Gu Weiwei's eyes flashed. So it's okay to come to Doomsday Resort. When the country has not yet been truly built, she is indeed an option. Come if you believe it. And when they come, she will treat them well. Then, after a rough browse, Gu Weiwei closed the website and opened the Doomsday Forum instead. Doomsday Forum has now become the vanguard of the counterattack. When you open it, you will see various actions announced by various players against the Doomsday game. Some people mentioned that they have contacted the official NPC and are ready to work together. Most of the worlds that can organize counterattacks are those invaded by monsters and zombies. For these worlds, all you need to do is to eliminate the pollution source. On the contrary, regular natural disasters such as extreme heat and extreme cold are not easy to solve. However, with the existence of shelters and vending machines, there are more casualties than before. Many people are beginning to tend to technological innovation, such as starting to grow vegetables and food within the scope of the shelter. As long as there is a little hope, both players and NPCs will never give up. The game area I entered this time has a shelter. I saw that the NPCs have built greenhouses and have grown fresh vegetables. My situation is similar, but they have already harvested vegetables and are more considering grain crops. They are now trying to plant them, and the seeds have already sprouted. We are dividing the area one by one, encircling the zombies, and trying to eliminate all the zombies as soon as possible to see if we can end the game early. We are also trying, but the monsters are a little harder to deal with. We can only try to kill as many as possible before leaving. The NPCs will continue. They will succeed sooner or later. If they don't leave the game area, there will be the next player to take over. Yes, as long as we all work hard to keep more people alive and build a good ecological environment, the road will only get easier for the players behind us. The main thing is that we are full of hope now. Everyone is very supportive. Off topic, let me ask, what is the situation in the administrator's game area? Can the administrator really make it through the last level of the Doomsday game? I don't know based on the administrator's own strength, but with the bonus of the Doomsday Resort, I believe it is possible. Every day now is really full of expectations. Yes, for the first time, I feel that the countdown of the Doomsday game is so exciting. I really can't wait to return to Blue Star. I miss him so much. I just don't know what Blue Star looks like now. At worst, it will be just like the game world we have experienced. If we can help the NPCs in the game world to resist, then we can also help our world to resist. Yes, everyone should make more preparations. Don't forget to bring back the castrated vending machines and other things to our blue planet when the time comes. Yes, I will definitely bring them back. At Administrator, I am waiting for your good news now. At Administrator, I am waiting for your good news now. Gu Weiwei randomly entered the post and saw nothing but replies with a spirit of resistance. Obviously, the player's thinking has changed. Seeing everyone's expectant look, Gu Weiwei's mouth corners curled unconsciously. People, sure enough, they all like to see exciting things, but after seeing the back, Gu Weiwei's mouth corners froze unconsciously. Because suddenly they were counting on her again. At this moment, Gu Weiwei was under great pressure. 8 categories, experienced elementary, intermediate and advanced games, these are all guesses. If not, these people will be disappointed in the end. Will they quit being fans and turn against her? Soon, Gu Weiwei threw this thought out of her head. Anyway, she never said that she would definitely be able to return to Blue Star after this game. In addition, she would not be willing to bear the fate of others. No matter what the result is, she will accept it calmly. But in fact, she does tend to believe that this is the fact. The endless alien species outside the Doomsday Resort are evidence. The Doomsday game is indeed a little anxious. Maybe the original setting was like this, but the scene when this result was achieved must be different. However, the fact is the fact. Whether it is caused by the variable of Doomsday Resort or not, the Doomsday game can only be accepted. There is one thing that needs to be explained. Administrator, due to some special reasons, the time of the advanced field game area will exceed 1 month, and it will take at least 2 months to end. In addition, there is no guarantee of clearance, so don't hold too high hope. I hope everyone will still work hard to focus on their own game area and protect their own safety. After the post was published, it didn't take long for the post to get a lot of replies. 2 months? So long. 2 months is 2 months, it's just one more game. What's there to be afraid of? It seems that the difficulty of the advanced field is really extraordinary. It doesn't matter, Administrator, you just need to pass the level well. Passing the level is just a guess. Administrators don't need to feel psychologically burdened. You pass the level well, that's better than anything else. That's right. We want to go back to Blue Star. We will definitely protect ourselves. Haha, I suddenly found the administrator so cute, and he is under so much pressure. No need, no need. Seeing this, Gu Weiwei was relieved instantly. Most people know this truth. Thinking of this, Gu Weiwei withdrew her attention from the Doomsday Forum. The Doomsday Forum gave her motivation, and she would work hard in this game area. Although she would leave regardless of whether it was 2 months, who said she couldn't do it in advance. Soon, Gu Weiwei went to rest. A good night's sleep. The second day of the game. When Gu Weiwei woke up in the morning, she saw the sharply increased points. Many of them were contributed by the recycling cabinet. Looking at the recycled things, Gu Weiwei already understood that the official army had arrived. In addition, Gu Weiwei also saw that the number of tenants had increased by tens of thousands, and the number was still growing. It's been a long time since I last saw it lively. Originally, I thought that this game area could only hold on to more than 1,000 tenants, But now it is simply a pleasant surprise. However, most of the tens of thousands of people at present are rich, but being rich is also an advantage. For the subsequent development, no matter whether you are rich or poor, you will work hard to survive. Especially for those who have families, they will work hard for their families and children, because their safety ultimately depends on themselves. Doomsday Resort is just a passerby. Of course, there are also many people who come to apply for the job. Looking at the resumes arranged by the system, Gu Weiwei checked the suitable candidates little by little, and then issued the employment notice. After finishing the work, Gu Weiwei went directly to the restaurant and had breakfast before leaving. As soon as she left the house, she immediately noticed someone staring at her. Gu Weiwei thought it was probably an official. Sure enough, a moment later, someone came in a hurry. "Hello, Boss Gu, I am Zhong Feiyu, the captain of the official first-line team," Zhong Feiyu said to Gu Weiwei very reservedly. After all, Gu Weiwei in front of them had extraordinary abilities, and even involved the fate of their world, so it was difficult for them not to be cautious. "Hello." Seeing this, Gu Weiwei smiled at Zhong Feiyu in front of her. "You are here to find out when the aliens will arrive." Zhong Feiyu listened, and his pupils shrank unconsciously. Gu Weiwei actually knew. As if she saw Zhong Feiyu's thoughts, Gu Weiwei said directly, "I leaked this news, so I naturally know what you want to ask." "Does Boss Gu know?" Zhong Feiyu asked cautiously. "If even Boss Gu doesn't know, they can only prepare for the worst." "I know, about half a year." Gu Weiwei gave an accurate time without hesitation, which was really unfathomable. Zhong Feiyu listened to the answer, and a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. He actually knew it. Thank you. Zhong Feiyu spoke incoherently. "You're welcome." After a light breath, Zhong Feiyu relaxed his expression and said to Gu Weiwei, "Boss Gu, are you going out now? Do you need us to send someone to accompany you?" Even though he guessed that Gu Weiwei was also a player, and a very powerful player, Zhong Feiyu wanted to do something to show off. "No, I like to be alone." Gu Weiwei said, "Of course, if I need any help, I will contact you. This world has smart national leaders. Nothing on the land has been destroyed, and the strength is relatively strong. She will not show off her IQ. She is just an ordinary person. Maybe because of the Doomsday Resort, her personal quality has improved a little bit. How can it be compared with a country?" "Okay." Zhong Feiyu agreed. In his heart, he had a little judgment about Gu Weiwei. The person in front of him was indeed a free and easy person. Then, when he saw Gu Weiwei leave calmly, Zhong Feiyu reported the news immediately. Half a year is enough time, and they can do a lot more. Even their counterattack evolution can be more perfect. It's really great. Chapter 162. Zhong Feiyu's news soon reached Huang Yadao and others. When they knew it was half a year, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This number was indeed beyond their expectations. The extreme plan they rushed out overnight yesterday was 1 month. After all, we know from the players that Doomsday Resort will basically only stay in a game area for 1 month. Although Zhong Feiyu mentioned the conclusion that he might stay for 2 months through the recruitment notice of Doomsday Resort, for them, it is most important to have sufficient counterattack capabilities and be tested before leaving Doomsday Resort. But now, the time has been extended to half a year, and they still plan to proceed according to the original plan. Make good preparations, and slowly eliminate the alien species across the country one by one. Then there will be a large-scale war abroad. If possible, they really don't want to interfere in foreign affairs. But the same world, the same community of destiny. If they don't care, let the alien army invade other countries, and their country will still be in danger at that time. So it is better to let foreign countries make some preparations as soon as possible and let them join the action. What about other situations? Wang Yitao continued to ask. The items sent by the large army have been exchanged for points. We have purchased castrated vending machines, purification trash cans, perspective mirrors, protective clothing, backpack grids, and other products. They have been distributed according to your requirements, and will be sent to different cities in about an hour. Zhong Feiyu said, then we will meet with the team sent by Captain Chu and arrive at the designated location. Okay. Wang Yitao responded immediately. Their goods were successfully shipped out, so the next step was their business. Then, Wang Yitao continued, the affairs of Doomsday Resort and F-City are now in your hands. If there is an emergency, please contact me directly and report to me. This way, there is no need to report repeatedly and waste time. Yes. Zhong Feiyu replied. By the way, there is also a team of experts. They will also arrive at Doomsday Resort today. After the cleanup, personnel will be gradually mobilized from various places. Their safety is in your hands. Guarantee the completion of the mission. Zhong Feiyu said firmly. He knew very well that compared with others, he had the least pressure with the Doomsday Resort behind him. If he couldn't control such a situation, then he could only die to apologize. Then, after hanging up the phone, Zhong Feiyu called a team and asked them to go out of the city to investigate the situation. City F said that the entire city had fallen, but they still needed to verify whether it was true or not. Even the counties, towns, and villages under City F, they needed to search. As long as there are no alien invaders, they also need to bring people into the Doomsday Resort. The more people alive, the more power they have to deal with the aliens. On the other side, after Huang Yitao hung up the phone, he immediately started to get busy with his people. First, the census of the heads of each province and city, and then the census of each military region. Currently, all civil servants in the system and military soldiers in the military region are required to take a test to enter the website when they go to work today. After the preliminary test, those who did not pass were controlled immediately. This is an internal review. Although it has caused some disturbances in various provinces and cities, it is not a big deal for the time being. However, when these data were collected in Huang Yitao's hands, they became a terrifying number. The number of suspected aliens in the civil service and military system has reached a terrifying proportion of 50%. This is still the uploaded number. Of course, for some cities, if there are no problems or very small problems reported, they will assume that it is 100%. Obviously, some smart aliens have already discovered the anomaly, and then started to lie without hesitation. After all, the whole city is their world. And this situation is also expected by Huang Yitao and others. Some aliens grow fast, and have developed intelligence that is no different from humans. If they enter the official personnel system, they will choose to cover up as soon as they receive the news. There are even some who don't even want to cover up, and directly choose to rebel. Most of the cities that have lost contact are county-level cities or small towns. They are likely to be completely controlled by aliens, just like F City. The larger the city, the lower the proportion of people invaded. They are also planning to surround the big city with small places. Shi Ziyuan looked at the latest data, and his face was not very good. Even if he was prepared, he couldn't feel good when he saw so many people invaded by aliens. Hundreds of millions of people. No matter which battle or disaster in history, it could not reach this level. This period of history is the most painful lesson for them humans. Even more, the death toll will continue to be guaranteed. Because these small cities also include some military bases. They took control of these cities, and directly left, and would not miss such an opportunity. What about the military? Huang Yitao frowned and asked. The proportion of the military will be relatively low, only 20%. Perhaps because of the strict management, everyone acts collectively, and it is difficult for aliens to find opportunities. However, many senior personnel have been invaded. If it is later, this proportion will definitely increase a lot. Shi Ziyuan replied. In the meeting room, there were other leaders who just counted and gasped. What about those who have been checked out temporarily? Do they need to be executed immediately? Let's execute them immediately, otherwise, there will definitely be chaos. It has been confirmed that they can't be transformed into humans again. So kill them, and let them rest in peace. Maybe there are people who have been wrongly accused here. The number of people who have been wrongly accused is very small. Then, one by one, they started arguing. Some hoped to solve the problem in one fell swoop, while others were afraid that there were compatriots among them, and that there might be misjudgments. Listening to their arguments, Huang Yitao said directly, the perspective mirror, protective clothing and other items are on the way. They will not be detained for too long before the second verification can be done. Then after the verification, will they all be killed? Someone suddenly asked. Huang Yitao looked at the other party, paused, and then said, He Runin, what do you think? He Runin sighed and said, We have mobilized many medical and biological experts to enter the Doomsday Resort city for research. Aliens can also be used as research subjects. If we can develop a drug that can destroy these aliens, we can change our bombing plan for a single city. At least we can preserve the original city and resources. When He Runin said this, many people's eyes moved slightly. Some people have thought of this, but no one dared to bring it up. The danger here is too great, and it is extremely easy to have no research results. In this case, there is really no direct solution. The expert group has also proposed this point. The aliens in F City, the Doomsday Resort, will be used as research subjects. If there is no ability to control them, they should be killed. Huang Yitao said decisively, however, if there are aliens with superior IQ or other special circumstances, they can be sent to the Doomsday Resort as different bodies. He read and listened and felt relieved. She just couldn't bear to give up some cities, and hoped that there would be a way to save them. Next, the location of the shelter. If there is a complete defense system, choose it there. If not, choose the best location to build. Next, the allocation of military personnel must be assigned to the corresponding cities as soon as possible to maintain order. Next, immediately afterwards, one after another, the details were formed through the discussion of everyone, and at the same time, one after another was released. In places that many people cannot see, the whole country has begun to change quietly. City S is the capital city of the province where City F is located, and it is also the most developed city. Castrated vending machines, purification trash cans, and other things are the fastest to be delivered to City S, and the shelters and corresponding energy sold by players in City G are also fast. Mayor Chudayu of City S also got the verification early in the morning, and cleared out a lot of his personnel. At the same time, they also selected the Jianmen district they had developed as the location of the shelter. Jianmen district is the latest new district developed in S City. It is only connected to one of the urban areas, and the connection is all by bridges and highways. The route of entry and exit is relatively simple. As long as this passage is controlled, it is a natural refuge. In addition, there are many vacant buildings in Jianmen district, and only a few people and businesses have settled in. The population is sparse, and subsequent personnel relocation does not require much action. All of this was done before the arrival of the shelter and other goods. Even Chudayu has arranged for the screen personnel to enter. At the same time, a team from a nearby military district is about to arrive in Jianmen district to take charge of the protection of this area. Therefore, when the goods were in hand, Chudayu immediately placed the shelter in Jianmen district and filled the pre-prepared things into the purification trash can in exchange for a large number of points. After purchasing energy blocks, he kept upgrading the shelter until the shelter included the entire Jianmen district. After the shelter was built, Chudayu began to verify the official staff. Those who failed the verification will be killed. With the help of the perspective mirror, the aliens have no way to hide. Afterwards, the verified official staff were assigned to different areas and communities throughout the city of S, and a new batch of population census operations were started, breaking the whole into parts and starting the big cleanup operation in the city of S. Those who passed the verification will soon receive official evacuation information. A small number of people began to sneak into the shelter without knowing it. Such actions not only occurred in the city of S, but also spread continuously as the goods from various cities arrived. And such actions were carried out one after another, which directly caused a lot of turmoil in the whole society. Not only the survivors who were not invaded, but also some aliens whose IQ has evolved. They launched a questioning on the internet. Chapter 163. Are there any big actions recently? My family suddenly lost contact after going to work today. My family too. And my family too. They are all working in the company. We are working in the company. Nothing happened. But many people went to the building to sweep the floor, and some colleagues were called away, and they couldn't be contacted afterwards. Yes, and there is a website that has been making a lot of noise recently, and there are links to this everywhere. I received more than a dozen links today, and I don't want to click on any of them. Speaking of which, this strangeness started from the website yesterday. Is there really a secret in this website? I clicked on it, and it asked a lot of stupid questions. After I answered a few, it kept asking me to answer. I got annoyed, so I closed it. Forget it, I go in and take a look. In fact, most of those who were called away are dead. Dead? You must be kidding. Those are all official staff. I'm an employee of the crematorium. Many people were cremated today. I'm too busy to handle it. Are they all in the same city? This kind of thing happened in our city too. I'm in City B, and it's the same in our city. Many officials announced a sudden meeting, and then nothing happened. Building raids are also happening, and many people are being taken away. Not only that, there's a military base around me. People are coming in and out. It feels like something big is happening. And there are planes. My flight today was delayed, and they said the airport was temporarily requisitioned. Something big must have happened. Strongly request the country to announce what happened recently. What is the website? We don't want to be fools who are kept in the dark. Hope the news will be announced. The country should not treat us as fools who don't understand. Maybe they are doing some horrifying experiments in private. Fuck, don't you feel that there is something inside in the comments above? Someone is instigating. That's right. Although it feels like the country has taken some big actions in the past 2 days, I really feel that even if it is kept secret, it is for our own good. Everyone should not get too excited. Yes, I thought I was the only one who felt this way. That's right, I just wanted to know what happened, but now I don't want to know. There are so many traitors here. The topic is closed. Wait for official news. Speaking of which, it may be related to the previous alien spaceship. It's ridiculous that there has been no news of alien invasion. Now there is such a big move. It must be that aliens have entered our vicinity, and now we are looking for aliens. But will aliens suddenly appear one day? Why are you checking now? Maybe they found a way suddenly, like the website that suddenly appeared yesterday. Can website problems verify aliens? Aren't those problems very simple? Who knows? If this post is still there, it proves that the previous ones are true. So what happened in the past 2 days is because of aliens. It is very likely. But why do we need to check people for aliens? Is it possible that aliens can invade the human body and replace people without them noticing? That's what they say in novels and movies. Oh my God, this is too scary. Similar posts and discussions spread across the internet at lightning speed. From the initial doubts to the subsequent horror. Many survivors really became more and more scared the more they thought about it, and they pushed the related topics to the top of the hot searches. Today's hot searches were taken over by the internet. Alien invasion. Alien possession. Has anyone around you been replaced by an alien? Official alien cleanup operation. Be careful of everyone around you. I thought it was just an ordinary questioning, but it became more and more intense as time went by, and it was out of control in the end. Many of the aliens involved were a little confused. They just wanted to provoke people's distrust of the government, so how did it end up exposing their actions? Even though the aliens have wisdom, they still feel that there are many knowledge points that they don't understand. This is different from what they expected. Many aliens said that they were a little at a loss. In fact, after the aliens were involved, the official was the first to discover it. After the discovery, they did not delete the posts and ban the accounts as before. After all, now they have a way, they are no longer afraid. After that, they directly sent special personnel to guide the people inside, so that the people can understand the truth themselves, so as to ferment the speech. At this moment, all kinds of conspiracy theories are coming up. If it is a normal person, he will panic. If it is an alien, he will also panic. It's just that normal people will wait for the country's response, while aliens may make some small moves. The country has also clearly realized that aliens will evolve, and their wisdom is born in the human body they parasitize. If the parasite is smarter and has more knowledge, they will grow faster. Perhaps for this reason, aliens have recently targeted the elite, businessmen and officials. Not only because of wisdom, but also because their class allows them to quickly gain the right to speak. They even want to peacefully evolve the world. That is, to control the world without people knowing it. When the people who are not possessed react, perhaps the whole world has been overturned. This is also known from the aliens. After arresting so many aliens, the authorities did not choose to deal with all of them, but chose to torture some of them. Some did not get any results, and some only revealed a few words. When they knew this, Wang Yadao and others were really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Because according to the aliens' home-changing technology, who can resist them in the end? It's really fortunate. And in the following time, the official personnel are waiting to see what choice the aliens hiding in the crowd will make after discovering that their existence has been exposed to the public. Will they continue to hide in the crowd, or escape? If they escape, where will they escape to? The authorities are more willing to believe that the aliens must have their own communication channels, and even know their distribution range. Compared with their own little by little exploration, observing the movements of the aliens is also a way. For this reason, they have found some aliens when they were sweeping the building, but they still did not take them away. In addition, in this process, they sometimes took away aliens, and sometimes took away survivors, causing some confusion to the aliens. At the same time, various pictures of the arrest scene from the perspective of netizens were also posted on the internet. Some netizens also published a lot of seemingly reasonable tips on how to protect yourself from being possessed by aliens. Many people scoffed at them, but seeing the messages flying everywhere, they still clicked on them. As for those who are more sensitive, they will search for them themselves without even needing to advertise. Anyway, netizens are surfing on the front line, and their interpretation of the country is also super fluent. Many people have already smelled a different smell. It can be said that when the government starts a war of public opinion, it is easy to control it in a few minutes. While the authorities were manipulating public opinion, alerting survivors, and disrupting the aliens, they also did not forget to speed up the construction of the shelters. There was even a sense of giving up everything, and they started directly launching construction plans in various major cities, mobilizing many personnel, even aliens, and using them. As long as they did not escape, the authorities would pretend not to know and just closely monitor them. Time was consuming day by day. The third day of the game. The official internal cleaning plan was still continuing. The personnel of each military region are frequently transferred, and soldiers are stationed in major cities. After selecting areas, many cities began to build large-scale buildings and began to build walls. The fourth day of the game. The official internal cleanup plan was initially completed, and the aliens who ambushed the official and military suffered a large number of casualties. More and more cities joined the construction. Some netizens filmed the aliens appearing and uploaded the video to the internet, which set off a frenzy. The aliens began to frantically select people to invade, and the official army began to clean up. The fifth day of the game. Castrated vending machines, purified trash cans, and other products are placed in the shelter under construction. The shelter officially starts to operate. Various places begin to guide non-alien personnel into the shelter. The places that have not been open call on people to stay at home at night. The open aliens can only invade people at night. Known identities are exposed, and aliens begin to flee. The sixth day of the game. More and more city walls are built, forming a fortress. Shelters appear in large numbers, and become one with the fortress. The shelters are now open to the public, and survivors can choose the corresponding shelters nearby. The seventh day of the game. By this day, even though the official has not yet officially announced it, the existence of alien species has spread among the survivors. Every day on the internet, there are videos related to alien species, various base construction events, and various measures to prevent alien species. Many survivors are really confused. At first, they regarded it as a fun event, but in the end, it became a reality. What can they do in the face of this phenomenon? They can only wait for the protection of the mother country. After all, their mother country's recent actions do not seem to be unaware of the inside story. Now it depends on who will win, and who will lose between the country and the aliens. Just when they thought that the country would continue to hide it, today, suddenly, the country is going to hold a press conference. As soon as the news was released, countless people waited in front of the TV, computer, and mobile phone for the press conference. At 7 o'clock, the press conference started on time. Wang Yuntao, the national leader, appeared in the news broadcast room. As soon as he appeared, he went straight to the point. Ladies, gentlemen, friends, today is a day of special significance. Today, I officially announce to the public that the crisis of life and death of all mankind has come. Aliens have already invaded our lives. I am sorry that as a national leader, I did not appear in front of the public earlier to announce this truth. I am also sorry that I did not realize the invasion of aliens to our country and people earlier. Fortunately, we have obtained tools to identify aliens and a base that can defend against aliens. Next, we will arrange personnel to enter the base in an orderly manner, and will also counterattack the aliens. I believe that we will be able to defeat the aliens and continue to fight for the continuation of mankind. After such an announcement, the comment area below exploded directly. Chapter 164. Finally, the announcement was made. Watching the huge changes in life these days, I really feel like I'm dreaming. Yes, I still haven't recovered, especially since my wife and children suddenly disappeared yesterday. I just realized that they were invaded by aliens. Woo, my family too. I always thought they were not invaded by aliens until they all disappeared. My family was taken away directly by official personnel. In fact, I have always wanted to say, if you knew the truth a long time ago, why didn't you tell us earlier? Maybe our family members will not be replaced by aliens without us knowing. I feel the same way. It's very uncomfortable now. I've been rushing these days, but there's no response at all. Don't complain too much. What can the country do? According to the content revealed now, it's obvious that aliens could not be identified before. Some people noticed that someone around them had changed their personality before, but many people said it was an illusion, didn't they? Now looking back, everyone is evidence. Speaking of which, the changes in the country started with that website. Is the website a product of the country? I was one of the first to enter that website. Let me tell you, it was not created by the country, but by a place called Doomsday Resort City. It was only after this website came out that the country initially discovered a way to identify it, and then began the cleanup operation. Later, many good things appeared in this Doomsday Resort City, which are closely related to the current changes. What are they? The perspective mirror can see the alien possession situation, the protective clothing can prevent alien invasion, the vending machine can buy food, medicine, equipment, and other goods, and the purification trash can be exchanged for points to buy things. Isn't this in the shelter? Yes, it is in the shelter. Even the current shelter looks like we built it ourselves, but it is a high-tech product with an invisible protective shield that aliens cannot enter. Does the shelter also belong to Doomsday Resort? No, it was sold by players of Doomsday Game. Do you know what Doomsday Game is? It is the culprit that caused our world to be like this now. The players of Doomsday Game also had their world invaded by Doomsday Game, and were sent to different worlds to carry out missions. Their casualties were much more severe than ours. When they encountered Doomsday Resort, there were 100,000 of them participating in a game, and only a few survived. Since the shelter is a product of the Doomsday Game, why can't it be used? It must be to drain the players' points. The function of the shelter must be limited. Yes, it takes energy to maintain the shelter, and it also needs energy to upgrade. The initial 100 points, but it takes hundreds of thousands of times to expand. Then the energy block. The Doomsday Resort can be purchased, and the price is relatively low. Is there any connection between the two? It feels a bit subtle. The connection is probably that they are all high-dimensional products, but the Doomsday Resort is definitely inclined to help humans, or trade with humans to obtain resources, but the Doomsday Game is a naked plunder. How do you know so much? I saw it on a non-alien website, sorted out through players and official posts. Oh, there are also many comments from tenants of the Doomsday Resort. That website link is a non-alien website. Wow, why didn't I enter earlier? Alas, I was a stubborn person at first, and now I regret it. Speaking of which, is it too late to go to Doomsday Resort now? It must be very safe there. Those who didn't come before can't come now. You also know about the aliens' defection. Do you know where they defected to? They went to the small cities occupied by them. You don't know that those small cities have long been completely occupied by aliens. The whole world is full of aliens. The city F where Doomsday Resort is located is a county-level city. The 1 million population has basically been invaded by aliens. Only more than 1,000 people who entered Doomsday Resort survived. How are these 1,000 people still alive? 1 million people have invaded. Why not invade them? I heard that they have something special, so the aliens can't invade them, so they just let them go. The reason for letting them go is that the aliens need to circle humans. Special physique? Can we study them? The countries you can think of have already thought of it. Many experts have entered the Doomsday Resort a few days ago and started research, but it's just normal research. Ah, I'm so envious. Then why can't we go to Doomsday Resort? If it's so powerful, wouldn't it be easy to deal with the aliens in F City? You're overthinking. There's only one boss in Doomsday Resort, and the rest are our people. How can we fight? But we can still fight back. Now a bunch of aliens are attacking Doomsday Resort outside Doomsday Resort. Maybe they know that Doomsday Resort has done so many things and ruined their plans. Is there a video? Yes, you can search online now, because the matter has been made public. Many things on the non-alien websites have been moved out by people. However, there are many non-alien people on the internet, so everyone should be careful to distinguish them and not be deceived. It is more reliable to enter the non-alien websites. I used to think that the problems on the non-alien websites were outrageous, but now I think that I am the one who is outrageous. Really, everyone should thank Doomsday Resort, thank the players, and thank our national team for their quick response. Otherwise, no one knows what the situation is now. Do you know how many people have been invaded by aliens? How many people are left? I don't know, but many small cities have been occupied, with millions of people there. Just count them, and you will know that it is not a small number. Not to mention small cities. In big cities, 40 to 50% of people are possessed by aliens. If you calculate it this way, how many hundreds of millions? Oh my god, what a terrible number. So after being possessed by aliens, can you return to normal after removing the aliens? The official answer is no, so the best way to treat aliens is to kill them. Don't show mercy. Even if you see a familiar face, don't sympathize with them. Does this encourage us to kill aliens ourselves? Yes, after discovering that we knew about it, the aliens had already defected and gathered together. They are developing fast, and their IQ is very high. Now they are counterattacking. Do they have weapons? You forgot that there are so many alien spaceships staying all over the world. That is their original base. There must be weapons in it, so try to enter the shelter and cooperate with the national action. Have they started the attack? You can watch the news. They have already started. After all, the aliens are not stupid. They are coming for our world and our bodies. They may show mercy to us because they need our bodies, but they must not win. Because if they win, we will be their captive bodies. They can take us whenever they want. They may even force us to reproduce and give birth to new bodies for them. Ugh, what the above person said is too disgusting. But this is the fact. If you want to live, try to take up weapons to protect yourself, the shelter, and our country. Of course, if you don't dare to fight the aliens, try to collect gold, metals, and other resources in the city, exchange them for points, or exchange them for things. Anyway, you can't live without these things in the future. This is a life and death struggle. There is only one outcome, a fight to the death. So it is the same in foreign countries now? Yes, foreign countries are also organizing because of our reminder, but they are just one step slower than us. Now, they still need to buy goods from the Doomsday Resort through us and ship them out bit by bit. Fuck, while reading the comments, I saw that the alien spaceship that had been motionless moved. They must be taking action. They are preventing us humans from rising and counterattacking. I suddenly realized that I haven't entered the shelter yet. I have to hurry. Don't worry too much during the day. I must enter the shelter at night. Oh my god, I am in Doomsday Resort. An alien spaceship has arrived in City F to attack Doomsday Resort. Can Doomsday Resort withstand it? Don't. I just learned about the situation of Doomsday Resort. The normal operation of all our shelters cannot avoid Doomsday Resort. The country will not protect Doomsday Resort, right? Yes. The aircraft carrier is staying in the waters near Doomsday Resort City, and countless drones, robots, missiles, and large military weapons have entered F City early. What is the situation now? Can you broadcast it live? Oh my god, we just found out the truth, and now there is another big one. Doomsday Resort City, please hold on. So we can lie down for now, because if Doomsday Resort City is gone, we are probably doomed. Obviously the aliens are also very smart, and have known this for a long time. They have never thought of conquering the blue water planet by force, because they need our bodies. Now that the variable of Doomsday Resort City has appeared, they only need to defeat the variable, and we will be at the mercy of others. Ah, who said before that the aliens only have memory but no wisdom? Aren't those who evolve quickly also very powerful? Those who said to lie down before, hurry up and die, it's time now. They are fighting on the front line, and we can also fight back in the rear. It would be great to take this opportunity to kill more alien species. Killing one more will weaken their strength, right? That's right. Kill! In the end, the survivors' fighting desire was completely aroused, and countless survivors began to take action. At this moment, the Doomsday Resort town was indeed surrounded by countless starships. Gu Weiwei originally wanted to leave the Doomsday Resort City to waste time, but now she was stuck in the Doomsday Resort City. She didn't expect that the aliens would target her so quickly. She thought that the outside world would be in flames with the truth, but it ended up burning directly on her head. Okay, it's normal. The aliens don't know about non-alien websites. But how can the aliens not know about the outside network and changes? Even if they don't know, the Doomsday game will let them know. The Doomsday game will kill her, and the Doomsday Resort City's heart will not die. Chapter 165. At this moment, countless people in Doomsday Resort came out anxiously. Looking up at the alien spaceships in the sky, everyone became a little nervous. Can Doomsday Resort hold on? I'm a little afraid that Doomsday Resort can't hold on. If it can't hold on, we die, right? Not only will we die, our world will end. Yes, now many things outside are controlled by Doomsday Resort. Actually, if it's really dangerous, let's leave Doomsday Resort. At least we can still buy Doomsday Resort's products from the vending machines. If Doomsday Resort is destroyed, there will be no chance at all. You are really great. I don't want to die. Who wants to die? But if Doomsday Resort is gone, we will die anyway, so we naturally hope that Doomsday Resort can be kept. That's true. Hey, can you have more confidence in Doomsday Resort? I think Doomsday Resort can definitely defeat the alien warship. That's right. Ah, I shouldn't have come here. I thought it was safe here, in the end. I should have gone to the shelter. You have such a beautiful thought. It's human nature, but since we're here, just wait. Should we take some photos of the scene to let the people outside see it? Let's take some photos first. If it goes well, it will give people outside confidence. If it doesn't, it can also be a warning. At least we know how the alien warship attacks. See if we can find some experience. Yes. While the survivors were talking, their phones kept shooting at the sky, really all around. In fact, not only the survivors, but also the experts and soldiers who stayed in the Doomsday Resort City were paying attention. Although the experts were nervous, the first thing they did was to quickly package their research results of the past few days and send them to the outside world. In addition, they were busy writing about the next research direction. While writing, they also synchronized to the official back end. They were trying to avoid losing their own work. As for the soldiers, they quickly assembled after receiving the order. Zhong Feiyu immediately found Gu Weiwei. Boss Gu, we have also sent fighter jets to help, and some missiles are aimed at these starships. You will be in charge of the command at that time. Do you think it is convenient? Zhong Feiyu said hurriedly. Looking at the anxious Zhong Feiyu, Gu Weiwei thought for a while, and said, I'm afraid your attack will not have much effect. She had just contacted the system and confirmed that the combat level of these starships was far above that of this world. The attacks of this world were like tickling to the alien starships. However, after removing the opponent's protective shield, it might be different. Zhong Feiyu listened, his heart tightened slightly. Then do you have a solution? Gu Weiwei listened and said calmly, yes, yes. The system was willing to provide her with some high-tech weapons. She could only say that the charm of the alien species was so great that the system was willing to abandon some principles. She thought it was good. Cooperation with mutual benefits makes people feel more assured. She was afraid that when she was dealing with the Doomsday Landlady system, she didn't have anything for him to gain, and it would be troublesome if the other party got something big later. Of course, maybe the Doomsday Landlady system might also plot other things in the future, but there was a Doomsday game ahead that took human lives lightly, so they could be good friends with the Doomsday Landlady system and get through the current difficulties first. Looking at Gu Weiwei's calm appearance, Zhong Feiyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there is a way to deal with Doomsday Resort City, it will be fine. Then you should still command our team. We will cooperate with you. Although it may not play a big role, it can at least cause some interference to them. Zhong Feiyu continued. Gu Weiwei looked at Zhong Feiyu's sincere look and knew that he must have been specifically instructed. After thinking for a while, she replied, we don't need man-fighters, but we can use some drones. It's better not to cause unnecessary sacrifices. As for drones and other external things, it's okay to have some, so that they can accumulate combat experience. After all, the war with alien species will definitely not last for 1 or 2 days. Okay. Zhong Feiyu responded, and then took the phone and started to say something to the other end. Then he began to invite Gu Weiwei to enter a small program. The small program directly showed the drone group in F-City, combat drones with missiles, and aircraft carriers on standby. In addition to air power, there were also unmanned combat vehicles on the ground. The sea, land and air forces were all ready, waiting for Gu Weiwei to operate. As long as Gu Weiwei gives an order, all these will be controlled according to her order. This also means that Country C has unparalleled trust in Gu Weiwei. Then I will take over these? Gu Weiwei asked Zhong Feiyu again. You are welcome. Zhong Feiyu said without hesitation. Gu Weiwei listened and let the system take over directly. At that time, she only needs to notify the system with her mind, and the system will arrange it, which is more convenient, and can seize the opportunity as quickly as possible. After taking over, Gu Weiwei looked at the Doomsday Landlady system mall. In the mall, all kinds of advanced anti-aircraft weapons appeared directly, and there were even aircraft carriers and fighter planes. There were many varieties, and the prices were frighteningly expensive. Fortunately, Gu Weiwei had enough resources now. But she thought that after the battle, these points would have to be spent. However, if so many alien species could be eliminated, it seemed that it was not impossible to make money back. This business was still feasible. While thinking about it, Gu Weiwei bought without hesitation. Do you want to spend 100 million points to buy an aircraft carrier? Do you want to spend 50 million points to buy an aircraft carrier battle group? Do you want to spend 50 million points to buy high-penetration missiles? After selecting yes, yes, yes for all of them, Gu Weiwei's wallet became visibly smaller. Gu Weiwei felt a little heartache. Because these were just weapons, and the subsequent ammunition was cheap, but it was not a small amount when added together. In addition, there was the protective shield that protected the Doomsday Resort City. If the enemy attacked, points would have to be replenished, so they could not be used up. With a light sigh, Gu Weiwei said to Zhong Feiyu beside her, if you want to help me, there is another way. What is it? Zhong Feiyu asked without hesitation. What they fear most is that they can't help Doomsday Resort City. Find a way to help Doomsday Resort City earn more points. Gu Weiwei said, you can exchange for metals and other resources, or exchange for alien species, and then buy Doomsday Resort City's products after the exchange. Gu Weiwei didn't know how long this battle would last, but with more points, she could fight a protracted war. It would be nice to destroy more alien spaceships at that time. System, if I shoot down a spaceship, will you take it back? Gu Weiwei asked in her mind. After spending so many points, I must find a place to make up for it. Take it. The price is not bad. the system replied. Listening to it, Gu Weiwei felt relieved. It seems that these spaceships are still valuable. After Zhong Feiyu understood what Gu Weiwei meant, he hurriedly said, okay. The goods in Doomsday Resort City are valuable to them. Buy them. Must buy. Soon, Zhong Feiyu reported the news. During the reporting process, Gu Weiwei had already installed the goods she bought on the Doomsday Resort City little by little. This also includes a new protective shield. With double protection, Gu Weiwei was relieved. At this moment, Gu Weiwei's assembly process was also filmed by many survivors on the scene. They originally wanted to take pictures of the starship, but ended up taking pictures of the new things in the Doomsday Resort City. Looking at it, how could they not understand that this was the counterattack made by the Doomsday Resort City? This moment was really exciting. Then many people posted the video online directly after filming, and many people also posted it on the non-alien website. Once the video was released, it instantly blew up the entire internet. Looking at these equipment, I feel relieved. The Doomsday Resort is awesome. So, the weapons in the Doomsday Resort may be even more awesome than the aliens. I think, even if it's not more awesome, it's definitely in the ranks of those that can be dealt with. It's really cool. Anything else? Anything else? I hope to post more videos like this. But if you think about it, isn't Doomsday Resort losing a lot? Even if we help, we will be troubled by the aliens. It's a losing deal anyway. Yes. They are helping us. You are just making fun of us. No, we are just chatting for fun. If there is anything that can help Doomsday Resort, we are willing to contribute our own strength. Yes, I am willing to do so too. The speech on the internet was still going on, and Huang Yuntao and others had received Zhong Feiyu's message at this moment. Looking at the various equipments equipped by Doomsday Resort, he knew that these equipments might also require Doomsday Resort to consume points. After finishing the calculation, Huang Yuntao said without hesitation, let all places exchange their resources as much as possible, and then go to the vending machine to buy goods. As long as they can be used, buy them. At the same time, start fighting against the aliens. There are no problems ahead, but isn't it too risky to start a fight against the aliens now? Many people are not prepared, and many people have not moved to the shelter. Someone raised doubts on the spot. It's not that they don't want to help, but they just think the conditions are not good enough. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Huang Yutao. If there is no Doomsday Resort, the aliens are now pointing their guns at us. Being possessed and kept in captivity, is this a better fate than death? No. If we don't kill them, we will be killed in the future. If we want to fight back, is it early or late? Now is the best time. At least, we have Doomsday Resort to fight with us. We should take advantage of the time, when everyone still has blood and energy. Otherwise, when Doomsday Resort leaves, we and even the people will lose our ambition. Huang Yuntao's words silenced all the leaders present. Besides, we spent so much money on making weapons before, just to show them off? Huang Yuntao continued, we don't need the people to fight with the aliens. We just need them to follow us. At least we can quickly clean up the battlefield after the battle. We have already achieved mechanized combat, right? Huang Yuntao's words made everyone at the scene react. Yes, according to their current technological level, they should just conduct mechanized combat. If they can't deal with starships, can they deal with aliens that have entered human bodies? Before they couldn't identify them, but now they have identified them. Are they afraid of fighting? They are no longer afraid. Fight. We support fighting. Let all military regions go out. It's just right to clear out the aliens in the city first. Then, everyone agreed without hesitation. After everyone passed, Huang Yutao started the live broadcast again. Ladies, gentlemen, friends, the Doomsday Resort is fighting for us. Why should we sit and wait for death? Now is the time for us to fight back against the aliens. I declare that the counterattack against the aliens will be fully launched, and the scope of the battle is not limited to any territory of our country. I hope everyone can cooperate with the counterattack that the shelter is about to launch. The country needs you. With Huang Yuntao's declaration of war, the internet instantly boiled. Chapter 166. Are we going to start a battle against the aliens? Why is it so sudden? Yes, aren't we moving people into the shelter? I was just planning to pack up and go into the shelter right now. The fight is about to start. I'm so scared. What's there to be afraid of? You know nothing about our country's combat power. As long as we don't fight against starships and can identify aliens, killing aliens is a simple matter, isn't it? You can go and see our recent air show. Those combat weapons are awesome. And now is not the time to use human bodies to fight. More machines are fighting on the front line. We are more responsible for logistics in the back, such as collecting enemy corpses. Of course, Those with some manual skills can go to the factory to tighten screws. Yes, the factory where I worked before notified us to go back to work. I received it too. I used to work in a car factory, and now it has been converted into a drone production factory. That makes me feel relieved. I am willing to fight for the country. But I still want to ask, why is it so sudden? Is it related to Doomsday Resort City? I also think that after the Doomsday Resort City video was released, the news here came. It feels like a coordination. Or, because the Starship is involved in the Doomsday Resort City, do we have to take the opportunity to kill the aliens? Then I think it's possible. Things may be deeper than we thought. Maybe Doomsday Resort City needs our help. We'll be able to help Doomsday Resort by fighting the aliens? You will know why if you watch the new live broadcast. I'm back, and I'm helping Doomsday Resort. Help, I must help. I'm going to exchange all the gold I have now for protective clothing, weapons, and food, and spend it all. Me too. I'm going to sign up to clean up the battlefield later, and exchange alien corpses for points. I can make money and help at the same time. How great. I have to take it easy. I'd better do what I can do first. It's not bad to collect resources instead of going to the front line. Yes, scrap copper and iron can also be of some use. It's mainly a win-win situation. Go! After understanding the inside story, netizens only had one word in mind. Go. In this way, the authorities began to mobilize various mechanical dogs, mechanical wolves, drone groups, unmanned combat vehicles, and other weapons, and began to pour into the city, and started to shoot when they encountered alien species. While they were fighting on the front line, various military factories behind them also began to work overtime. At the same time, the logistics support work was also in progress. All kinds of materials in the city were transported to the shelter without any waste. At the same time, the grains and vegetables planted in the fields were not abandoned. They were harvested as needed, and even the land that had not been planted was continued to be planted. The war must be fought, and people's production and life cannot be abandoned. Anyway, the alien species did not destroy the living environment of the blue water planet. The only change is probably that people's work has changed. In this way, the entire country C is working hard from top to bottom. And abroad, many people are also paying attention to the status of country C. When the news came in, many countries did not want to believe it. After all, such statements have appeared countless times in the past. But they did not expect that this time it was real. Many countries did not react. Of course, after reacting, they quickly launched measures, but the effect was minimal. It was not until various videos from country C were passed around that people in many countries realized that it was actually true, especially today's videos, which are telling them that this is true. Oh my god, it's actually true. People in country C have already started organizing battles, and our country just found out about this. It must have been caused by country C. The brain of the person upstairs was eaten by aliens. Is country C serious? We in country K will definitely not lose to country C. Wait for our good news. Country C is so powerful, these drones are very useful. Can you sell them to us? We need them. Can I go to country C now? I feel safe. Can the mother country come to pick us up overseas? I feel safer in the arms of my mother now. Foreign websites have also started discussing this matter, but more of them are urging their governments to build similar shelters as quickly as possible. In short, the matter of alien species has been announced worldwide. Other countries are also slowly launching a counterattack against the aliens. While the national team was taking action, the alien starship outside the Doomsday Resort City, after a period of deterrence, found that the Doomsday Resort City was not afraid, but even armed itself, and humans also launched a war against the aliens, and they were also very angry. The leader of the aliens, Jiang Junhao, was very angry and directly launched an attack on the Doomsday Resort City in the core starship. Almost at the same time, all the starships threw a light bullet at the Doomsday Resort City. Just as the photon bullet was about to land on the Doomsday Resort, the air defense system of the Doomsday Resort fired the same photon bullet. The crackling, deafening explosion sounded over the Doomsday Resort. At the moment of the collision, the whole sky burst into a dazzling light, and many people felt that they could not open their eyes. When they could see clearly, they were worried about whether their eyes would be damaged. Fuck, look outside, the city outside has been destroyed. It turns out that when the two sides' light bullets collided, the nearby buildings were directly destroyed. With such a strong power, our eyes were not damaged when we watched. The same goes for the mobile phone. That's because of the protection of the Doomsday Resort. The Doomsday Resort is awesome. The Doomsday Resort will win. I saw on the internet that the official has started a counterattack against the aliens, and at the same time, you have to redeem points and use them to buy Doomsday Resort's products to support Doomsday Resort. That will definitely help Doomsday Resort. It's a pity that we are in Doomsday Resort now, otherwise I would have to go out and kill an alien to support it. Haha, you are just too quick to talk. I support Doomsday Resort sincerely. The survivors were arguing, but they looked very excited, because they have seen the power of Doomsday Resort. Then, knowing that filming would not damage their mobile phones, they all started filming crazily, and they also covered various angles. Then he sent it out without hesitation, so that more people could see the majestic appearance of Doomsday Resort. No matter how powerful the alien starship looked, it still couldn't do anything to Doomsday Resort. Then, the battle between the alien starship and Doomsday Resort entered a white-hot stage. In addition to the videos shot by the survivors in Doomsday Resort, the outside officials came to shoot the scene, but they all failed without exception, and even the video could not be sent back. The only thing that could be sent back was probably the scene in F-City. What surprised the officials was that the alien spaceship did not protect the aliens in F-City. Under this impact, many aliens in F-City died, and the closer they were, the more they died. The corpses on the ground made the officials feel miserable. Of course, they were also crazy excited. These are hundreds of thousands of points. If it wasn't too dangerous to enter F-City now, I'm afraid the officials would have sent people in immediately. However, although they couldn't enter for the time being, the officials began to wait outside F-City after scouting the safe distance. In addition to entering at the right time to pick up leaks, the more important thing is not to let the aliens in F-City escape. The aliens in F-City also realized the power of the battlefield, and they were all ready to escape. And the escaped aliens were directly waiting for them. The official not only did this, but also put the relevant videos on the internet, which set off a wave of netizens' pursuit. These are all good news. For a while, everyone worked harder. After all, hope is right in front of us. At the same time, they were also madly cheering for Doomsday Resort. When the videos in Doomsday Resort and F-City went viral on the internet, these videos were also passed to the players in G-City. With the help of the official, the players in G-City had a great time in G-City. Killing aliens and earning points is just like picking up money. The points in the account are rising. However, after paying attention to the video, especially knowing that Doomsday Resort needed help, I thought about it and posted it to the Doomsday Forum. They felt that the Doomsday Resort was in trouble, which was definitely related to the Doomsday game. And the Doomsday Resort was related to the life and death of all their players. How could they just stand by and watch? Not only did they have to help the Doomsday Resort, but they also had to get outside players to join in. In this way, the situation of the Doomsday Resort soon appeared on the homepage of the Doomsday Forum. As soon as it appeared, it directly became the top stream in the Doomsday Forum. Chapter 167. Is the pace of the advanced field so fast? Just a direct battle? Looking at the description in the main building, the battle is quite intense. So the aliens are driving alien spaceships to fight against the Doomsday Resort? The Doomsday Resort is really awesome. Yes, the battle is in full swing now. The NPCs in the advanced field did not disappoint. They also launched a counterattack against the aliens, and because their environment was not destroyed, they showed off all kinds of high-tech weapons. It's a pity that we can't watch the video. But just by looking at the text description, you can tell how fierce the battle is. Since Doomsday Resort needs points, we naturally have to help. That's a must. I've already found a vending machine. We need to buy anyway, so let's stock up now. It's reasonable for us to help Doomsday Resort. Yes, Doomsday Resort is related to the last level of the administrator. The administrator relies on Doomsday Resort to pass the last level, and we can return to Blue Star. So bye. But what if the administrator can't come back after passing the last level? No loss. And according to the players we know so far, the administrator is the only one who entered the advanced field in advance, and she is the most likely to pass the level. Also, Doomsday Resort has helped us so much, so why not help them again? Yes. While discussing in the Doomsday Forum, the players went to the vending machines placed by some players in their game area. Different vending machines have different products, and they bought according to their actual needs. These players are scattered across countless game zones. And some of the players' actions have attracted the attention of the official NPCs in the game zones. What are they doing? I heard that Doomsday Resort City is in trouble in a certain game zone. It should be targeted by Doomsday Game. It may need a lot of points. They support them by buying things from Doomsday Resort City. The NPC who investigated the incident reported it immediately. So that's the case. In that case, let's help. Yes. This happened in some worlds that Doomsday Resort had been to, and also in worlds that she had not been to. The common point of these worlds is that they are now enjoying the help of Doomsday Resort, whether it is direct or indirect. The goodwill that Doomsday Resort had once spread out is now being fed back in an endless stream. At this time, Doomsday Resort. The battle is in full swing, and the Doomsday Resort and the alien spaceship are mainly engaged in a war of attrition. Gu Weiwei was originally worried about whether her points could hold up. As a result, the points in her account kept rising and falling. You know, she was consuming hundreds of thousands of points per second, or even more. But at this time, she managed to hold up. This situation made Gu Weiwei a little unbelievable, and she couldn't help asking the system, are the NPCs outside so good? This is too hard. How many things do you have to exchange to get so many points? After listening to Gu Weiwei's words, the system seemed to be silent for a moment before answering. Not only the NPCs outside, but also the NPCs in countless game areas and countless players are buying, and the scale is still expanding. No matter what the reasons are, they are quite united. When the system spoke, there was still a little bit of disbelief in its tone. Obviously, this matter was a bit beyond his expectations. After listening to it, Gu Weiwei's mouth corners unconsciously curled up. So that's it. Is this what it means to give someone a rose and have the fragrance linger on your hand? Players, NPCs, all of you are great. Sure enough, as time goes by, the points in Gu Weiwei's hands not only do not drop, but are slowly rising. This means that the income of Doomsday Resort City has exceeded its expenditure. Everyone is so awesome. Since everyone is so awesome, she can't be a drag. Then, Gu Weiwei said to the system, let's do an event today. All products are 10% off. Gu Weiwei said directly, please notify them for me. After that, Gu Weiwei looked at the weapons on the control panel and used all her strength without hesitation. There was only one aircraft carrier, so Gu Weiwei bought another one without hesitation and then attacked the alien spaceship fiercely. Zhong Feiyu, who was at the scene, was stunned by this scene. When the aircraft carrier appeared just now, he had already shown off fiercely. And now there is another one. No wonder Boss Gu didn't let their fighters join the battle just now. In comparison, theirs are just scum. At the same time, they were a little excited deep in their hearts. He had a hunch. Doomsday Resort City will win. This battle is still going on, the sky is gradually getting dark, and both sides are consuming a lot of energy. As the firepower of Doomsday Resort City becomes stronger, the battle of the alien spaceship begins to slow down. It's not because of anything else, but because of insufficient energy. Even high-tech alien starships need energy to operate. Similarly, energy is also limited. After a large amount of consumption, it needs to be replenished. An invisible sound wave spread out from one of the starships. Host, they are calling for energy replenishment starships. The system silently reminded Gu Weiwei in his mind. Since he knew it, there was no reason not to tell him. How is the protection of their energy replenishment starship? Gu Weiwei asked. Top, it is recommended to destroy these starships before they replenish their energy. The system suggested. Gu Weiwei understood immediately. The next moment, without hesitation, he began to mobilize the drones and missiles provided by the game area and began to attack several starships. Although they were small, they were continuous, one batch after another, and were also particularly spectacular. As soon as Gu Weiwei mobilized, Huang Yuntao and others, who were observing the battle situation, noticed it. She used our drones. Did she encounter any problems? Someone at the scene said anxiously. Huang Yuntao looked calm. No, maybe we have reached the decisive battle point. What do you mean? See if the starships of other countries have moved. Huang Yuntao said directly. While he was talking, someone had already called the satellite to check the results. There is a starship coming towards us from the other side of the ocean. Its appearance is different from other starships. According to the previous experts' speculation, it should be a starship energy replenishment ship. Previously, various countries have been trying to break its defense, but it is difficult. So, this energy replenishment ship is here to replenish energy for other starships? It's very likely. Does this mean that the starship consumed too much energy after fighting against the Doomsday Resort City, so it needs to be replenished now? This can explain why she wants to use these drones. She wants to continue to consume the energy of the starship. The people at the scene have already speculated, but the more they speculated, the more excited they felt. This is simply victory in sight. Huang Yuntao also agreed with this statement, and said without hesitation, mobilize drones to interfere with the energy starship. Every second we can stop it is a second, at any cost. When it comes to the life and death of the entire country, and even the entire world, there is no need to think too much. The hidden cards must be taken out one by one without hesitation. Yes. Soon, countless drones took off from the military base and quickly rushed towards the energy starship. The intercontinental missiles were also ready, and after estimating the time, they were launched directly. When the explosion occurs, they will meet in the ocean, and will have no impact on the land, so they will naturally be fired. Gu Weiwei naturally knew everything the Game Zone officials had done, and silently praised them in her heart. Then, there was only one thing to do on the scene. Fire, fire, fire. As Gu Weiwei attacked intensively, dots of light began to emanate from each starship. As these lights flickered, strips of grids formed outside the starship, making a sizzling sound. This means that the outer protective shield of the starship has reached its limit. At this moment, countless drone missiles also quickly attacked the starship from various parts, making the opponent's protective shield shaky. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It didn't need too much force, as long as it was appropriate. The double attack made the protective net flicker more and more densely, and even several small parts could no longer operate. At this time, the drones seemed to aim at this opportunity and fired missiles at these gaps. The destructive power is increasing at this moment. Where is the energy starship? In the main ship, Jiang Junhao said anxiously. It has been summoned for so long, but it has not come yet. The energy starship was attacked. Although it can't cause any damage, there are too many things blocking it in front, which slowed down its speed. Another alien said. They are relatively intelligent among the aliens, so they can serve as the leading personnel of the starship. Urge him to hurry up, Jiang Junhao said sternly. Otherwise, let's retreat first. By the time he arrives, it will be too late to recharge. It is better for us to retreat, leave the other starships here, self-destruct, and perish together with the Doomsday Resort. The alien suggested beside Jiang Junhao. This is what he learned from the body he possessed. He thinks this is a good trick. Anyway, it is fine as long as the goal is achieved. Jiang Junhao originally wanted to continue fighting, but after hearing this suggestion, he was moved. But the people on the other starships. For the sake of more people of our race, it is worth sacrificing them. When our large force arrives, they will only be grateful to you. Your status will surely rise by then. Don't you want to see the glory of the leaders of human countries? The alien continued to tempt. Jiang Junhao listened and was convinced. Then he operated on the panel. Do you want to start the self-destruction program of starships 2, 3, 4, and 5? Yes. Jiang Junhao confirmed. Just after Jiang Junhao confirmed, the protection level of these 4 starships was suddenly raised to the highest level, and all attacks were ineffective against them. They are going to self-destruct. The system reminded Gu Weiwei in her ear. What will happen if they succeed in self-destructing? Gu Weiwei couldn't help but speak. According to the physical constitution of the starship and the energy they possessed, Gu Weiwei had an ominous premonition in her heart. Half of the territory of Country C will be gone. The system stated this fact calmly. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but curse. Are these alien species brainless? Yes. The system agreed. Can you make a protective shield to protect this area? Minimize the losses. Gu Weiwei said. I can hack into their program and make them stop self-destructing. But after they stop self-destructing, these starships need to be given to me. The system said. Gu Weiwei listened and paused. Leave one, and the others are yours. Deal? You continue to attack and force the main ship away. As the system spoke, it also pointed out Jiang Junhao's starship on the screen in front of Gu Weiwei. Gu Weiwei turned the muzzles of all weapons without hesitation and aimed at the other party. On Jiang Junhao's starship, the big screen began to flash wildly. Being selected danger, danger. The probability of being damaged after being hit is 80%. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Please replenish energy as soon as possible. Jiang Junhao looked at the information, and the next moment, he ran without hesitation. With a whoosh, Jiang Junhao's starship disappeared. At this time, the remaining 4 starships pressed down towards the Doomsday Resort, getting closer and closer. Especially the light on the starship was getting stronger and stronger, and it stood out in the dark night, giving people an ominous premonition. Boss Gu, did the escaped starship do something? Zhong Feiyu asked Gu Weiwei worriedly. It's okay, it will be done soon, Gu Weiwei said calmly. When they touch the protective shield, it will be time for the system to take action. Listening to Gu Weiwei's words, Zhong Feiyu felt relieved instantly. Just looking at the huge starship, the psychological pressure was still heavy. Many survivors who didn't know the inside story couldn't help but hug the people around them tightly when they saw it. It was over. They were finished. Huang Yintao and others who were paying attention to the battle didn't know why they stopped attacking. The data, they sent back through the satellite showed that they couldn't see any starlight from the Doomsday Resort city. Coupled with a live broadcast on the scene, everyone became nervous. Just when everyone was breathing hard, suddenly, the 4 starships disappeared in a flash, as if they had never appeared. The sky of Doomsday Resort City turned blue again. Doomsday Resort City, 1. After realizing this, all the survivors in Doomsday Resort City couldn't help but sit on the ground. Their legs just went weak. Huang Yuntao and others who couldn't help but stand up also fell down. The energy ship that had suffered an intercontinental missile attack and dealt with countless drones finally arrived at the scene, but the scene was empty. Gu Weiwei looked at the energy starship and her eyes lit up instantly. "System, can you take it?" "Yes." Take it, take it, take it," Gu Weiwei said without hesitation. "Since it has come to our door, we can't let it go." The next moment, the system released a starship in the sky above the Doomsday Resort City. As the starship emitted sound waves, the energy ship kept descending and approaching to replenish energy. As a result, the moment it touched, it disappeared at the same place with the starship. Gu Weiwei, who was watching the scene, smiled. Without the energy ship, those starships will be easier to deal with. Then, what about the starship? Zhong Feiyu swallowed and asked. Gu Weiwei listened and said directly, "It was taken by Doomsday Resort, including the energy ship that came later. This is the only energy replenishment ship for the aliens." Zhong Feiyu listened and his eyes lit up. Without energy replenishment, it means that the starship is no longer unconquerable. Although it requires a lot of energy, they don't believe that they can't hold it even if they use all the power of their entire planet. As long as they solve the starship and the aliens on their planet, they will have time to deal with the large alien forces wholeheartedly. During this period, they could do so many things. Thank you, thank you. Zhong Feiyu didn't know what to say except these 2 words. The Doomsday Resort and Boss Gu saved them. Gu Weiwei paused, but still accepted the thanks. At least for now, she is one with the Doomsday Resort and the Doomsday Landlady system. After thanking him, Zhong Feiyu immediately sent the message back. Huang Yutao and the others were even more excited after receiving the news. The winning rate of their human race has increased by 1 point. Chapter 168. This kind of good news needs to be known to everyone. After Huang Yutao recovered, he immediately asked someone to turn the good news into news and publish it on the internet. Of course, some TV stations that are still in operation also broadcast it. They not only broadcast text, but also video. With the overwhelming news propaganda, people can't help but see it. Whether they are working or not, they are all very excited. Doomsday Resort is awesome. I've been a little out of shape all day today, for fear of losing. I've been fighting aliens all day, and didn't care about the battle situation, but I think Doomsday Resort will win. That's great. If we win the first step, we have the upper hand. I've watched the video, and the 2 aircraft carriers that appeared in Doomsday Resort are so cool. They're miles ahead of current technology. Doomsday Resort should also be an alien product. That's normal. Only products with higher technology can fight against products with higher technology. I really hope that Doomsday Resort City is always there. We are lucky to meet him. We have worked hard in the past 2 months. With his help, we defeated the aliens. This way we win. Yes. Stimulated by the news of victory, everyone is full of hope for the future. Everyone in the shelters is cheering and excited, and they are even more excited about fighting the aliens tomorrow. Huang Yuntao and others should be happy to see this situation. But they knew very well that this was just the beginning. The aliens on their blue water planet were easily dealt with. But what about the large army coming later? Hold on. Don't be too proud. Soon, Huang Yuntao started the second meeting. The content of the meeting was to counterattack the aliens and study the aliens. At this time, in the Doomsday Resort City, countless survivors escaped from death and were about to cry. But they started to laugh while crying. Then, they wiped their tears and went to celebrate in groups. When the researchers saw that everything was fine, they went back to the laboratory to continue their research. The assistants said to take care of them could only arrange food for them one by one to ensure that they would not starve. As for Gu Weiwei, she was bargaining with the system. That energy starship, we both have a share, Gu Weiwei asked. I spent a lot of energy collecting it. Then I will share it with you, and you will share the energy starship with me, Gu Weiwei continued to ask. The system was speechless. The host was becoming more and more shameless. However, he did make a lot of money this time. Then, the tone was a little helpless. What do you want? Fill up the energy of the starship that was allocated to me, and then you must give me a small energy starship that can be charged, Gu Weiwei said. She had to prepare for the future. These good things, the more they can be saved, the better. She felt that the system must have them. After all, there are aircraft carriers in the system mall. Okay. The system agreed. Soon, both items were transferred to Gu Weiwei's backpack. Looking at the full grid, Gu Weiwei was satisfied. These were all the empires she had built up over the past few days. Anyway, she believed that they would be useful when she returned to Blue Star in the future. Look at her control panel again. The points on it were more than when she bought those aircraft carriers. You give discounts to players, and I also give discounts to players, so they are stockpiling like crazy, the system said. Gu Weiwei immediately opened the vending machine and looked at the products. It was written with 12% off. Gu Weiwei couldn't help but twitch her lips. 0.2% off, so generous, but it's really rare for the system. Thank you for the 0.2% off. Gu Weiwei still thanked the system. A little bit adds up to a lot. The system has contributed a lot. This behavior deserves more encouragement. You're welcome. Hearing the pride in the system's tone, Gu Weiwei suddenly felt that the system was still easy to coax. In the future, you can say more good things and give more good things. It was also at this time that Zhong Feiyu came with a new task after handling the follow-up affairs. Boss Gu, we have sent troops to clean up the aliens in F City, and we may transport some to Doomsday Resort City later. Is it convenient? Zhong Feiyu asked carefully. It doesn't matter. Gu Weiwei said. She also liked that they could come up with a result, so she asked the system to put a lot of books on interstellar alien research. As soon as these books were put on the shelves, they were bought by the experts, who studied them day and night. In the past few days, the number of researchers has increased. Also, our leader asked me to ask if the aircraft carrier that appeared today can be sold. Do you want to buy it? Gu Weiwei was surprised. The price is not low. We must have something to resist the alien starships, and we can't always rely on you to fight for us. Zhong Feiyu said calmly. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. In addition, Doomsday Resort will leave sooner or later. They can rely on Doomsday Resort, but they cannot rely on it completely. Okay, I will put it on the shelf. Gu Weiwei said directly, thought about it, and added, I still have 2 aircraft carriers and an alien starship in my hands. Do you want to rent them to you? Zhong Feiyu listened, and his eyes lit up. Yes. Zhong Feiyu felt that he didn't need to report this matter, and he could make his own decision. This is a godsend. Thinking about it, he added, are there any other weapons for rent? We can take them all. If these weapons can take down some of the other party's starships, then the other party's starships will also be theirs, and they will definitely make a fortune. Gu Weiwei looked at the fighting desire in the other party's eyes, and nodded. If you want any of the weapons that appeared this time, just tell me, and I will rent them to you. Okay. Zhong Feiyu agreed immediately. The look in his eyes when he looked at Gu Weiwei was full of love. This is their savior. He thanked her and ran out. He was going to report the good news. Looking at his departing back, Gu Weiwei directly hung the aircraft carrier and other weapons on the vending machine. It is not only open to this game area, but also to other game areas, as long as they have the strength. After Gu Weiwei put it up, many game areas really saw it. Aircraft carriers can sail in space. What? Some game areas that are in urgent need urgently called up their points. As for those that are not in need for the time being, they are also very interested. At this moment, Gu Weiwei clicked on the Doomsday Forum. Today, the players also helped a lot on the Doomsday Forum. The discussion about this battle is also continuing. The players in City G have already posted the news on the Doomsday Forum, which greatly increased the confidence of the players. Sure enough, we won. The Doomsday Resort is invincible. We can even beat the aliens. Awesome. It's worth all the things I bought. After winning this time, does it mean that this game area is stable, and can the administrator clear the level? Of course, it feels like the clearance rate has reached 100%. Great, then we can return to Blue Star in just over a month. If your guess is correct, that's right. I hope so. We all have to work hard to stay alive. See you on Blue Star then. Yes. At admin, you have to work hard too. If you pass the level, you will be our big brother. I will bow down to you. I can burn incense and offer sacrifices. Seeing everyone's words gradually become outrageous, Gu Weiwei's mouth twitched unconsciously. That's really not necessary. However, she also hopes to return to Blue Star after this mission. No matter what, every day that follows, we must not relax. Time continues to pass. After exchanging a large amount of resources, the Gain Zone officials directly bought the aircraft carrier, and at the same time rented the aircraft carrier, starship, and various combat weapons in Gu Weiwei's hands. After figuring out the principle, they began to launch a larger counterattack against the aliens. The aliens began to retreat step by step. The living space in Country C is getting smaller and smaller. Chapter 169. The aliens disappeared from their land of Country C. The 10th day of the game. The official NPC launched a counterattack against the alien spaceships, and aircraft carriers and starships appeared. The video appeared, greatly inspiring the confidence of the residents of Country C. The appearance of the aircraft carrier exploded the foreign network, and foreign eyes began to focus on Country C, and began to believe in the existence of aliens on a large scale. Many countries proposed to buy vending machines and purification trash cans from Country C, and were willing to give a lot of benefits. Country C cooperated with various countries in exchange for resources. Day 11 of the game. 10 large cities in Country C have been successfully recaptured, and the game continues to expand to small and medium-sized cities around the large cities. More and more people are joining the war. A large number of vending machines and purification trash cans are transported to more countries. Shelters are being built abroad, and the hunting of mutants has begun. Day 12 of the game. The official NPCs are becoming more and more proficient in the use of aircraft carriers, starships, and combat weapons in battle, and the alien starships in Country C are beginning to retreat. A large number of aircraft carriers also began to appear abroad, and began to fight against the alien starships. The 13th day of the game. 15 large cities in Country C were successfully recovered, 5 medium-sized cities were recovered, and a large number of aliens died. Some cities in foreign countries were liberated. The 20th day of the game. Due to the lack of energy, the alien starship could not replenish energy in time. In the battle with the NPC aircraft carriers, starships and combat weapons of Country C, one was shot down. Country C won a combat power starship, which was very exciting, and it was also eyeing other alien starships. Foreign countries received the results of the war in Country C and began to prepare for the starship. The 21st day of the game. In Country C, except for the cities that were completely occupied, large and medium-sized cities were largely recovered. Both at home and abroad, efforts were made to encircle and suppress aliens and alien starships. The 29th day of the game. In Country C, the remaining aliens stayed in the cities they occupied and were directly gathered. The alien starships began to guard the remaining cities, and the official NPCs began to concentrate on encircling and suppressing the starships and aliens. Foreign countries began to follow the old path of Country C, and carried out counterattacks and encirclements according to Country C's experience and in line with their own national conditions. The 30th day of the game. By this day, the living space of the aliens had once again become smaller. Only a few scattered cities remained. This part of the city was like City F. Except for a few people with special physiques, the rest had been invaded by aliens. In order to focus on dealing with the remaining aliens, not only had the personnel near these cities been transferred long ago, but the available resources in them had also been cleaned up in the past few days. If we send missiles to these cities, it may take a long time to recover within a certain range. If we spend more time, we can also deal with the aliens, so why bother? Someone raised different opinions at the meeting. After all, it was the cities they built. Seeing them destroyed and the ecology destroyed, it's really unpleasant. Time waits for no one. We can't give the aliens a chance to counterattack. It's better to deal with them directly. Wang Yutao said firmly, the current losses are already minimal. The decision has been made and will not be changed. As for most people on the scene, they have no objection. I also agree to solve it as soon as possible. The city can be rebuilt as long as our people are alive. If we can build it one day earlier, we will have one more day of construction time. Don't forget, there will be a large army of aliens in half a year. That will be the final battle, and it will be more difficult than now. Yes, unless we can create a potion that prevents them from being possessed. They are already worried about the aliens. Although they have defeated the aliens step by step, they are also losing a lot of resources. They have used up half of the various ammunition and weapons they previously stored. It is of course not possible to come slowly at this time. In a war, you must strike with all your strength and cut off the roots. Not to mention that there is a large army waiting for the follow-up. They still have a lot to do, and no time to waste here. Most people at the scene voted in favor. Just like that, the decision to bomb the remaining alien cities was made. Countless missile bases began to be prepared. Aircraft carriers, starships, and countless drones surrounded these cities. Not only to bomb them, but also to ensure that no aliens escaped. And such scenes were broadcast live to the public. After all, it was a good thing to enhance people's confidence. In the live broadcast room, The public was very excited. This is the first time I have seen such a clear aircraft carrier. I didn't expect that we would have our own aircraft carrier so soon, and 4 of them. Wrong, 2 of them belong to Doomsday Resort. We have 2 aircraft carriers and 3 starships. After we take them down this time, we will have more. Oh, it's finally over. No, it's just our country, see. There are still many aliens abroad. It's okay, it's only a matter of time. Those places abroad have a lot of energy in their hands. They have exchanged for a lot of aircraft carriers, and it will take them only a few minutes to fight the aliens. I just hope they don't get too cocky and use those aircraft carriers to fight us after the war. Don't be afraid of that. We have an energy replenishment ship that is specifically used to replenish the energy of aircraft carriers and starships. This energy replenishment ship is owned by our country, see. If they need to recharge, they have to find us. Wow, this is great news. The Doomsday Resort City is really our own. Ah, when will the battle start? Looking forward to it. We are finally going to kill all the aliens. At this time, not only the netizens are paying attention, but also the players in City G are paying attention. Not only are they paying attention themselves, but they are also broadcasting it in real time on the Doomsday Forum. Players in other game zones feel proud of the victory of this game zone. They felt that they had contributed to the victory of this game zone. It's great to hear this good news on the last day of the game. Yes, I watched them come step by step. I always feel that when Doomsday Resort arrives in a game zone, it will bring infinite hope to that game zone. Yes, even if we go to this game zone or the world where this excellent zone is located, we can also benefit from the legacy of Doomsday Resort. Pa, what legacy? That's you say. Ha, you can't talk. But speaking of it, good things really do pay off. I relied on the various equipment and potions I bought from the Doomsday Resort to survive until the last day. I survived too. There's only one world left. Yes, there's only one world left. At this time, Guweiwei looked at the news, then looked at the Doomsday Forum, and let out a long sigh. Yes, before she knew it, another Doomsday game was over. Her game time was halfway through. In another month, the future might be clear. Another group of people with special physiques have been sent here. At this time, Zhong Feiyu came over and hurriedly reported to Gu Weiwei. During this period of time, Zhong Feiyu had become Gu Weiwei's errand boy, helping to handle all the affairs in Doomsday Resort City. With his help, Gu Weiwei felt more relaxed and handed over all the affairs to Zhong Feiyu without hesitation. Zhong Feiyu himself also enjoyed it. Because Gu Weiwei helped them a lot, they were naturally happy to have the opportunity to give back. Have you made any progress in your research? Gu Weiwei asked. There has been a little progress. Zhong Feiyu said happily. Experts said that thanks to the information you provided, this progress has shortened the time it takes them to achieve results. Although it is difficult to research it out within half a year, the chances will increase as time goes by. And it's not like they don't have a backup plan. Let's not talk about other things. Just talk about the protective suit. After putting it on, it will be very difficult for aliens to invade. But the protective suit cannot be worn all the time, and everyone needs a lot of points on their equipment. Relatively speaking, the ultimate solution is to develop a corresponding vaccine. Everyone knows that the battle with the alien army is a protracted war. Come on. Gu Weiwei gave them spiritual support for their efforts. With their perseverance and the information provided by the library, she believed that they would succeed. Thank you. Zhong Feiyu smiled. Just as the two finished speaking, they felt a loud noise coming from the sky. The two looked at each other and quickly took out their phones. As expected, they saw that missiles had bombarded the city where the aliens were located one by one. Each bombing killed a large number of aliens. There were alien starships that resisted, but the starships also suffered serious damage and could not resist the second one at all. Without the most important energy starship, the alien starship is already at the end of its strength. The booming explosion sounded over countless cities, representing the annihilation of the aliens. 1, 2, 3. The aliens have no way to retreat, and the alien starships have no way to retreat. Countless starships fell to the ground, emitting bursts of black smoke. As a result, as soon as they fell, countless drones entered and began to carry out a plan to eliminate the aliens inside. Jiang Junhao's main ship was protected by other ships and remained until the end. But he was also surrounded by 4 aircraft carriers and 5 starships. Self-destruct, self-destruct. Jiang Junhao kept giving orders, but the other starships had already lost the ability to self-destruct. Insufficient energy, unable to self-destruct. Please recharge. Insufficient energy, unable to self-destruct. Please recharge. Insufficient energy, unable to self-destruct. Please recharge. Jiang Junhao looked at the prompt sound on the screen and became depressed. How could this happen? How could their great alien race fall to this point? Obviously, the entire planet is about to be occupied by them. Obviously, they will soon welcome a large army, live and work here in peace and contentment, and the country will last forever. Thinking of the large army, Jiang Junhao suddenly became energetic. He was powerless to save the situation, but his people could. They must speed up. The next moment, Jiang Junhao used all the remaining power of the entire starship to start delivering information to space. When the information was about to be delivered successfully, it was directly intercepted. The message cannot be sent. Along with this message, a dense stream of missiles has already exploded. One of them penetrated the shield directly after the others completely destroyed it, and smashed into the outer shell of the starship. The starship began to issue a warning, and continued to fall. With a loud bang, the starship fell heavily to the ground. When Jiang Junhao regained consciousness, he found that his current body was useless. After getting out of Jiang Junhao's body, the alien found himself extremely weak. Then, he saw a small drone aiming infrared rays at him, and the next moment, it was heading straight for him. The bombing sounded, and with the same sound coming from all around, he completely lost consciousness. After the starship was cleared, it directly announced the victory of Country C in this battle. They won. They made the aliens completely disappear from their Country C's territory. After this notice was announced on the live broadcast, cheers rose and fell throughout Country C. Chapter 170. Aw, great! Our C country is awesome. The battle scene is so exciting. I really like the feeling of firepower coverage. Yes, the fear of insufficient firepower is really good. That's why it comes in handy now. You can prepare more in the future. Maybe it will come in handy someday. I really think now, I'd better save it. I really don't want this to happen again. But now that we have won, our factory has not stopped production, and is still producing, and the quantity is quite large. Will it be exported to other countries? Possibly, but it seems that things are not that simple. Is there something we don't know about? Oh, don't scare me. This is just a good thing. While cheering, many people also felt something was wrong from the unrelaxed environment around them. These remarks have been pointed out and put in front of Huang Yuntao and other senior officials. The public is also somewhat suspicious now. What we need to discuss is whether we need to confess to the public that a large group of aliens will descend in 5 months. Huang Yuntao directly raised this question. So far, this is their most difficult matter. Previously, because the aliens were not completely eliminated, they could temporarily put this issue aside and solve the problem of aliens in the country first. But now that it has been resolved, someone has raised this question again. This matter can no longer be avoided. At the scene, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. After all, there seemed to be reasons for publishing or not publishing. Finally, Shi Ziyuan, who dared to speak up, spoke directly. I think it must be announced to the public, and give them time to prepare in advance. Otherwise, the longer it is delayed, the less I know how to say it, and it is easy to cause them psychological burden. They have the right to know, but the time of announcement needs to be postponed. After all, our country has cleared the alien species, but other countries have not. When most countries have cleared the alien species, perhaps we can announce it. Huang Yutao listened and nodded. I agree. The others listened to what the two said, and understood what they meant, and nodded one after another. Indeed, it is impossible to hide it until the end, and perhaps the consequences are not what they want to see. Find the right time, just right. Then guide public opinion, and let them believe in the country, or something like that. Someone suggested. Yes. Afterwards, a special person was responsible for this matter. However, their meeting was not suspended because of this incident, and they still had a lot to do next. The next battle will only be more intense than the current one. While they were holding the meeting, other countries called one after another. Many countries sent us congratulations, and hoped that we could send troops to help them, and request humanitarian assistance. After hearing these words, Huang Yuntao said without hesitation, we have given the assistance we should give. In this special period, let them do their best. If it is a country that does not have an aircraft carrier, we can consider leasing it, and let them exchange it with resources. There are so many countries in the world. If you help one, you don't need to help others. If you don't help, they will be blamed. Rather than offending a large number of people in the end, it is better to refuse at the beginning. The most important thing is that all the personnel in their country, especially the soldiers, have experienced too many battles, and many of them have died. It is time to recuperate. Why should they be generous? Others have no opinions. They are all trying to save themselves, so other countries should also try to rely on themselves. Anyway, most of the senior executives know about the big forces. If they don't work hard, they will be the ones who suffer. Yes. The person in charge of this task responded quickly, and went to deal with the matter. Then, the meeting continued, and the topic of leasing continued. They needed to clean up the starship they had just shot down, and continue to shine for them. The Doomsday Resort gave them a lot of repair information. While learning to repair, they also understood the structure of the starship and mastered it as soon as possible. In the future, they can use these starships to take their world's technological level to a higher level, and then jump out of the blue water planet, make good use of the resources of the entire galaxy, advance to level 2 civilization, completely get rid of the Doomsday game, and prevent new natural disasters from coming in the future. The alien species came once, and almost wiped them out. If they come again, it will be terrible. At the same time, the work of guiding public opinion has also been carried out on the internet. No matter what the country considers, it must be for the sake of all of us. Give the country some time. Yes, didn't we tell everyone right away about the aliens? I believe the country won't deliberately hide it from us. We just need to follow the country's plan. That's right, don't cause panic. Isn't it good to enjoy the joy of victory? Yes, speaking of which, the situation in the country is now stable, and there are no aliens. Can we go to the Doomsday Resort City for a visit? Yes, I want to go there too. The Doomsday Resort is the holy land in my mind. I want to go there. Is there a special line? I want to go there to buy things in person. Oh, I want to go too. Then go. It will leave in a month. I must go there. Haha, do you need to tell me? People are already on their way to the Doomsday Resort. Netizens consciously and unconsciously shifted their attention. The actual situation is that there is indeed a large wave of people heading towards the Doomsday Resort, and even those who are close have already arrived. Gu Weiwei had never expected that after the aliens were eliminated, her Doomsday Resort would be the first to become lively. There were even many people waiting for her, wanting to see her. Looking at the enthusiastic crowd, Gu Weiwei quietly hid back in her room. And seeing people constantly checking in and spending money, Gu Weiwei was still very happy. After all, without players, her business income was much less. However, she made a lot of money from merchandise sales, especially with other game areas constantly coming in. Compared with before, her income was still higher. Especially in this world, she also bought a lot of combat weapons. The result, the current points are higher than when she first came to this world, and they are still rising. Anyway, the operation of Doomsday Resort City has its own system now, and there are employees to assist. As for the guests, Gu Weiwei doesn't care about them, and surfs the internet in her room. After surfing the internet in the game area, she returned to the Doomsday Forum. Today is the last day of all game areas, and the Doomsday Forum is still quite lively. After all, there are so many game areas and so many people. If any part of them are online, the Doomsday Forum will be extremely lively. At this moment, the homepage has people talking about the situation in their own game areas, death notices, and predictions of their next game area. Gu Weiwei was browsing the posts, and unknowingly wasted a lot of time. The countdown to other game areas has come. The last second, the homepage of the Doomsday Forum was full of various goodbye posts. The next second, the homepage of the Doomsday Forum was filled with various hello posts. Haha, I, Huhan-san, am back again. The new game area was predicted by me. I am absolutely sure about this game area. I only have 3 disasters left. I have almost used up all other props, and made sufficient preparations for these 3 disasters. It turned out to be one of these 3. I got it too, excited. I feel that the casualty rate of everyone in this game will be very low. Do you feel that the probability of everyone surviving is really increasing? I feel that the saying of 8 categories and 3 levels is getting more and more accurate. Yes, 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 I am more inclined to believe that after this game, we can return to Blue Star. The premise is that the administrator must be alive. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Can you say anything good about the previous one? You can ask the administrator. The Doomsday Resort is not in her world. If it is, it will be safe. It should not be. I have never seen the Doomsday Resort stay in a certain game area for 2 months. Are there any players in that game area? It is impossible. There are no alien species in the whole country C. Where does the biological alien species area come from? What should the administrator do? She will stay for another month. Isn't it dangerous? The players began to worry about Gu Weiwei's safety. Gu Weiwei looked at the countless at her words and fell silent. She was eating melons, and it was her fault. However, she was going to tell the players, Was the Doomsday Resort still there? Would they be suspicious if she told him? After thinking about it, Gu Weiwei answered directly. Administrator, the Doomsday Resort has not left. Maybe it has something to do with my game time. Anyway, she is not lying. If someone still wants to guess, that's another story. Anyway, if this is the last world, after returning to Blue Star, she feels that she may not be able to keep her vest. Let it be. At this moment, seeing Gu Weiwei's answer, the players were relieved. The strange thing is that no one really thought much about it. Gu Weiwei, who climbed the stairs silently for a while, felt relieved. Well, the vest is still well attached to her for the time being.